兄妹组合腹黑无系统进化坑蒙拐骗，不喜欢误入。当血月升空，末日降临，众生浮屠之时，你是选择坚持本心，还是堕入黑暗？当群星陨落，万象现世，机缘频频，是争还是不争？当妹妹变成了丧尸，是杀了她，还是护她一世？面对丧尸妹妹，苏灿又当如何自处？幸运的是，苏薇和别的丧尸不一样，竟然还保留了神智。从此，这对腹黑又搞笑的仁兄师妹踏上了末世求生之路。苏灿，老妹你去楼下超市拿点物资。苏薇，老哥，超市里面好多丧尸，我害怕。苏灿，苏薇，老哥你去坑个人类过来给我解解馋。苏灿，好。末日之下，一切手段都不为过。在这样的世界，一切圣母只配沦为猪狗。第一章，开局差点干掉妹妹。各位哥哥姐姐叔叔阿姨，请把脑子寄存在这，如果觉得智商被侮辱了，全怪你脑子太聪明了，都是我的错，是我写不出让诸位大爷烧脑的剧情，我自己给自己5个大嘴巴子。啪啪啪啪啪！哥哥，不要啊！我是微微啊！看着苏灿即将落下的棒子，苏薇竟然口吐人言道。苏灿猛地一怔，此时他手中的棒子距离苏薇的天灵盖只有 0.001 厘米的距离，再慢上半分，恐怕苏薇的脑袋就要开瓢了。微微，你没变异？苏灿看着苏薇，满脸的不可置信。苏薇伸出双手看了看自己溃烂的模样，眼神中满是不解。我也不知道怎么回事，我好像变成了丧尸，但又好像还是人类。苏灿虽然不明白是怎么回事，但起码妹妹还保留理智，这是不幸中的万幸。那你现在有想吃我的冲动吗？苏灿问道。苏薇点点头，有，但我能控制这种冲动。哐当，菜刀落地的声音。苏灿一把将这世上唯一的至亲拥抱在怀里。虽然他变成了丧尸，但他还保留着理智，还是自己最亲爱的妹妹。只要还是苏薇，不是毫无理智的怪物，那苏灿就不介意她变成什么样子。2个小时前，为了庆祝苏薇考上清北，苏灿在家里做了一大桌好吃的。苏薇还叫上了几个要好的闺蜜一起庆祝。饭桌上，一群人有说有笑的。突然，血月当空，万众瞩目。来到阳台，众人欣赏着这难得一见的旷世奇景，但他们并不知道，这猩红的血月即将为人间带来一场灾祸，甚至就连官方新闻都报道了这次血月景观。但是很快，网络平台上出现了大量关于世界末日、丧尸爆发的视频和文案。我去，你们看这个视频好逼真啊，肠子都爆了一地。还有这个，脑浆都被吃光了，好恶心啊！恶心吗？我怎么感觉有点想吃呢？哦，在吃东西呢。你们聊这些干嘛？苏薇和闺蜜们吃完饭，坐在客厅沙发上聊天、玩手机、喝甜品。你们在聊什么呢？聊得这么开心。这时，苏灿端着洗好的水果走了过来。苏薇拿起一个苹果，一边啃一边指着手机上的视频说道：“哥，你看看，现在的网络太离谱了，居然说什么世界末日来了。”闻言，苏灿好奇地接过手机看了一下。这是视频中是海城外滩的场景，人们正在欣赏东方明珠和外滩的美景。突然，混乱出现，一些人变得十分疯狂，开始乱咬人。那场面根本不像是演的，而且苏灿还发现这个视频还拍到了血月，也就是说，这个视频是真的。苏灿接连又刷了几个类似的视频，无一例外都是关于丧尸咬人的，而且好几个视频中都能看到天空高高悬挂的月亮。苏灿有种不祥的预感。苏灿哥，我好饿啊！突然，苏薇的闺蜜王木兰开口道。苏薇直接将一个苹果塞进了她的嘴里。啥饿啊？刚刚才吃饱，而且就你吃的最多，6个奥龙你吃俩，大肘子你都啃了俩，还饿？你是猪吗？咔咔咔！王木兰3下5除2，竟然瞬间将苹果吃光了，完全不符合她平常淑女的模样。好饿啊！还有东西吃吗？众人终于发现了王木兰的不对劲。不对，应该是只有苏灿和另一个女孩子刘莹意识到了不对劲，因为除了他俩之外，其他人都不对劲，包括苏薇。只见苏薇、王木兰、徐雪儿和陈青青的模样都发生了变化，他们脸上青筋暴起，瞳孔涣散，斑点浮现，意识开始模糊。苏灿有种不祥的预感，不是吧？想什么来什么？刚刚看了那些视频，苏灿就意识到今天的血月十分不对劲，甚至他认为那些视频的混乱都是血月引起的。如今看到苏薇等人发生了变化，苏灿更加印证了自己的想法，血月就是祸端，那自己不会也变异吧？但他来不及多想，因为王木兰、徐雪儿和陈青青3人此刻都睁着泛白的瞳孔盯着苏灿和刘莹。苏灿哥，我好饿。莹莹，我也好饿啊。看到好闺蜜们有些不对劲，刘莹感到毛骨悚然，她连忙看向苏灿道：苏灿哥，他们好像有些不对劲。苏灿脸色凝重道：不是有些不对劲，而是十分不对劲，你快过来我这边。结果话还没说完，陈青青就猛地将刘莹扑倒在沙发上。好，莹莹，你好香啊！啊！刘莹吓得大声尖叫了起来，她想要反抗， 但是却被陈青青一口咬掉了一根手指，疼得直流眼泪。苏灿想要去救他，但此刻王木兰和徐雪儿听到刘莹的惨叫，也瞬间扑向了刘莹。刘莹现在被3人压着，根本跑不掉。苏灿只能眼睁睁看着她被3个好闺蜜啃食着。巴山楚水凄凉地，浅尝一下好闺蜜。并非她不想上前救人，而是王木兰他们的模样太恐怖了，一看就已经不是人类了，像极了电影中的丧尸。要是盲目冲上去救人，恐怕苏灿也会搭进去。唰！苏灿将目光看向一直坐在沙发上的苏薇，眼神中充满了担忧。因为苏薇也变异了，但她好像并没有任何举动，反而看着陈青青他们的疯狂，灰白的眼神中竟然还透露出一丝人性的不解。微微，苏灿轻声呼唤着苏薇。苏薇闻言缓缓回头，那青筋暴起的恐怖模样吓了苏灿一跳。苏灿悬着的心终于死了，妹妹果然也变异了。似乎是苏灿的声音引起了陈青青他们的注意。刷刷刷，3道恐怖的目光瞬间袭来。苏灿犹如被一群猛兽盯上了一般，毛骨悚然。好！陈青青率先发出一声狮吼，朝着苏灿扑了过来。紧接着，王木兰、徐雪儿紧随其后的冲向苏灿。苏灿虽然很难过苏薇变成了丧尸，但此刻也来不及悲痛。他一个蛇皮走位，躲过了3头丧尸的袭击，然后一头扎进了身后的厨房。啪！苏灿关上厨房的玻璃门，3个丧尸追了上来，一头撞在了玻璃上。但由于是玻璃门，能见度很高，所以3个丧尸不断撞击着玻璃门，想要冲进去将苏灿撕成碎片。也不知道是玻璃门的质量一般，还是丧尸的力气太大，玻璃门很快就出现了裂痕。苏灿脸色一变，靠，什么鬼？这玻璃门是咖喱国进口的吗？这么拉！说着，苏灿连忙回头拿起一把菜刀防身。咕！看着3头丧尸正在疯狂地撞击着，苏灿紧握菜刀的双手有些颤抖。他知道接下来可能要面对什么，所以此刻正在稳定自己的情绪，让自己保持冷静。大概过了1分钟后，厨房的玻璃门终于被徐雪儿他们撞碎了，伴随着砰的一声，徐雪儿率先冲了进来。苏灿一个前正蹬就把徐雪儿踹翻在地，紧接着他手持菜刀一刀砍在迎面而来的陈青青脑袋上，但倒霉的是菜刀竟然一时间拔不出来了。而后面还有一个王木兰，地上的陈青青也快要爬起来了，所以此刻他不得不放弃菜刀。随后苏灿一个秦王绕柱躲开了王木兰的袭击，然后快速的来到了客厅里。客厅里苏薇还傻傻的坐在那里，但苏灿没有时间管他，而是立马找到了一根握力棒。刚拿到握力棒，徐雪儿和王木兰就扑了过来，而陈青青则头顶着个菜刀从厨房晃晃悠悠的走了过来，走得很慢，也不知道是不是因为被苏灿砍坏了脑袋导致的。砰！苏灿朝着徐雪儿脑门就是奋力一击，咔嚓，骨头碎裂的声音。为了活命，苏灿使尽了吃奶的力气，所以这一击直接将徐雪儿的头盖骨给敲碎了，甚至脑袋的侧边都崩出了红白之物。也不知道是不是丧尸的弱点在脑袋上，徐雪儿再也没有站起来了。好！王木兰低吼一声，双手朝着苏灿抓来。苏灿一棒就将王木兰的手给打骨折了，甚至王木兰还在原地转了2圈。苏灿趁此机会猛地朝着王木兰的脑门来了几棒，瞬间红的白的满地都是。苏灿来不及恶心，目光死死地盯着正在晃晃悠悠走过来的陈青青，旋即他走到陈青青面前，一脚将她踹翻在地，紧接着将她头上的菜刀拔了出来，再补上几刀。正当他准备松一口气的时候，却发现沙发上的刘莹好像也要变异了。看来和电影不曾欺他，被丧尸咬过的人都会感染变异。所以苏灿捡起握力棒，毫不犹豫地朝着刘莹走了过来。砰砰砰！趁刘莹还没完全变异，苏灿先下手为强，将她的脑袋砸了个稀巴烂。好！突然，苏灿身后惊现一声狮吼。此刻的苏灿神经已经敏感到了极点，再加上连杀几头丧尸，已经杀疯了，所以他瞬间抄起握力棒，回头猛地就是一根。于是就出现了开头那一幕。本文异能等级设定：1阶、2阶、3阶、4阶、5阶、6阶、7阶、8阶、9阶，王级、皇级、神级。天赋：七彩天赋，隐藏 SSS 级、SS 级、S 级、A 级、B 级、C 级、D 级、E 级。宝箱分为7个等级：黑铁、青铜、白银、黄金、白金、钻石以及最高品质的史诗宝箱。另外，箱子开出的宝物和宝物数量都是随机的，或多或少。高价值的宝物哪怕是在黑铁箱子里面也能开出来，只是概率很低。能在黑铁箱子里面开出高价值的宝贝，那都是人品大爆发了。当然，宝箱等级越高，开出高价值宝物的概率也就更高。
Chapter 2 Su Wei was so famished that she had even consumed all the soy sauce. How wonderful. It is good that you still possess your sanity. Su can embrace Su Wei, his emotions running high, when Su Wei transformed into a zombie. Sukin assumed she had become a bloodthirsty monster like Su Schwerer and the others. Becoming such a creature was no different from being dead. Thus, in Su Kan's mind, Su Wei had already perished. But now, retaining her rationality was akin to being resurrected. How could Su Kan not be overwhelmed with excitement? Oh no, your classmates are terrifying. You scared me to death. As Su Kan lamented, the corners of Su Wei's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Are they more frightening than you? A battle god descended, taking on 4 foes. It almost took me down. Gazing at the bodies of her friends on the ground, Su Wei, filled with trepidation, asked, Brother, what on earth is happening? Why has it come to this? In response, Su Kan settled onto the sofa, attempting to calm his racing heart. You saw those videos earlier. I suspect similar circumstances have emerged worldwide. A zombie outbreak. The apocalypse has arrived. If I am not mistaken, the main culprit behind all this should be that blood moon. Su Kan pointed towards the ominous blood moon outside the window. Blood moon? Su Wei's gaze shifted to the celestial body, instantly captivated by its allure. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Brother, do you feel it? The moon feels so warm, like the sun in winter. Warm? Su Kan furrowed his brow. To him, the blood moon appeared peculiar, even exuding a chill. How could one feel warmth? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a loud rapping echoed against the door, followed by a cry for help. Su Kan, help me. Su Kan opened the door quickly. The voice was familiar. It belonged to Wang Jie from next door. Wang Jie possessed a figure worthy of a comic book, an angelic face, and a gentle yet commanding voice, making her the most desirable woman in Eugene Yuan. The object of countless dreams. She was also the type Su Kan fancied. Alas, she had married a man over 50 in her 30s. A beautiful flower planted in a pile of dung. But who could resist the allure of dung rich in nutrients? Wang Ge was worth billions, brimming with nutritional value. Upon hearing Wang Jie's plea, Su Kan grasped his grip strength bar and dashed to the door. However, he hesitated before opening it, cautiously peering through the peephole. To his dismay, he saw Wang Jie pinned against the wall by a man. Enraged, Su Kan thought, how dare he assault my goddess at my doorstep? He must be tired of living. I have yet to experience her myself. Bang! Su Kan flung open the door and charged out, delivering a swift kick that sent the man flying. He understood that the man was likely a zombie, not merely harassing her, but rather attempting to consume her. But no matter, Wang Jie must be rescued. Even Jesus could not deter him. Who would refuse to save a top-tier woman with a comic book figure, an angelic face, and a sultry voice during the apocalypse? Little Kan. Witnessing Su Kan's heroic arrival, Wang Jie immediately leaped into his embrace. Thud! The collision felt as if the hemispheres had collided with the continent, a powerful sensation indeed. Yet, Su Kan barely had time to savor it as the man he had kicked away rose again, lunging towards him. A zombie. It truly was a zombie. The apocalypse had indeed begun. Su Kan pulled Wang Jie behind him and swung the grip strength bar, smashing the zombie's jaw with a resounding crack. He was astonished to feel a surge of strength, as if he had grown considerably stronger. 1 swing, 2 swings, 3 swings, and soon the zombie lay defeated at his feet. Turning back to the terrified Wang Jie, he inquired, Are you all right, Wang Jie? By the way, where is Wang Ge? Wang Jie pointed at the zombie beneath Su Kan's feet, saying, That one, you have already killed. Su Kan. Good riddance. Wang Yi. You can rest easy now. I shall take care of your wife. Thud. Wang Jie once again fell into Su Kan's embrace, sobbing softly. Oh, little Kan. Why has it come to this? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why did it suddenly change? I'm so scared. Feeling the warmth of Wang Jie against him, Su Kan instinctively patted her flawless back, intending to offer comfort. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He noticed a scratch on Wang Jie's alabaster neck. Though shallow, it was bleeding, the blood already turning black, with a hint of pus oozing out. This indicated that Wang Jie had been infected and would soon transform. Damn! Just when I thought the apocalypse would provide a chance to taste Wang Jie's sweetness. I never expected this. Don't be frightened, Wang Jie. Come on, let us go inside and talk. Let's go inside. I will comfort you properly. With that, Su Kan guided Wang Jie towards her room. Wang Jie gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression alluring. Little Kan, you must comfort me well. I'm truly frightened. How could any man resist such a heartfelt plea? Su Kan, of course, could not. Thus, he promptly pushed Wang Jie back into her room. Go now. Bang. Su Kan swiftly returned to his own room, and locked the door behind him. Sigma Min never looked back. Wang Jia was left bewildered. Bang, bang, bang. Little Can, what are you doing? Open the door. Let me in, Little Can. I'm so scared. Wang Jia rushed to Su Can's door, pounding on it incessantly. However, she remained oblivious to her own transformation. Little Can, open the door. I need your comfort. I need your protection. Open the door. Roar. Moments latte. Wang Jia completely transformed, unleashing a final cry of defiance. Through the peephole, Su Can could see the once enchanting Wang Jia, now grotesquely morphed into a hideous creature. He sighed inwardly, what a pity. My dreams of seducing the beautiful Wang Jia have been temporarily dashed, and I wonder if I will ever have the opportunity to inherit the legacy of Wei Wu. Brother, what is happening outside? What the hell? Where did this monster come from? I will fight. As Su Can was lost in thought, Su Wei suddenly approached, startling him. Instinctively, Su Can kicked Su Wei away, sending her flying several meters. Clearly, he had yet to acclimate to Su Wei's transformation into a zombie. Hey brother, what are you doing? My apologies, little sister. That night, Su Can slept restlessly. In a haze, he felt his body undergoing changes, alternating between warmth and chill. Yet perhaps due to exhaustion, Su Can did not awaken during the night. By noon the next day, he finally roused, only to be greeted by a fearsome visage. Su Can was instantly petrified, his heart racing. What on earth? Another kick. Bang! Su Wei was sent flying once more. She slowly rose, looking at Su Can with reproachful eyes. Brother, you kicked me again. Su Can was speechless. Well, who would not be terrified upon waking to see you at their bedside? Su Wei pouted, feeling wronged. I saw you hadn't woken up for ages, so I came to check on you. Su Can took a breath to steady himself, saying, next time, don't do that. Thankfully, I don't have a heart condition. Otherwise, you would have been attending my funeral. Upon hearing the mention of a funeral, Su Wei was suddenly overcome with hunger. Brother, I am so hungry. Can you help me find something to eat? I have consumed everything in the kitchen, yet I still feel famished. Upon hearing this, Su Can furrowed his brow. What can a zombie possibly consume? It must be human flesh. Am I to find a human for her to satiate her hunger? Just wait a moment. I shall rise and procure something to eat before devising a plan. However, when he arrived in the kitchen in search of sustenance, he discovered that there was nothing left to eat. Fruits, beverages, meats, vegetables, and even condiments had vanished entirely. Su Can looked at Su Wei in disbelief. Have you truly devoured everything? Not even soy sauce has been spared? Su Wei pouted and replied, I was hungry. Su Can, feeling helpless, sighed and said, all right, I will find a way to procure some food. As for you, we shall discuss it later. After searching through the entire spacious residence of over 300 square meters, Su Can found not a morsel to eat. Damn, if only I had stocked up on provisions. What good is the 200 million in this card now? Su Can opened his phone to check the balance, his face reflecting disdain. Years ago, his parents had perished in a car accident, leaving just the two siblings to rely on one another. Fortunately, their parents had left behind a substantial inheritance, enough to ensure their lifelong comfort. Yet now, that inheritance seemed utterly useless. At that moment, Su Can noticed he had dozens of missed calls and a plethora of unread messages. Most were from inconsequential acquaintances, save for two close friends. Fatty, whose real name was Nanjua Ju, was Su Can's university classmate and roommate. They shared a deep bond and often played games together. The other friend, Pei Hu, had grown up alongside Su Can. Pei Hu had once enjoyed a privileged upbringing, but after his parents' business failed, he did not attend university after graduating from high school and instead enlisted in the military. Rumor had it that Pei Hu had earned first-class merit after several years of service and was promoted to officer status. Su Can first perused Pei Hu's messages. Su Can, are you still alive? The zombie virus has erupted and the apocalypse has arrived. Even the military struggles to survive. Take care, my friend. If possible, please look after my parents. Thank you. You must survive. After reading, Su Can replied to a few messages, but Pei Hu did not respond. He tried calling, only to find that the phone indicated it was out of service. Anxiously, Su Can thought, Pei Hu, you must stay safe. If there's a chance, I will look after Uncle and Auntie, but for now, it is all left to fate. Next, Su Can glanced at Fatty's messages. Can't believe you're dead. I'm so scared. The streets are filled with zombies. Comme saive main di ching. Zombies just knocked on my door. You're not dead, are you? Su Can thought, damn Fatty. Di Chung is thousands of kilometers away. What can I do? Nevertheless, he dialed his number. On the other end, Fatty exclaimed with excitement. Oh my gosh, Su-kan, you're alive. I thought you had died. That's fantastic. As long as you're alive, that's what matters. But why haven't you replied all night? Su-kan replied, I was asleep. Fatty was taken aback. What? It's the first day of the apocalypse. And you say you were asleep? You can sleep through this? Your heart must be made of steel. By the way, what is happening on your end? I'm in a bit of trouble here. Su-kan quickly inquired, what trouble? Fatty explained, as you know, I work in Dichong, and I was assigned a 3-bedroom apartment, living with 2 colleagues. But those 2 have turned into zombies, and now I'm holed up in my room. Too scared to go out. I did stock up on snacks, so I probably won't last long. The day I run out of food might be the day I bravely meet my end. Su-kan fell silent upon hearing this. He had no way to help Fatty, and could only hope he would manage to survive. Just as he intended to offer some words of comfort, suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Fatty's end. Oh no, Su-kan, it's over. Those 2 seem to have heard me on the phone and are banging on the door. I must hang up. If I survive, I will contact you. With that, the sound of violent knocking resonated through the phone. Damn it, I'll fight you off. Fatty's roar echoed. Fatty, Su-kan called out gravely. However, the connection was lost. Left with no choice, Su-kan pocketed his phone. He ceased replying to anyone's messages, as it seemed futile. Outside, zombies roamed freely, and even if he could communicate, what difference would it make? Furthermore, apart from Fatty and Pei-hu, he had no significant friends or relatives left. For now, filling his own stomach was the most pressing concern. Su-kan searched the kitchen once more, yet still found no trace of food. He could only drink the last remnants of water in his cup to stave off hunger. As for the tap water, he dared not drink, uncertain if it had been contaminated. The corpses from last night had all been tossed off the balcony, leaving behind a pool of blood that reflected the brutality of the previous night. Brother, have you found any food? Su-wei approached and asked softly. What do you think? Su-kan shot her a glance. Su-wei initially wore an awkward expression before suddenly suggesting, why don't you check at old Wang's place next door to see if there's any food? In truth, even without her suggestion, Su-kan had contemplated the same course of action. However, the potential presence of Wang Jie, a formidable foe, rendered the venture to old Wang as somewhat perilous. Yet now, he could mitigate that risk. He looked at Su-wei with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Su-wei felt a chill at his gaze. Brother, what are you planning? Don't do that. It frightens me. Just tell me what you intend. You help me check at old Wang's for food. Me? Are you suggesting that Wang Jie has transformed into a zombie? I'm scared of the zombies outside, but you're a zombie yourself. All right. Su-wei suddenly remembered her own transformation. Although she did not understand why she retained her sanity, her essence remained that of a zombie. Su-wei patted her chest and assured, all right, brother, you can count on me to complete the mission. With that, she opened the door and peeked outside, feeling quite stealthy. Noticing no movement in the corridor, Su-wei cautiously stepped outside. The door to old Wang's house was ajar. She gently pushed it open and, like a thief, tiptoed inside. However, as soon as she entered, she was met with a terrifying face staring blankly at her. Oh! Su-wei screamed and turned to flee. Inside the room, Wang Jie was perplexed. What just rushed in? It seemed like a fellow, but why did it run away? Upon returning home, Su-wei hurriedly locked the door and leaned against it, her heart racing. That was so frightening. Su-kan rushed forward to inquire what happened. Su-wei explained, Brother, there's a zombie in old Wang's house. It was staring at me, and it was so scary. Su-kan responded, when did you become so timid? Please, you're a zombie too. What is there to fear? But hurry up. I am starving. For reasons unknown, after just one night without food. Su-kan felt as though he hadn't eaten in 3 days. Under Su-kan's urging, Su-wei reluctantly returned to old Wang's house. Upon seeing her return, Wang Jie glanced at Su-wei and then approached her, sniffing her scent. Sensing she was one of them, Wang Jie seemed somewhat disappointed and walked away. Upon noticing that Wang Jie exhibited no further actions, Su-wei finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She approached the refrigerator, preparing to pack all its contents to take home. As the door swung open, a pungent scent of blood assaulted her senses. To her astonishment, high-quality raw beef and a steak lay within, instinctively driven by her zombie nature. Su-wei seized the beef and began to gnaw at it. The moment the raw meat slid down her throat, a wave of immense satisfaction washed over her. Delicious. At that moment, Wang Jie, lured by the enticing aroma, rushed into the living room. With a ferocious growl, she lunged for the beef. Having already been famished for half a day, Su Wei realized that the scant few kilograms of meat would scarcely suffice for her appetite. Thus, in a protective instinct, she delivered a swift kick that sent Wang Jie sprawling. "Get lost, I haven't eaten enough yet." Wang Jie, undeterred, scrambled back to her feet and charged again. As a zombie, feeding was her primal instinct. "You dare to snatch my meat? Away with you." Another kick sent Wang Jie retreating once more. After several attempts to reclaim the meat, Wang Jie, now half crouched on the ground, displayed a ghostly gaze filled with a hint of resentment, fixated on Su Wei, as if to convey her discontent at being bullied. Despite her repeated kicks, Su Wei felt a twinge of guilt. Consequently, she tore off a small piece of beef and tossed it to Wang Jie. "Here, take it. Just leave me alone." Wang Jie's eyes gleamed with delight upon seeing the beef, and she promptly swallowed whole. For the first time, she savored the taste of raw meat, instantly experiencing profound satisfaction. Yet, her yearning gaze implored Su Wei for more. However, Su Wei was not in a position to share further. After finishing the beef, Su Wei took out the steak and began to devour it raw, even sucking the marrow from the bones until nothing remained. "Here, a gift for you," she declared, flinging the gnawed bones to Wang Jie. Wang Jie accepted the bones with a flicker of gratitude. Once satiated, Su Wei packed away the fruits, milk, vegetables, noodles, and cooked meats from the refrigerator. Meanwhile, Wang Jie licked the remnants from the bones, watching Su Wei depart with a curious gaze, seemingly puzzled as to why Su Wei would take away such useless items. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from the entrance. Chapter 4. Wang Jie delivers food last night. Hu Dahai had narrowly escaped death, hastily retreating to his home, unable to sleep through the night. Recalling the events, he still felt a chill of fear. He had been out for a walk with his wife and child when a blood moon unexpectedly appeared in the sky. This rare sight captivated the family. But in the midst of their admiration, his wife underwent a terrifying transformation. She suddenly lifted their child and began to bite. This horrific scene horrified Hu Dahai. "Wife, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, but upon seeing her ghastly visage, he was struck with terror. His son's head had already been bitten halfway, a sight so horrifying it nearly caused Hu Dahai to soil himself. He screamed, instantly drawing his wife's attention. She cast the child aside and lunged at him. Though Hu Dahai was a hefty man, the threat to his life unleashed a remarkable surge of adrenaline, allowing him to evade her attack. He then fled home. Witnessing chaos around him, he saw others transformed like his wife, their faces contorted with madness as they devoured the living. He could not comprehend what had transpired in the world. Regardless of the chaos, he still had much life to live. Fortunately, he managed to escape his wife's pursuit and safely returned home. Throughout the night, he perused the internet, discovering a plethora of videos and articles about the apocalypse and zombies. It dawned on him that the end of the world was upon them, and order was collapsing. Damn it, just as my wonderful life was beginning. The world meets its end. Enraged, he hurled his phone. Having recently come into wealth, he had yet to truly indulge in life's pleasures. He had not even begun to take a mistress or travel the world. How could the apocalypse have arrived? After a night of anxiety, hunger gnawed at Hu Dahai, compelling him to search for food, only to discover his home was devoid of supplies. It was all due to his nouveau riche mentality. He thought he could afford to neglect stocking up, opting instead for daily feasts of gourmet delicacies. As a result, there was little stored at home, only a box of milk. After consuming milk all morning, not only did he remain hungry, but he also suffered multiple trips to the bathroom, nearly exhausting himself. In sheer desperation, Hu Dahai resolved to venture out in search of food. Although zombies roamed outside, the Yujing Yuan was a high-end community with few residents, and with careful caution, he believed he would be safe. Moreover, if he did not seek sustenance soon, he feared he might not last much longer. Thus, he set his sights on the residents of Old Wang. His reasoning was twofold. He often saw Wang Jie buying groceries and assumed they had ample supplies, and he had long desired her, hoping that amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, he might find an opportunity to indulge in his desires. The mere thought of Wang Jie's alluring figure diminished his sense of hunger. How truly beguiling desire can be. He wondered if Old Wang was at home. If Old Wang were absent and only his wife remained, it would be even better. Perhaps Old Wang had perished outside, leaving his wife vulnerable to him. Why is the door ajar? Hu Dahai stealthily approached Old Wang's house, noticing the door slightly open. At that moment, He faced a dilemma, to enter or not. After all, with the outbreak of the zombie virus, who would leave their door open? The ajar door raised his apprehensions, but the gnawing hunger urged him to overcome his fears. Regardless of the presence of zombies, he needed to enter and search for supplies. Firmly gripping a kitchen knife, Hu Dahai felt a surge of courage. Like a thief, he crept inside. Upon entering the living room, he found nothing amiss. He proceeded directly to the kitchen refrigerator. To his shock, he nearly dropped the knife in fright. There, crouching beside the refrigerator, was a woman. Her alluring back was turned to him. Without needing to see her face, he knew who it was. Yu Jingyuan's most enchanting lady. Su Duiyun, gazing at her devilish figure, Hu Dahai's mind filled with wicked thoughts. Hunger and fear were swiftly cast aside. In this apocalyptic world, where order was crumbling, he was free from the constraints of the law. He could act as he pleased. With a sly lick of his lips, he stealthily approached Su Riyun from behind. Today, he would fulfill his dreams. At that moment, Wang Jie, Su Riyun, was thoroughly engrossed in gnawing on a bone, completely unaware of the imminent threat lurking behind her. Hu Dahai lunged forward and seized Wang Jie. What a grand surprise! The long-desired moment had finally come to fruition, and Hu Dahai felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. "Oh, my lovely lady, allow me a kiss." With eyes shut and lips puckered, he leaned in to kiss Wang Jie's cheek. Startled by the sudden embrace, Wang Jie turned slowly, and upon catching the scent of food, her hunger-driven smile widened. Unexpectedly, food was personally delivered to the doorstep. How delightful! A tender kiss was exchanged. As Hu Dahai's lips met Wang Jie's bloodthirsty maw, Hu Dahai suddenly detected an overwhelming stench, an odor akin to a corpse left to bake under the scorching sun for 3 days and nights, festering with decay and crawling with maggots. Instantly, Hu Dahai's eyes snapped open, revealing a ghastly visage before him. A minute later, Hu Dahai was devoured by Wang Jie. Wang Jie, possessing remarkable intelligence, separated Hu Dahai's corpse before commencing her meal, seemingly aware that failing to do so would result in Hu Dahai transforming into one of their kind, causing their freshly caught prey to escape. After consuming half of Hu Dahai, Wang Jie, barely satiated, made a peculiar move. She dragged the remaining half of the corpse and staggered out the door, eventually arriving at Su Kan's residence. At this moment, Su Kan was enjoying the food brought back by Su Wei. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Alert! Su Kan prepared to investigate, but a chilling growl emanated from the entrance. Hearing this, Su Kan gripped his baton, poised for battle. However, Su Wei interjected, urging patience, asserting that the voice belonged to Wang Jie, who seemed to be calling her out, accompanied by the scent of food. Su Kan was taken aback. Wang Jie calling her out? Could she understand her cryptic language? Su Wei rolled her eyes and assured him that as fellow zombies, communication posed no barrier. She decided to answer the call. Opening the door, Su Wei found Wang Jie dragging half a corpse. Wang Jie immediately pointed at Hu Dahai's remains, growling about food. Su Wei's eyes brightened at the sight of fresh, bloody meat. "Is this for me?" she asked. Wang Jie nodded affirmatively. "Well then, my dear sister, I'll watch your back from now on. Let's South eat at your place. There are people in my house, so it's inconvenient," Su Wei declared. Wang Jie, surprised by the presence of others, peeked inside and spotted Su Kan seated on the sofa, elated by the sight of a living human. Wang Jie was about to charge and devour him. Su Wei swiftly kicked her down, warning, "Back off. That's my brother. No eating him, understand?" Wang Jie, feeling wronged, nodded in reluctant compliance. Su Wei helped her up with a smile. "That's better. Besides, we still have food. Let's south head to your place." Thus, the two sisters dragged the half-corpse to Wang Jie's home to feast. 15 minutes later, Hu Dahai's remains were completely consumed. Having tasted human flesh, Su Wei felt as if she had unleashed Pandora's box. Licking her lips with satisfaction, she declared it the most delicious thing she had ever eaten, filling her with newfound vigor and an insatiable desire for more. Wang Jie agreed wholeheartedly and curiously inquired if there was more food in the house, particularly eyeing Su Kan. Su Wei scolded her, emphasizing that Su Kan was her brother and strictly off-limits, though she admitted he smelled enticing and wished she could sample just a little. "Stay here. I'm heading back. Remember to bask in the moonlight tonight. If there's another opportunity like this, call me," Su Wei said before departing. Wang Jie watched her leave, then sat alone, lost in thought. Meanwhile, her phone on the living room table vibrated gently, displaying 99 unread messages. Upon returning home, Sukin asked Su Wei what they had been up to. She coyly replied that they had just eaten some food. Sukin was shocked. Food? You ate human flesh? Su Wei nodded. He fell silent, troubled by her admission. Seizing the fleeting internet connection on his phone, he had downloaded numerous articles on curing zombies. Though he doubted any solution existed, yet he clung to hope, unwilling to abandon his only relative to a monstrous fate. Now that Su Wei had tasted human flesh, it would be difficult for her to revert to humanity. If she could not, she would become an enemy of mankind. Nevertheless, if anyone threatened her, even if it meant opposing all humanity, Sukin vowed to protect her. Perceptive Su Wei seemed to sense his concerns and reassured him, "Brother, I know what you're worried about, but have you considered that for me, eating human flesh is like humans consuming pork, beef, or lamb? Different species, different diets. I'm a zombie. Humans are naturally my food. But don't worry, no matter what I become, I will never harm you, my only kin." She then nestled against his shoulder as she had in childhood. Sukin's worries eased somewhat. He stroked her head and promised, "Rest assured, I will find a way to turn you back into a human." Su Wei nodded in faith. Suddenly, she realized that all the food she had brought from Wang Jie's house had been devoured by Sukin. That was a week's worth of rations for one person, gone in a single meal. "Brother, you finished all the food?" she asked. Sukin admitted helplessly that he had, explaining that his appetite had mysteriously increased overnight, making it impossible to stop eating once he started. Su Wei covered her mouth in astonishment, wondering if he too was undergoing mutation. Sukin frowned, dismissing the idea, reasoning that if he were mutating, he wouldn't be able to eat so much. Puzzled, Su Wei asked what could be causing this. Sukin yawned and confessed his confusion, then said he was going to take a nap and warned her to stay indoors because of the dangers outside. As Sukin retreated to his room, Su Wei was left pondering his strange symptoms, unusual hunger and drowsiness. Shrugging it off, she acknowledged her own hunger returning soon after her recent meal. Craving human flesh intensely, she lamented the lack of available victims. Venturing downstairs to find someone to bite was too perilous. She could be killed by a stronger opponent. Thus, she resolved to act with cunning and not recklessly, and to bring along a trusted companion. Taking advantage of Sukin's nap, Su Wei once again visited Wang Jie's house. Upon entering, she found Wang Jie crouched by the living room table, pointing excitedly at a phone displaying numerous unread messages and missed calls. Using Wang Jie's fingerprint, Su Wei unlocked the device and began reading, while Wang Jie curiously leaned in, unable to comprehend the content but sensing familiarity. The screen showed a flood of unread messages from various contacts, including Jiang Chun, Wang Tao, Li Wanglong, and Boss Chun, each with 99 unread notifications. Tian Yuang, unread messages, 99. Hui Suahi, unread messages, 99. Didu Long, unread messages, 99. Building 1, Room 601, Han Ping, unread messages, 99. Building 1, Room 402, Liang Yu, unread messages, 99. Buildings 2, 3, and 8, good heavens. It's either younger brothers or the executives, not to mention the neighbors. It appears that the overwhelming majority are men. It is likely that they are all coveting Wang Jie's beauty. Upon opening the messages, it becomes evident that most are inquiries about whether Wang Jie is all right, if she is still alive, and if she needs supplies, among others. Additionally, various groups are fervently tagging Wang Jie, particularly in the Yujing Yuan community group. Those male residents without Wang Jie's WeChat are either privately adding her or tagging her in the group to express their concern. Truly, she is the most captivating lady of Yujing Yuan. Such allure is simply unparalleled. Yet, without a doubt, they all wish to become the heroes of the apocalypse. Suddenly, Su Wei had a brilliant idea. Finally, she was troubled by the lack of food. A sinister smile crept across her face, one that even made Wang Jie feel a chill. Su Wei composed a message stating, "I'm currently fine, just alone at home, feeling rather scared. It would be wonderful if someone could come and protect me." Just as she was about to send it to the group, she remembered that Sukin also needed supplies. So she added another line, "I'm currently fine, just alone at home, feeling rather scared. It would be wonderful if someone could come and protect me. There isn't too much food or water left at home, and I fear I won't last much longer." With her edits complete, she sent the message to the group. Done. Su Wei set her phone down, her face alight with anticipation. she excitedly embraced Wang Jie, exclaiming, "Sister, if all goes well, we will soon be able to feast again." Wang Jie tilted her head, a bit perplexed. However, seeing Su Wei so joyful, she couldn't help but smile foolishly as well. Sukin returned to his room, drifting into a hazy slumber. Remarkably, his body began to emit a radiant, multicolored glow, dazzling and vibrant like a rainbow. Chapter 6. Someone took the bait. Yu Jinyuan. Building 4, Room 801. Upon receiving Wang Jie's message on his phone, Chenhua was instantly filled with exhilaration. "Oh, alone at home? That is splendid." Without delay, he eagerly replied like a devoted admirer, "Ruo Yun, Wang Jie, wait for me. I will come to protect you right away. I have plenty of supplies at home, and I will pack them up for you." He urged her to wait for him. Soon, he received a reply from Su Ruo Yun. "Su Zuo Zun, okay. I will wait for you. Please be safe." Chenhua responded, "Great." Setting his phone down, he quickly packed the supplies at home, his heart racing with excitement. He envisioned the scenario. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Su Ruo Yun would be utterly obedient to him, following his every command. The mere thought of it sent shivers of thrill down his spine. Before long, he had packed the supplies. However, he did not recklessly head downstairs. Aware of the dangers lurking outside, observing the community's situation, he noted that the number of zombies wandering around was minimal, with only a handful present. The exact number of zombies in each building remained unknown. Subsequently, Chenhua sat on the sofa, deep in contemplation about how to safely reach Building 6. He was situated in Building 4, with Building 5 lying between them. Traversing the ground level posed significant risks. Any slight misstep could alert the zombies, leading to a swarm attacking him. Thus, he resolved to navigate through the underground garage, which might offer relative safety. With supplies strapped to his back, he prepared to set off. His goal, to win over the goddess. Before departing, Chenhua glanced at the 2 corpses on the floor. His eyes filled with indifference and a sense of liberation. These 2 corpses belonged to his wife and son. Why did he feel so detached when gazing upon the bodies of his wife and child? The truth was, Chenhua was a mere pawn in his pursuit of advancement. He had married the daughter of the company's chairman, his current wife. At that time, his wife was already pregnant, and the child was not his own. To preserve face, his father-in-law sought out Chenhua to take responsibility. Back then, young and ambitious, Chenhua thought, why not? His father-in-law was wealthy, and his wife was a beauty. Being a pawn seemed like a worthwhile endeavor. Thus, he agreed. Initially, Chenhua believed that aside from the burden of infidelity, he would lead a wonderful life. However, his wife often berated and physically assaulted him, forbidding him from touching her or seeking solace elsewhere. Even the child looked down upon him, frequently mimicking his wife's tone to command him. Chenhua had contemplated divorce, but his elderly mother had been diagnosed with leukemia, requiring substantial funds for long-term treatment. Thus, he bore humiliation for 6 years. Little did he know that everything would change dramatically last night. The apocalypse had arrived. His son had suddenly transformed into a zombie, attempting to attack his wife. Fortunately, Chenhua acted swiftly and managed to kill his son. To his astonishment, rather than expressing gratitude, his wife blamed him for killing her child, hurling vile insults at him, including derogatory remarks about his mother. In the past, Chenhua, being timid, would have accepted this. But in a world now consumed by chaos, how could this wretched woman still act so brazenly? His urge to kill surged to its peak. He had fantasized countless times about ending her life. However, legal constraints and the responsibility for his mother had restrained him. Now, with society in disarray, what did he have to fear? Thus, under the blood moon's gaze, the darkest aspects of humanity were unleashed. Chenhua seized a glass ashtray and mercilessly ended his wife's life. Soon after, he successfully navigated through the underground garage to reach the 6th floor of Building 6, where Sukin resided. Along the way, he encountered 2 wandering zombies in the garage, but thankfully went unnoticed. Gazing at room 602, Chenhua felt a wave of excitement wash over him. He could almost envision the goddess before him, ready to succumb to his desires. "Ruo Yin, I have arrived." He gently knocked on the door. At that moment, a bored Su Wei had brought all of Wang Jie's cosmetics to the living room, attempting to beautify Wang Jie. The formerly unattractive Wang Jie now looked even worse. Previously, her appearance had been terrifying. Now, it was simply ugly. Yet, Wang Jie and Su Wei were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Just then, The two corpses heard the knocking and Chun Hua's voice. Su Wei's eyes lit up. Someone had taken the bait so quickly? She hurriedly beckoned to Wang Jie, saying, Wang Jie, you hide behind the door and don't make sound. Once he enters, we'll pounce on him and finish him off together. What does that sound? Excitedly, Wang Jie growled, roar. Okay, come with me. Let us see what's happening outside. Su Wei led Wang Jie to the door, ensuring she hid well before cautiously peering through the peephole. She discovered a man with a bag slung over his shoulder, wielding a baseball bat for protection. A baseball bat could be a bit dangerous. What if this guy has combat skills rivaled that of an experienced fighter? Intelligence was key. Then, Su Wei rummaged through the kitchen and found a bottle of chili powder. A mischievous smile played on her lips. Meanwhile, Chun Hua knocked again, calling Ruo Yun. Are you home? Su Wei imitated Su Ruo Yun's usual commanding tone, replying, coming. Just two brief words, and the person outside wouldn't suspect a thing. As expected, Chun Hua remained oblivious, filled with excitement. The goddess was indeed alive. How wonderful. Tonight, fortune smiled upon him. With a click, the door swung open. The voice of Su Wei drifted in from behind the door, urging, come in quickly. Although Chun Hua had yet to lay eyes on Wang Jie upon hearing her voice, he eagerly stepped into the room. As he fully entered, he was taken aback to discover that two figures stood behind the door. No, it was not two figures. It was two female zombies. One of them was even wearing makeup, a ghastly sight indeed. The other zombie held a bottle of chili powder in her hand. What on earth? The zombie wielding the chili powder cheerfully greeted him. Surprise. Before Chun Hua could react, Su Wei flung the chili powder into his face. He. A little seasoning before the feast makes it all the more flavorful. Wang Jie, go for it, bite him. Roar. Chun Hua, stung by the chili powder, found himself blinded and could only flail his baseball bat in a panic. In the next moment, he was knocked to the ground by Wang Jie. A scream echoed throughout the room. With the door shut, Su Wei and Wang Jie savor their grand feast. Chapter 7. Surviving by any means necessary. Knock, knock, knock. Is Miss Su there? Wang Jie and Su Wei hadn't even taken a few bites when another knock resounded from outside. Su Wei's eyes gleamed. Another prey had arrived. Quickly, Wang Jie dragged this fellow aside. We have more victims coming. Commanded Su Wei. Wang Jie, with a low growl of excitement, quickly moved Chun Hua's body to the side. Glancing at the bloodstains on the ground, Su Wei decided it was too much trouble to clean up. She and Wang Jie would act swiftly, and the person outside wouldn't stand a chance. Adopting a commanding tone reminiscent of Wang Jie, she called out, Who is it? Upon hearing a woman's voice, the man outside instinctively thought it was Su Ruyun and exclaimed, Miss Su, I'm Zhou Jian from Building 8, Apartment 502, here to bring you supplies. Zhou Jian, a wealthy second-generation heir, had encountered countless women, but none compared to Su Ruyun, who was truly exceptional. Conquering her had always been his goal. Upon receiving a message from Su Ruyun, he knew his opportunity had come, and he rushed over, filled with excitement at the thought of winning over the goddess. Su Wei cautiously peered through the peephole, and, upon confirming it was just one man, revealed a sinister smile. Click! The gates of hell swung open. Zhou Jian stepped into the abyss. Another piercing scream echoed. Su Wei was astonished at how effective her baiting strategy had turned out to be. She had caught 4 big fish today, in addition to Chun Hua and Zhou Jian. 2 more men arrived shortly after. Thanks to her previous experiences, dealing with them was remarkably smooth. It must be said that Wang Jie's allure was truly extraordinary, compelling men to abandon their survival instincts in pursuit of her company. What a feat. That day, Su Wei and Wang Jie feasted with great satisfaction and joy. How is it, Wang Jie? Follow me, and you'll feast 3 times a day. Su Wei teased, patting her belly and smiling at Wang Jie. Wang Jie returned her smile. Hey, roar, I'll follow the boss and eat my fill. Su Wei tilted her head, boss. All right, from now on, I shall be your boss. As long as you listen well, I promise to treat you to the finest delicacies. Wang Jie responded with a delighted roar. Su Wei had successfully tamed her little zombie companion. As dusk approached, she cautioned, Stay safe on your own in here. I have to head back, otherwise my brother will worry about me. Remember to soak up the moonlight tonight. With that, Su Wei prepared to leave. However, recalling something, she added, Oh, if someone knocks, do not make a sound, understand? Wang Jie nodded angrily roar, understood. Observing Wang Jie's demeanor, Su Wei felt that after devouring a few people, she had become smarter. Not only Wang Jie, but she too had undergone some changes. Initially a bit stiff, she now felt a wave of comfort after her recent feasts, as if recovering from serious injury. Moreover, she sensed a boost in her physical capabilities. Effortlessly, Su Wei carried back a pile of supplies from her recent hunts. "Brother, I'm back. I brought back plenty of supplies for you. So many delicious things and drinks, enough to last you a long time," she called out. "Brother?" Upon setting down the supplies, she noticed the house was eerily quiet. She made her way to Su Can's room, only to find him fast asleep. Su Wei couldn't help but complain silently. "Brother, sleeping from noon till evening. Such a lazy pig. How did I not notice how much he could sleep before?" Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Upon closer inspection, it was emanating from Su Can himself. Su Wei leaned in closer, inhaling the scent. "Brother smells so good. Even better than the human flesh I ate today. If only I could have a bite." No. How could I have such thoughts? If I bit my brother, wouldn't he turn into a zombie too? I must resist. Just then, Su Can abruptly opened his eyes, and he was greeted by a terrifying sight. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, startled. "Bang!" Su Can instinctively kicked out. "Ouch, brother, not again." Su Can asked, "Why do you keep running into my room?" Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and his pupils dilated. "Little sister, you're not thinking of eating me, are you?" Su Wei chuckled. "Well, I do want to eat." "Oh no, what am I saying? Brother? You're my dear brother. How could I think such a thing?" "Absolutely not." Su Can replied. "Before you say that, could you please wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth?" Su Wei suddenly remarked, "Brother, I feel like your strength has increased quite a bit." At these words, Su Can clenched his fists and nodded. "I feel like my body has undergone some changes too, but I can't quite pinpoint what they are. Sometimes I feel full of strength, and other times utterly drained. It's so strange." Just as he finished speaking, a growl emanated from his stomach. He was hungry again. Su Wei promptly said, "Brother, let us go out. I just found a lot of supplies for you. It'll last you a while." They headed to the living room, where an array of food lay on the table. Su Can exclaimed in surprise, Wei, where did you get all this food and drink? You didn't go outside to scavenge, did you? Even though you're a zombie, what if you ran into someone dangerous?" Su Wei didn't hide anything and explained, "Well, I didn't scavenge outside. All these supplies were brought to me by others." As he munched on some bread, Su Can expressed his astonishment. "Brought to you by others?" Su Wei then recounted the events of her and Wang Jie's fishing expedition. After hearing her story, Su Can wore a bewildered expression. "What? You used Wang Jie's phone to lure in a group? And you ate all of them one by one?" Su Wei nodded proudly. "Exactly." Her triumphant expression resembled that of a skilled hunter showcasing her rare catch. Su Can's face shifted to one of concern. "This is reckless. Did you ever consider what might happen if things went awry?" Su Wei shrugged, "But nothing happened, right? Besides, Wang Jie and I coordinated perfectly. The prey couldn't escape. And every time someone approached, I always checked the situation outside first. If anything fell off, I definitely wouldn't open the door so foolishly." Su Can frowned, unsure of how to respond. Su Wei tugged his arm, pouting, "Brother, don't be angry. I am hungry. If I can't have blood food, I'll feel weak. But once I do eat, I feel full of energy. This sensation is akin to evolution." Evolution? Upon hearing this, Su Can pondered thoughtfully. Today he had come across a wealth of information regarding zombies, including the conditions for their evolution. Coupled with the zombie films he had previously watched, Su Can arrived at a startling conclusion. Could it be that zombies evolved by consuming humans? Speaking of evolution, Su Can couldn't help but wonder if he too was undergoing a transformation. After all, how else could his body be changing? How else could his appetite be increasing? Although the food on the table was plentiful, Su Can felt he could devour it all in no time. Ultimately, he could only say, "All right, in the future, we must exercise caution in such matters. If necessary, I will accompany you next time, and I will keep an eye on you." Su Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. "You'll help me? How can that be? You are human, isn't that?" Hearing this, Su Can affectionately ruffled Su Wei's hair and said, "Silly girl. What does being human matter? It's for your safety. Do not think of it merely as filling your stomach, even if it means confronting the entire world. I shall not fear. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, with order collapsing, the practice of cannibalism was undoubtedly occurring. What of it if I assist you in hunting humans? By any means necessary, we must ensure our survival in this predatory world." Chapter 8. Even in death, I shall ensure your safety an hour later. Su Wei stared in astonishment at the empty table, exclaiming, "Wait, brother, have you consumed all this food?" Su Kan, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, casually replied, I barely managed to eat to half full." Su Wei retorted, "Half full? By normal standards, that would last 10 days. Your appetite is extraordinary. At this rate, who can afford to feed you? I certainly cannot." Suddenly, a series of ghastly roars echoed from outside. The two siblings immediately became alert. Su Kan furrowed his brow. "Are there zombies outside?" Su Wei strained her ears, listening intently. "No, it's from Wang Jie's house. That's her voice. Could someone have broken in?" The furious roar of Wang Jie pierced the air. It seemed someone had indeed invaded her home. Su Wei anxiously exclaimed, "That fool. Didn't she say not to open the door if someone knocked? Brother, I must go check on her. Wang Jie is my newly recruited subordinate. I cannot allow her to come to harm." With that, Su Wei dashed out. Su Kan hurriedly followed, calling, "Wait for me." He could not bear the thought of Su Wei facing danger alone. Zhang Xiong, ostensibly a humble bodyguard, had long harbored desires for his mistress. However, he could only indulge in his fantasies internally, daring not to entertain any overt thoughts. Little did he expect the apocalypse to descend upon them. At the time, he had been sent by his master to procure supplies. Upon returning, he discovered his master had transformed into a zombie, cornering his mistress in a room. When his master lunged at him, Zhang Xiong, trained in martial arts, swiftly dispatched him. He could distinctly feel a surge of strength within himself, as if he had become more powerful. After rescuing his mistress, Mao Shueli, they learned through the internet of the global zombie crisis that had erupted. Thus, with his master deceased, Zhang Xiong forcefully took advantage of Mao Shueli that very night. Yet, she regarded herself as far too superior to deign to acknowledge Zhang Xiong, believing her noble status rendered her untouchable by a mere bodyguard. Consequently, she resisted and insulted him. Zhang Xiong initially planned to teach her a lesson, but in a moment of carelessness, he accidentally killed her. Having tasted the forbidden fruit of Mao Shueli, coupled with the apocalypse, Zhang Xiong's desires exploded forth like a Pandora's box unleashed. He then set his sights on Wang Jie, the renowned beauty of Yuan, who often attracted countless admirers with her stunning figure. Seizing the cover of night, he nimbly scaled her balcony and entered her home. Under the moonlight, he beheld a figure standing in the living room. A woman. Though her features were obscured, her perfect silhouette revealed her identity. Without a doubt, it was Wang Jie. The thought of conquering her filled Zhang Xiong with exhilaration. However, his instincts as a bodyguard warned him that something about this woman was amiss. "Who stands in the living room at such an hour? Is she sleepwalking?" Zhang Xiong called softly, "Suruyin?" Yet, the only response was a primal growl akin to that of a beast. Wang Jie, basking in the moonlight's warmth, had no inkling that someone had intruded upon her home. Upon hearing the call, she instinctively responded with a roar. Zhang Xiong's pupils dilated in horror. It was the roar of a zombie. It seemed that the most desirable woman of Yuan had succumbed to the curse. What a pity, he thought, for it was a wasted trip. At that moment, Wang Jie lunged toward Zhang Xiong. Quick on his feet, he evaded her attack. Undeterred, she charged again. Swiftly, Zhang Xiong drew a knife and plunged it towards her. Although Wang Jie had consumed some humans, she had only recently transformed into a zombie and was still somewhat stiff. Thus, Zhang Xiong succeeded in landing a blow. While it did not inflict pain, Wang Jie felt something pierce her body, prompting her to unleash a series of furious roars. After a fierce struggle, it became clear that Wang Jie was no match for Zhang Xiong. With a decisive kick, he sent her sprawling to the ground. Zhang Xiong prepared to deliver a fatal blow to her head. Just as he was about to strike, the front door burst open. A petite figure dashed toward Zhang Xiong. Seeing someone attacking Wang Jie, Su Wei let out a furious roar. "Get away!" Zhang Xiong, taken aback, thought, "Another zombie?" He had no choice but to abandon his opportunity to deal with Wang Jie and turn to confront Su Wei. Just then, Su Kan arrived on the scene. Upon seeing another intruder, Zhang Xiong felt alarmed, suspecting yet another zombie. 3 zombies? It appeared he was in for a troublesome night. Sang Xion kicked Su Wei, sending her crashing against the wall. Su Kan rushed to her side, exclaiming, "Wei Wei, be careful." Zhang Xiong did not quite catch Su Kan's words, but recognized the human voice, which ignited a spark of hope. A human? He quickly called out to Su Kan, "Brother, do not approach. That is a zombie. Come over here. We must work together to eliminate them. Otherwise, we risk attracting more zombies. At that moment, Wang Jie seized the opportunity to rise and charged at Zhang Xiong. He anticipated this and deftly dodged her attack. Wang Jie, propelled by instinct, lunged toward Su Can. Upon seeing Wang Jie attempt to harm her brother, Su Wei let out a fierce growl. Get away. This is my brother. Do not harm him. In her frenzy, Wang Jie had lost her senses and paid no heed to Su Wei's warning. She continued her advance. Enraged, Su Wei retaliated with a powerful kick. Wang Jie was once again knocked down, but this time by her own ally. Su Wei roared at her. Have I not told you before that this is my brother? Do not lay a finger on him. Have you forgotten already? It was only then that Wang Jie came to her senses. Looking at Su Wei with a face full of grievance, behaving as docile as a kitten before her, Zhang Xiong was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Why were these two zombies fighting amongst themselves? However, he sensed an opportunity and swiftly raised his dagger to lunge at Su Wei. First, he would eliminate one, then the other. As for the man, he could be disregarded for now. Fortunately, he was not a zombie. Otherwise, facing 3 would certainly pose a challenge. 2, however, should not be too difficult. Just as Su Wei realized what was happening, Zhang Xiong was already upon her. The sharp dagger was about to pierce her. Instinctively, Su Wei covered her head to protect herself and let out a terrified scream. After all, she was a zombie who retained her humanity, and she was still a young girl who had just come of age. Thus, this reaction was entirely normal. However, it greatly alarmed Su Can's little sister. Be careful. In a moment of desperation, Su Can stood in front of Su Wei. The dagger plunged into Su Can's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Zhang Xiong was taken aback. He never expected this human would shield a zombie from his blade. Enduring the pain, Su Can glared at Zhang Xiong with fury and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, landed a punch squarely on his face. Zhang Xiong winced from the pain, retracting the dagger, and questioned Su Can, "Brother, what do you mean by this?" Su Can clutched his wound, glaring at him with contempt. "What do you mean? You want to kill my sister and still ask me that?" Zhang Xiong was taken aback. "Your sister? But she has already turned into a zombie. Brother, she is no longer human. Step aside. She will devour you." At that moment, Su Wei caught the scent of blood and quickly lifted her head to observe the situation, only to discover that this human had harmed her brother. Anger surged within her. "You bastard! How dare you hurt my brother? I will devour you." Zhang Xiong was astounded. What the hell? Zombies can talk. No sooner had he spoken than Su Wei darted around Su Can and lunged at Zhang Xiong. At that moment, Su Wei moved with astonishing speed, faster than both, and swiftly tackled Zhang Xiong to the ground. Just as Su Wei was about to bite his neck, Zhang Xiong hurriedly pressed his hand against her throat. Unable to sink her teeth into his neck, Su Wei bit down on Zhang Xiong's arm instead. He had never anticipated being bitten in such a manner. In pain, Zhang Xiong kicked Su Wei away. Glaring at the wound on his arm, he seethed with rage. "Damn it, I will slaughter you." Su Can immediately positioned himself in front of Su Wei, fixing his gaze on Zhang Xiong. "You wish to harm my sister? Have you consulted me first? Damn you. If it weren't for you, would I have been bitten? Even if I have turned into a zombie, I will make you pay." Zhang Xiong roared as he charged at Su Can. Chapter 9. Is this the price of awakening abilities? Zhang Xiong was deadly serious. He unleashed a lethal attack, aiming his dagger at Su Can's neck. Should Su Can be struck, the consequences would be dire. Yet astonishingly, Su Can evaded this fatal blow with a swift turn of his head. In the next instant, he executed a dragon claw technique, seizing Zhang Xiong's wrist and twisting it forcefully. Zhang Xiong cried out in pain, compelled to drop the dagger. He attempted to spin away, seeking to escape Su Can's grasp. But Su Can offered him no respite, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Zhang Xiong was sent crashing to the ground, retching from the excruciating pain, feeling as though he had been struck by an 80-mile-per-hour motorcycle. The sensation was indescribably tormenting. Do not ask why it felt like being hit by a motorcycle. Zhang Xiong had been struck by one 10 years prior, a memory he would never forget. Seeing Zhang Xiong brought low by Su Can, Su Wei opened her mouth wide and seized the opportunity to bite into Zhang Xiong's neck. Witnessing her leader's plight, Wang Jie immediately followed suit, biting down on one of Zhang Xiong's hands. Su Can observed this gruesome scene with mixed emotions. Why Wei, after all, he is human. Assisting zombies against humans is a moral quandary. However, he resolved to avert his gaze from the gruesome spectacle. He turned to the balcony, gazing at the moon, murmuring softly, "Father, mother, whether it is good or bad that Wei has become this way, I cannot say. But rest assured, no matter what happens, I will not allow anyone to bully her." Ah! A scream echoed from the living room, followed by the voices of Su Wei and Wang Jie. "I will bite you to death. I will bite you to death for daring to harm my brother." As the faint sound of chewing began, Sukin felt a shiver run down his spine. A living person was being consumed before him. Physically and psychologically, he felt utterly unprepared. Yet, he understood that he must endure this trial, as such occurrences would likely become frequent. After all, Su Wei needed to eat. He could not allow her to remain hungry. Contemplating food, Sukin suddenly realized he felt hungry again. How peculiar. Moreover, just moments ago, he felt his speed and reflexes had significantly improved. My wound no longer hurts? It was then that Sukin recalled the shoulder wound inflicted by Zhang Xiong mere minutes before. It had ceased to throb. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the wound was beginning to scab over. This revelation astonished Sukin. Could it be that I have awakened some latent ability? Perhaps a self-healing ability? That evening, he had researched information regarding apocalyptic abilities. There were explanations indicating that the apocalypse, marked by a zombie outbreak, could be viewed as both a calamity for humanity and a form of evolution. Two distinct evolutions, in fact. One was a failed alternative evolution, resulting in humans transforming into zombies. The other was a successful evolution, enabling individuals to awaken extraordinary abilities and become immensely powerful. However, awakening such abilities necessitated certain prerequisites: consuming rare and extraordinary fruits, ingesting zombie cores, or relying on a specific medium to incite bodily changes, consequently awakening latent powers. Yet, Sukin had neither ingested rare fruits nor consumed zombie cores. Was it possible that he had awakened his abilities through some medium? If so, what could that possibly be? Sukin fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the moon. Tonight, there is no blood moon. It is a normal moon. The blood moon. It was last night's blood moon. If my conjecture is correct, the blood moon is not only the culprit behind humanity's transformation into zombies, but also the key to my awakening abilities. In other words, the appearance of the blood moon may facilitate human evolution. Those who fail to evolve become zombies, while those who succeed awaken abilities. Does that imply that the surviving humans are all successful evolutions? Could it be that future survivors will possess extraordinary abilities? If that is the case, the world has become even more perilous. After all, once a person possesses immense power, they could potentially pose a greater threat than zombies. As Sukin pondered these possibilities, he felt he was inching closer to the truth, yet remained uncertain. Just then, Su Wei suddenly chimed in, "Brother, this human is really delicious. Would you like some too?" Sukan exclaimed, "Su Wei, do you believe I will beat you?" Realizing her mistake, Su Wei quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, brother. I forgot that I'm a zombie and you are human. It's all this guy's fault for being so delicious that I want to share with you." "All right, you eat it. I will head back now." Sukin cast a glance at the scene in the living room, his heart jolted. The sight was undeniably gruesome. He then turned and exited Wang Jie's home. Meanwhile, Su Wei continued to gnaw on Zhang Xiong's heart, nodding, "You go rest first. I will finish eating and come back." Wang Jie fixed her gaze upon Su Kan as he departed, then turned to Su Wei and exclaimed, "Are you truly not going to eat him?" Bang, bang, bang. Su Wei retaliated by tossing her a handful of candied chestnuts. "How many times must I tell you? He is my brother. You cannot eat him. If you do this again, I shall withhold your treats. Did you hear that?" Wang Jie, feeling aggrieved, nodded in compliance. Su Wei, recognizing that reasoning with such a dimwit was futile, opted for a simpler punishment. "Go, you are forbidden from eating anymore. Go over there and bask in the moonlight. Go away." However, in the end, Su Wei did leave her a generous portion. After all, she was a kind-hearted little corpse. Upon returning home, Su Wei discovered that Su Kan had already fallen asleep. Yet, she suddenly recalled that he had been injured, prompting her to rush to his room. Upon entering, she detected no scent of blood. Su Kan had even changed his clothes. Seeing her brother sleeping so soundly, Su Wei hesitated to wake him. Nevertheless, her concern for his wound lingered. She decided to sneak a glance at his shoulder. However, just as her hand approached, Su Kan abruptly opened his eyes. "What the?" Bang! Another kick. Sukin stared in disbelief at Su Wei, who had been sent sprawling once more. Su Wei, then me honestly. Were you trying to sneak up on me while I was asleep to devour me? No, no, brother, you misunderstand. I truly had no such intention. That's good. But I implore you, please do not enter my room again. Do you have any idea what it's like to awaken to a frightful visage? It nearly gives me a heart attack. Brother, I'm sorry. All right, just go outside. I need to sleep. Night fell. Su Kan's body shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, yet he remained blissfully unaware of it all. The following morning, he awoke to an insatiable hunger, feeling as though his stomach were glued to his back, accompanied by an overwhelming weakness. Was this the price of awakening his extraordinary abilities? Chapter 10. The fishing trap exposed Wei Wei. Upon entering the living room, Sukin found Su Wei absent. He called out several times, but received no response. Has that girl run off to Wang GS again? Indeed, Su Wei had returned to join her good friend for some fishing. She was busy sending messages to potential prey using Wang GS phone. Suddenly, damn it, out of battery. Su Wei could only watch helplessly as the phone shut down. With the entire neighborhood experiencing a power outage since the previous night, there was nowhere to charge it. I hope someone bites today. If I have to go out and catch prey myself, it would be far too perilous. Just then, she heard a commotion outside. Su Wei listened intently, her face lighting up with joy. Someone was coming. Could it be that a fish had already taken the bait? She quickly signaled to Wang Jie to prepare for action. To her surprise, the door swung open on its own. Su Wei was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden opening of the door. Moments later, a man's head peeked in. Upon seeing two zombies standing in the living room, he was taken aback in horror. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the table strewn with bones, several pale skulls arranged atop them, an utterly terrifying sight. This was the bone tower that Su Wei and Wang Jie had constructed from human bones. Holy crap! The man, terrified, bolted from the door. His name was Lin Tianming, the property manager of the community. On the night the apocalypse began, he had been on duty. During that time, several colleagues had transformed into zombies, trapping him and another co-worker in the property office. While trapped, he received Wang Jie's group message. Although he desperately wanted to rush out to protect the stunning Wang Jie, he was too afraid of the zombies lurking outside. After being confined in the office for a day and a night, both were starving and thirsty. If they didn't venture out to find supplies soon, they would either perish from zombie bites or starve in the office. As the saying goes, better a friend die than a monk. Hence, Lin Tianming cleverly convinced his colleague to go out and attract the zombies. That colleague, being rather foolish, was easily deceived into becoming zombie bait. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Tianming successfully escaped. As he fled, he made sure to grab a large set of keys. Those were the spare keys belonging to the homeowners. With zombies now surrounding the neighborhood, escaping would be quite difficult. Even if he made it out, he feared there would be even more zombies outside. Therefore, remaining within the community might actually increase his chances of survival. However, staying in the community meant he needed to find a way to secure food and water. Hence, Lin Tianming decided to use the homeowner's spare keys to search for supplies in their homes. His first stop was Wang Jie's house. Su Ruyun, the ultimate enchantress. Who wouldn't want to possess her? Lin Tianming was no exception. Yet, he never expected to find two zombies inside, if he wasn't mistaken. One of them was Wang Jie. Her figure was simply unforgettable. Any ordinary man would find it hard to forget after just one glance, especially for Lin Tianming, a notorious lecher. If he wasn't mistaken, the other zombie seemed to be holding a phone. But there was no time to ponder. Run, as far as you can. At that moment, Su Kan, realizing Su Wei was not at home, thought she must be at Wang Jie's, and thus set out to find her. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he saw Lin Tianming sprinting out of Wang Jie's house. Though Lin Tianming was nearing middle age, his gaze was sharp, and he immediately recognized Su Kan. However, this man was cunning. Instead of warning Su Kan about the two zombies in the house, he calculated that if those two zombies charged out, Su Kan could serve as a shield, buying him time. Unbeknownst to him, Su Kan was allied with those two zombies. Lin Tianming fled so swiftly that Su Kan barely had time to react before he was gone. Just then, Su Wei and Wang Jie emerged but found no trace of Lin Tianming. Seeing Su Kan, Su Wei hurriedly asked, "Brother, did you see my prey?" Su Kan pointed toward the escape route. "He ran that way." Su Wei exclaimed, "Why didn't you stop him?" Su Kan shrugged. "I'm so hungry that my stomach is pressing against my back. I have no strength to chase after him." watching her prey slip away. Su Wei stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it, the cooked duck has flown away. Just then, Su Ken suddenly said, Wei Wei, I want to go out and find supplies. Su Wei was taken aback. Brother, going out for supplies? But there are so many zombies outside. It's too dangerous. Su Ken replied, I must go. I'm on the verge of starving to death, feeling as though I could swallow 10 oxen. Moreover, I suspect I may soon awaken extraordinary powers. Su Wei was stunned once again. Extraordinary powers? Su Ken nodded, revealing his shoulder. Look, my wound from yesterday has completely healed. Su Wei examined his shoulder and indeed found that the wound had scabbed over. She gently picked at the scab, revealing his tender skin beneath. Oh my, it's really healed? How miraculous. Brother, what did you say about extraordinary powers? Su Ken shared his thoughts, and Su Wei immediately understood. So that is why I've been feeling different. It must have been caused by the blood moon. That wretched moon. According to your theory, you may have awakened powers akin to those in movies. Do you know what kind of powers they might be? Su Ken shook his head, uncertain. I'm not entirely sure, but I feel bursts of strength at times, and my wounds heal so quickly now. I believe my powers must relate to strength and self-healing. However, my intuition tells me that my abilities have not fully unlocked yet. It's likely that I need more food to replenish my energy to fully awaken my powers. If you truly awaken your powers, you will be able to protect me in the future. But where are we going to find supplies now? Su Ken remarked, there's a supermarket at the entrance of the community. I believe they should have ample supplies. Yet, I just noticed there are no fewer than 20 zombies roaming within the community. And this is merely what is visible. Who knows how many lurk in the shadows? This is quite troublesome. How about you go to the supermarket and help me gather some supplies? Su Wei was taken aback. Me? Su Ken nodded yes. You are akin to the zombies now. They will not harm you. Entering the supermarket will be like stepping into an uninhabited realm. And you can take as much as you need without worry. If I were to go, I would likely be overwhelmed and killed by a horde of zombies. You would want your brother to be devoured by them, would you? Su Wei replied, Dear brother, please mind your words. All right, I will go. But I must bring Wang Jie with me. Good, be cautious. Oh, and take your phone. If anything arises, call me immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Tianming rushed to the underground garage and entered Unit 701 of Building 5. As the property manager, he was aware that the owner of this apartment had gone on a business trip a couple days ago, so he used a spare key to gain entry. Fortunately, there were still some supplies available. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Tianming sent a message to the community's WeChat group. Attention everyone, this is Lin Tianming, the property manager of Yujingyuan. Su Ruyin from Unit 602 of Building 6 has turned into a zombie, and she is even using her phone to send messages. She has become cunning. Everyone must not be deceived. As soon as the message was sent, the WeChat group erupted with commotion. Chapter 11. The little fairy Lin Tianming was an astute individual. After escaping from Wang Jie's home, he had a rough understanding of the situation. Su Ruyin and another zombie must have evolved, using their phones to ensnare unsuspecting victims. Despite his questionable character, he recognized the severity of the situation. Having such terrifying zombies within the community was deeply unsettling. Moreover, he had previously seen a tower of human bones in Wang Jie's living room, an ominous structure that likely claimed many lives. If such horrifying zombies were allowed to thrive, his own life would be at stake. Therefore, for both his safety and that of others, he deemed it necessary to issue a warning. The alive residents, upon reading his message, were left utterly astonished, especially those who had received replies from Wang Jie. Some were so frightened they broke into a cold sweat. Were they truly conversing with a zombie? Building 3, Unit 601, Han Ping. No way is this for real? Building 2, Unit 201, Zhang San. You can't be serious. She just messaged me today, asking me to come protect her. Building 2, Unit 201, Zhang San. Look at this screenshot. Building 5, Unit 302, Li Si. Oh my. Su Ruiyun said the same to me. She claimed to be scared and asked for my protection, even requesting supplies. Building 5, Unit 302, Li Si. Screenshot. Building 8, Unit 1002, Wang Wu. Screenshot. Building 7, Unit 1101, Lao Lu. Screenshot. Building 2, Unit 201, Zhang San. Wow. So many people have been in contact with Su Ruyin. Does that mean what Manager Lin said is true? Building 7, Unit 1101, Lao Lu. Goodness, I was planning to find her later. Thank you, Manager Lin, for the warning. Otherwise, I could have become zombie fodder. Building 8, Unit 1002, Wangwu. The apocalypse is already chaotic enough, and now zombies are evolving. What are we to do? By the way, does anyone have some supplies to spare? I'm starving. Building 4, Unit 701, Xiaolu. You filthy men, you cannot change your nature. You deserve to be tricked by zombies. May you all be devoured. Xiaolu was renowned in Yujingyuan as the little fairy. She often walked her dog without a leash, resulting in her dog becoming pregnant. What did she do next? She even sued all the dog owners in the community, claiming their dogs had assaulted hers. But that wasn't the most absurd part. Once, she had a security guard from the property management sued simply for looking at her for too long, accusing him of visual harassment. Thus, Xiaolu had gained quite a notorious reputation in Yujingyuan, rivaling even the infamous Su Ruyun, albeit for different reasons. Just as the group was discussing the evolution of zombies, Xiaolu's remarks instantly offended all the male residents in the community. Building 7, Unit 1101. Laolu. Building 4, Unit 701. Xiaolu, how dare you? What do you think you are? Even during the apocalypse, you remain so arrogant? Is this how your father raised you? You wretched woman. Laolu also owned a dog and had been sued by Xiaolu, harboring a grudge ever since. Previously, he refrained from confronting her in the group out of embarrassment, but with the apocalypse upon them, he felt no need for decorum. If it weren't for the zombies outside, he would have surely rushed to Building 4 to deal with Xiaolu in a more personal manner. Though Xiaolu's behavior and character were dubious, she was undeniably beautiful. Building 4, Unit 701. Xiaolu. Filthy men are just filthy men. All you can do is curse. As for my biological father, he never knocks when entering my room. I suspect he harbors those perverse thoughts. Now that he has turned into a zombie, it's for the best. Building 5, Unit 302, Li Si. This foolish woman. Building 7, Unit 1101. Laolu, you wretched thing, just wait. I'll take the risk of becoming zombie food to come to Building 4 and deal with you. In reality, Laolu was merely trying to intimidate her. With so many zombies outside, he had no intention of risking his life over a contemptible woman. Building 2, Unit 201. Zhang San. Laolu, don't act impulsively. It's not worth risking yourself over such a woman. Though I, too, share desire for her. Building 7, Unit 1101. Laolu. Hee, what kind of desire? Building 2, Unit 201. Zhang San. You know what I mean, huh? Building 4, Unit 701. Xiaolu was infuriated by the disrespectful comments from these men. However, she was not the least bit concerned about Laolu's threats. After all, her biological parents were outside, guarding the door for her. On the night of the blood moon, she and her mother were in the elevator returning home. As soon as they reached their door, her mother mutated. In a panic, she rushed back inside, locking her biological father outside, who was subsequently bitten to death by her mother. Soon after, her father also transformed. Over the last 2 days, Xiaolu had observed her parents wandering in the hallway through the peephole. Fortunately, her penchant for snacks meant she had stockpiled enough supplies to last a while. She hoped all those filthy men would starve to death. At that moment, just as Xiaolu was about to continue exchanging barbs with the men in the group, she noticed a new message that sent a chill down her spine. Building 4, Unit 601, Infeng. Brothers, I'll take care of this wretched woman. Prepare yourselves for a show. Infeng was her neighbor from downstairs. Each time they crossed paths, she sensed his ill intentions. What could he possibly mean by this? Did he intend to break into her home? Xiaolu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, but remembering her parents were outside, she managed to calm herself and resumed her verbal sparring with the men in the group. However, she could never have anticipated that at that very moment, Infeng was climbing up to her balcony. Yujingyuan, being a high-end community with excellent security, many residents had not installed protective bars or floor-to-ceiling windows on their balconies. Xiaolu's home was no exception. Initially, her parents had planned to install floor-to-ceiling windows, but Xiaolu had opposed the idea. Little did she realize that her decision would lead to her downfall. Infeng harbored a deep disdain for Xiaolu. He and Xiaolu were not merely neighbors. Their parking spaces in the underground garage were adjacent as well. Xiaolu consistently parked her vehicle haphazardly, encroaching upon his designated spot. Each time he requested her to move her car, she would dawdle, berating herself in the process. On occasion, she even maliciously tossed garbage from her balcony onto his. Infuriated, Infeng felt an overwhelming urge to teach Xiaolu a lesson. However, In these peaceful times, he refrained from taking any rash actions, fearing legal repercussions. Yet now, during this apocalyptic era, her audacity knew no bounds, and he resolved to discipline her appropriately. He was fond of climbing and possessed a considerable array of climbing gear, which would come in handy. Soon, Yinfeng stealthily ascended to Xia Lu's balcony. Observing her silhouette seated on the sofa, a smirk crept onto his lips. Chapter 12. The abyss is empty. Demons roam the earth. Lin Tianming was at a loss for words. Had Xia Lu been wronged by every man in her past life? Why did she harbor such animosity toward men? Despite his well-meaning caution for everyone's safety, she had resorted to quarreling in the group chat, clearly unhinged. At that moment, Lin Tianming stepped onto the balcony to smoke, seeking solace while surveying the neighborhood. The sight of the staggering zombies within the community evoked a somber reflection on survival in this dire new world. Suddenly, he recognized two familiar figures. Su Ruiyun, one of them, with her voluptuous form, could only be Su Ruiyun, and the other was none other than the zombie he had encountered earlier at her residence. Two zombies, stealthily moving about, particularly the smaller one, glancing furtively around like a thief. Unfortunately, once they exited the community, Lin Tianming lost sight of them. Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me. Su Wei leaned against Sister Wang. Fear etched on her face as she observed the wandering zombies around them. She dreaded that the zombies might catch sight of them and come to devour them. However, her fears were unfounded. Those zombies paid them no heed. Upon successfully exiting the community, Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief. She then led Sister Wang into the supermarket before them. Upon entering, a multitude of piercing gazes immediately fixed upon them. A horde of zombies soon converged, sniffing the air around them, terrified by the throng of grotesque beings surrounding her. Su Wei instinctively hid behind Sister Wang, pulling out her phone to send a message to Su Can. Brother, there are so many zombies in the supermarket. I'm so scared. Su Can, receiving her message, felt utterly exasperated. Come on, you're a zombie too. What are you afraid of? Don't be timid. You're one of them. They won't harm you. Hurry up, I'm starving. With no choice, Su Wei replied, All right, I'll do my best. Fortunately, the zombies, after confirming their kinship through scent, dispersed. Su Wei relaxed and began to survey the shelves. The supermarket was filled with an abundance of supplies, save for the meat section, which had been completely ravaged by the zombies. Sister Wang, pack all these up for me. I'll grab some bread and snacks over there. Su Wei produced a snakeskin bag from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Sister Wang, who looked utterly bewildered. Yet, seeing Su Wei diligently gather supplies, she followed suit. In no time, Su Wei had packed several bags worth of bread, fruits, and snacks. Had she not feared carrying too much at once, she would have taken rice and flour as well. Suddenly, Su Wei noticed a bald male zombie positioned at the warehouse door. This zombie was peculiar, consistently leaning against the door while emitting low growls. Intrigued, Su Wei approached. The bald zombie pointed at the warehouse door upon noticing her, letting out a low growl. Eat? Su Wei pondered. Are you saying there are people inside? The bald zombie nodded vigorously, growling in affirmation. To her astonishment, this zombie exhibited a hint of intelligence and could communicate. Realizing there were humans inside, Su Wei felt a surge of excitement. She sniffed at the door and detected human scents, indicating more than one person was present. Thrilled by the unexpected find while gathering supplies for her brother, Su Wei eagerly twisted the doorknob, intent on rushing in to consume the occupants, only to discover the door was locked. She composed herself, realizing that such impulsiveness could lead to her demise should the occupants wield weapons. She needed to be cautious and prioritize her safety. Perhaps she could summon all the zombies to break down the door. However, that would likely lead to her own demise. With a plan in mind, Su Wei signaled the bald zombie to be quiet and called Sister Wang over. In hushed tones, she instructed the two zombies to remain silent and still. The bald zombie growled in acknowledgement, while Sister Wang nodded in understanding. The two zombies complied, hiding nearby. Su Wei then knocked on the warehouse door and called out, Is anyone in there? I'm from the official rescue team, here to save you. On the night of the blood moon, the zombie virus erupted. Store clerk Wang Ergu, manager Liang Fuiyu, and customer Gu Ziomen had taken refuge in the supermarket warehouse to escape the chaos. They had been trapped for 2 days. Fortunately, the warehouse was stocked with supplies, so even if they were confined for half a year, they would likely fare well. Yet, they had no idea how long they would remain trapped. As the saying goes, full bellies breed desire. After satisfying their hunger, Wang Ergu and Liang Fuyu, with no prospect of escape, decided to find amusement in their predicament, uncertain of what the future held. Thus, they turned their attention to the unsuspecting Gu Ziomen. Gu Ziomen had never anticipated that a simple shopping trip would coincide with the apocalypse, leaving her confined in this dark warehouse with two unfamiliar men. Terrifyingly, they had begun to take advantage of her. Initially, Gu Ziomen fought back with all her might, but as a frail woman, she was no match for two robust men. Seeing her lack of cooperation, Liang Fuyu and Wang Ergu resorted to tape to silence her, subjecting her to unimaginable torment. After 2 days, Gu Ziomen was left utterly broken, her condition akin to having endured unspeakable horrors. At that moment, hearing voices outside claiming to be from the official rescue team, Gu Ziomen felt a surge of hope. Could it be that salvation had finally arrived? Liang Fuyu and Wang Ergu also felt a glimmer of hope, believing the official rescue had come. They were oblivious to the fact that it was merely a ruse orchestrated by the zombies, who were capable of speech. Wang Ergu, eager to open the door, was halted by Liang Fuyu. "Wait, don't open it yet." Perplexed, Wang Ergu inquired, "Manager Liang, what's wrong?" Liang Fuyu glanced at Gu Ziomen, who was barely clothed, and coldly stated, "What if the officials see her like this? We can end up in prison." The apocalypse had only just begun, and the average person still held a healthy fear of authority and the law. They knew that their treatment of Gu Ziomen could have dire consequences in the future. Even if they were not to face liquidation, it is likely that Gu Ziomen would harbor animosity towards them and seek vengeance. Liang Fuyu certainly did not wish to remain under the watchful eye of a venomous serpent. Thus, he resolved to take decisive action. "What do you mean, Manager Liang?" Wang Ergu inquired. Liang Fuyu made a gesture indicating a severing of heads. Wang Ergu's eyes widened in shock. "Murder? That is a criminal act. I cannot partake in such deeds." Liang Fuyu, frustrated by his ignorance, retorted, "Fool, we have already brought her to this state. If she were to escape, how would she retaliate against us? It is best to settle this matter here and now." Wang Ergu found this reasoning compelling and was moved, yet he lamented, "But there is no place to hide a body here." Liang Fuyu glanced at the restroom in the warehouse and replied, "We can dispose of her in the restroom. Then lock the door tight." Wang Ergu nodded in agreement. "All right, I will follow your lead." Gu Ziomen, weakly lying on the ground, overheard their sinister plot and wished to cry out for help, but her mouth was sealed with tape, rendering her utterly voiceless. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as they dragged her into the restroom. Moments later, under Liang Fuyu's persuasion, Wang Ergu plunged a fruit knife into Gu Ziomen, ending her life. In the restroom, Gu Ziomen's eyes remained wide open, unblinking in death. Meanwhile, Wang Ergu and Liang Fuyu, filled with glee, prepared to open the door to greet the impending rescue. With a click, the door swung open. However, instead of rescue, they were greeted by a gruesome fate. Chapter 13, The Boss, Su Wei. A piercing scream echoed throughout the supermarket. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the zombies within. A horde of zombies immediately rushed towards the source of the noise. However, Su Wei was unwilling to allow so many zombies to feast upon the spoils. With a resounding bang, she swiftly locked the warehouse door. "You too, leave some for me," she shouted. "Get lost. You can share with Wang Jie. This one is mine." As Wang Jie and the bald zombie each tackled a victim, they began to devour them without waiting for Su Wei. Rushing over, Su Wei kicked the bald zombie away. Interrupted from its meal, the bald zombie emitted a dissatisfied growl. "Gore!" Su Wei glared at it fiercely and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? If it were not for me, you wouldn't even be able to taste the flesh of these people. Be grateful for what you have. Are you not satisfied? Do you want me to teach you a lesson?" The bald zombie continued to growl in protest until Wang Jie delivered a kick to it. Wang Jie bared her teeth and roared, "How dare you challenge my boss?" Outnumbered 2-1, the bald zombie realized it was no match for them. With a look of resignation, it cast a glance at Su Wei, ultimately yielding to Wang Jie and sharing a human meal with her. Inside, 3 zombies were blissfully indulging in their feast, while outside, a throng of zombies pressed against the door, anxiously swirling around, driven by the scent of blood. In the restroom, Gu Ziomen, unable to close her eyes in death, seemed to hear the anguished cries of those 2 demons in her final moments. Gradually, she closed her eyes. Before long, Su Wei and her companions had consumed every morsel of Wang Ergu and Liang Fuyu, leaving behind only bloodstains on the ground and the lingering scent of blood in the air. Unaware that there was still food hidden away in the restroom due to the pervasive stench, Su Wei finally opened the warehouse door. With a loud crash, a horde of zombies surged inside, rushing towards the bloodstains on the floor, desperately licking up the remnants. Seeing that no zombies had entered, Su Wei quickly beckoned Wang Jie to come out, just as she was about to lock the door behind them. The bald zombie seemed to sense her intention and bolted out in a flash. After locking the door, Su Wei scrutinized the bald zombie. "You seem to possess a bit of intelligence, much like Wang Jie. What do you say? Would you like to follow me? As my subordinate, I will look after you." Su Wei patted its shoulder, adopting a boss-like demeanor. The bald zombie scratched its head, seemingly puzzled by her proposition. Observing this, Wang Jie swiftly smacked its bald head. The bald zombie wanted to retaliate, but wilted under Wang Jie's fierce gaze. Subsequently, Wang Jie pointed to herself, signaling for the bald zombie to follow her lead. To Su Wei's surprise, Wang Jie knelt before her and bowed deeply. Stunned, Su Wei quickly adapted to the situation, recognizing the honor of being treated as the boss. The bald zombie hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the act of submission, as though it resisted the notion of bowing to Su Wei. Noting its reluctance, Wang Jie stood up and kicked it twice. "Kneel down and call me boss." Pressured by Wang Jie, the bald zombie reluctantly knelt before Su Wei, bowing its head in submission. Su Wei nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's more like it. From now on, you will be known as the fourth member of our crew, Bald 4. The bald zombie let out a low growl, seemingly displeased with the name. After a moment's thought, Su Wei conceded, "All right, that name doesn't sound appealing. How about we call you Shiny 4 instead?" The bald zombie emitted another discontented growl, gesturing towards the sparse hair remaining on its head, indicating that it was not completely bald. Wang Jie, unable to tolerate the bald zombie's defiance, became furious. With a fierce growl, she swiftly yanked out the last few strands of hair from its head. "Now you're truly bald." Wang Jie spread her hands, presenting the plucked hair to Shiny 4. Shiny 4 received its own hair with a look of grievance, tears streaming down its cheeks. Su Wei was taken aback. "Come on, Bald 4, is it really that serious? It's just a few hairs." Shiny 4, once a programmer, had faced premature baldness at the age of 30. The remaining strands of hair had become a vestige of his dignity. Though he had transformed into a zombie, the shred of dignity was ingrained in his very being. How could he not weep when Wang Jie so brutally stripped it away? "Enough already. You're a zombie. What are you crying about? Hurry up and help me carry supplies. My brother must be starving." Su Wei, perplexed by his tears, urged him forward, remembering her brother's hunger. Shiny 4 remained dazed. Unsure of what to do, Wang Jie swiftly placed 2 bags of supplies on his shoulders, indicating for him to follow. Soon after, Su Wei and Wang Jie each hoisted 2 bags of supplies as well. The trio of zombies, together burdened with 6 bags of supplies, shamelessly traversed the neighborhood, returning to Building 6 without encountering any danger. However, this scene was witnessed by Lin Tianming. In Building 5, Room 701, Lin Tianming gaped in disbelief as he observed Wang Jie and the others each carrying 2 bags. Has the zombie apocalypse evolved to this extent? What could they possibly be carrying? Could it be humans? The shapes of the bags did not resemble humans at all. Suddenly, Lin Tianming had a revelation. Could it be that these zombies are hauling supplies from that supermarket outside? But what would zombies want with supermarket goods? Lin Tianming was left utterly perplexed. In Building 6, Room 601, brother, I'm back. Chapter 14. Su Wei's speculation. As Su Wei opened the door to her home, she was met with the sight of Su Can, unconscious on the floor from hunger. She quickly set down the supplies and rushed over. The newly recruited Shiny 4 stood at the door with the supplies, and upon seeing a living person sprawled on the ground, the zombie's instinct to consume flesh was triggered. As Su Wei charged towards him, he assumed that it was time for a meal. Without hesitation, he charged in, moving faster than Su Wei, fearful that he might miss out on the warmth of the meal. Su Wei felt a gust of wind rush towards her, and in an instant, she saw the bald-headed sea dart past her, lunging ferociously at Su Can, who lay on the ground. Panic surged within Su Wei. Her eyes widened, their gray depths swirling with a hint of crimson fury, her gaze radiating uncontainable rage. Just as bald-headed sea was about to bite into Su Can, A thunderous growl echoed in his ears. Instantly, an ancestral pressure surged towards him, paralyzing him with fear. How dare you? Bang! Before bald-headed C could comprehend the situation, Su Wei had pinned him against the wall with a single hand. You, remember this. He is my brother, my own brother. Do not touch him, nor dare to think of devouring him. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. Su Wei roared at bald-headed C, who now resembled a frightened lamb. He quickly nodded in terror. Bang! Su Wei tossed him aside and turned to Wang Jie. And you, do you understand? Wang Jie, already obedient docile, felt the overwhelming aura of authority emanating from her and dared not utter a word of dissent. She quickly nodded like a chick pecking a grain. After asserting her dominance, Su Wei rushed to Su Kan's side, shaking him urgently. Brother, please don't die. Well, I do if you're gone. The stark contrast in Su Wei's demeanor left both bald-headed C and Wang Jie questioning their perceptions. Cough, little sister, stop shaking me. If you keep this up, I might really kick the bucket. Su Kan groggily awoke under Su Wei's fervent shaking. Brother, are you all right? I thought you were going to die. You scared me to death. I'm fine, just fainted from hunger. By the way, did you bring back supplies? Hurry up. I feel like I might actually starve. I did. I brought back 6 bags. Look. Su Wei quickly signaled Wang Jie and bald-headed C to place the supplies before Su Kan. Although he noticed the presence of another zombie, he had no time to inquire further, hastily opening the bags and devouring a loaf of bread. His eating habits mirrored those of a zombie. Brother, slow down. Here, have some water. Su Wei thoughtfully opened a bottle of soda and handed it to him. Thank you. In no time, Su Kan had consumed the contents of 5 bags. His strength was finally replenished, and his stomach felt adequately filled. Just one more bag would suffice. However, when he opened the last bag, the contents rendered him speechless. He pulled out several packets of laundry detergent and looked at Su Wei. Little sister, what do you need laundry detergent for? Is it edible, or do you intend to wash clothes? Su Wei shot a fierce look at Wang Jie. Did you pack this? I asked for food. Why did you pack this nonsense? Wang Jie, realizing her mistake, shook her head and pointed at bald-headed C, exclaiming, It's not me. It's him. Bald-headed C stood there, bewildered, clearly lacking the intelligence of Wang Jie. Bald-headed C, you incompetent fool. All right, little sister, I've eaten enough. By the way, this is my new little brother, bald-headed C. Well, little sister, I'm so tired. I think I'll take a nap. With that, Su Kan retreated back into the room. Su Wei was left speechless, wondering if her brother had transformed into a sloth, becoming both lethargic and gluttonous. I must investigate what is wrong with him. She promptly picked up her phone, only to find the internet connection fluctuating. It seemed that a complete network collapse was imminent. In this apocalyptic world, without daily maintenance, resources like water, electricity, and the internet would deteriorate rapidly. Seizing the last remnants of connectivity, Su Wei hastily browsed online. The current discourse was dominated by apocalyptic topics. The streets were overrun with zombies, and survivors were trapped everywhere. Most people, while their phones still had power and a signal, rushed to post pleas for help or share their experiences. Soon, Su Wei came across a captivating headline. The apocalypse has arrived. I awakened my fire ability. The day the apocalypse struck, I was trapped at home. After a night filled with worry and fear, I awoke feeling insatiably hungry, as if I hadn't eaten for 3 days. When I finished off my household supplies in one meal, I was stunned. That was my food supply for 3 days. Yet I consumed it all in one sitting. But afterward, I felt an incredible surge of energy coursing through me, as if a fire ignited within. I decided to test it out, and, to my astonishment, I was able to unleash a small flame. At that moment, I realized I had awakened an extraordinary power, fire ability. Following this lead about extraordinary powers, Su Wei discovered that many others had also awakened similar abilities. Remarkably, they all shared a common trait. Their appetites had significantly increased. As a prodigious student accepted into King Bei, Su Wei's intellect was unparalleled. She deduced that the prerequisite for awakening extraordinary powers was a greater appetite, suggesting that the energy required for awakening these abilities necessitated substantial food intake. Most individuals who awakened these powers experienced an increase in appetite, ranging from several to dozens of times. Her brother had devoured an astonishing amount of food over the past few days, seemingly increasing his appetite by hundreds of times. Just the 5 bags he had consumed earlier could have sustained him for a month or 2. If she was correct, then the greater the appetite, the more energy required to awaken a formidable ability. Would this mean her brother would soar to greatness in the future? If that were the case, it would be splendid. She wondered if her brother would continue to need food upon awakening. Regardless, she would prepare ample supplies for him. Once he awakened his powers, he could protect her, and then she could indulge in whatever she desired. Sue set her phone down and called out to Wang Jie and Bald-Headed C. Wang Jie, take Bald-Headed C back to the supermarket and gather more supplies. Remember, it must be edible. No more laundry detergent. Wang Jie nodded quickly, understanding. Only Bald-Headed C remained confused. As she watched Wang Jie lead Bald-Headed C out, Sue Wei felt a twinge of doubt. Yet, as the leader, with two subordinates at her disposal, she could do everything herself. Thus, she commanded as necessary without hesitation. In truth, Sue Wei was somewhat timid. The overwhelming presence of zombies outside filled her with dread, and she feared they would swarm and devour her. Little did she know, her earlier growl had sent shivers through the entire horde of zombies in the neighborhood. Human civilization stood on the brink of collapse. In this era of monsters preying upon humanity and societal order disintegrating, the darker aspects of human nature began to surface. When most survivors realized that the authorities could not attend to their plight, the Pandora's box within them was unleashed. With constraints lifted, some individuals began to act recklessly. Those with grievances sought vengeance. In Jiangchang Bank building, 3 men and 2 women had been trapped in an office for 2 full days. They survived solely on the water and food available in the office, enduring for 2 days against all odds. One portly, middle-aged man, noticing the absence of food, arrogantly commanded a frail young man in the corner, "Shaoli, I order you to go out and procure supplies for us." "Shaoli, did you not hear what I said?" The young man in the corner was Li Jun. Li Jun was a remarkably simple and honest individual, often suffering at the hands of his colleagues. Some would order takeout and neglect to pay, while others would routinely offload their work onto him. There were even those who treated him like a mere beast of burden. His supervisor was no better, treating him as less than human, having withheld his bonuses on multiple occasions due to Li Jun's meek nature. He was too timid to voice his grievances, especially since this job had been secured for him through his mother's tireless efforts. He feared that losing it over trivial matters would render his mother's sacrifices futile. Thus, he had long endured the indignities at the company. However, today he resolved to no longer tolerate such mistreatment. Just last night, he received a message from a neighbor informing him that his mother had succumbed to become a zombie. This news had plunged him into despair throughout the night. Now, upon hearing the haughty tone of his supervisor, Zhu Qinkei, he slowly rose from the corner, fixing him with a piercing gaze. "What did you say? You wanted to go out and find supplies? Why didn't you go yourself?" Zhu Qinkei was taken aback by his glare, pondering internally. What's wrong with this kid today? How dare he speak to me like that? Yet, accustomed to wielding power, Zhu Qinkei remained unperturbed. He maintained his lofty demeanor, retorting, "If you want to go, should I go? Or should Manager Qin go? Or let these 2 girls go? As an employee of this company, you are obligated to follow the orders of your superiors. I, as your supervisor, command you to find supplies. Do you hear me? Or else I will fire you." There were 3 men and 2 women in the room. 1 supervisor, 1 manager, 2 young women, and the last, Li Junhoof. Li Yun Smuggle, Fia Im. "You think you could just get rid of me?" Zhu Qinkei either failed to realize the world outside had drastically changed or was clinging to a delusion. Hoping to intimidate Li Jun, knowing full well how hard his mother had fought to secure this position for him, Zhu Qinkei continued, "Yes, if you disobey, I will fire you. Then you will have no explanation for your mother." The mention of his mother ignited a fierce change in Li Jun's demeanor. Bang! The frail Li Jun suddenly unleashed a tremendous strength, delivering a punch to Zhu Qinkei's face, sending the 200-pound man crashing to the floor. This scene terrified Manager Qian and the 2 young women. Before they could react, Li Jun sat atop Zhu Qinkei, relentlessly pummeling his face, exclaiming, "Fire me? I'll show you what it means to fire me. How dare you use my mother to threaten me? To hell with you, you fat pig. Scoundrel." 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. After several blows, Manager Qian and the 2 young women finally snapped back to reality and rushed forward to intervene. "Stop! Stop! Don't hit him anymore. You'll kill him." Manager Qian attempted to pull Li Jun away, but Li Jun's gaze was as sharp as a sword. "Get lost, or I'll hit you too." Manager Qian, who typically preyed on the weak, was instantly deterred. If he was too afraid to intervene, The two young women naturally wouldn't dare either. After 10 minutes, Li Jun finally ceased his furious assault. At that moment, Zhu Qinkei's face was unrecognizable, bloodied and mangled, with even his eyes crushed. When Li Jun stood up from Zhu Qinkei, Manager Qian cautiously approached to assess Zhu Qinkei's condition, only to discover that he had been killed by Li Jun's onslaught. Manager Qian collapsed in shock. Is he dead? He then turned to Li Jun, stammering, Li Jun, you've actually killed someone? Upon hearing this, Li Jun let out a cold laugh and abruptly dragged Manager Qian to the window, pressing him against the glass. So what if I've killed? Just look outside at what's happening in the world. It's the apocalypse. There's no law anymore. Killing isn't even a crime. And you want me to go out and find supplies for you? Isn't that just wanted me dead? Haven T, I've been bullied enough by you lot. Now you want me dead too? If you want me to die, I won't let you off easily either. You and Zhu Qinkei are cut from the same cloth. Today you'll join him. With that, Li Jun lifted Manager Qian by the legs and tossed him out the window. Ah! Manager Qian screamed as he plummeted to the concrete below with a sickening thud. Li Jun looked down to see him splattered like a pancake. Almost immediately, a horde of zombies converged upon the scene. Having killed 2 people, Li Jun felt an exhilarating rush he could not describe. Perhaps the grief over his mother's death had struck him hard, or perhaps years of bullying had finally culminated in this moment, allowing him to seize his chance for vengeance, thus transforming his character entirely. Brother Jun, please don't kill us. We'll do whatever you say. Please don't kill us. The 2 young women were utterly terrified, fearing Li Jun would turn his wrath upon them as well. Knowing they had bullied him in the past, Li Jun regarded the 2 women, a slight smirk gracing his lips. You 2 come here. I'm in a very foul mood right now. Chapter 16. The superhuman. Some individuals are born villains. When order collapses, they indulge their desires, committing acts of evil, murder, and debauchery. Zhou Tianxiong is one such supervillain. Born with malevolence, he has already served 10 years in prison by the age of 30. He began his life of crime as a teenager, engaging in robbery, and was sent to a juvenile detention center. Upon reaching adulthood, he committed rape and was sentenced to 3 years. Shortly after his release, he engaged in a brawl, leaving someone severely injured, earning him another 7 to 8 years. Recently released from prison, Zhou Tianxiong found himself utterly disconnected from society after such a lengthy incarceration. Lacking education and skills, and unable to endure hard work, he resolved that robbery was the quickest way to money. He spent a few days wandering Jiangsheng and noticed the luxurious cars in the Yuan community, indicating the presence of many wealthy individuals. Most importantly, he discovered there was a stunningly attractive woman living in the area. If he could acquire money and enjoy the company of that alluring woman simultaneously, it would be ideal. However, he never anticipated that before he could select a target, the apocalypse would arrive. On the night of the blood moon, Zhou Tianxiong took refuge in a fresh produce store owned by Mama Qian next to the community supermarket. That night, he found himself ravenously hungry, feeling as though he could consume an entire cow. Thus, he devoured all the supplies in Mama Qian's fresh produce store, yet still felt insatiable. He contemplated entering the supermarket next door to satiate his hunger, but found it infested with zombies, rendering entry impossible. Therefore, in order to fill his stomach, he resorted to feasting on Mama Qian's store manager and staff. Afterward, Zhou Tianxiong felt as if he had unlocked a new world, filled with vitality, and sensed a wild, bloodthirsty power surging within him. Boom! Accidentally throwing a punch, he created a dent in the wall, feeling no pain in his fist whatsoever. Thinking an illusion, he picked up a fruit knife and sliced his palm. Watching the blood flow from his hand, Zhou Tianxiong's eyes gleamed with elation, realizing he felt no pain. Although he could not comprehend why he had changed so dramatically, the feeling of invincibility thrilled him immensely. He could hardly wait to burst forth and tear apart the zombies lurking outside. And as for women, he yearned to indulge with countless of them. On that fateful day, at the entrance of the Yuan community, he espied an exquisite young woman. The mere thought of her set Zhou Tianxiong's blood boiling with fervor. In a fit of rage, he seized a bone-slicing knife and stormed out of Qian Laoma's fresh produce store. Outside, a throng of zombies prowled aimlessly, and Zhou Tianxiong's sudden appearance instantly captured their attention. Like ravenous hounds sensing prey, the zombies lunged toward him. Yet, facing dozens of the undead, Zhou Tianxiong felt no fear. Instead, he charged forward with his weapon drawn. Death! He became a veritable god of war, sweeping through the horde effortlessly. The terrifying mass of zombies crumbled before him, as he dispatched each one with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. What a thrill! This sensation was exhilarating. Zhou Tianxiong laughed maniacally as he slaughtered. At that moment, Wang Jie and Bald Si, under Su Wei's orders, descended in search of supplies. Upon noticing the commotion outside the supermarket, Wang Jie observed a human ruthlessly decimating her kin. Although the instinct of the zombies urged her to tear this human apart, she sensed the grave danger he posed. Very perilous. Thus, she refrained from acting impulsively. However, Bald Si lacked such prudence. Eagerly, he attempted to charge forward upon spotting the human. Fortunately, Wang Jie managed to restrain him in time. "Why are you holding me back?" he growled. "That human is formidable. Rushing in would mean certain death." She warned, "But I want meat." He protested. Frustrated, Wang Jie retorted, "Stop being foolish. We must assess the situation first." Bald Si remained stubborn, insisting, "I want meat." Reluctantly, she invoked Su Wei's name to frighten him. "If you don't behave, I'll inform the big sister upon our return, and she will deal with you." At once, Bald Si complied. Thus, Wang Jie and Bald Si concealed themselves in the shadows, observing the fierce battle at the supermarket entrance. That human was extraordinarily powerful. In mere minutes, he had vanquished over a dozen zombies. He was truly a harbinger of death. Wang Jie, a zombie herself, felt an unexpected twinge of fear. After a relentless 10 minutes of slaughter, although Zhou Tianxiong's excitement mounted, fatigue began to set in. Moreover, the surrounding zombies, drawn by the commotion, were steadily converging. Zhou Tianxiong finally regained his senses. Too many of these creatures. I must retreat swiftly. Even if I avoid being bitten, I could be exhausted to death. Though he was extraordinary, he was no fool. With this realization, he seized the opportunity to escape, racing into the Yuan community. The complex's buildings were numerous, and the intricate terrain offered ample hiding spots. Although the supermarket was replete with supplies, it was perilously close. Should he enter, the horde would likely follow, complicating his escape. His thoughts lingered on the exquisite woman within the community. Before long, Zhou Tianxiong evaded the horde and took refuge in a building. This scene did not escape Wang Jie's notice, and alarm bells rang in her mind. Zhou Tianxiong had sought sanctuary in Building 6, fearing for Su Wei's safety. She abandoned her quest for supplies and hurriedly led Bald Si back to Building 6, unaware of the human's exact position within. Fortunately, they encountered no obstacles on their return. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Wang Jie found herself empty-handed. Su Wei opened the door and inquired about their lack of supplies. "Wang Ye Eplinet, a terrifying human just killed dozens of our kind and then entered our building." Su Wei's brow furrowed. "You mean to say that a formidable human has infiltrated our territory?" Wang Jie nodded. Su Wei's concern deepened. "If we encounter such a powerful being, it could mean our demise. What should we do?" Meanwhile, Zhou Tianxiong dashed into Building 6. Swiftly reaching the 2nd floor, he noticed the door to room 201 ajar and rushed inside. Inside, 3 zombies awaited, 2 large and 1 small. Upon sighting a living human, they charged at him. But how could a mere trio of zombies pose a threat to Zhou Tianxiong? He dispatched them with ease. Afterward, he shed his clothing, only to discover several bites upon his body, seemingly from the undead. A wave of weakness washed over him. "Damn it, am I about to mutate?" Gazing at his wounds, Zhou Tianxiong felt a flicker of apprehension. Just then, the community's WeChat group erupted with activity. In Building 4, Room 601, Infeng had shared a video, an explicit recording. Within it, a woman was violently restrained and assaulted by a man. The footage was disturbingly clear, and the residents immediately recognized both individuals. "Infeng, you truly went through with it. That's incredible," cheered a resident. This audacious woman finally got what she deserved. Another chimed in, reveling in the spectacle. Despite the brutality of Infeng's actions, they garnered approval from many male survivors in the community. However, the female survivors fell silent, fearing for their safety. Though Xiaolu, the woman in the video, was widely disliked, the violence inflicted upon her was abhorrent. In this lawless apocalypse, how could women ensure their own protection? Consequently, The female survivors resolved to remain quiet in the group chat to avoid revealing their locations. Meanwhile, the male residents continued to discuss Xia Lu's figure with enthusiasm. Suddenly, a message shifted the group's focus. I think I've awakened an ability. Has anyone else experienced this? The group erupted in excitement. Is this real? No way. The excitement only grew as the individual shared a video demonstrating their newfound power. Astonishingly, they extended their arm to retrieve a cup from 4 meters away. The group was astounded. Are you channeling Luffy's power? Incredible. Teach me. Soon, others reported similar awakenings. Some discovered fire abilities, others water, and yet more exhibited immense strength. Hope surged among the survivors. If others could awaken abilities, could they not as well? Thus, a fervent inquiry began within the group, seeking guidance on awakening their own powers. The individuals who had awakened their abilities were initially unaware of the reasons behind their newfound powers. However, the survivors in the group soon received a crucial piece of information. Prior to awakening, their appetites had significantly increased. Those without abilities continued to converse within the group, while those who had awakened discreetly connected with one another. Shun Xingnan took the lead, establishing a new group to include the awakened individuals. In total, there were 5 members: Shun Xingnan, with the power of elongation; Wang Unin, wielding water abilities; Wei Dali, possessing strength; Shang Yin, with fire abilities; and Chen Shun, who controlled earth. After a brief introduction, Shun Xingnan proposed, I suggest we join forces to seek out supplies. Without resources, our abilities are rendered useless. This suggestion received unanimous approval from the others. They swiftly agreed to convene in the underground parking garage half an hour later, a safer location with fewer zombies. Sui had been on edge, fearing for Wang, Jie, and Guang to see after learning about a formidable individual in the building. To protect them, she forbade their departure. Thus, 3 zombies waited until nightfall, when Sukin finally awakened. Brother, you're awake. Are you still hungry? Upon seeing Sukin emerge from his room, Sui sprang to her feet, feeling a surge of relief. Sukin glanced at Wang, Jie, and Guang to see on the sofa and replied, I'm no longer hungry. Thank you, little sister, for the supplies. Otherwise, I might have truly starved. Sui smiled. What are you being polite for? She promptly recounted the events surrounding Zhou Tianxiong. Sukin frowned upon hearing this, exclaiming, Is he really that powerful? Taking on a horde of zombies alone? He must have awakened his abilities. However, the specifics of his powers remained unknown. Speaking of abilities, Sui eagerly inquired, By the way, brother, have you awakened your powers? Sukin smiled slightly and retrieved a steel weight plate from a gym. Under Sui's astonished gaze, he struck the plate with his fist, creating a crater. Goodness, brother, have you transformed into a superhero? This strength is terrifying. Anyone who takes a hit from you would be reduced to pieces. Sui was utterly amazed. Sukin pondered. I feel that besides my enhanced strength, I may possess other abilities, but I cannot sense them yet. Sui shared her earlier hypothesis, which illuminated Sukin's understanding. Are you suggesting that my voracious appetite is due to the immense energy required to awaken my powers? Sui nodded affirmatively. Exactly. I compared your situation to that of others online, and it certainly seems that way. Your strength is indeed formidable. As for your sense of additional powers, perhaps you need to consume more energy to unlock them. The siblings engaged in discussion while Wang, Jie, and Guangta Si sat quietly, too intimidated to speak. Previously, they might have entertained illusions about Sukin, but now, even if they had 100 times the courage, they would not dare to approach him. If he could create a crater with a weight plate, what would he do to them? The building already harbored a ruthless killer, and now there was another human with immense strength. Thankfully, the latter was on their side. Otherwise, this world would be truly terrifying. Just then, a loud banging reverberated from downstairs. No, it was more akin to a forceful battering against the door. Chapter 18. You must be here to rescue us, right? Zhou Tianxiong was in a state of extreme weakness, his hunger unbearable. He had consumed all the food in room 201 and still felt insatiable. Thus, he kicked down the door to room 202, hoping to find supplies to replenish his strength. Inside room 202, a young couple trembled in fear at the sound of the door being kicked in. What should we do, dear? Are those monsters breaking in? He and Ran whispered, nestled against Yuan. It's all right. Our front door is sturdy. Those monsters cannot get in, and with me here, don't be afraid. Yuan reassured her. However, The very next moment, with a resounding crash, the door was flung open. The couple's hearts raced, their breaths quickening. What do we do? The monster is in. He and Ran whimpered softly. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We are hidden here. We want to be found. Besides, I've already informed my father. He will surely come to rescue us soon. Yuan's father was a high-ranking official in Jiangsheng, but he was unaware that the authorities were currently overwhelmed and could not possibly send help. Zhou Tianxiong stormed into the apartment, heading straight for the kitchen in search of food. However, the supplies in room 202 were scarce, hardly enough to satiate his hunger. After a futile search, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted 2 cups of coffee on the table, still warm. Is someone here? Zhou Tianxiong squinted his eyes, licking his lips with excitement. The taste of fresh lamb was unforgettable. He hurried towards the master bedroom, where the door was tightly shut. Creak. The couple, hiding in the wardrobe of the master bedroom, heard the doorknob turn and were instantly terrified. What should we do, dear? They are coming in. He and Ran trembled. Don't be scared, it will be all right. Yuan reassured her. Suddenly, they heard a voice from outside the door. Is anyone in there? I'm coming in. The couple exchanged surprised glances. Is it a human? Could it be someone sent by my dad to rescue us? Yuan speculated. What are we waiting for? Let us get out. He and Ran urged. All right. Yuan, trusting the situation, pulled he and Ran out of the wardrobe. As they opened the door, they were met by a towering figure, a man over 6 feet tall. Zhou Tianxiong's scarred face startled the young couple. Wow, you gave me quite a fright. You must be here to rescue us, right? Although startled, Yuan quickly asked. Zhou Tianxiong, noticing both a handsome man and a beautiful woman before him, smirked and replied, Yes, I am here to save you. With this confirmation, Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, immediately regaining his composure as the privileged son of a government official. Then hurry and take us away. Also, please help us gather our belongings. Zhou Tianxiong smirked slightly, sure. I'll see you on your way. With a sudden, forceful blow, Zhou Tianxiong struck Yuan on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhou Tianxiong's strength was terrifying. That one punch shattered Yuan's skull, blood and brain matter spilling across the floor. He and Ran was left in a state of shock. Half an hour later, he and Ran lay on the ground, utterly defeated, with a desolate expression on her face. Who could fathom the horror she had endured? The man before her was a true devil. The gruesome scene had utterly shattered he and Ran's spirit. Finally regaining some composure, it became evident that the piglet not only tasted delightful, but also replenished energy far beyond that of ordinary sustenance. Zhou Tianxiong felt the transformation within his body, and he noticed that the wounds inflicted by the zombies were already beginning to heal. This sensation captivated him, and he glanced at he and Ran on the ground, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This opportunity could not be squandered. Meanwhile, upstairs, Su Can and Su Wei occasionally heard the sound of someone kicking the door below, and the noise grew increasingly closer. It seemed they were now on the 5th floor. Brother, what should we do? I'm so scared. Su Wei quivered as she hid behind Su Can, perplexed. Thought to himself that despite the girl having transformed into a zombie, her fear remained remarkably intact. He reassured her, stay calm, I want to see what it is. After awakening his powers, he felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, believing he could take on 10 foes. Before long, Zhou Tianxiong ascended to the 6th floor. As he made his way up, each door he kicked open revealed either a zombie, a human, or an empty room. The thrill was akin to unboxing a surprise. Unfortunately, after reaching the 2nd floor and kicking open several doors, he found little company. Only room 402 housed a frail, 70-year-old woman. As a superior being among the superhumans, Zhou Tianxiong would not overlook any female, regardless of her age, and thus, the elderly woman was also doomed. Is there a human presence within? Whether due to overindulgence in piglet flesh or a heightened sensitivity from his enhanced abilities, Zhou Tianxiong had become acutely aware of human sense. Even through the heavy door, he could detect a faint trace of humanity. Just as he prepared to kick the door, a sudden commotion below drew his attention. He perked his ears and realized 5 individuals were approaching the 6th floor. Zhou Tianxiong was elated, surprised by this unexpected fortune. He glanced at the door to Su Can's residence and smirked. It seems you have temporarily escaped a calamity. He then leaned against the wall, ready for a stealthy ambush. At that moment, Shun Xingnan was cautiously leading 4 superhumans up to the 6th floor. Be careful. All the doors in this building are wide open. Moreover, the zombies inside have all been exterminated. We have no idea what transpired here. Lin Tianming, the property manager, mentioned that Su Riyun has become a formidable entity. So we must be extra vigilant, Shun Xingnan cautioned. Wang Ainen, feeling apprehensive, questioned, why must we come to Building 6? I sense something sinister lurking here. Could it be the formidable Su Riyun? What if we cannot defeat it? Fear not, sister. I shall protect you. Wei Dali reassured her, thumping his chest. Indeed, Ainen, do not worry. We will safeguard you. With so many of us, how could we fear a mere monster? Just stay behind us, others chimed in to comfort her. As the only female in the team, Wang Ainen, who possessed the precious water-based abilities, was naturally cherished. Shun Xingnan continued, I understand that seeking supplies in Building 6 may be perilous, but since we are here, we must address the lurking danger. With such a dreadful creature within the community, we cannot find peace. In Shun Xingnan's view, the community would serve as their stronghold for the time being, although surrounded by many zombies. The situation at Yujingyuan was still preferable to the chaos of the densely populated city center. It was hard to fathom the terrifying number of zombies that currently infested those crowded areas. Shun Xingnan's perspective was shared by Wei Dali and the others. No one wished to have such a terrifying zombie lingering in their territory. Ordinary zombies posed little threat, as they had just dispatched several in the underground garage. However, a sophisticated zombie capable of deceiving through WeChat was unfathomably terrifying. Thus, this menace must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. We are close to the 6th floor. Let's proceed with caution. As always, upon encountering a zombie, I will use my abilities to extend my arm and control it, and you will follow suit. Understood? Maintain formation, commanded Shun Xingnan. The Earth Manipulator Chun led the charge, followed by the Fire Manipulator Shang Yan. With the Strength Manipulator Wei Dali poised to strike at any moment, while the Water Manipulator Wang Ainen was shielded in the center of the group. With a decisive step, Chun entered the corridor of the 6th floor. Zhou Tianxiong, unhesitating, sprang into action, swinging his bone-cleaving knife towards Chun. The sudden ambush startled Chun, but he reacted swiftly, activating his earth manipulation abilities. A faint yellow glow enveloped his hands, and a layer of hardened earth formed protective armor around his forearms. Yet, Zhou Tingxiang's strength was nothing short of terrifying, shattering the earth armor with a single strike. Consequently, Chun was sent flying by Zhou Tingxiang's overwhelming power. Wei Dali hurriedly caught him. Chun, are you all right? I'm fine, but be careful. There is an enemy. His power is formidable, Chun warned, his hands trembling slightly as he regarded Zhou Tianxiong with trepidation. It was worth noting that his earth armor could withstand an impact of 500 pounds. Yet it had been obliterated by this man before him. Seeing the assailant was human, Shun Xingnan quickly interjected, Brother, do not act rashly. We are humans, not zombies. He mistakenly believed Zhou Tianxiong had mistaken them for the undead. In response, Zhou Tianxiong erupted with laughter. Ha! I've come for humans. As soon as the words left his lips, he launched another attack. Zhou Tingxiang's eyes began to glow red, and his blood surged with fervor. Ha ha! All of you shall perish. Just as Zhou Tingxiang's bone-cleaving knife was about to strike Wei Dali, Shun Xingnan extended his arm, wrapping it around Zhou Tingxiang's right arm like a constricting serpent. Taken aback by this peculiar ability, Zhou Tianxiong paused. What on earth? Shun Xingnan aimed to disarm Zhou Tianxiong, yet he had no inkling of the man's true strength. Sensing Shun Xingnan's pull, Zhou Tianxiong exerted a powerful tug, sending Shun Xingnan flying. Captain, Shang Yan exclaimed, hastily launching a fire attack at Zhou Tianxiong. The latter had no time to evade, and the flames engulfed him, just as the fire caught his clothing. A torrent of water doused him unexpectedly. Shang Yan turned to Wang Ainen. What are you doing? Wang Ainen quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was trying to help. As a newly formed team, it was natural for coordination to falter. However, such mishaps could be fatal. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Tianxiong delivered a powerful punch toward Shang Yan, understanding that a blow from this fist would either be fatal or severely injurious. Shang Yan realized he could not evade Zhou Tingxiang's incredible speed. Just as the strike was imminent, Wei Dali charged forward like a rampaging bull, colliding with Zhou Tianxiong. With a resounding crash, Zhou Tianxiong was sent crashing into the 6th-floor corridor. Damn it. Everyone, attack together and eliminate this guy. Wei Dali roared, launching another fierce assault on Zhou Tianxiong. Behind him, Shun Xingnan and the others had adjusted their states and hurriedly followed. In an instant, Zhou Tianxiong was engaged in a fierce battle with 5 extraordinary beings. Ha ha ha. Is your fire merely tickling me? And your punches lack any strength. Faced with the onslaught from 5 adversaries, Zhou Tianxiong displayed no fear. Rather, he became exceedingly exhilarated. Often, he did not even attempt to evade, but directly withstood the attacks from Shun Xingnan and the others. Observing such a terrifying opponent, Shun Xingnan seized the opportunity to wrap his hands around Zhou Tianxiong's waist, his expression grave as he addressed the group. This fellow is too formidable. What powers has he awakened? Now is the time. I will restrain him, Dali. You must strike him down. Wei Dali nodded, brandishing a fire axe. He swung it violently towards Zhou Tianxiong's neck. However, Zhou Tianxiong sensed the fatality of the blow and slightly turned his neck. The axe struck his shoulder instead, blood splattering across his face. Zhou Tianxiong appeared highly sensitive to the blood, which only fueled his frenzy. Such a terrifying individual? Sukin peered through the peephole, observing the unfolding events. What could his powers possibly be? It seemed he felt no pain. Moreover, this strike seemed to have made him even more frenzied. Why do I feel as though this fellow's strength has increased? Could his powers resemble the berserk nature of a barbarian in a dungeon game? Brother, what on earth is happening outside? Let me see. Su Wei leaned in closer. Suka made room for her to join in on the spectacle. The moment Su Wei approached the peephole, she witnessed a figure crashing against her house's front door like a kite with severed strings. Startled, Su Wei gasped. What the heck? Chapter 20. Completely targeted bang. Wei Dali kicked Zhou Tianxiong, sending him crashing against Su Qin's front door. What the heck? You scared me to death, Su Wei exclaimed, her heart racing. She then peered through the peephole to continue observing the situation outside. It was the human who had been single-handedly confronting the zombie horde at the supermarket. But who were those others? Why were they fighting him? Fight. It would be best if they both ended up injured. Then I can reap the benefits. Haha. Su Wei pondered secretly. A few minutes later, Zhou Tianxiong, indeed the mightiest among the powerful, managed to defeat the 5 opponents single-handedly. Chun Xin lay with both arms severed. Wei Dali was knocked unconscious from a severe blow. Shun Xingnan also had his right arm forcefully torn off by Zhou Tianxiong. Shang Yin was directly decapitated, losing his life on the spot. In front of everyone, Zhou Tianxiong even extracted Shang Yin's heart and consumed it. This scene sent chills down Su Wei's spine. Goodness, who exactly is the zombie here? Wang Anan suffered no substantial harm, but fainted from the horror of Zhou Tianxiong's gruesome actions. Though Zhou Tianxiong triumphed against 5 foes, he himself was battered and bruised. His face was charred black from being burned by Shang Yin, flesh grotesquely mangled. His neck, back, and chest were all slashed by Wei Dali, blood gushing forth. Yet, in his bloodthirsty state, he felt no pain. Even with broken limbs, he remained entirely unaware. Only when this state subsided would the agony and weakness become apparent. Anyone inside, come out to die. Otherwise, I'll come in and make you suffer. After defeating Shun Xingnan and the others, Zhou Tianxiong's gaze, sharp as lightning, fixed upon the door of Su Can's home. Though Zhou Tianxiong was utterly mad in his bloodthirsty state, it also rendered him extraordinarily powerful, amplifying his sensory abilities manyfold. Thus, he had already sensed the presence of those inside peering out. Su Wei quickly hid behind Su Can brother. That fellow has discovered us. What should we do? Su Can fixed his gaze on the door, reassuring Su Wei. With me here, everything will be fine. Go fetch the tang knife from my room. The tang knife was merely a prop he used for show and photographs, lacking a sharpened edge. However, Su Can believed that with his powers, he could wield it as a formidable weapon. All right, Su Wei obediently dashed to retrieve the knife. Soon, she returned with the tang knife in hand. Afterwards, Su Can glanced at Sister Wang and bawled for, then instructed Su Wei, when I engage with that guy outside. You let them take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Su Wei nodded, responding obediently. Okay, what about me? Su Can affectionately patted her head, saying, just hide and don't show yourself, understood? No sooner had he spoken than Su Wei swiftly darted into the kitchen. Su Can mused to himself. This girl is remarkably quick. At that moment, Sukin felt a wave of pressure emanating from outside. It was akin to an ancient beast drawing near. Despite the abnormality of the individual outside, Sukin felt that his powers were not inferior to his. Moreover, that guy had just engaged in a fierce battle. Surely he must be somewhat fatigued. Since he won't come out, then I shall break down the door myself. Zhou Tianxiong outside displayed an evil grin. He raised his golden right foot, forcefully aiming a kick at the door. Suddenly, the door swung open. A sense of weightlessness enveloped him, causing Zhou Tianxiong to unexpectedly tumble to the ground. Sukin gave a thumbs up to Su Wei. It turned out that fearing her door would be damaged by Zhou Tianxiong. Su Wei had requested Sister Wang, hiding behind the door, to open it. Thus, Zhou Tianxiong ended up kicking nothing but air. Sukin looked at the fallen Zhou Tianxiong, teasingly saying, "Brother, it's our first meeting. There is no need for such formalities. You bastard, I will kill you." Zhou Tianxiong roared in fury. Leaping to his feet and throwing a punch at Sukin took a deep breath, gripping the tang knife, and slashed forward. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Though the tang knife was unsharpened, Sukin's strength was certainly not inferior to Zhou Tianxiong's. Thus, the blow cleanly severed Zhou Tianxiong's hand bones. Yet, Zhou Tianxiong was a madman. He paid no heed to the injury, gripping the tang knife with his left hand and forcefully yanking it, attempting to pull Sukin and the knife towards him. However, he had no inkling of how terrifying Sukin's strength was. Sukin exerted a powerful push, brutally using the unsharpened tang knife to inflict a deep, bone-exposing gash on Zhou Tianxiong's palm. Zhou Tianxiong, undeterred, licked the wound on his left hand, gazing at Sukin with excitement. "What immense power you possess. Your flesh must be delectable. I can hardly wait to extract your heart and savor it piece by piece." Ha ha ha. Sukin raised an eyebrow. This man was truly insane. Just as Zhou Tianxiong prepared to strike again, suddenly, a pain pierced through his heart, followed by a wave of weakness. His mind abruptly cleared. Almost immediately, excruciating pain coursed through his body. Zhou Tianxiong could no longer sustain himself, dropping to one knee. Damn it, why now of all times? Though Sukin did not comprehend the cause of Zhou Tianxiong's sudden decline, it was evident that his momentum and strength had plummeted drastically. One opportunity. Sukin immediately lunged forward. Sensing the danger, Zhou Tianxiong, enduring the agony, dashed towards the balcony. Trying to escape? Block him. Sukin recognized Zhou Tianxiong's intent and quickly instructed Sister Wang and Bald Four. He too pursued him at once. Roar! Roar! Sister Wang and Bald Four lunged at Zhou Tianxiong in unison. Upon seeing that there were two zombies concealed within the house, Zhou Tianxiong was momentarily stunned, bewildered as to why there were still two zombies hidden within this home. Moreover, they seemed to be quite obedient to the young man's commands. However, he had no time for further contemplation. If he did not leave soon, he would likely meet his end here. He had gained some understanding of his powers. Once he exited the bloodthirsty state, he would gradually succumb to weakness. In less than 15 minutes, he might become so weak that walking would be a challenge. Thus, it was imperative that he find a safe haven before he became entirely incapacitated. Fortunately, the previous battle had not injured his legs. Otherwise, fleeing would have been significantly hindered. With Sukin hot on his heels, Zhou Tianxiong glanced at the balcony and, without hesitation, leaped from the 6th floor. The sound of a heavy thud echoed below. Sukin arrived at the balcony, observing Zhou Tianxiong beneath him, secretly astonished by his audacity. This man was truly ruthless. To ensure his escape, Zhou Tianxiong had jumped headfirst. Yet, at the last moment, he extended his arms to break his fall, thus avoiding the peril of a shattered skull. However, his arms were completely broken. Even from 6 stories up, Sukin could clearly see the protruding bones from Zhou Tianxiong's arms. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Tianxiong looked up at Sukin, a faintly cruel smile gracing his lips. Seizing the opportunity before the zombies fully converged, he fled the scene. Sukin's brow furrowed slightly. It appeared he had become the target of this man. But I shall await your return. Chapter 21. If the world has turned her into a monster, then I shall accompany her and become a monster. Wei Wei, it's safe now. Come out. Sukin called out to the kitchen as he returned to the living room. In the kitchen, Su Wei's small head peeked out from behind the refrigerator. Is it really over? What happened to that terrifying guy? Sukin was rendered speechless upon seeing Su Wei emerge from the fridge. My dear sister, you need not hide in the refrigerator, even if you're frightened. he exclaimed. That fellow jumped off the balcony and fled. He ran away? Su Wei blinked in surprise, then joyfully remarked, Brother, you're incredible. You actually scared him off. Sukin shook his head. We hardly engaged in combat, and he fled. It seems his powers had a time limit, and sensing danger, he made his escape. Su Wei inquired, a time limit on his powers? What kind of ability does he possess to be so fearsome, almost like a rabid dog on drugs? Sukin pondered for a moment. I suspect his ability allows him to enter a frenzied state, enhancing his strength and speed while rendering him impervious to pain. Su Wei gasped. No wonder he sustained so many injuries yet remained so fierce. Such a monstrous ability. What if he comes back to kill us? Sukin reassured her. Do not panic. He is severely injured, and having jumped from the building, both of his arms are broken. He poses no immediate threat to us. Su Wei sighed in relief. That's a relief. Just then, a guttural growl echoed from the entrance. Both Su Wei and Sukin were startled and hurried outside to investigate. It turned out to be Sister Wong and Bald Four, two zombies who had somehow managed to escape and were intent on consuming Shen Xingnan and the others. Though Shen Xingnan's right arm was torn off by Zhou Tianxiong, his left arm remained functional. Upon seeing the two sudden zombies, he quickly used his powers to elongate his left arm, temporarily fending off Sister Wong and Bald Four. Seeing that their prey was fighting back, Bald Four emitted a furious growl. As the two zombies charged again, Shen Xingnan shouted to Chen Chun, Quick, wake Wang Anan. I'll hold him off. Wang Anan was the only one uninjured. If she could awaken and confront the zombies, they would likely be safe. Chen Chun, grimacing in pain from his severed arm, rushed to rouse Wang Anan. However, they had severely underestimated the intelligence of Sister Wong and Bald Four. Upon hearing Shen Xingnan's words, Sister Wong's pale eyes flickered. She halted, picked up a fire axe from the ground, and hurled it with great force toward the unconscious Wang Anan. Shen Xingnan was left dumbfounded at this turn of events. Zombies could use tools? No, wait. Shen Xingnan finally recognized Sister Wong. Su Duiyun. Lin Tianming had previously mentioned that Su Ruyun had become a zombie and evolved. He had been somewhat skeptical, but now he was fully convinced. Yet this was not the time for such thoughts. With a sickening thud, they watched as the fire axe pierced Wang Anan's chest. The excruciating pain jolted her awake. She stared in disbelief at the axe embedded in her chest before casting a confused glance at Chen Chun, Shen Xingnan, and the two zombies. Wang Anan coughed violently, blood spewing forth. The axe struck her heart. Even a deity could not save her now. Anan, Shen Xingnan, and Chen Chen gasped in horror. Su Wei and Sukin emerged just in time to witness this scene. Sukan's brow furrowed, his expression revealing a mix of emotions as he sensed Su Wei's growing agitation. At that moment, Shen Xingnan spotted Su Kan and Su Wei stepping out of the room. His first instinct was to call for help upon seeing Su Kan, a fellow human. Yet, upon noticing Su Wei beside him, he hesitated. How could a human stand alongside a zombie? This thought flashed through Shen Xingnan's mind. However, faced with the menacing presence of Sister Wong and Bald Four, he could not afford to dwell on that. He urgently implored Su Kan, Brother, please save us. Suka did not respond immediately, but instead observed Su Wei. As a zombie, her bloodthirsty instincts urged her to pounce, yet she was mindful of Su Kan's feelings, refraining from attacking as Sister Wong and Bald Four had done. She feared being reprimanded for her actions. Su Wei glanced back at Su Kan. Do you wish to feed? He inquired. She nodded eagerly, yes. But Su Kan gently ruffled her hair. If you wish to eat, then do so. I will not blame you. It is my inadequacy that has failed to satisfy your hunger. Go, but be cautious. Seeing that Su Kan did not resent her, Su Wei was filled with exhilaration. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged at Shen Xingnan and the others. Act! Screams erupted. At that moment, Shen Xingnan and Chen Chun were hardly in fighting shape, unable to put up any resistance. Su nuntai vei thiesteth on Vong onan. Sister Wong attacked Chen Chun, and Bald Four pinned Shen Xingnan to the ground. The scene was unbearable for Su Kan to witness. He slowly turned away. Behind him, amid the cacophony of screams, Shen Xingnan's voice rang out. You bastard. You raise zombies. You're a demon, a monster. You will not die a good death. Shen Xingnan believed these three zombies were raised by Su Kan. In a way, he was not entirely wrong. As a human aiding zombies in their consumption of flesh, Suka felt a deep sense of distress. Yet, for Su Wei's sake, he felt compelled to make this choice. The apocalypse had transformed Wei Wei into a monster. Thus, I shall accompany her and become a monster. Nothing in this world is more important than kinship. Soon, the 9th day of the apocalypse arrived. By this time, the global water, electricity, and network systems had collapsed entirely. Humanity had essentially lost its infrastructure. The once familiar world had become a realm overrun by monsters. In just 9 days, humanity lost its dominion over the planet, sinking to the level of the bloodied prey. Fortunately, there remained a glimmer of hope. Some survivors awakened formidable powers. With these abilities, humanity finally grasped a flicker of survival. However, it was merely a struggle for existence. For alongside the zombies, Earth also bore witness to an even more terrifying breed of monsters, the mutated beasts. Chapter 22. The Blood Moon reappears. The stars fall when the survivors believed the apocalypse was solely about zombies. On the 3rd day of the cataclysm, a multitude of pets, livestock, and wild animals underwent mutations, transforming into feral beasts. These mutated creatures proved as savage as the zombies, even preying on humans. Fortunately, they were not allied with the zombies. Upon encountering them, they would engage in combat. The mutated beasts possessed far greater intelligence than the zombies and would promptly retreat if the situation turned unfavorable. A small faction of these creatures remained neutral or even friendly toward humans, mostly domesticated pets or relatively docile animals. Yet, nothing is absolute. In the neighboring Hyken, a family of 3, initially surviving by relying on stored supplies, was tragically slain by their mutated cat. Similarly, a young girl was attacked by her own mutated dog. Within the Yujingyuan residential complex, signs of mutated beasts were also evident. On the 4th day, Suk heard the growls of wild animals in the community. By the 5th night, he was abruptly awakened from sleep. Upon entering the living room, he observed a massive figure standing on the balcony, locked in a standoff with Wang Jie and Guang Tasi, while Su Wei cowered in the kitchen. This time, however, she did not hide in the refrigerator but peered out with a mixture of fear, tension, and curiosity at the enormous creature on the balcony. "Brother, there's a monster. Be careful," she whispered. Seeing Su Kan, her fear lessened, but she remained in the kitchen. Suka nodded and said, "Yes, I see it. Stay hidden and don't come out." He approached the creature, and by the pale moonlight, he discerned its form, a pure white giant cat, its size comparable to a Tibetan mastiff. The cat locked eyes with him, its eerie pupils revealing a sinister visage. It clearly sensed the formidable power within Su Kan and became wary. Su Kan gripped his tang, sword tightly, vigilantly observing the beast. Suddenly, the white cat growled lowly at him before leaping onto the balcony and then bounding down from the 6th floor. Su Kan hurried over and saw the cat land safely on the lawn, undisturbed even by the nearby zombies. First came the zombies, now the mutated beasts. Su Kan realized the world was far more complex than he had imagined. Fortunately, having awakened his supernatural abilities, he now possessed some hope for survival. In the ensuing days, Su Kan was no longer ravenous, though his appetite remained substantial. Luckily, with Wang Jie and Guang Tasi, 2 zombies, he could easily dispatch them to scour the supermarket downstairs for supplies. On the 9th night, the blood moon reappeared. On the balcony, Su Wei basked in the moon's warmth, exclaiming, "Brother, come enjoy the moonlight. It feels so good, so invigorating. I feel full of strength." Wang Jie and Guang Tasi also appeared to relish the moment. Su Kan narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Ancient texts such as Fengshenyi, Shaoshenji, and Yang Zaizu recount how animal spirits absorb the essence of the sun and moon and the vitality of heaven and earth, thereby evolving into demons. Could the zombies' evolution mirror these ancient legends? Looking out the window, Su Kan notice the zombies in the complex were all absorbing the blood moon's power. He even spotted the white giant cat on the rooftop of the adjacent building doing the same. It seemed that both mutated beasts and zombies could evolve by harnessing the blood moon's energy. Su Kan mused silently, then grumbled, "Why can't humans do the same? The heavens are truly unfair." Suddenly, a brilliant star streaked across the night sky. Then another, and another. Countless stars transformed into a meteor shower, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Though mesmerizing, Su Kan was puzzled why such an event would occur now. Then, a startling sensation overcame him. It felt as if the meteors were about to crash down. Indeed, they were falling. A blazing streak slammed heavily into the Yujingyuan complex, shaking the ground violently. The earth trembled as thunderous crashes echoed repeatedly. It was not an earthquake, but rather a cascade of falling stars. Survivors worldwide witnessed the meteor shower and the stars' descent. After half an hour, silence returned. But the land was scarred and pockmarked with craters. Within one such enormous crater lay something mysterious. Sukin's gaze fixed intently on a massive bronze chest buried beneath. Having awakened his powers, his senses had sharpened significantly. From afar, he could discern a human palm-sized handprint and a numeric combination lock on the black iron chest. Yet, the combination remained unknown. Is this object what fell from the sky? Was it not supposed to be a meteor shower? How could it be a chest? Sukin was astounded and utterly perplexed. Su Wei suddenly spoke, her eyes locked on the chest. Brother, I feel there is something valuable inside. I can sense it will make me stronger. Wang Jia and Guang Tixi nodded in agreement. Sukin was taken aback. Valuable? What could it contain? Su Wei shook her head. I don't know, but I'm certain it's something good. Sukin stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. Then we must get our hands on it. But one be easy. At that moment, he noticed the zombies beginning to gather near the crater, seemingly drawn by whatever was inside. However, they did not enter the pit, only lingering nearby. Sukin speculated that since zombies could not open the chest, they merely hovered. The handprint and combination lock clearly required human intervention. But what was the code? Without it, no one could open the chest. Perhaps pressing the handprint would reveal the password. Chapter 23. The dark red fruit and the dagger regardless of the password. Since Su Wei insisted the chest held something valuable, they had to retrieve it first. Come on. Wai Wei. Let us go open the chest, Sukin said, gripping his tang sword as he prepared to venture outside. Su Wei hesitative. Really? But there's so many zombies out there. I'm scared. Sukin, mistaking her fear for cowardice, reassured her, little sister, you're one of them now. The zombies won't harm you. What are you afraid of? Su Wei clarified. No, I mean there are so many zombies outside. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them. After days, as a zombie herself, Su Wei had gradually adapted to her new identity. Sukin patted her head confidently. Don't worry, I'm tough. That madman managed to single-handedly fight a horde of zombies. I'm no less capable. Besides, you and Wang Jia will cover me while I open the chest. I am eager to discover the treasures that lie within. Once we obtain the items, we shall make a swift retreat. Upon hearing this, Su Wei nodded in agreement. All right, I trust your judgment, elder brother. Just as they were about to exit, Su Wei suddenly exclaimed, Brother, let us drive there. Sukin was taken aback. Drive? Su Wei elaborated, Yes. The enormous pit is near the entrance of the underground parking lot. If we drive straight through, we can swiftly eliminate those pesky creatures. Once we have the items, we can make a hasty escape, which is certainly safer, isn't it? Sukin smiled. You truly have a point. Let's drive. Soon, the trio arrived at a fully equipped Land Rover in the underground garage, which Sukin had previously purchased for travel. Little did he anticipate that it would now serve the purpose of crashing through zombies and facilitating their escape. Vroom vroom. Land Rover, start. Let us go, charge. Su Wei sat in the passenger seat, both excited and anxious. Sukin pressed the accelerator fully, and shortly after, he drove the Land Rover out of the underground garage, heading straight for the massive pit. At this moment, the number of zombies surrounding the pit had swelled to over 100. Without hesitation, Sukin pressed down on the gas pedal, aiming to scatter the horde and alleviate some of the chaos before tackling the chest. The zombies, hearing the roar of the engine, turned to look. However, the zombies at the forefront were caught off guard and were sent flying by Sukin's vehicle. Following that, with a swift maneuver, he knocked several more zombies away. After several impactful charges into the horde, the remaining zombies no longer posed a threat to him. Wei Wei, exit the vehicle. You and Wang Jia, along with Bald 4, hold off the other zombies while I open the chest. Sukan instructed Su Wei, then seized his Tang Dao and dashed toward the pit. Su Wei nodded, Oldait. In an instant, she kicked down a nearby zombie, which looked on in confusion, seemingly bewildered as to why she had struck it. The pit measured 9 meters wide and 2 meters deep, with the chest situated right in the center. Without a moment's hesitation, Sukin jumped down. Given his current strength, a 2-meter drop felt negligible. Upon landing, he finally got a clear view of the chest's true form. It was a black iron box, standing 90 centimeters tall and 1 meter wide. Sukin attempted to move it, but despite his full strength, the box remained immovable. What kind of material is this made of? Sukin furrowed his brow but did not dwell on it for long. He promptly placed his palm on the imprint of the box. At the moment his hand aligned with the imprint, 4 numbers instantly materialized on the surface of a box. 9527. I was right, Sukin exclaimed with delight. He quickly input the revealed numbers to unlock it. With a click, the black iron chest sprang open, releasing a burst of white light. A refreshing fragrance wafted from within, invigorating Sukin with a surge of strength. It was hard to fathom the incredible nature of the items inside. As he fully opened the chest, he discovered 3 dark red fruits nestled within. The fruits bore a resemblance to lychees but were the size of a fist, emitting a scent distinct from that of lychees. Clearly, these were extraordinary and unidentifiable fruits. Additionally, beside the fruits lay a weapon, a dagger. Measuring 25 centimeters in length, the dagger appeared remarkably sharp. Sukin grasped the dagger in his hand, preparing to claim the 3 dark red fruits as well. Suddenly, a fiery projectile descended from above, aimed directly at Sukin. He had no time to grab the fruits and swiftly dodged. At that moment, Su Wei, standing at the edge of the pit, shouted, "Brother, there's a wolf. A massive wolf, as big as a cow. You must come up quickly. I'm so frightened." Upon hearing this, Sukin looked up sharply to see a pair of glowing green eyes fixated on him. Upon closer inspection, it was a mutated wolf, as large as a cow. Sukin was momentarily stunned. How could there be a wolf in Yujingyuan? Had it escaped from a zoo? But the zoo was over 30 kilometers away. However, he had no time for further contemplation, as the mutated wolf charged down the pit, heading straight for him, or perhaps for the fruits within the chest. With a low growl, the mutated wolf did not immediately attack, but instead emitted a deep, threatening roar, seemingly aware that this human was no easy target and wishing to issue a warning. Yet, Sukin was undeterred. Although the mutated wolf was fearsome, he had risked his life to obtain the contents of the chest. Thus, he prepared to secure the 3 fruits from the black iron box right in front of the beast. As he reached for the first fruit, he realized it was too large to carry all at once. He quickly shouted to Su Wei, "Wei, catch." With a swift motion, he tossed one of the dark red fruits toward her. Su Wei reacted promptly, catching the fruit with ease. The moment she grasped it, the surrounding zombies stirred, immediately lunging toward the fruit in her hands. Although Wang Jie and Balfour were also tempted by the fruit, they had chosen to submit to Su Wei and remained loyal. Wang Jie and Balfour issued warnings to the approaching horde, attempting to intimidate them. However, they were not the kings of the zombies, so the horde paid them no heed. Seeing the zombies about to pounce, in a moment of desperation, Su Wei swallowed the fruit whole. With the fruit gone, the zombie horde lost its sense of direction, akin to a ship without a compass. However, their focus quickly shifted back to the pit, where 2 fruits remained. Curiously, despite their craving for the fruits, the zombies lingered at the edge of the pit, never daring to plunge in. Meanwhile, the mutated wolf, witnessing Sukin toss a fruit to a zombie, was incensed at such wastefulness. It bared its teeth, preparing to charge and seize the remaining 2 red fruits. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed from above. Sukin and the mutated wolf both looked up sharply. A white figure leapt into the pit, its shimmering white fur appearing particularly ethereal under the blood moon's light. Sukin's pupils constricted. It was the large white cat. At that moment, the white cat glanced at the mutated wolf and emitted a low growl filled with animosity. The mutated wolf returned the glare with equal hostility, suggesting a prior grudge between them. However, after a brief exchange of looks, both mutated beasts redirected their attention to Sukin, as the fruits had become the priority over their vendetta. In the pit, a precarious standoff ensued, with Sukin poised to confront 2 mutated beasts. While confident in his abilities, the prospect of facing 2 such formidable foes for the first time overwhelmed him with pressure. Yet, Sukin was no fool. He quickly conceived a plan. He held up the 2 remaining fruits from the black iron chest, gazing at the 2 mutated beasts with a slight smirk. "Would you like these? However, there are only 2 left, and how can we 3 possibly share them? Alas, what a dilemma." Sukin directly consumed one of the fruits in one bite. The red fruit melted in his mouth, and he immediately felt a warm surge coursing through his limbs. Subsequently, he could distinctly sense his strength augmenting. If the power within him before had been akin to a bucket of water, now it felt as though it had increased to 1.5 buckets, or even 2. He was astonished that such a humble red fruit could amplify his strength so dramatically. This made Sukin contemplate devouring the remaining fruit as well. However, he was acutely aware that if he dared to do so, the 2 mutated beasts would pursue him relentlessly. even with his newfound power. Facing the combined onslaught of the two beasts would be precarious. Thus, to ensure his safety, Sukin resolved not to consume it all himself, intending instead to use the last fruit to incite conflict between them, allowing him to find an opportunity to escape. At that moment, Sukan's actions had fully ignited the hatred of the two mutated beasts. They bared their teeth at him, their gazes filled with hostility. The mutated wolf crouched low, preparing to launch an attack. Sukan hastily tossed the last red fruit into the air, exclaiming, "Oh dear, there's only one left. Who should I give it to?" What a dilemma. The large white cat, seemingly understanding his words, let out a low growl towards him, as if demanding, "Give it to me." At that moment, Suwei shouted down from above, "Brother, stop playing around. A horde of zombies is closing in. Hurry up." Hearing this, Sukin glanced upward and noticed that indeed, numerous zombies had gathered around the giant pit, though they had not descended. This puzzled him. Suddenly, taking advantage of Sukan's distraction, the mutated wolf launched an attack. The large white cat also charged towards him. As the two mutated beasts advanced, Sukin promptly hurled the red fruit into the air and fled without looking back. "You all can fight over it. I'm not playing with you anymore. Farewell." Both mutated beasts shifted their focus to the fruit, abandoning their pursuit of Sukan to seize it instead. He quickly made his way back to the top of the giant pit. Turning back, he caught sight of the mutated wolf opening its gaping maw, aiming to devour the fruit. It appeared that the large white cat was at a disadvantage against the wolf. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, the large white cat leaped up and forcefully struck the wolf in its underbelly. Sukin was taken aback. The large white cat was unexpectedly fierce. He felt a chill run down his spine. This decisive blow from the large white cat thwarted the wolf's attempt to claim the fruit. However, Sukin could not linger to witness the ensuing battle, for a multitude of zombies were rushing towards him. He was alarmed to see that there were likely thousands of them. The allure of that dark red fruit had drawn in such a horde of zombies. Typically, there were only a sparse 100 or so zombies in the vicinity, even when considering those outside the community. Given that Yuan was an upscale residential area with a relatively low population and some distance from the bustling districts, having a couple of thousand nearby zombies was already quite remarkable. Yet now, a mere black iron box had attracted so many. Sukan, having tasted the fruit, understood the immense power it bestowed, making it reasonable for it to attract such a multitude of zombies. Armed with a dagger, he swiftly dispatched several zombies. The sharpness of the dagger exceeded his expectations, effortlessly slicing through the skulls of the undead. Sukin was delighted. It felt like striking gold. After eliminating a dozen more zombies, he quickly beckoned to Suwei and the others. "Get in the car. Let us go." In an instant, Sukin maneuvered the Land Rover, leading Suwei and the others to successfully break through the encirclement of zombies. As they departed, he heard a cacophony of roars and howls emanating from the giant pit, indicating that the two mutated beasts had begun to battle. However, he was unaware which side had claimed the fruit. Given the earlier cunning tactics of a large white cat, Sukin surmised it was likely to have succeeded. Inside the vehicle, Suwei appeared invigorated, saying, "Brother, should we continue searching for more boxes?" Sukin chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you no longer afraid?" Suwei shook her head. "Of course I'm scared. But that fruit was so delicious, and I feel a surge of power coursing through me. I could take on 10 zombies. I want more." Sukin nodded. "All right, let us continue our quest for the boxes." With that, he pressed down on the accelerator and drove straight out of the community. Since the apocalypse began, this was his first venture beyond the confines of the residential area. Sukin drove several hundred meters, noticing the road was surprisingly devoid of zombies, likely drawn away by the allure of the boxes. Shortly after, he observed that the park ahead was teeming with zombies, all seemingly moving in the same direction. He immediately deduced that there must be a meteorite pit nearby. Although the appearance of a Land Rover startled the surrounding zombies, they did not charge towards him, instead continuing onward. Clearly, the temptation of the boxes was far greater. This was fortuitous for Sukan, as it spared him considerable effort. Soon, he arrived at a grassy area within the park. Before him lay a massive pit, surrounded by a dense throng of zombies, at least 500 strong. At this moment, Sukan inquired curiously, Wei, do you know why all these zombies are standing around the pit and not going in?" Suwei looked at the giant pit, her expression filled with trepidation. "Brother, it's not just that they can't go down. I can't go down either. I feel as though there is something terrifying in that pit. If I jump in, it would be certain death. Sukin raised an eyebrow. Something terrifying? But I went in without issue, and those two mutated beasts are fine too. Sue shook her head. I don't know. All I can say is that the pit gives me the impression that entering it means death. Sukin pondered for a moment, then turned to Wang Jie and Guang Tu Si. What about them? Do they feel the same way? Before Su Wei could respond, Wang Jie vigorously nodded her head, indicating her agreement. It seemed Wang Jie's intelligence was increasing as she was beginning to understand human speech. Although Guang Tu Si had yet to grasp spoken language, he mimicked Wang Jie's gestures. Nodding in agreement with Sukin seeing this, Sukin gazed at the pit, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although he did not comprehend the reason behind it, the fact that zombies could not enter the pit worked to his advantage. Wei, you all stay in the car and hide. I'll go investigate alone. Su Wei hesitated. You're going alone? But there are so many zombies over there. Can you handle it? Sukin reassured her, don't worry, I've consumed a fruit too, and my strength has increased. Besides, those zombies can't enter the pit. So what is there to fear? Most importantly, if the pit poses a threat to you, it's best to keep your distance to avoid any accidents. Just wait here. Reluctantly, Su Wei complied, leading Wang Jie and Guang Tu Si to exit the vehicle and hide nearby. Sukin then pressed the accelerator, racing toward the giant pit. The pit was surrounded by layers of zombies. To breach the perimeter and enter the pit, he would need to create an opening with the vehicle. It would also provide an opportunity to discover what threat the pit posed to the zombies. With a crash, Sukin drove the Land Rover into the horde, sending several zombies plummeting into the pit. The moment they fell, they emitted piercing screams, their forms twisting into grotesque shapes. Sukin merely cast a glance and felt a shiver run down his spine. To his astonishment, the bodies were rapidly disintegrating, soon transforming into a puddle of pus. This scene drenched Sukin in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had just jumped into the pit within the community without incident, and Su Wei had refrained from following suit. A wave of dread washed over Sukin. This predicament left him hesitant to venture into the pit to open the chest. What if he met the same fate as those zombies? However, he was astonished to discover that the enormous pit contained not a black iron chest, but a platinum one. Sukin's breath quickened at the sight. The platinum chest appeared to be infinitely more sophisticated than its black iron counterpart. Without a doubt, its contents would surpass those of the black iron chest. The adage humans die for wealth, birds die for food echoed in his mind. He had to take the plunge. Despite the terrifying sight of zombies melting away, Sukin resolved to seize this opportunity. After all, he had previously emerged unscathed from the pit. Moreover, if he were to abandon this platinum treasure now, he would likely regret it for a lifetime. Besides, there were no other foes in the vicinity aside from the zombies. This was an unmissable opportunity. Without hesitation, Sukin grabbed the backpack from the car to carry the potential treasures and jumped directly into the pit. This pit was significantly larger than the one in the community, measuring a full 15 meters in width and 7 to 8 meters in depth. While it was indeed deep, its funnel shape alleviated any concerns about escaping. Soon, Sukin found himself standing before the golden chest at the center of the pit. The platinum chest stood 1 meter tall, 1.8 meters long, and 1 meter wide, resembling a coffin. The chest bore a handprint and a combination lock akin to the previous black iron chest. It seemed that, just like before, overlapping his palm with the handprint would reveal the password. Without a moment's hesitation, Sukin pressed his palm onto the imprint. In the next instant, a brilliant beam of platinum light erupted from the chest, shooting skyward like the Ruyi Jingbang of the great sage, equal to heaven. Sukin was taken aback. Unlike the black iron chest, the platinum chest did not immediately display the password, but instead unleashed a dazzling light. What could this mean? Suddenly, he noticed a countdown above the beam. 457, 456, 455. A sense of foreboding washed over Sukin. Did the password only reveal itself once the countdown concluded? If that were the case, how many monsters might be attracted by this radiant light? Clearly, treasures were not easily obtained. Sukin felt an urge to retreat. While treasures were alluring, one must also ensure their survival. He decided to withdraw to a concealed position for observation, lest he become the target of many. Without further ado, he dashed back up the pit. As the zombies noticed his ascent, they lunged at him. However, Sukin swiftly dispatched several zombies and kicked others into the pit before safely returning to his vehicle. Land Rover start. The gathering horde of zombies seemed increasingly formidable, making it difficult for him to navigate through. Fortunately, Most of the zombies were captivated by the treasure in the pit and did not pursue him, allowing Sukin to break free from the crowd with relative ease. Soon, he reunited with Su Wei. The 3 zombies and 1 human took refuge atop the toilet, observing the surroundings. This was indeed the ideal hiding spot, as the zombies below could not see them, and from their elevated position, they could survey the entire pit. Sukin briefly explained the situation regarding the platinum chest to Su Wei, who then grasped the significance of the radiant light. He recounted the terrifying sight of the zombies being reduced to pus in the pit. Su Wei, shaken, expressed her initial instincts about the danger of that pit, now realizing just how horrifying it truly was. Sukin inquired whether she could sense any specific presence within the pit and why it posed a threat only to zombies. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wei responded, "It seems there is something in the pit capable of destroying the cells within my body." Sukin furrowed his brow. Could it be the zombie virus within her? Su Wei nodded, affirming his suspicion. Just then, an unusual disturbance erupted in the pond ahead, drawing their attention. The water churned violently, suggesting the presence of a colossal creature beneath the surface. In the blink of an eye, the creature launched itself from the water. Illuminated by the blood moon, the siblings finally discerned its true form, a gigantic serpent. Chapter 26. The battle between the green serpent and the rooster. The water's surface shimmered as the enormous serpent soared into the air, its azure scales glistening eerily beneath the blood moon's glow. The green serpent, flicking its elongated tongue, headed straight for the pit, oblivious to the presence of the 3 figures atop the toilet. Su Wei was horrified as she watched the serpent glide beneath them, while Sukin gripped his dagger tightly, ready for any eventuality. Thankfully, Wang Jie and the bald man remained silent, preventing the serpent from noticing them. Once the green serpent had passed, Su Wei let out a sigh of relief. "Brother, what kind of snake is that? It's enormous, incredibly thick, and so long. Could it be a mutated bamboo viper?" Sukin rolled his eyes at her fanciful thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "It likely isn't a mutated bamboo viper, as their heads are triangular. While this serpent's head is oval, it could be a non-venomous green jade snake. Regardless of its identity, any mutated creature is bound to be formidable. Let's observe the situation first." At that moment, the green serpent, flicking its crimson tongue and swaying its massive body, charged toward the pit. As it neared the horde of zombies, the serpent shot forward like a tightly drawn arrow, crashing into the mass of undead. The sheer force of its colossal body rivaled that of Su Kan's Land Rover, sending numerous zombies flying. Many were directly propelled into the pit, swiftly dissolving into a puddle of pus. Before long, the green serpent plunged into the pit, its gaze steely as it fixated on the platinum chest, its eyes reflecting an unmistakable greed. However, the chest remained firmly shut, leaving the serpent trapped within the pit. Just then, a deafening, ear-splitting screech echoed from above. Tearing through the clouds, a massive avian creature flapped its wings, blotting out the blood moon. Its feathers shimmered brilliantly in the moonlight, particularly its tail feathers, which radiated a dazzling array of colors. Initially, Su Kan and Su Wei believed it to be a phoenix, but they soon realized the truth. It was a mutated giant rooster. The mutated rooster circled overhead a few times before emitting a piercing cry and diving straight toward the pit. Its target was none other than the green serpent. For ages, snakes and roosters have been mortal enemies. The green serpent recognized its adversary and hissed menacingly at the mutated rooster, coiling its massive body in preparation for an attack. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. The two immediately engaged in a fierce struggle within the pit. However, it was evident that the green serpent was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Despite its attempts to bite the mutated rooster, it could not succeed, as the rooster remained airborne, continuously slashing at the serpent with its razor-sharp claws. The green serpent endeavored to ensnare the mutated rooster with its massive form. Yet the rooster proved exceptionally cunning, leaving no opportunity for the serpent. At that moment, Su Wei inquired, "Brother, what shall we do? With these 2 mutated beasts guarding, how can we seize the treasure chest?" Sukin replied, "Do not rush. Let them battle for a while. Ideally, they will inflict harm upon one another, and then we shall have our chance." Su Wei's eyes brightened. "All right, let us employ the strategy of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow finch waits in the rear." Sukin continued, "Moreover, I suspect that once the countdown of the golden beam concludes, the password will be revealed, without human assistance to unlock it. Do you believe these two beasts will be able to decipher the code? Sue laughed. You have a point. However, she soon wore a glum expression. But why are the zombies not even qualified to enter the pit? If they could, the horde would swarm inside, allowing me, Sister Wong, and Bald 4 to fish in troubled waters. Sukin pondered. I am uncertain. Perhaps the sheer number of zombies has incurred some form of retribution. If the zombies could approach the chest, the horde would encircle it tightly, leaving no chance for humans or mutated beasts to claim it. Furthermore, have you noticed that the imprint on the chest can only be unlocked by a human hand? This may indicate an unseen force maintaining a balance in this apocalyptic world. Sue nodded in agreement. Brother, your reasoning is quite sound. I share your sentiments. Do you not think this rule is delineated according to the strength of different races? Sukin raised an eyebrow. Oh. Sue elaborated. Look, while a zombie's individual combat prowess may be slightly inferior to that of an ordinary person, their overwhelming numbers are formidable. If over 80% of humanity has transformed into zombies, that constitutes an immense horde. Hence, I deem the zombie horde to be the most powerful group in existence. Next would be the mutated beasts, though they have evolved from animals. Their combat strength post-mutation is remarkably potent, likely rivaling that of hundreds of zombies. However, the number of mutated beasts is likely quite limited. In these apocalyptic days, we have only encountered a few. Thus, it can be inferred that among the multitude of animals, the probability of mutation is rather low. Following that, we have humanity. Although humans can awaken supernatural abilities, the current awakening rate is not particularly high, and most humans' individual combat strength pales in comparison to that of mutated beasts. Therefore, I believe humanity's power is inferior to both the mutated beasts and the zombie horde. Perhaps this is why the chest in the giant pit can only be opened by a human imprint. If this hierarchy is based on the strength of the three groups, then it makes sense. The zombie horde, being the strongest and having originated from humans, might even have their hands capable of unlocking the chest. Yet, if intelligent beings akin to myself and Sister Wong emerge among the zombies, would the chest not then belong to the horde? Hence, something threatening to the zombie group must exist within the pit. The mutated beasts come next. They can enter the pit, but cannot unlock the chest. And humans, despite being the weakest, can unlock it. Thus, a certain equilibrium is established among the three factions. After Sue Wei's analysis, Sukin gave her a thumbs up. Sister, your insights have enlightened me. No wonder you are my sister. Of course. Have you forgotten who I am? I am the top student from Qingbei University in Tiannan Province. Sue Wei declared proudly. Yet, this is merely my personal hypothesis. Who truly knows the real reason? Just like 10 days ago, who would have foreseen the arrival of the apocalypse? Upon hearing this, Sukin lamented. Indeed, who could have predicted a true apocalypse? While the siblings were conversing, an unexpected movement arose from the nearby grass. They immediately became vigilant. A sly-looking white rabbit poked its head out from the grass, glancing around as if surveying its surroundings. It then directed its gaze towards the restroom, where a vehicle was parked, leaving the rabbit puzzled, as if questioning why a car was there. Suddenly, the rabbit's attention shifted upwards. Fortunately, Sukin and Sue Wei reacted swiftly, shrinking back to avoid detection. After ascertaining that all was well, the rabbit leapt from the grass. The siblings then beheld the rabbit in its entirety. It was a colossal white rabbit, comparable in size to an adult dog. Generally, rabbits are described with endearing terms, yet Sukin and Sue Wei found no charm in this creature. Instead, they perceived a rather mischievous aura emanating from it. Brother, is it just me, or does that rabbit seem rather cheeky? You are not mistaken. I feel the same. Let us observe its intentions. The siblings exchanged whispers. At that moment, the large rabbit surveyed the advancing horde of zombies, scratching its head in a surprisingly human-like manner, and displayed a contemplative expression. Just then, a zombie ambled by. The rabbit flashed a sly grin, stealthily bounding behind the zombie, and with a sudden kick, it toppled the creature. Subsequently, it seized the zombie's leg and dragged it into the grass. Within the foliage, the rabbit audaciously twisted the zombie's neck. After the zombie's demise, the rabbit bizarrely smeared the zombie's blood all over itself. Once it was fully covered in the blood, the rabbit bounded out from the grass and made its way toward the giant pit. Surrounding the pit was a throng of zombies. Any living being that approached would surely be torn to shreds. Yet this rabbit, adorned in zombie blood, boldly walked among the horde, which made no move against it. This extraordinary scene left Su Can and Su Wei utterly astonished. What an astute rabbit. It cleverly utilizes zombie blood to mask its scent. Is this the intellect expected of an ordinary mutated beast? Brother, look, the countdown is nearing its end. We have only 1 minute left. At that moment, the platinum beam's countdown stood at 1 minute. 0:59, 0:58. Brother, what should we do? There are 2 mutated beasts in the pit, and the number of zombies above is increasing. Moreover, a cheeky rabbit is hiding among them. It seems the golden treasure chest will be difficult to open. Should we wait a bit longer? So Wei said yes. Sukin shook his head, then rose with a dagger in hand. No, we must act swiftly, in just 5 minutes. Such a multitude of zombies and 3 mutated beasts have gathered. The longer we delay, the more zombies and beasts will be drawn here. At that point, our chances of success will diminish. While the situation is still manageable, we must take action. You stay here. I shall return shortly. So Wei insisted. No, I must accompany you. Sukin firmly rejected. No, that pit is too perilous for you. Stay away. Su Wei responded, brother, do not worry. I promise to keep my distance from the pit, and I can better support you while attempting to disperse the zombies. Seeing her resolve, Sukin relented. Very well. But keep your distance. Suddenly, Su Wei had another thought. Brother, why not mimic that rabbit and smear yourself with zombie blood? That way, you could easily blend into the horde. Sukin pondered for a moment, shaking his head as he remarked, forget it. The zombie's body harbors the zombie virus. What if the virus enters my body through the skin? That mutated rabbit is a variant beast. Perhaps it is immune to the zombie virus. But I am but a mere human. Therefore, it is best to avoid such risks. It is merely a horde of corpses. I possess the ability to come and go freely. Do you think you are Zhao Zilong? I am a martial champion Su Can. Soon, the 3 corpses and 1 human were driving a Land Rover, charging once more into the sea of zombies. However, the number of zombies was overwhelming, rendering any attempt to penetrate the horde futile. Beneath the Land Rover lay a mass of fallen zombies, blocking the vehicle's undercarriage. Sukin had no choice but to reverse, preparing for another assault. Yet, the horde surged forward. Even the robust off-road vehicle was firmly obstructed by the sea of corpses. As he found himself encircled by the zombie swarm, Su Can's gaze fell upon a deep pit less than 10 meters ahead, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. He instructed, Wei, stay in the car. I'll be back shortly. With that, he flung open the car door and, brandishing a dagger, charged out. Brother, please be careful. Su Wei expressed her concern from within the vehicle. Nevertheless, at that moment, Sukin had transformed into a war god, wielding his sharp dagger, effortlessly dispatching zombies as if slicing through vegetables. Observing Su Can's formidable prowess, Su Wei's worries began to dissipate. However, the thought of 2 terrifying mutated beasts lurking in the pit reignited her anxiety for him. In addition to those 2 mutated beasts, an insidious rabbit was stealthily hiding somewhere. Thinking of the rabbit, Su Wei eagerly craned her neck to search through the horde. Soon, she spotted the rabbit concealed among the corpses, previously drawn by the Land Rover. The rabbit's attention now fixated solely on Su Can as he bravely fought through the zombies. Its eyes flickered, seemingly plotting something sinister, completely oblivious to Su Wei's gaze locked on it. Simultaneously, the countdown reached its conclusion. Yet, the platinum beam of light remained unwavering in the sky, while the azure serpent and mutated rooster continued their struggle. In less than 5 minutes, the azure serpent bore numerous wounds inflicted by the rooster, which, thanks to its ability to fly, had sustained little damage, losing only a few feathers. At that moment, Sukin finally broke through the undead throng and plunged into the pit. The azure serpent and the mutated rooster immediately ceased their conflict, their eyes uniting in focus upon this uninvited guest. You continue your fight. Pay me no mind. I merely passed through to retrieve an item. Sukin called out to the 2 mutated beasts, flashing a grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. This action instantly alarmed both creatures. The azure serpent coiled its body, exposing its vicious fangs. The mutated rooster let out a loud crow, its beady eyes locked on his Su Can. Yet, seeing they made no immediate move, Su Can mused to himself. It seems the mutated beasts understand they cannot open the chest themselves and rely on humans for that. Hence, they do not attack directly. However, he surmised that once he opened the chest, he would likely be besieged by these two creatures. Regardless, let them surround me. In pursuit of wealth, one risks their life. So be it, he thought. If the black iron chest could yield such splendid treasures, the platinum chest would undoubtedly be even more exceptional. Sukin promptly input the code displayed on the chest, 9969. With a click, the platinum chest opened. Simultaneously, the azure serpent and mutated rooster sprang into action. With their swift assault, Sukin had less than 3 seconds to seize the treasures within. With such limited time, he could only hastily shove the contents into his backpack without discerning the nature of the items. The flying rooster was the first to charge at him. Sukin executed a roll to evade its sharp talons. Immediately after, the azure serpent lunged at him like a bolt, its gaping maw aimed to bite down. Should it succeed, Sukin would surely suffer grievous wounds. In a moment of peril, Sukin leaned back sharply, the serpent narrowly missing his nose, the foul stench making his stomach churn. Simultaneously, he slashed at the azure serpent with his dagger, inflicting a deep gash that elicited a pained roar from the creature. Meanwhile, the rabbit mingled among the corpses, its gaze greedily fixed on the backpack on Sukin's back. Just as it contemplated seizing the opportunity to snatch the bag, a thunderous roar erupted behind it, accompanied by a tremendous rumble. The rabbit whirled around to see Su Wei driving the Land Rover, unleashing a battle cry before charging directly toward it. Logically, the rabbit was surrounded by zombies, making it difficult for the Land Rover to forge a path. Yet curiously, upon hearing Su Wei's roar, the zombies parted, creating a passage. At the end of the path stood the rabbit, isolated and alone, feeling as if it stood at the edge of the universe, overwhelmed by solitude. With a resounding thud, the rabbit was sent tumbling into the pit by Su Wei's vehicle. She slammed on the brakes, a mischievous grin on her face as she said, "Hey little rabbit, do you have many questions?" She then rolled down the window, leaning out to call down to Sukin, "Brother, have you finished? Hurry up." Hearing her words, Sukin ceased his battle and dashed toward her direction. Yet, the azure serpent and rooster would not allow him to escape so easily. With a hiss, the azure serpent lunged at him, moving faster than Sukin could react, blocking his retreat. In the air, the mutated rooster flapped its wings, closing in as well. The two mutated beasts effectively sealed off Sukin's escape route. At that moment, the rabbit shot a furious glare at Su Wei before charging at Sukin. Although it longed to exact vengeance on Su Wei, the treasures in the chest took precedence. As the saying goes, a rabbit remembers its vengeance. It is never too late, prioritizing the acquisition of the treasure before seeking retribution against Su Wei. Seeing no escape, Sukin prepared for a life-and-death struggle against the two mutated beasts. Suddenly, he noticed the mutated rabbit charging toward him as well. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he retrieved an item from the side of his backpack, a glowing Bluetooth earphone case. This was something Sukin had purchased for several thousand. He never imagined it would come in handy now. "Brother Rabbit, I have secured the item. Catch!" Sukin shouted, tossing the glowing earphone case toward the rabbit. The rabbit, upon hearing his voice, froze in place, staring at the luminous object soaring through the air. Without further thought, it instinctively extended its paw to catch it. Before it could inspect the item, the rabbit sensed two piercing gazes upon it. The azure serpent and rooster had shifted their focus entirely to the rabbit. In an instant, both creatures abandoned their pursuit of Sukin and surged toward the rabbit. A slight smirk played on Sukin's lips. Beasts are indeed beasts, easily manipulated by a simple trick. Seizing this opportunity, Sukin made a hasty retreat. He successfully climbed into the Land Rover and poked his head out to address the rabbit below. "Brother Rabbit, may we meet again under better circumstances. Farewell." He ignited the engine of the Land Rover and surged forward with a heavy foot on the accelerator. It was only then that Sukin noticed the horde of zombies had surprisingly parted to create a passage, unlike their previous behavior of encircling him. Though perplexed by this oddity, he had no time to ponder the reasons. If those mutated beasts reacted and pursued him, the situation would become dire. While the vehicle could accelerate to over 100 miles per hour, who could ascertain the speed of those aberrations? What if they were swifter than a sports car? Hence, fleeing was the prudent course of action. Hiss! Mere moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the massive pit. Following that, a robust figure leapt from the chasm. It was the rabbit. However, Its appearance had undergone a staggering transformation. The once adorable creature had morphed into a muscular, red-eyed behemoth of a rabbit. The muscular rabbit gazed longingly at the retreating Land Rover, yearning to chase after it. Yet, the surrounding horde had already surged toward it, thwarting its opportunity for pursuit. Ultimately, the muscular rabbit could only release a frustrated roar to the heavens. Subsequently, after shattering a zombie skull with a single punch, it furiously plunged into the horde. Meanwhile, within the pit, the green serpent and a large rooster lay exhausted on the ground, their eyes filled with terror. They appear to have witnessed something horrifying. On another front, after ensuring the safe evacuation of Su Wei and the others, Su Kan drove back to their residential complex. Although numerous boxes might still be scattered outside, he resolved to first inspect the treasures obtained from the platinum chest. After a night of upheaval, he felt it was time to rest and regain his composure. Soon, they successfully returned home. At that moment, the massive pit in the community had long since dispersed, and the two mutated beasts had vanished without a trace. Chapter 29. King Kong Barbie. Upon returning home, Su Wei could hardly contain her excitement as she opened her backpack. Oh, a key? She pulled out a green copper key, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns, exuding an aura of antiquity. Observing the key, Su Wei inquired, "Brother, did this key come from the chest?" Su Kan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Although I was in a hurry and didn't examine it closely, I caught a glimpse of the key." Puzzled, Su Wei asked, "A key from within the chest? What does that imply? Is it meant to unlock another chest?" Su Kan took the green copper key and examined it as well, but found nothing particularly remarkable about it. "Let us keep it for now. It may prove invaluable in the future. The treasures from the platinum chest should be worthwhile." "Yes." Su Wei agreed. She then emptied the remaining contents of her bag onto the table, revealing 4 orbs. 2 red orbs the size of kiwis, 1 blue orb the size of a longan, and 1 golden orb the size of a thumb. The red orbs bore a resemblance to the dark red fruit extracted from the black iron chest, albeit differing in size and depth of color. Yet their essence felt vaguely similar, likely of the same variety. As for the blue and golden orbs, their nature remained a mystery. At that moment, Su Wei, Sister Wang, and Bald Four gazed greedily at the 4 orbs on the table, clearly recognizing their value. Su Kan picked up the golden orb for scrutiny and asked, "Wei Wei, do you recognize these orbs?" Su Wei shook her head. "No, I don't." Su Kan rolled his eyes. "What are you drooling over?" Su Wei quickly wiped her mouth and replied, "Though I don't know what these orbs are, I can sense that consuming them will yield great benefits. However, the 2 red orbs seem somewhat akin to the dark red fruit we consumed earlier. Their essence is quite similar. They must be the same type." Su Wei sniffed the red orb, then proceeded to do the same with the blue and golden orbs, her mind seemingly reaching a conclusion. She looked at Sister Wang and Bald Four, then turned to Su Kan, saying, "Brother, based on my instincts, the golden orb is the most valuable, followed by the blue, and lastly, the red. How about we distribute them this way? The golden orb for you, the blue for me, and we can share the 2 red orbs with Sister Wang and Bald Four?" Hearing Su Wei propose giving the 2 precious orbs to the 2 zombies, Su Kan furrowed his brow. "Give them to them?" Su Wei nodded, "Yes, brother. While I acknowledge that during this treasure hunt, Sister Wang and Bald Four contributed little, primarily relying on your efforts, they are still our subordinates. If they become stronger, it will benefit us as well. Moreover, they previously ventured out to gather supplies for you. They may not have earned merit, but they certainly endured hardships, right?" Acknowledging her reasoning, Su Kan conceded, "All right, let us give the red orbs to them." Su Wei's argument was sound. Sister Wang and Bald Four may not have achieved merit, but had certainly borne the burdens. Furthermore, their future utility would be significant, warranting a proper reward. With that, Su Wei tossed the 2 red orbs to Sister Wang and Bald Four. "Here you go, Sister Wang, Bald Four, 1 for each of you." Sister Wang and Bald Four eagerly accepted the red orbs and swallowed them without hesitation. In no time, both let out a resonant zombie roar. Their cries were strikingly powerful, evidently signifying their newfound strength. Shortly after, they cast grateful glances at Su Kan and Su Wei, indicating not only had they grown stronger, but their intelligence had also increased. At that moment, Su Wei said, "Now it's my turn, brother. Please wait while I consume mine." Su Kan nodded, "All right." Although he was aware that these orbs were beneficial, he remained cautious about potential risks. Thus, he preferred a measured approach, taking them one at a time. The blue orb dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, and Su Wei immediately felt an influx of power coursing through her. Moments later, she too emitted a zombie roar. This roar was far more piercing than that of Sister Wong and Baldfor, causing the entire building to tremble under its resonance. The surrounding zombies, upon hearing this roar, cowered in fear, trembling on the ground. On the rooftop of the third building in the complex, a large white cat appeared to be feasting on something. Suddenly, it heard the roar and sharply turned its gaze toward the sixth building, its eyes filled with trepidation. Subsequently, the large white cat seemed to make a decision, clutching its prey and leaping from the third building to the second, then to the first, finally escaping the complex. Under the moonlight, the silhouette of the large white cat grew distant from the community, revealing what it had in its mouth, a wolf. As Su Wei felt the changes within her body, excitement illuminated her face. Sukin hurriedly inquired, "Sister, how do you feel? What is happening?" With a beaming expression, Su Wei exclaimed, "Brother, this is incredible. I will no longer be a timid soul. Just watch." She stood up and let out a fierce roar. In an instant, her body transformed. The once frail-looking Su Wei had now evolved into a muscular female zombie. As Su Wei flexed her muscular arms, Sukin was momentarily taken aback. "Look at me, aren't I impressive?" Su Wei exclaimed proudly. She had long desired to build a strong physique, but had been hindered by her studies, never finding the opportunity. Surprisingly, after becoming a zombie, she had finally achieved her goal. "Wow." Sukin gave her a thumbs up. "That's incredible. Besides your muscles, what powers does that orb possess?" "Oh, right." Su Wei continued. "After consuming that orb, I had a vision that introduced me to the King's Zhu, known as the indestructible pill. Once ingested, it grants me the ability of invulnerability, just like now. Go ahead, punch me, and see for yourself. I guarantee you'll question your own existence." "All right, just don't hold back." With an eager grin, Su Wei encouraged him. "Let me show you what a true indestructible Barbie is. Here I come." With that, Sukin unleashed a punch, sending Su Wei flying several meters before she crashed against the wall, leaving an impression in the surface. Alarmed, Sukin rushed over to help her up. "Are you all right, little sister? What happened? Didn't you say you were invulnerable?" With a frown, Su Wei replied, "I told you to be quicker, but you hesitated. Now, my indestructibility has worn off." "Wait, it has a time limit?" "Yes, it lasts only 30 seconds. That's quite short." "True, but I can use it 3 times a day. From now on, I, Su Wei, will be a thrice daily woman." She laughed exuberantly. "Such audacious words," Sukin remarked. 3 times a day isn't bad. It could be a lifesaver in critical moments, perfect for you." "Hee hee. Now it's your turn. Swallow that pill." Impatiently, Sukin swallowed the golden orb, which dissolved instantly. In an instant, a mysterious power surged through his entire being. He felt as if his energy channels had been unblocked, leaving him utterly invigorated. His strength was escalating, his vision sharpened to discern minute fluctuations in the air, and his hearing heightened to detect the faintest sounds of zombies outside. But that was not the end. As a mysterious power circulated within him, it began to gather in his mind. As it concentrated, Sukin felt a throbbing in his temples, as if countless needles were piercing through. Suddenly, a wave of pain washed over him. He cried out, clutching his head, his eyes sparkling with a golden light. "Brother, what is happening? Don't scare me." This scene frightened Su Wei. Sukin felt dizzy, overwhelmed by fatigue. "Iem me fine. Just a bit sleepy. I'll take a nap." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed into slumber. Unsure of what to do, Su Wei was relieved to feel his heartbeat and breathing. At least he is not dead. It must just be a temporary deep sleep. But what on earth is that golden orb? It's more potent than sleeping pills. Sukin slept for an entire day and night. If it weren't for his steady pulse, Su Wei would have thought he had perished. On the third morning, Su Wei noticed Sukin on the couch emanating a dazzling, multicolored light. Goodness, has he ascended? She marveled. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed in Sukin's mind. 9-turn crystal core. For those with below A-level abilities, one can consume only 1 in a lifetime. S-level can consume 2. SS level can consume 3. SSS level can consume 4. And those with rainbow level abilities can consume 7. The user may randomly awaken a unique ability. Currently assessing qualifications. Assessment result: rainbow level talent. Random ability awakening. Awakened ability: space. Boom. As the announcement concluded, the effects of the 9-turn crystal core erupted in Sukin's mind like thunder. In an instant, A vast expanse of white space manifested before him. Sukin's consciousness wandered through this boundless realm, akin to a solitary boat adrift on the sea. With a focused thought, he attempted to draw object from the outside world into this space. Meanwhile, Su Wei curiously observed her brother shimmering with vibrant colors. Suddenly, the cup on the table vanished. She rubbed her eyes, convinced she was seeing things, but the cup was indeed gone. What on earth? In a flash, the knife on the table also disappeared, sending Su Wei into a panic. With a swift movement, she hid behind Wang Jie, peeking around to assess the situation. Wang Jie, did you see anything strange? Wang Jie and Bald Si shook their heads, indicating they had seen nothing. However, Su Wei was convinced of her own sighting. After observing for a while, when nothing else vanished, she had a realization. Could be my brother's doing? Is this his new ability? But when will he wake up? He has been asleep for an entire day and night. Just as she finished speaking, Sukin slowly opened his eyes. I'm so hungry. Su Wei rushed over. Brother, you're awake. Barely able to muster energy, he asked, is there food? Hurry, I'm starving. Rolling her eyes, Su Wei replied, what food? The downstairs supermarket has been cleaned out. By now, the apocalypse had reached its 12th day, and the supermarket supplies have been entirely depleted, with most of it consumed by Sukin himself. Everything's gone? He frowned. Then how do I replenish my energy? With a playful stick of her tongue, Su Wei chuckled. Just kidding. I prepared supplies for you. Wang Jie, Bald Si, bring in the provisions. Wang Jie and Bald Si promptly returned from the kitchen with the supplies. I figured you'd need to replenish your energy when you woke up, so I sent them to gather supplies yesterday. However, most of it consisted of uncooked rice flour and noodles. The water is contaminated, so you'll have to make do with these. Gazing at the rice and flour being brought in, Sukin hesitated for a moment before tearing into the raw noodles. Before long, he had consumed hundreds of pounds of supplies, not even flinching at the discomfort of the uncooked grains. His hunger was overwhelming. Since awakening his abilities required a significant energy boost, the food was absorbed almost instantaneously. Now, Sukin felt somewhat replenished, but knew he needed much more sustenance. Only by thoroughly replenishing the energy required for this occasion can his spatial abilities be completely awakened. Upon observing that Sukin had finished his meal, Su Wei inquired, Brother, are you done eating? Are you still hungry? By the way, what powers has that golden orb bestowed upon you? I just noticed that the cup on the table has vanished. Was it your doing? Sukin did not respond immediately, but instead picked up the Tang Dao from the table and said, Let us go. I still need a substantial amount of energy replenishment. We'll discuss it in the car later. Su Wei nadie obediente. Oldait. Wang Jie, Bald 4, let us move. Chapter 31. Emptying Kianda Plaza. Brother, where are we going to find supplies? Kianda Plaza. Kianda Plaza. Indeed, this time we will completely empty Kianda Plaza. Completely empty it? Why should we be able to do that? Have you awakened your spatial abilities? Oh, well done. You guessed it right away. Wow. Spatial abilities, that's impressive. Kianda Plaza is merely 2 kilometers away in the financial center. Normally, it would take just a few minutes to drive there, but the city's traffic had largely collapsed, with numerous vehicles abandoned on the roads, causing severe congestion. Consequently, Sukin's group could only travel about 5 kilometers before being unable to proceed by car. Let us get out and charge forward. Gazing at the nearby Kianda Plaza and the zombies wandering around, Sukin drew his Tang Dao, a glint of determination in his eyes. Although the dagger was exceptionally sharp, it was too short for his liking. He preferred a longer weapon. Furthermore, the Tang Dao's heft provided a better feel for dispatching zombies. Sukin, wielding the Tang Dao, exited the vehicle. Su Wei followed closely beside him, standing tall and proud. Wang Jie and Bald 4 trailed behind, ensuring Sukin was not ambushed by zombies. Sukin glanced at Su Wei and remarked, Sister, why do you seem braver now? Su Wei proudly lifted her chin and declared, I must be bold. After all, we now possess the indestructible power. Sukin chuckled, all right, just stay by my side. The zombies want to attack you. You only need to keep an eye out for me to avoid ambushes. Just as they were speaking, a few zombies rushed towards them. Sukin swiftly charged forward, dispatching several zombies with ease. Although his combat skills were not particularly refined, his strength and speed were formidable, allowing him to eliminate a zombie with a single strike. Moreover, these ordinary zombies only lunged and bit without any tactical movements, so Sukin exerted little effort. At that moment, Sukin noticed an unusual number of zombies surrounding them. Logically, being in the financial center, which was densely populated. There should be a significant number of zombies, yet there were only a sparse few dozen. Some zombies didn't even react to the commotion and continued to shuffle forward. Sukin squinted, pondering whether something ahead was drawing their attention. Sister, I've noticed there are so few zombies around, and some are moving in a specific direction. There might be something interesting ahead. Suwei suddenly exclaimed. Sukin nodded. You're on the same wavelength as me. This works perfectly. It alleviates much trouble. Let us head to Kanda Plaza. I urgently need to replenish my energy, and once I fully awaken my spatial abilities, we can investigate what is going on. Soon, the group of 3 zombies arrived at the entrance of Kanda Plaza. Just as Sukin was about to rush in, Su Wei suddenly pointed out, Brother, look ahead. There are so many zombies. It seems there's a massive pit. Sukin turned to see a considerable gathering of zombies ahead, densely packed, likely thousands. He also discerned a few mutated beasts lurking nearby, with 2 mutated birds circling overhead. It seemed the pit contained valuable items, but he would need to replenish his energy first. I see it. Let us enter and gather supplies, then we can return to investigate the situation. As Sukin prepared to enter Kanda Plaza, Su Wei paused and suggested, Brother, how about this? I'll take Wang Jie and Balfour to scout the situation, and you can go in on your own to gather supplies. Sukin was taken aback. Su Wei continued, It appears the zombies are concentrated in that area, so you should be safe. Besides, Wang Jie and I can blend in with the zombies without any issues, allowing us to assess the situation and the quality of any treasure boxes. If we stumble upon a golden treasure box, we'll hit the jackpot. After considering her proposal, Sukin nodded, All right, but be careful. If things go awry, retreat immediately, understood? Su Wei patted her chest confidently. Rest assured. Don't forget, I am now a fierce zombie with indestructible power. Within 90 seconds, who in this world can challenge me? Fine, you're impressive. Just stay safe. You too, brother. She replied. Soon, the siblings split into 2 paths, with Sukin entering Kanda Plaza alone. Inside, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, with only a handful of zombies, less than a dozen. It was unclear why these zombies had not joined the larger horde. However, they quickly sensed Sukin's presence and lunged toward him. Sukin swiftly dealt with the few zombies. Before long, he discovered the underground entrance to a supermarket within Kanda Plaza. This supermarket was a Walmart, an international chain known for its diverse range of supplies. If he could clear out the useful items within, it would sustain him for quite some time. As Sukin stepped into Walmart, a putrid, bloody odor assaulted his senses. This was not the scent of human blood. It was the blood of zombies. He scanned the area and saw several lifeless zombie bodies on the ground. A mere glance revealed that these zombies had only recently perished, likely within the past half hour. This indicated that there might still be survivors within the supermarket. Why humans and not mutated beasts? Because these zombies had been slain by blades or axes. It appeared that some survivors had taken advantage of the zombie siege to scavenge for supplies. After contemplating, Sukin exchanged his Tang Dao for a dagger and stealthily proceeded inside. Familiar with the layout of Walmart, he quickly navigated to the food section. Suddenly, he heard voices coming from the snack aisle. What are you doing with those snacks? You should be grabbing more bread. Fool, I'm packing chocolate. It's high-calorie food. A single piece of chocolate can sustain you for half a day. Is that so? Then pack more. Sukin recognized the familiar voices and followed the sounds, soon spotting 3 figures he would never forget. Chapter 32. Su Kan, second-tier ability user. Lin Su, Jiang Yan, and Lu Xin. These 3 wretches. Sukin glared at their backs, fury burning in his eyes. In the past, he and Lu Xin had been the envy of their campus, a celestial couple. Yet, Lin Su had intervened and stolen Lu Xin away, with Jiang Yin fueling the fire. Suddenly, Sukin accidentally knocked over an item on a shelf, creating a loud crash in the otherwise silent supermarket. Lin Su, Jiang Yin, and Lu Xin instantly became alert. Who is it? Lu Xin fixed her gaze on Su Kan, and a vine unexpectedly sprouted from her palm. Lin Su and Jiang Yin flanked Lu Xin. With Lin Su's hand gripping an axe, faint currents of electricity flickering around it, while Jiang Yin, brandishing a kitchen knife, appeared noticeably tense. Come out. The 3 advanced step by step. Sukin slowly emerged from behind the shelves. You're Su Kan? It's really you? Su Kan? What are you doing here? Upon recognizing Su Kan, the trio was taken aback. Sukin regarded their familiar yet loathsome faces with indifference and remarked, It is indeed I. I never anticipated encountering you here. It is quite astonishing that you managed to survive the apocalypse. Moreover, it appears you have awakened your abilities. The vine in Liu Xian's hand and the electricity manifesting around Lin Su's hand served as evidence of their newly acquired powers. As for Jiang Yan, although she seemed unremarkable, Su Can sensed a mysterious force within her. However, he could not discern the nature of her abilities. Liu Xin Sna. Why should we not survive if you can? Su Can, stop being so sarcastic. At this moment, Lin Su deliberately wrapped his arm around Liu Xian's waist, tauntingly addressing Su Can. Oh, is this not Xian's ex-boyfriend Su Can? What is the matter? Are you out here alone searching for supplies? Have you awakened your abilities to dare act as a lone wolf? I have awakened the power of thunder. With that, Lin Su showcased his thunderous prowess, conjuring a ball of lightning the size of an apple in his palm. Boom! Lin Su threw the lightning ball towards the buckets of instant noodles behind Su Can, causing an explosion. Observing Lin Su's antics, Su Can couldn't help but reminisce about the time this brat flaunted his conquest over Liu Xian before him, even sending Su Can photos of their rendezvous to humiliate him. Yet, Su Can had long seen through Liu Xian's true nature and had not reacted with much emotion. He never expected, 3 years later, that Lin Su would still be as immature as ever. Su Can retorted coldly, "Whether I have awakened my abilities is none of your concern. Step aside." Su Can was not inclined to waste further words with them. He needed to replenish his energy quickly, completely awaken his spatial abilities, and rendezvous with Su Wei. With that intention, Su Can made a stride towards the shelves behind them, which were filled with high-calorie, high-protein supplies. However, Jiang Yan blocked his path. "Su Can, stand right there? What is with your attitude? Just because you say step aside, you think you can command me?" Su Can shot her a glare. "Step aside. Good dogs don't block the way." Jiang Yan was momentarily startled by his glare, but her usual prideful and headstrong nature flared up at being called a dog. "Su Can, who are you calling a dog? Anyone who obstructs my path is a dog. I'll say it again, step aside." At this juncture, Liu Xian interjected again. "Su Can, do you want the supplies here? You'll have to ask for our permission first. After all, we were the ones who arrived first." Su Can chuckled. "What? Is this Walmart your family business? Do I need your permission to take what I need?" Liu Xian retorted, "While I may not own Walmart, we 3 cleaned out the zombies here. You expect to take supplies without lifting a finger? There is no such thing in this world." Su Can scoffed. "Liu Xian, when did you become so petty? There are ample supplies here, enough for the 3 of you for years. I'm only taking a small portion, and you react this way? Or are you still holding a grudge over the humiliation from back then?" Upon hearing this, Liu Xian's expression shifted, her gaze darkening. "Su Can, how dare you bring up the past?" Su Can laughed heartily. "Why should I not? You betrayed me for Lin Su because of his wealth. And when you discovered my family was also affluent, you attempted to reconcile with me secretly, playing both sides. I exposed you on the spot and humiliated you. Liu Xin, you are truly shameless." Liu Xian was utterly enraged. "Su Can, stop right there." With that, 2 sharp vines swiftly emerged from her body, lunging towards Su Can. Su Can had anticipated this and swiftly leaped back to evade the attack. He fixed his gaze on Liu Xian, his voice cold as ice. "Liu Xian, are you sure you wish to confront me? The consequences, I fear, you may not be able to bear." After 3 years of humiliation, Liu Xian was furious, and she was ready to fight, undeterred by fear. "Today, I must teach you a lesson, you scoundrel." She prepared to strike again. "Halva, Zian Zan Interven, Xin Xin." Don't act impulsively. Given Su Can's agility and reaction, he must have awakened his abilities, plus he was the president of the University Martial Arts Club back then. Fighting him may not end well for you. Liu Xian, confident in her vine abilities, sneered, "Times have changed. I'm not afraid of him now. Besides, with you 2 here, what do we have to fear from a mere Su Can?" Lin Su echoed, "Xian is right, for daring to humiliate her. We must teach him a lesson today." Seeing they would not heed her warning, Jiang Yan lowered her voice urgently. "Have you forgotten my abilities? I can sense that Su Can is very dangerous." Liu Xian and Lin Su were suddenly alerted. Jiang Yan's ability was an S-grade talent of precognition. Jiang Yan could foresee the danger posed by enemies and gauge their talent and strength levels. At that moment, Liu Xian cast a complex glance at Su Can and whispered, "Yin Yan, can you discern Su Can's ability and talent levels?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin looked at Su Kan with an expression of unusual intensity. Su Kan felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Yin's abilities were enigmatic, and he had the sensation of being seen through. Moments later, Jiang Yin withdrew her gaze, her eyes filled with apprehension as she stated, Su Kan is a second-tier ability user. What? A second-tier ability user? Lin Su and Lu Xian were astonished. It is known that the highest among the three of them was barely a peak first tier. Yet, Su Kan had already reached the second tier. What is his talent level? Lin Su hudiden in guit. Jiang Yin shook her head slowly. I cannot see through it. Lu Xian was astounded. What? Even your S-grade talent cannot penetrate it? Could it be that his talent surpasses yours? Jiang Yin nodded slightly. It is highly likely. Lin Su appeared dubious. That's impossible. He is just a useless person. How could his talent exceed S-grade? Could he be SS-grade? I'm only A-grade myself. Although the group whispered among themselves, Su Kan's acute hearing captured every word of their conversation. Su Kan's expression became solemn as he realized through the indestructible golden pill that abilities indeed had talent levels, but he was unaware that they also possessed strength levels. To his surprise, he was a second-tier ability user. He was curious about how the strength levels were categorized. What joke! A mere S-grade talent dares to attempt to see through my colorful talents, without overthinking it, just based on the fact that he could consume 9 pieces of the 9-turn crystal core, while an SSS grade talent could only consume 4. It was clear that his colorful talent was the strongest. So, are you still going to fight, or can I leave? Su Kan spoke in a low tone. Swish! Lin Su glared at Su Kan, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Once, he and Su Kan were both hailed as the 2 most handsome men at Jiangcheng University. Yet everyone claimed that Lin Su's academic performance was inferior to Su Kan's, his looks less appealing, and his character lacking in comparison. Thus, Lin Su resorted to unscrupulous means to steal Lu Xian away, merely to prove he was superior to Su Kan. When he flaunted his conquest over Lu Xian, Su Kan had the audacity to insult him as merely a placeholder. This left Lin Su, who had previously believed victory was assured, feeling a raw sense of humiliation. Subsequently, he tirelessly sought opportunities to prove his superiority over Su Kan. Unfortunately, after graduation, Su Kan vanished without a trace, never again appearing in their midst. Even during university reunions, he was conspicuously absent. Now, to his astonishment, Su Kan seemed even more formidable than before. Lin Su, filled with indignation, stood up and shouted, "You stop right there! I challenge you to a fight. I refuse to believe you are stronger than I am." Su Kan regarded Lin Su with a hint of disdain, retorting, "You? I could likely dispatch you with a mere flick of my wrist. Perhaps you should all come at me together to avoid wasting my time." In a fit of rage, Lin Su brandished his axe and charged, declaring, "Su Kan, do not be arrogant. Watch how I teach you a lesson." Su Kan, wielding a Tang Dao, met him head-on. The clash of their weapons resonated through the air. Lin Su, face contorted with fury, shouted, "I once stole Lu Xian from you, and today, I shall defeat you." Su Kan scoffed. Lu Xian is the kind of person who desires to straddle 2 boats. Anyone could take her from you. If I could take her from you, so could someone else. I wouldn't want such a woman, even if she were offered to me. However, he added, yet Lu Xian is indeed impressive, particularly in the kitchen and on the balcony. Upon hearing Su Kan's final remark, Lin Su was momentarily taken aback. What? He quickly turned to Lu Xian and interrogated. "Did you not say you never slept with Su Kan?" Lu Xian hastily explained. "Su, let me explain," but before she could finish, Su Kan interjected, "Fool, you actually believe that? I was with her since our freshman year, and only broke up in our junior year. For 3 whole years. Do you think we didn't engage in anything? Look at me. I am handsome and fit. No woman can resist me. Let me put it this way. In 3 years, we've shared more hotel rooms than you've consumed salt. Lu Xian, I grew bored of her long ago. You bastard, I want you dead." Lin Su roared in fury. In an instant, a surge of powerful electricity erupted from his body. The current coursed through the axe and transferred to Su Kan's Tang Dao. Su Kan felt a jolt course through him, nearly losing his grip on the weapon, while Lin Su's axe thrust him back several steps. Lin Su, with a menacing glare, sneered, "You are nothing but this." Although Lin Su was channeling electricity through his axe, it took but a moment for Su Kan to adapt to the intensity of Lin Su's current. Raising an eyebrow, he replied coolly, "Is that so? From my perspective, your strength is quite underwhelming. Infuriated by yet another humiliation, Lin Su seethed. You scoundrel! I will not rest until my hatred for you is quenched. Thunder from the heavens. Rise from the depths. Thunder strike. In a heartbeat, Lin Su concentrated all his thunderous power into his axe. Intent on electrocuting Su Can Kakik, perish. Lin Su envisioned Su Can being struck down by his lightning. However, in the next moment, before the electricity could be unleashed, Lin Su felt a tremendous force propel him backward. Crash! He collided with a shelf, sending items tumbling to the ground. Quickly, Lin Su sprang back to his feet, his face a mask of fury, as the full force of his lightning power erupted around him, creating an imposing spectacle. But Sukin remained unfazed. Although he had yet to discern the nature of his own unique abilities, he was resolute in his belief that they surpassed Lin Su's. Today I, Lin Su, shall utilize this resplendent thunder to eliminate you, Su Can, he proclaimed. Lin Su conjured a sphere of lightning, its surface shimmering with a ghostly blue hue, crackling ominously in the air. Su Can's pupils constricted slightly, taken aback by the sheer ferocity of Lin Su's A-grade talent. If struck, the consequences would be dire. Lin Su hurled the lightning sphere toward him. Su Can intended to clash with Lin Su using his Tang Dao, but as he attempted to swing at the sphere, he sensed the electrical currents in the air had intensified, tenfold stronger than before. Unexpectedly, Lin Su's lightning sphere was far more formidable than he anticipated, releasing a tremendous voltage. If the Tang Dao were to collide with the sphere, he might well be electrocuted instantly. Confidence aside, prudence dictated that he should avoid confrontation. I'm out. Su Can deftly sidestepped the lightning sphere. Simultaneously, he executed a low sweep, knocking Lin Su off balance. Lin Su stumbled, as though ensnared by steel, crashing to the ground, while the lightning sphere dissipated into nothingness. Lin Su, are you all right? Lu Xian and Jiang Yin rushed to assist him. Enraged, Lin Su forcefully shrugged them off. Pointing at Su Can, if you have the guts, face me head on. What kind of man hides and dodges? Su Can chuckled. Whether I am a man or not, Lu Xian knows very well. Don't you, Lu Xian? Lu Xian coldly retorted. Su Can, enough. Is it amusing to continually humiliate me? Clearly, leaving you is the right choice. A petty man like you will never have more than 4 dishes in his life. Chapter 34. I finally understand Su Can's abilities. Lu Xian, I didn't realize you remembered my pettiness. Su Can's words prompted an immediate reaction from Lu Xian, for she was a woman well-versed in 108 ways of seduction. You shameless fiend. Su Can, it's been 3 years, and I never expected you to become so despicable. Despicable? What a joke. You betrayed me, and, knowing of my wealth, sought to climb into my bed afterward. Liu Xin, you are the most revolting, shameless woman I have ever encountered. You scoundrel. Lu Xian's anger visibly shook her, despite her materialistic and superficial nature. One could not deny her beauty and figure were exceptional. Yet, even the most stunning woman would fail to earn Su Can's admiration. He had no inclination to waste time with them. If you wish to fight, come at me together. Do not waste my time. Lin Su made to charge again, but Jiang Yin held him back firmly. Jiang Yin, let go of me. I will kill him. Lin Su, do not act rashly. You are no match for him. Let go. I refuse to believe he possesses any extraordinary abilities. Su Can, if you have the skill, do not hide. Despite Jiang Yin's efforts, Lin Su broke free and swung his axe once more. Su Can's patience had reached its limit. His sister was still outside, and he needed to awaken his spatial abilities swiftly. He had no time to waste with these three. In an instant, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Su Can's eyes. The Tang Dao in his hand vanished, replaced by a sharp dagger. Clenching the dagger tightly, he prepared himself as Lin Su's axe came crashing down. Lin Su's combat skills were woefully inadequate, and the openings he presented were glaring to Su Can. With the dagger gleaming coldly, he swiftly severed Lin Su's wrist. The sound of flesh tearing mixed with Lin Su's agonized scream erupted. As his right arm and the axe fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In sheer terror, he gazed at his empty hand, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed, howling in agony. Jiang Yin and Lu Xian turned pale with fright. Su Can flicked the blood from the dagger and coldly glanced at the three, stating, "Get lost, stay away from me, or I will not hesitate to kill you." With that, he turned and approached the shelves, quickly tearing open a package of food to eat. The three behind him were ignored completely. Before long, Sukin sensed their departure. Whether they left Kinda Plaza was uncertain. Half an hour later, Sukin finally ate his fill. Once his internal energy reached its peak, his spatial ability successfully awakened. Spatial ability, activate. Sukan's consciousness could now freely traverse the vast, boundless realm of his supernatural spatial dimension. With the awakening of this power, his primary ability also became clear, the Dragon Elephant ability. Dragon Elephant ability. The dragon symbolizes speed, the elephant represents strength. When this ability reaches its pinnacle, one can wield the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants. At the moment he awakened this ability, Sukin was still in a daze, half asleep. He thought he heard the power of dragons and elephants, dismissing it as a hallucination. But it turned out to be genuine supernatural power. Now, he had a rough understanding of his capabilities. Dragon Elephant ability and spatial ability, both at the 2nd tier level. Yet, he remained puzzled about how Jiang Yin assessed others' strength. In truth, at the dawn of the apocalypse, no one truly understood the classifications of strength, supernatural powers, or talent levels. It was akin to the ignorance of childhood. Only through gradual growth could one comprehend the world and gain knowledge. Jiang Yin could discern others' powers and talents solely because of her precognitive ability. As for others, they could only learn through growth, evolution, and becoming stronger. The apocalypse was both a catastrophe and a new era. In this new epoch, order collapsed, civilization was reshuffled, and everything would start anew, slowly rediscovering itself. With a thought, Sukin instantly gathered all the supplies before him into his spatial dimension. Currently, his spatial ability could retrieve any inanimate objects within a 5-meter radius. Whether it could contain living creatures remained unknown. If it could, he would be invincible. Soon, Sukin had nearly emptied the entire Walmart, leaving only trash and useless supplies behind. Yet, all these resources occupied merely a fraction of his internal spatial capacity. Overjoyed, Sukin realized that his spatial ability might have no size limit. He wondered if he could contain the entire Kinda Plaza. If so, he would be truly unstoppable. Should he try? The moment he attempted to absorb the entire Kinda Plaza into his spatial dimension, a violent force struck him as if a primeval beast had collided with him, causing him to spit blood instantly. Greed had led him to overreach. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he smiled wryly at his own folly. After a brief adjustment, Sukin left Walmart. As he exited, 3 figures emerged from the darkness, Liu Xin and his companions. Lin Su had already bandaged his wounds, his face pale, eyes glinting with venomous hatred as he stared at Sukin's retreating figure. Damn Sukin, you broke my arm. One day, I will tear you limb from limb. Liu Xin clenched his teeth, fury burning in his gaze. Sukin, today you dare to humiliate me repeatedly. I will repay you 100-fold. Fortune shifts like the river's flow. Never underestimate a girl's resolve when she is down. Jiang Yin's expression grew grave as she nodded solemnly. His ability is definitely above SS level, possibly even the strongest SSS level power. With such talent, and being a 2nd-tier ability user, even the 3 of us combined would barely stand a chance. Thankfully, you didn't act rashly earlier, otherwise. Lin Su wouldn't have just lost a hand. He might have died. I sense that if Su can unleash his full power, he could instantly kill all 3 of us. Let us go inside and scavenge some supplies. Upon re-entering Walmart, the trio was stunned by the emptiness before them. How is this possible? So many supplies? Gone in less than an hour? Did Su can do this? Jiang Yin suddenly realized something. I think I know what Sukin's ability is. What? Spatial ability. Chapter 35. Farewell Rabbit. Su Wei's second awakening 10 minutes earlier, Su Wei, accompanied by Bald 4 and Sister Wang, infiltrated the horde of corpses. Unsurprisingly, the undead were gathered around a massive pit. The scene below was chaotic. A group of humans guarded a bronze chest but had yet to open it, as they were surrounded by 8 terrifying mutated beasts and 2 mutated birds circling overhead. Both sides knew that opening the chest would trigger a fierce attack. So the standoff had lasted a long time. Damn it, we've been told to open the chest quickly. The longer we delay, the worse the situation becomes. From being surrounded by 3 mutated beasts to now 8, with a horde of zombies above. Even if they opened the chest, death was certain. Cheng Ziang, it's your fault. Making you the leader was a mistake. The team's complaints darkened Chung Xiang's face. They were 7 survivors from Chienda Plaza who, after awakening their abilities, had banded together to hunt zombies and scavenge supplies. Naturally, they needed a leader. Chung Xiang had awakened a powerful A-level gravity ability, so he became the de facto leader. The others' abilities were mostly B-level or lower, mostly C-level. As a security guard, suddenly wielding great power and authority, Chung Xiang had become somewhat arrogant, making decisions that were difficult to understand in an attempt to consolidate his leadership. Unfortunately, those decisions plunged them into crisis. Seeing the ever-growing horde and the predatory mutated beasts, alongside his teammates' grievances, Chung Xiang panicked. "What do you suggest we do?" At that moment, a short-haired woman in the group spoke thoughtfully. "At this point, arguing is pointless. Our priority should be to escape. These mutated beasts haven't attack because they can't open the chest. It requires us. That's why this standoff has lasted so long. How about this? We help them open the chest, abandon its contents, let the beasts fight over it, and we seize the opportunity to break free. What do you think?" Nods of agreement followed. Despite his desire for the chest as treasures, Chung Xiang had no choice but to relent for the sake of survival. "Prepare yourselves. I'll open the chest. Once it's open, leader, you use your gravity ability to hold back the beast while we make our escape." The short-haired woman gave clear instructions. 10 seconds later, she pressed her palm imprint, entered the code, and opened the bronze chest. With a click, the chest unlocked. Instantly, the 8 mutated beasts charged like wild stallions toward it, while the 2 mutated birds dived from the sky with unimaginable speed. Gravity field activate. Chung Xiang immediately unleashed his gravity power, greatly slowing the beast's advance. Seizing this chance, the group hurriedly climbed out of the pit. Chung Xiang cast a regretful glance at the bronze chest, knowing that touching its contents would mean certain death by the beasts. For now, survival took precedence, and he followed his teammates up the pit's edge. Suddenly, a shadow of a beast sprang forth from the pile of corpses. With a single leap, it astonishingly landed atop a bronze treasure chest. To everyone's disbelief, it was a rabbit, a creature that appeared both adorable yet mischievous. Undoubtedly, this was the very rabbit that Su Wei had sent flying that fateful night. Before anyone could react, the impudent rabbit promptly opened the bronze chest and cradled its contents. Then, with a powerful spring, it bounded directly to the edge of a massive pit. This spectacle left Chung Xiang and the others utterly astonished. However, the next scene was even more shocking. There was a reason it was labeled as a mischievous rabbit. Rather than fleeing immediately, the rabbit stood at the pit's edge, slowly turning to reveal a human-like smirk towards the mutated beasts. Especially notable were its 2 gleaming white front teeth, exuding an air of impudence. At that moment, Su Wei was utterly bewildered. She had infiltrated the horde of corpses merely to investigate the situation. What did she see? The very rabbit she had knocked aside that night. Remarkably, it was now right before her eyes. Indeed, the rabbit had leapt to her feet. Upon noticing the treasures in the rabbit's embrace, Su Wei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The typically timid Su Wei, driven by an inexplicable urge, reached out her hand swiftly toward the rabbit's treasure. This sudden movement startled the rabbit. It turned abruptly. Upon recognizing Su Wei's face, a flicker of astonishment crossed its features, which quickly morphed into rage. It would never forget that night when this female zombie had caused it to tumble into the pit, depriving it of a golden opportunity to seize the treasure. To its astonishment, fate had smiled upon it, granting it a chance to confront its nemesis once more. The rabbit and the zombie exchanged a fierce gaze. Before the rabbit could react, Su Wei snatched a portion of the treasure from its grasp. The rabbit was instantly alarmed. With a fierce roar, Su Wei transformed into a super-strong, muscular female zombie. In a swift motion, she kicked the rabbit away. In midair, the rabbit began to question its life choices. Why was it soaring through the air once more in such a manner? And why was it once again at the hands of the same zombie? Was this detestable female zombie truly its lifelong adversary? At that moment, 2 mutated birds saw their chance and collided with the rabbit. The rabbit lost its grip, and the remaining treasures fell into the vast pit with a resounding crash. By the time the rabbit regained its composure, the precious items were already being fiercely contested by other mutated beasts. Instead of rushing to reclaim its treasures, the rabbit swiftly glanced towards Su Wei's position. Having been repeatedly knocked aside by her, it was now seething with fury. It could not quell its resentment until it had vanquished Su Wei. Yet, Su Wei had long since departed from the scene. Enraged, the rabbit transformed into a muscular warrior rabbit. With a mighty roar, it unleashed havoc within the pit. Its formidable combat prowess swiftly tore apart a mutated dog into shreds. In no time, it had dispatched 6 mutated creatures and reclaimed the remaining treasures. Witnessing the rabbit's terrifying strength, the other mutated beasts fled in terror. The rabbit, however, did not pursue them. Instead, it charged into the horde of corpses. Seeking out Su Wei, had it initially reacted by chasing after her, perhaps Su Wei would not have escaped. But now, nearly 3 minutes had passed, and Su Wei had vanished from sight. Chapter 36. The discovery of the crystal core, a thunderous roar erupted from the horde of corpses, causing Su Kan, who had just exited Qianda Square, to change his expression. This was bad. Wei Wei was in danger. Gripping his Tang Dao, Su Kan dashed toward the horde. Just then, Su Wei emerged from the corpses, accompanied by Sister Wang and Bald Four. Spotting Su Kan, Su Wei rushed towards him. "Brother, run, quick. What have you done?" "Su Wei?" Su Kan inquired. "Brother, look at this," Su Wei exclaimed, raising the treasures in her hand. They were 2 red fruits the size of plums. Su Kan was astonished. "Where did you get these?" Su Wei glanced back at the agitated horde, hastily responding, "There's no time to explain. We need to flee. Quickly." They rushed into a large apartment adjacent to Qin Square. This building, known as Xingqiang Gonggayu, boasted 33 floors with 34 units per floor, totaling over 2,000 duplex apartments. Xingqiang Gonggayu was renowned as a paradise for female streamers in Jiangxing. It was said that delivery drivers had to pay 300 yuan just to leave after making a delivery. Hence, it was also colloquially referred to as the chicken coop. Inside the apartment, several wandering zombies lunged at Su Kan upon seeing him. However, there was no need for Su Wei and Su Kan to intervene. Sister Wang and Bald Four swiftly held them off. Meanwhile, Su Wei began recounting her recent encounter to Su Kan. After listening to Su Wei's tale, Su Kan was taken aback. "You encountered that mischievous rabbit again, and you snatched these 2 treasures from it?" Su Wei proudly replied, "Indeed. How about that? Am I impressive?" Su Kan affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling, "Impressive. My Wei Wei is truly the best. Just refrain from engaging in such dangerous antics in the future, understand?" Su Wei blinked, puzzled. "Dangerous?" Su Kan peered through the apartment window at the chaotic horde of corpses several hundred meters away. "Just look. What is that?" Upon hearing this, Su Wei followed his gaze. Within the horde, a muscular red-eyed rabbit was wreaking havoc, tearing through zombies as if they were mere paper. With a single swipe, it split a zombie in half. "Is this the mischievous rabbit? Good heavens, it's so terrifying. And I crashed into it twice." Witnessing the scene left Su Wei utterly stunned, even feeling a chill of fear. "Now you understand the fear?" Su Kan asked. "Will you dare to crash into it again?" "I'm scared now, but I would still do it again." Su Wei retorted. "Su Wei." Su Kan sighed, exasperated. "Let's not dwell on that rabbit for now. We should head to a higher floor to assess our surroundings. This isn't a place to linger." "All right." In no time, Su Wei, Su Kan, and Bald Four ascended to the top floor. The view was excellent, and it was safe. Whereas Sister Wang, Su Ei Sudeni Notijit, had absenge. Su Kan frowned. "Wasn't she with us when we entered the apartment?" And she was alongside Bald Four, dealing with the zombies. Su Wei quickly turned to Bald Four. "Old Four, whereas Sister Wang, why hasn't she come up?" Bald Four shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Just then, Sister Wang appeared, looking excited as she spread her arms wide. "Roar, roar, roar." Seeing what Sister Wang held, Su Wei and Su Kan exchanged puzzled glances. Su Kan picked up the object in her hands and inquired, "What is this?" It was a teal diamond-shaped object, no larger than a pinky finger, emanating a faint green light in the sunlight. Upon seeing this, Su Kan felt a sudden urge to swallow it whole. Sister Wang chattered excitedly, "Roar, roar, roar." Su Wei translated, "Brother, she said this was taken from the head of the zombie they just killed with Bald Four. She wants you to eat it." Su Kan was taken aback. "Eat this? Something taken from a zombie's head?" Su Wei nodded and said, "Yes, she said you should eat this. Brother, I also believe you should try this." Su Kan, taken aback, inquired, "You think I should eat this too? What exactly is this?" Su Wei pondered for a moment before gently uttering 2 words, "Jinghe." Su Kan was once again surprised. "Jinghe? Isn't that something that only exists in zombies?" It seems to be a crystallization of the undead. Humans can utilize Jing He to enhance their supernatural abilities. Usually, there's only one Jing He among several zombies, making it quite rare. Of course, that's the lore of zombies. As for reality, he was uncertain. Since the apocalypse began, he had killed quite a number of zombies, but had never paid attention to this aspect. Su Wei nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Jing He. This is the crystallization formed within the bodies of zombies. After you consume it, brother, your strength can be enhanced." Sukin asked, "Why didn't you mention this before?" Su Wei explained, "I only remembered upon seeing this Jing He. I always felt an itch in my brain, and it turns out it was due to this." After saying this, Su Wei even touched her small head. Looking at the Jing He, Su Qian hesitated. "Are you sure that consuming this will enhance my strength and not turn me into a zombie?" Su Wei patted her small chest confidently. "Absolutely, brother. You can eat it without worry." Seeing Su Wei's certainty, Su Qian no longer hesitated. After cleaning the Jing He swallowed it whole. The cyan Jing He melted in his mouth, and a gentle warmth surged into his body. The sensation was somewhat reminiscent of the dark red fruit he had consumed previously. Before long, Su Qian perceived a slight increase in his strength. Although the enhancement was modest, it was indeed effective, and it appeared to have no side effects. Su Wei inquired, "Brother, how do you feel?" Su Qian replied, "It's indeed effective. Sister, I didn't expect that you zombies would have such treasures in your brains. It seems I need to hunt more zombies in the future, but I wonder which zombies possess Jing He." Upon saying this, Su Qian glanced over the 3 zombies before him. Sensing Su Qian's unusual gaze, Su Wei, Wang Jie, and Bald Si immediately felt a chill and instinctively took a few steps back. Su Qian asked, "What do you mean? Are you afraid I'll extract your brains?" Su Wei, Wang Jie, and Bald Si nodded in unison. Yes, yes. Su Qian, at a loss for words, thought, "Am I really that kind of person?" Su Wei chuckled. "I'm just teasing you. Of course, you're not that kind of person. By the way, how do we divide these 2 treasures?" Observing the 2 red fruits in Su Wei's hand, Su Qian contemplated. "These should be of the same variety as the fruit we consumed before and can also enhance our abilities. That's the plan. Since you retrieve these, you can eat one, and the other should be given to Wang Jie as a reward." After all, Wang Jie discovering the Jing He within the zombies was an enormous surprise for me. From now on, we can enhance our strength by killing zombies and finding Jing He. Wang Jie has truly helped a lot. Thus, it is only fitting to reward her with a red fruit. Chapter 37. Cheng Xiang falls out with the team, all right. Upon hearing this, Su Wei nodded and handed one of the red fruits to Wang Jie. Wang Jie was elated. After Su Wei and Wang Jie consumed the red fruits, they noticeably became stronger. Bald Si turned green with envy. At that moment, Su Wei finally understood what the red fruit was. "Brother, this thing is also Jing He." Su Qian was taken aback. "What? This is also Jing He?" Su Wei affirmed, "Yes, what I and Wang Jie just ate is called a primary energy Jing He. Do you remember the dark red fruit we consumed earlier? That was a high-level energy Jing He. The red fruits, the size of kiwis, that I gave to Wang Jie and Bald Si were intermediate energy Jing He." Upon hearing this, Su Qian recalled that when he consumed the fist-sized dark red fruit, something about Jing He seemed to flash in his mind. However, at that moment, he was in a standoff with the big white cat and the mutated wolf, eating in haste, so he had not paid attention to those details. He had also tossed one to Su Wei, who probably hadn't noticed those details either. He never expected that these red items were also Jing He. Su Qian asked, "Is there any difference between this energy Jing He and the Jing He from zombies?" Su Wei pondered for a moment and replied, "A difference? Well, it seems that we zombies cannot consume Jing He of our kind to enhance our strength. But anyone can eat this red energy Jing He. Moreover, the energy contained within the red energy Jing He is incomparable to that of ordinary zombie Jing He. Even the primary energy Jing He probably surpasses dozens of the previous zombie Jing He." Upon hearing this, Su Qian fell into deep contemplation. Zombies cannot consume their own kind's Jing He to enhance their strength, but humans can. And it seems that the red energy Jing He could be consumed by zombies, humans, and mutated beasts alike. Su Qian had another question in his mind. If zombies can crystallize Jing He within their brains, what about mutated beasts? Do they also have Jing He in their brains? If so, could humans and zombies consume the Jing He from mutated beasts to enhance their strength? Furthermore, could humans also possess Jing He within them? Su Qian subconsciously touched his head, feeling as if there might be a Jing He inside. Of course, these were merely his speculations, and the specifics awaited verification. At this moment, Cheng Zhang's team finally broke free from the horde of zombies. Thanks to Cheng Zhang's gravitational control and the distraction provided by a rabbit that attracted most of the zombies' attention, they managed to escape relatively unscathed. Although they returned empty-handed, they were fortunate to have preserved their lives. Coincidentally, this team also ran into Xingqian Gonggayu. They found a secure suite to hide in. Not long after, voices of argument erupted from the room. It turned out that some members believed Cheng Zhang was unfit to be the team leader and demanded he step down. Cheng Zhang, a mere individual who had finally gained strength and status, could not simply relinquish his position. Thus, he began to quarrel with that teammate. Initially, others tried to mediate and urge them to cease their argument. Yet, Cheng Zhang, feeling self-important due to his exceptional talent and strength, claimed that without his gravitational ability, they would not have survived. Upon hearing this, the others vehemently disagreed. They argued that had it not been for his poor decision-making, they would not have been trapped in the first place. However, Cheng Zhang remained unrepentant and continued with his arrogant demeanor. Consequently, he soon fell out with the group. Since you all think I cannot be the team leader, then I shall resign. Who cares? Cheng Zhang declared, storming out. The others exchanged glances, and the room fell into a dead silence. Soon, a short-haired woman broke the silence, saying, "Everyone, this arrogant fool, Cheng Zhang, seeks to act independently and disregards our opinions. Although he possesses great talent, a person's character is crucial. Without it, he cannot gain the respect of others. Without him, our team may actually cooperate better." The others nodded in agreement. "Damn it, those bastards dare to treat me this way. Just wait and see how you will manage without me. An A-grade talent to lead you. Perfect. Without you burdens, I can live quite freely on my own." After leaving the team, Cheng Zhang wandered listlessly within the apartment. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from the stairwell. Immediately thereafter, a distressed woman rushed out of the stairwell, pursued by a grotesque zombie. Spotting a man standing in the corridor, the woman hurried over to plead for assistance. "Help me." Cheng Zhang was initially taken aback, but soon an unusual glimmer sparkled in his eyes. This woman was none other than Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was a borderline streamer he had been following. The videos she typically shot revolved around provocative themes. Thus, as an avid admirer, Cheng Zhang had saved every one of her videos, indulging in them whenever he had a moment to spare. Moreover, whenever Zhao Yu went live, he would clandestinely tune in, even during work hours. However, he never gifted her anything, fully embracing the role of a freeloader. Cheng Zhang could never have imagined that his favorite female streamer would be right inside the Xingqian Gonggayu. Initially, he had intended to apply for a security position at Xingqian Gonggayu, envisioning daily encounters with various beautiful streamers. Unfortunately, they were no longer hiring. Thus, Cheng Zhang settled for a security job at the nearby Kanda Plaza. He thought that being so close to Xingqian Gonggayu would allow him to frequently admire its streamers. Alas, the malicious security supervisor relegated him to guard the underground parking lot. At that moment, Zhao Yu rushed over to Cheng Zhang, looking at him with a pitiful gaze that was simply heart-wrenching. Cheng Zhang immediately smiled and reassured her, "Do not panic, beautiful. Hide behind me and watch how I handle this." Zhao Yu quickly took refuge behind him. She watched as Cheng Zhang raised a hand, and the grotesque zombie's speed slowed to a crawl, akin to that of a snail. Subsequently, Cheng Zhang stepped forward, kicked the zombie to the ground, and swiftly dispatched it with his baton. This heroic act left Zhao Yu's eyes sparkling with admiration. "Wow, big brother, you are amazing," she exclaimed. "Do not worry, little sister Zhao. With me around, there are no surprises," he replied. "Huh? You know me?" she asked, astonished. "Of course, I am your loyal fan," he declared. "That's wonderful. I can't believe I met a die-hard fan. Can you protect me from now on?" Zhao Yu leaned against Cheng Zhang, feeling her warmth. He felt a rush of excitement and promptly assured her, "Of course, your safety shall be my responsibility." However, his lecherous nature soon revealed itself. Cheng Zhang added with a mischievous grin, "But, my dear, you shall be the one to safeguard my second brother from now on." How annoying. Chapter 38. The Lolita girl, meanwhile, 3 kilometers away from Kanda Plaza, in a massive pit. A long-legged beauty donned in black stockings and gold-rimmed glasses stood beside a large white cat. The cat's fur was as white as snow, and its eyes sparkled like sapphires. The beauty gazed at the 3 mutant beast corpses lying on the ground and exclaimed with excitement, "Xiao Bai, you are truly formidable. You managed to defeat these 3 terrifying mutant beasts." The large white cat affectionately nuzzled against her black stockings, looking utterly content. If Su Kim were present, he would recognize this large white cat as the mutated feline from the Eugene Yuan community, now seemingly tamed by the black stocking beauty. She instructed the cat, "Xiao Bai, keep a lookout while I open this chest." The cat nodded and focused its gaze on the surroundings, unaware of the lurking corpse horde above the pit, as it knew zombies could not enter the pit and would surely perish if they attempted to do so. It only needed to be cautious of other mutant beasts and human ambushes. However, neither Xiao Bai nor the beauty noticed a Lolita-clad zombie girl hiding among the corpses. Watching them intently, the beauty approached a bronze treasure chest, and as her delicate hand descended, the password became visible. She swiftly entered the code, and with a click, the bronze chest opened. Just as she was about to lift the lid, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A group of zombies began forcefully pushing their own kind down into the pit, with dozens of them tumbling down. Then, bizarrely, the zombies that had pushed their companions followed suit and jumped into the pit. This strange scene left the large white cat utterly perplexed. The beauty, too, was taken aback, so frightened that she forgot about the chest and quickly hid behind the large white cat. Fortunately, the zombies that fell into the pit soon began to dissolve into a pool of pus and blood. "That scared me to death," the beauty exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. But just then, meow, the large white cat suddenly tensed, its fur bristling, and it emitted a low growl of warning. Its blue eyes fixated on a zombie in front of the chest. This was a Lolita zombie girl. She had not dissolved into pus. How was it that she was unharmed? The black-stocking beauty quickly realized what was happening. To her astonishment, the zombie girl grinned at them and lifted the lid of the treasure chest right before their eyes. The large white cat reacted swiftly and lunged at the zombie girl. Seeing this, she hastily grabbed a handful of treasures from the chest and fled without looking back, dashing toward the top of the pit. Meow. The large white cat pursued her relentlessly, and just as it was about to pounce on the zombie girl, a horde of zombies from above leapt down upon it. Caught off guard, the large white cat was pushed back into the pit by the swarm of zombies. Seizing the opportunity, the zombie girl climbed up and stood at the edge, making a face at the large white cat and the beauty before disappearing into the crowd of corpses. Roar. The large white cat angrily shook off the zombies clinging to it and prepared to chase after the despicable zombie girl. However, the beauty urgently called out, "Xiao Bai, don't chase after her. What will happen to me if you leave?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai had no choice but to relent. The beauty hurried to the chest and, upon opening it, discovered another treasure inside. It appeared that the zombie girl had only hastily grabbed a handful and had not taken everything. It was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Yet, she could not fathom why this female zombie had emerged from the pit unscathed and had even made a face, exhibiting such human-like behavior, almost like she had gained sentience. In truth, the zombie girl was not sentient, but rather a human in disguise. As the apocalypse descended, the young girl Jiang Luo found herself trapped at home for a week. When her supplies ran out, she had no choice but to venture outside in search of resources, lest she succumb to starvation. Just as she was besieged by several zombies, Jiang Luo discovered she could control them. Utilizing this newfound ability, she commanded the zombies to gather supplies for her, alleviating her worries about sustenance. On the second blood moon, as meteors fell from the sky, a bronze chest fortuitously landed before her. Upon opening it, she obtained a potion called the Ability Evolution Pill. After consuming it, her powers evolved, allowing her to control 10 ordinary zombies instead of just 5. Additionally, she acquired a new ability, the power to disguise herself as a zombie. This ability lasted for 30 minutes and could be used 3 times a day. Consequently, Jiang Luo thrived in this apocalypse, adeptly navigating her surroundings. Today, she noticed a horde of zombies encircling a massive pit. Upon mingling with the corpses, she spotted several mutant beasts and a black-stocking beauty. This beauty was quite impressive, managing to command a mutant beast to serve her. It was strikingly similar to her own necromancy ability. The only difference lies in their abilities. One commands zombies while the other controls beasts. Jiang Luo, during her inaugural treasure chest opening, obtained the extraordinary ability Evolution Pill. This time, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Seizing the moment, She manipulated the zombies to incite chaos, allowing her to snatch the treasure. Fortune favored her efforts, and she indeed managed to seize a precious item. With a heart racing with excitement and trepidation, Jiang Lulo swiftly slipped away from the horde of corpses. Soon, she found refuge in a safe spot and took a moment to examine her prize. It was a red fruit the size of a kiwi. Previously, she had acquired an ability evolution pill that had enhanced her powers. She wondered what this new pill could do. Without further ado, she swallowed it whole. Shortly thereafter, an introduction appeared in her mind. Intermediate Energy Crystal Core. Consuming it allows one to break through their ability level. Additionally, images of primary and advanced energy crystal cores manifested, revealing that two other types existed. Yet, what exactly was an ability level, and what tier could she reach? Jiang Luo was uncertain about these matters, but she could distinctly feel her strength amplifying. When she attempted to control a zombie, she discovered she could command 20 of them. Furthermore, she had the option to establish a spiritual contract with one zombie, enabling communication within a kilometer radius, akin to a radio. Chapter 39. Su Kan's rampage with her abilities once again elevated. Jiang Luo felt immense joy. However, upon glancing at her Lolita attire, she furrowed her delicate brows. She had worn this outfit for over 10 days, rendering it dirty, tattered, and odorous. As a charming, beautiful, noble, and pristine Lolita maiden, how could she tolerate such a state? A Lolita girl must always maintain her elegance and beauty, regardless of her surroundings. She recalled that there was a store specializing in Lolita clothing within Kinda Plaza. It was fortuitous that the area was a commercial hub, rich in resources yet teeming with zombies. This presented a dual opportunity to trade for a new outfit and perhaps find a suitable zombie to forge a spiritual contract. Half an hour later, Jiang Luo, escorted by a cadre of zombie bodyguards, finally arrived at Kinda Plaza. Just as she was about to enter, her stomach grumbled audibly. Spotting the entrance to a Walmart supermarket, her eyes lit up. It was perfect timing for a meal. However, upon entering the supermarket, she was met with desolation. Nothing but debris scattered across the floor, devoid of any provisions. Jiang Luo was utterly bewildered, questioning whether she had ventured to the wrong place. On the top floor of Xingchen apartment, Sukin was eager to hunt zombies now that he knew they harbored crystal cores. Instructed Su Wei. We will set up a perimeter. Leave the zombies to me. Keep an eye out for any crystal cores in their brains. Su Wei nodded affirmatively. In no time, at the base of Xingchen apartment, Su Kan's arrival incited a riot among the nearby zombies. As hordes of zombies swarmed like cockroaches, Sukin felt a jolt of panic. There must be at least 1,000. Cursing his miscalculation, he realized that the zombies surrounding the recently opened treasure chest had dispersed, but many remained lurking nearby. Therefore, upon his appearance, countless zombies charged at him. Facing such overwhelming numbers, he knew that rushing into the fray would be reckless. Even with Su Wei and the others providing cover, they would likely be engulfed by the horde. Retreat, retreat. Su Kan decisively fell back to the entrance of the apartment, preparing to use the door as a bulwark against the oncoming tide. Su Wei, you all move aside. I fear I might inadvertently harm you in the fray. With a deafening roar, the zombies surged forward, shaking the entire building. As the first zombie lunged at Su Kan, he swiftly cleaved its head in two, sending crimson and white splattering everywhere, inciting the remaining zombies to frenzy. Yet undeterred, Su Kan raised his tang knife, claiming the lives of countless zombies with each swing. Beyond merely harvesting crystal cores, he sought to hone his strength and acclimate to his dragon elephant abilities. Though the tang knife was not sharpened, it still proved effective against zombies, bolstered by the formidable force of his dragon elephant power. One strike was enough to cleave through flesh and bone, let alone the frail bodies of zombies. Suddenly, Su Kan realized that his movements were swift and fluid, akin to a soaring dragon, with each strike imbued with immense power, reminiscent of a rampaging elephant. Was this the essence of his dragon elephant abilities? How miraculous! In a short span, the entrance of the apartment was littered with the corpses of zombies, prompting Su Wei and the others to scramble to keep up. Brother, slow down. You're exhausting me, Su Wei complained as she rummaged through a fallen zombie's brain. Yet, Su Kan was oblivious, lost in the throes of battle. If anyone else were to engage in such slaughter, they would surely tire quickly. Yet, curiously, Su Kan felt invigorated, as if a limitless well of strength surged forth with each kill. What could have transpired to incite such a zombie uprising? Who knew? The distance was too great to discern the details. Who was this warrior, so audacious and valiant? My goodness, such a formidable man exists in this world. If only he could be my husband and protect me. The chaos among the zombies naturally drew the attention of the nearby survivors. I am furious. Which scoundrel emptied the Walmart? I searched for ages to find something to eat. If I discover who it was, I shall have the zombies devour you. Within Kind Plaza, Jiang Luo munched on a meager instant noodle meal while venting her frustrations. Just as she prepared to visit the Lolita boutique for a wardrobe change, she heard a commotion outside. Her innate curiosity piqued. She ventured out under the protection of her zombie bodyguards to investigate. To her astonishment, she beheld a staggering number of zombies clustered around the neighboring Xingchen apartment. At least 1,000. What could have transpired? Jiang Luo, ever clever, quickly enlisted a towering zombie, nearly 2 meters tall, to hoist her onto its shoulders. From this vantage point, she finally discerned a figure within the apartment, a human engaged in a massacre of zombies. Wow, what a fierce man! Though she could not fully see Su Can's visage, his formidable presence struck her heart. The allure of strength is an innate desire within all creatures, especially among women. What woman does not yearn for a strong man to shield her? Jiang Luoluo was no exception. Although she possessed the ability to control zombies and disguise herself among them, effectively rendering herself safe from harm, she understood that dangers extended beyond the undead, encompassing mutated beasts and hostile humans. Thus, the sight of Su Can's valiant display ignited a spark within her heart. After indulging in a fleeting moment of infatuation, Jiang Luoluo suddenly sensed something amiss. What was she witnessing? Those 3 zombies were not joining the main horde to assault the muscular man. Instead, they were rummaging through the brains of their fallen brethren. Moreover, they procured a peculiar blue diamond-shaped crystal. Such an extraordinary breed of zombies piqued Jiang Luoluo's curiosity. Thus, she cleverly disguised herself as a zombie and stealthily approached them, eager to uncover their strange activities. In Chapter 40, Jiang Luoluo and Su Wei established an equal contract. Hurry up forth, Wang Ye Urget. Quickly toss these corpses away. They've piled up like a mountain. Hee, another crystal core. At the entrance of the apartment, Su Wei was directing Wang Jie and the Bald Fourth. The Bald Fourth was responsible for dragging the zombies dispatched by Su Can, while Su Wei focused on extracting their brains, and Wang Jie took care of disposing of the zombies to prevent obstruction of the passage. Their roles were clearly defined, and their movements were swift, akin to a factory assembly line. At this moment, Jiang Luo happened to walk in front of Su Wei and was taken aback to hear her speaking intelligibly. What on earth? Zombies can talk. Have they evolved? Or am I hearing things? Just then, after extracting a zombie's brain, Su Wei looked up to see a bewildered, adorable Lolita zombie standing before her, appearing rather daft. Su Wei observed the zombie, sensing something was off, but was too preoccupied with her task of collecting crystal cores to pay it any mind. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Get lost. Don't obstruct my work." Jiang Luoluo clearly heard this. The zombie can indeed speak. Suddenly, she felt that forming a mental bond with a talking zombie could be quite intriguing. Seeing the Lolita zombie still standing there in a daze, Su Wei urged again, "Hey, you don't understand human speech, do you? Go away." Boom. Su Wei suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. Following that, the world spun, and darkness enveloped her. A phrase emerged in her mind. Jiang Luo is forcibly forming a mental master-servant contract with you. A master-servant contract? What on earth is that? Although she was unaware of its nature, anything regarding a master-servant relationship sounded ominous. Moreover, her head throbbed painfully. Su Wei clutched her head, unable to bear the agony, and let out a long howl. The monstrous roar echoed like a nuclear explosion in Jiang Luoluo's ears. In that instant, a whirlwind of chaos enveloped Jiang Luoluo's mind, and she too experienced a sensation of inversion. Subsequently, a phrase appeared in her consciousness. Su Wei is forcibly forming a mental master-servant contract with you. Jiang Luoluo was utterly bewildered. She realized that if the zombie she was attempting to bond with possessed greater strength, she would suffer backlash and be subjected to a counter-contract. What a treacherous mental bond this was. If only she had known sooner, she would have avoided this predicament. Should she fall victim to a counter-contract, it would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. likely leaving her in utter ruin. What to do? Panic surged within her. Just as she was on the brink of being counter-contracted, Jiang Luo suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Was that an equal contract? It turned out that besides the master-servant and counter-master-servant contracts, there existed a third option, the mental equal contract. The master-servant contract would compel Jiang Luo to bond with a weaker zombie, while the counter-master-servant contract could lead to dire consequences if she unwittingly bonded with a stronger one. However, the mental equal contract would establish mutual standing, ensuring shared fortunes and misfortunes. It appeared that the zombie named Su Wei was indeed stronger than her, resulting in a backlash. Yet, Jiang Luo possessed the unique ability to control zombies. She was not willing to succumb to one. I refused to yield. With a surge of survival instinct, she fought back, and the contract gradually transformed into the third type, an equal contract. Initially bewildered, Su Wei soon realized that she seemed to have gained the upper hand. Just as she prepared to counter-contract Jiang Luo, the contract shifted again. Jiang Luo is forming a mental equal contract with you. Do you agree? What is this? An equal contract? Absolutely not. I am unaware of what is transpiring. While she could accept a counter-master-servant contract with Su Can, she was unwilling to enter into an equal contract with an unfamiliar entity. At that moment, Jiang Luo sensed the rejection from the other party. Her face paled. If the equal contract failed to materialize, she would still suffer backlash. Though she would no longer face a counter-contract, she would be severely weakened, potentially rendering her a vegetable. Having initially attempted to establish a master-servant contract, then faced with a counter-contract, and now reverting to an equal contract, her mental energy had been severely depleted. If the contract dissolved, the backlash would follow. Unless she hastily settled for any type of contract, she would be doomed. Continue forming the equal contract. Jiang Luo urgently sent another request to Su Wei. Given that Su Wei was slightly stronger, she could not enforce a master-servant contract upon Jiang Luo without risking a counter-contract herself. Therefore, the best option was indeed the equal contract. Jiang Luo is forming a mental equal contract with you. Do you agree? Just as Su Wei completed her rejection, another request for the equal contract appeared in her mind. What on earth is this, Jiang Luo? Is this unending? Rejected. Su Wei had yet to realize that Jiang Luo was right beside her. Desperation consumed Jiang Luo, her mental energy nearly exhausted. In a moment of urgency, she lunged at Su Wei, shaking her shoulders and pleading, "Please, form the equal contract with me. Hurry, I beg you, sister." Jiang Luo burst into tears. Being tackled by Jiang Luo, Su Wei suddenly had an epiphany. It was this adorable Lolita zombie who had caused the commotion. However, could she truly speak? Su Wei questioned in disbelief. "You can talk to?" "Of course, sister. Please, I implore you to form the equal contract with me, or I will perish." Jiang Luo cried out. Su Wei shook her head, retorting, "I don't even know you. Why should I form an equal contract with you? Besides, you just tried to enslave me." "No way." Jiang Luo sobbed uncontrollably. "Sister, I beg you. You will truly die." Seeing Jiang Luo in such distress, Su Wei's kind heart softened. "All right, Fina. Thank you so much, sister. Jiang Luo is forming a mental equal contract with you. Do you agree?" "I agree." The mental equal contract has been successfully established. Upon hearing the contract had been formed, the burden on Jiang Luo's heart lifted. She transitioned from tears to smiles, revealing a glimmer of joy. However, due to the immense drain on her mental energy, she felt her vision darken and then fainted. Simultaneously, her disguise dissipated in an instant. Human? In Chapter 41, the truth unfolds. Resistance is met with severity. Human? Observing Jiang Luo revert to her human form, Su Wei was left in shock. At that moment, the surrounding zombies caught wind of Jiang Luo's human scent and surged toward her. Even Wang Jie and the Bald Fourth seemed poised to act. Although Su Wei was astonished to discover Jiang Luo was human, the imminent threat of the approaching zombies filled her with urgency. Because she and Jiang Luo had forged an equal contract, their fates became intertwined. They would rise together in glory and fall together in misfortune. If Jiang Luo encountered danger, she too would suffer repercussions. Thus, she resolutely vowed to protect Jiang Luo at all costs. With a fierce growl, Su Wei bared her teeth at the surrounding zombies, swiftly positioning Jiang Luo behind her. This roar immediately halted the advancing horde of zombies. Surprised by the effectiveness of her warning, Su Wei felt a surge of joy. However, the sheer number of zombies still posed a threat, prompting her to shout, scram. To her astonishment, the zombie swarm retreated in an instant. Even those encircling Su Can followed suit. At that moment, Su Can, who had been engaged in battle for quite some time, felt the weariness creeping in. Contemplating whether to withdraw and recuperate, he was taken aback by the sudden retreat of the zombies. What was happening? Then he noticed Su Wei at the apartment entrance. Growling at the horde, "Get away from here." His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Could it be that Wei Wei had driven them off? He recalled a previous incident in the park when a path had mysteriously opened for them, leading him to wonder if Wei Wei had been the reason behind it. As the zombies dispersed, Su sheathed his somewhat dulled Tang Dao and approached Su Wei, only to discover a human figure lying beside her. "Wei Wei, what transpired?" he inquired hastily. Su Wei recounted the details of their contract. Su gazed at the unconscious Jiang Luo in shock, exclaiming, "You mean this girl, Jiang Luo, initially sought to enslave you, nearly became your captive, and ultimately, you two forged some sort of equal contract?" Su Wei nodded, "Yes, brother. At first, I thought she was a zombie who could speak. When she pleaded that if I did not agree to the contract, she would perish, my heart softened, and I consented." Su Can frowned, incredulous at her impulsiveness in forming a contract with a stranger. "Does this contract affect you in any way?" Su Gui blinked, replying, "It seems to have some impact. If she encounters trouble, I too will be affected. Thus, when I saw these zombies wanting to harm her, I drove them away." Upon hearing this, Su Can fell into deep contemplation. It was indeed Su Wei who had repelled the horde. The fact that such a multitude of zombies could be deterred by this young girl was astonishing. Clearly, Su Wei possessed remarkable abilities. Yet, the question of what to do about Jiang Luoluo lingered. She had entered into a contract with Su Wei, binding their fates together. If Jiang Luoluo were left alone outside and something befell her, what would happen to Su Wei? It seemed the only course of action was to take her along. Once she awoke, he would have her dissolve the contract to prevent any future repercussions for Su Wei. "All right, I understand. Let's go. I'm rather fatigued and need to find a room to rest. When Jiang Luoluo awakens, I will have her annul the contract," Su Can declared. Su Wei nodded in agreement. "Good. You carry her up." Su Can blinked in surprise. "Me?" Su Wei chuckled. "Of course. Such a lovely girl, and you, a robust man. Won't carry her? Should I do it instead? Besides, you have been single for so long. I am merely creating an opportunity for you." With an eye roll, Su Can reluctantly lifted the unconscious girl onto his back. Instantly, he felt a warmth against him. As the old saying goes, lowly voices are soft, and their forms are tender and easily toppled. And indeed, it was true. Where am I? Ugh, my head hurts. An hour later, in Suite 520 of Xingchen apartment, Jiang Luoluo slowly regained consciousness. As she stepped out of her room, she realized she was in a duplex apartment. In the living room below, Su Wei sat on the couch alongside two zombies, while man sat cross-legged on the tatami windowsill. The sunlight bathed him, enhancing his allure, and Jiang Luoluo felt an odd familiarity toward him. Noticing Jiang Luo had awoken, Su Wei looked up and greeted her. "Hey, sister, you're awake." Jiang Luo descended the stairs, murmuring, "Yes, I am awake." Su Wei scrutinized her, asking, "Are you all right?" Jiang Luo nodded, then glanced at the man on the windowsill, whispering, "Sister, who is he?" Su Wei replied, "Oh, that's my brother. He is absorbing crystal cores right now, so let us not disturb him." "So he is your brother?" Jiang Luo asked curiously. "By the way, what is a crystal core?" Su Wei explained the existence of crystal cores within zombies without reservation. Having forged an equal contract with Jiang Luoluo, she felt an inexplicable trust and affinity for her, much like with Su Can. "Ah, so that was why you were extracting brains from zombies," Jiang Luoluo exclaimed, her understanding dawning. Upon learning that Su Can was the formidable man who faced an entire horde alone, her eyes sparkled with admiration. "He is becoming more and more handsome. Just my type. And he is so strong. I'm smitten." At that moment, Su Can finished absorbing the last crystal core, opening his eyes as he muttered to himself. "I've slain over 200 zombies, yet obtained only 20 crystal cores. It seems the probability of finding a core within a zombie is less than 1 in 10. I should be at the early 2nd tier, but I'm on the verge of breaking through to the mid-2nd tier. I'll need to hunt more zombies soon to facilitate my advancement." Just then, he noticed Jiang Luoluo staring at him with a peculiar expression. However, Sukin dismissed it and approached her, coldly stating, "You're Jiang Luoluo, correct? Explain why you forged a contract with my sister." Jiang Luoluo stammered. "I saw that she was different from other zombies, so I thought to form an equal contract with her." Sukin's gaze turned icy as he fixed her with a penetrating stare. "You're lying. Sue has told me everything. You initially sought to control her, only later forming an equal contract. I advise you to confess freely. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." Jiang Luoluo, sensing his intensity, responded defiantly. "And what if I don't? What do you intend to do? If you have any ill intentions toward me, I won't resist. Come on, please feel free to ravage me. Trample me." Closing her eyes and spreading her arms, she presented herself in a provocative manner. Sugwei stood perplexed, and Sukin was equally bewildered. Why is she not adhering to the script? He thought. Jiang Luoluo, cease this nonsense. Quickly annul the contract, or I won't spare you. Sukin warned sharply. Seeing that her seductive ploy had failed, Jiang Luoluo quickly devised another plan. She suddenly dropped to the ground, clinging to Sukin's leg and pleading stubbornly, "No, I don't want to annul the contract. If you can kill me." Sukin retorted, "You're a girl. How can you be so shameless? Quickly annul the contract with my sister. I promise I won't harm you." He attempted to pry Jiang Luoluo's hands away, but she held on tightly, refusing to let go. I want tea," she insisted, her grip unyielding. "Release me, or I'll truly hit you," Sukin threatened. As Jiang Luoluo realized her first tactic had failed, she conjured yet another scheme. She suddenly curled up into a shrimp-like position, hugging her knees and rolling on the ground, her wails reverberating through the ceiling, causing dust to fall. "I live alone in this apocalyptic world, utterly desolate and frequently bullied. Now even you want to bully me? Woe is me. I wish to end my life." Tears and snot burst forth as she sobbed, glistening on the tip of her nose. How pitiful, truly pitiful. Seeing Jiang Luo in such a state, Sue expressed her sympathy, saying, "Brother, perhaps we should just let it go? I feel that this equal contract does not affect me much. If I don't understand it, then so be it. I find her quite pitiable. Why not allow her to stay?" Sukin dismissed her concern, replying, "Wai Wei, do not be deceived by this little girl. She initially intended to enslave you. Have you forgotten? Now she is shamelessly clinging on, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. We cannot keep this troublemaker." Jiang Luoluo quickly clarified, "Hierbo no intenciones. At first, I indeed wished to enslave Su Wei, but that was due to my ability to control zombies and bind them with contracts. Who would have thought Wai Wei was so formidable that she nearly turned the tables on me? Hence, I was left with no choice but to sign an equal contract with her." Upon hearing this, Su Wei and Sukin were stunned. "What? You can control zombies?" Meanwhile, a group appeared at the front entrance of Xingqiang Gonggayu. They were a ruthless gang committing heinous acts in this apocalyptic world. In just 5 days, this gang had slaughtered hundreds of survivors, violated over 200 women, and even resorted to cannibalism, displaying utter depravity. The leader of this gang turned out to be none other than Sukin's old acquaintance, Zhou Tianxiong. After escaping from Sukin's home, his injuries and weakness had nearly led him to be devoured by zombies. However, fortune smiled upon him when a small team rescued him. The team leader was a beautiful woman named Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei, inherently kind-hearted and a devout Buddhist, firmly believed that if everyone contributed a little love, the world could transform into a better place. She yearned for utopia, a realm of equality devoid of strife and chaos. Perhaps it was her compassionate nature that awakened within her an extraordinary ability in this apocalypse. The SS-level, saintly aura. With this aura, Zhu Mei quickly gathered and inspired a group of individuals, comprising both the virtuous and the wicked, young and old, ordinary people and those with abilities. She established her base at the Jiangcheng Sports Center, aiming to create her envisioned utopia amidst the desolation. However, she could not have anticipated that 9 days ago, she had saved a demon. On that day, while leading a team of ability users in search of supplies, they encountered an ability user besieged by zombies. Without hesitation, Zhu Mei rescued him and brought him back to the camp. That individual was Zhou Tianxiong, although he was severely injured with multiple fractures. There happened to be a healer among Zhu Mei's team, and within a few days he had recovered completely. That very night, Zhou Tianxiong revealed his malicious nature, attempting to assault Zhu Mei. Yet, due to her unique abilities, he found himself powerless against her. Zhu Mei initially believed she could redeem him with her saintly aura. But Zhou Tianxiong was a pure embodiment of evil, resistant to any form of redemption. Moreover, his level of ability was not inferior to hers, rendering her attempts futile. However, Zhou Tianxiong could not overpower Zhu Mei. Aware that he could not harm her directly, he resorted to threatening the lives of others in the camp. Zhu Mei, a compassionate soul who detested death and violence, ultimately succumbed after Zhou Tianxiong had slaughtered a few individuals. That night, she was violated by him, believing that her sacrifice would redeem the demon. Little did she know, a demon would always remain a demon. After their encounter, Zhou Tianxiong, true to his treacherous nature, massacred the entire camp before her eyes. Zhu Mei was left in shock. Could such a great evil truly exist? Zhou Tianxiong mocked her, declaring that her dream of establishing a paradise in this apocalypse was utterly delusional. His sinister whispers nearly shook Zhu Mei's resolve. Fortunately, her heart remained steadfast, and her beliefs untainted, allowing her to withstand his taunts. She held on to the hope that she could still redeem this demon. Just as the Buddha had sacrificed for the greater good, she too would strive to redeem Zhou Tianxiong through her own suffering. She envisioned transforming him, while he sought to make her completely subservient to him. Thus, a struggle between good and evil began. Initially, Zhou Tianxiong continued to use the lives of other survivors to coerce Zhu Mei into submission. Yet, each time he fulfilled his dark desires, he remained untrustworthy, leaving a trail of blood. Gradually, Zhu Mei came to understand Zhou Tianxiong's true nature. He would never change. Consequently, even when he killed before her eyes, she no longer succumbed to his threats. Although each innocent life lost at his hands pained her deeply, she recognized that this demon had no sense of honor. Thus, she could only console herself, acknowledging that to redeem such a demon, sacrifices were inevitable. Realizing Zhu Mei was no longer easily manipulated, Zhou Tianxiong gathered a group of followers, reveling in their tyrannical reign in the apocalypse. Yet, Zhu Mei did not relent, relentlessly pursuing Zhou Tianxiong in her quest to redeem him. On this day, Zhou Tianxiong and his gang stormed into Xingqian Gongaiyu, having heard from one of his subordinates about the abundance of women there, likening it to a den of vice. Thus, he was filled with malicious intent. He plotted to have his subordinates capture a group of women, intending to humiliate them collectively before Zhu Mei, convinced that such a spectacle would break her spirit. Chapter 43. The Saintly and the Demonic. Brother, why are there so many corpses here? Asked a shifty-eyed subordinate. Slap. Zhou Tianxiong struck him, sending him reeling. How should I know? Do you think I'm all-knowing? What do I care about corpses? Kill them all. Men, eliminate them. Women, spare them. Move. Zhou Tianxiong waved his hand, prepared to invade Xingqian Gongaiyu. Just then, Zhu Mei intercepted them. Zhou Tianxiong, cease your actions. Do not commit further sins. If you lay down your weapons, you can attain enlightenment instantly. The Buddha will forgive your transgressions. In response, Zhou Tianxiong laughed maniacally. Haha, do you hear how ridiculous you sound? If laying down one's weapons could lead to instant enlightenment, would there be any evildoers left in this world? Zhu Mei, put away your pitiful, saintly heart. You cannot redeem me, nor can you redeem this chaotic world. Get out of my way. Zhu Mei shook her head, stating, If I cannot redeem you, then I shall first redeem your subordinates. With that, she called out, Saintly aura. As the saintly aura enveloped her, a gentle golden light of compassion radiated from her being. Within a 10-meter radius, anyone touched by this golden light would find it easy to be inspired by Zhu Mei. But Zhou Tianxiong would not allow such a thing to occur. With a cold smirk, he declared, As long as I am here, you can forget about it. You all enter through the back door, and I will hold this woman off. Once inside, kill without mercy. Yes, boss. The subordinates responded in unison. In an instant, they all entered the apartment through the back door, leaving only Zhou Tianxiong within the range of Zhu Mei's saintly aura. Zhou Tianxiong gazed at Zhu Mei, mocking her. Foolish woman, I told you could do nothing. You are merely a useless saint. How pitiful. Here's the deal. If you spend one more night with me, I will spare the lives of everyone in this building. How about it? Zhu Mei retorted coldly. Zhou Tianxiong, I will never trust you again. You have deceived me 3 times already. Zhou Tianxiong smiled confidently and declared, I swear by the heavens, if you accompany me for one more night, I shall truly spare the lives of those within this building. Otherwise, may I meet a gruesome demise, consumed by a myriad of corpses. Zhu Mei, being wise rather than foolish, could not possibly be deceived again. Do you think I would still trust you? Zhou Tianxiong shrugged and chuckled. I never imagined this foolish woman would not fall for it. What a pity. If that is the case, I shall resort to force today. Zhu Mei remained unfazed, responding, Zhou Tianxiong, you intend to use force against me? You cannot breach my Holy Mother's protection. Her SS-level Holy Mother aura was formidable, providing not only inspiration but also nearly invincible protection, with the Holy Mother's protection shielding her, as long as she did not wish to be harmed. It was nearly impossible for anyone to injure her. Zhou Tianxiong clenched his fist and laughed maniacally. Ha ha, Zhu Mei, today I shall shatter your prideful defense and reduce you to my slave. He brandished an axe from behind him and struck fiercely at Zhu Mei. In an instant, a golden light erupted from her, deflecting the attack. This was the essence of Zhu Mei's Holy Mother protection. As the sharp axe came crashing down, her brow remained unwrinkled. It was futile. Zhou Tianxiong sneered repeatedly. Futile? That remains to be seen. Today, I shall show you how this third-tier weapon can dismantle your defenses. This axe, known as the armor-breaking axe, had been extracted from a silver treasure chest in a massive pit just the night before. As its name implies, it was designed to penetrate defenses. Break for me, he roared with laughter. The armor-breaking axe relentlessly struck against Zhu Mei's Holy Mother protection, and gradually, she began to feel the strain. She sensed her inner strength waning. It appeared that the Holy Mother protection was not invincible. If the enemy continued to assault her and deplete her extraordinary energy, the protection would eventually falter. At that moment, she feared she might indeed become Zhou Tianxiong's slave. Yet, as a dignified SS-level talent and a mid-second-tier powerhouse, how could she easily concede? However, despite her formidable talent, she excelled only in defense, leaving her with no choice but to adopt a passive stance. After a frenzied assault, Zhou Tianxiong entered a bloodthirsty state, transforming into a madman. With the power of the armor-breaking axe intensifying, Zhu Mei sensed danger and attempted to defend while using her Holy Mother aura to inspire Zhou Tianxiong. The brilliance of the Holy Mother aura was its ability to evoke the most vulnerable aspects of the human heart, leading one to dwell in their happiest moments until their nature turned benevolent. Unfortunately, Zhou Tianxiong had never known happiness. As an extraordinary human, he was despised from childhood, unloved by his parents, and devoid of friends. As he grew older, he descended further into a life of crime. Thus, the influence of the Holy Mother aura had no effect on him. Ha ha ha, your Holy Mother abilities are useless against me. Once I break your shell, watch how I toy with you. Although your talent surpasses mine, I possess an S-level blood demon talent. In combat, I fear you not. Moreover, my level exceeds yours. Let us see how you, a mere mid-second tier, can withstand my late second-tier assault. In recent days, Zhou Tianxiong had not only grasped the essence of his talent, but also gained a clear understanding of the classification of extraordinary powers. The armor-breaking axe continued to batter Zhu Mei's defenses. Zhu Mei struggled to hold on, and the two of them spent nearly half an hour at the apartment entrance. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianxiong's subordinates were busy breaking down doors upstairs. Regrettably, from the first to the fourth floors, they found scarcely anyone. Inside the rooms, they encountered either emptiness or zombies. In one suite, 2 men and 2 women zombies were found, clearly engaged in unspeakable acts in their former lives. Outside of this, on the 4th floor, they discovered 2 women. However, one was too overweight and the other too unattractive. The subordinates could not bring themselves to act, resulting in their demise instead. Wang Chong, did you say there were many beauties in Xingchen apartment when you were delivering food? Why haven't we seen a single one? One subordinate questioned the shifty-eyed Wang Chong. Why would I deceive you? Xingchen apartment is notorious for being a den of ill repute. You all know that. Wang Chong retorted. Another subordinate interjected. Enough bickering. Keep searching. This apartment has over 30 floors. There must be women around. Wang Chong nodded. Old Zhou is right. Let us find women quickly. or else the boss will blow up again. Without women, we cannot withstand his wrath. Right. Once we reach the 5th floor, let us each break down a door and see who has the best luck. Soon, Zhou Tianxiong's 9 subordinates each selected a suite, preparing to force their way in. Wang Chong stood at the door of Suite 520, ready to kick it open. With a resounding crash, Wang Chong kicked the door open. Ha. Zhu Mei, I shall see whether your shell is tougher or my attack is stronger. Break for me. Zhou Tianxiong discerned that Zhu Mei was at her limit and unleashed his most potent strike. He raised the armor-breaking axe and swung it down fiercely towards Zhu Mei's protective golden light. At this moment, her Holy Mother aura had dimmed, appearing like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to shatter with the slightest touch. Would she truly perish here today? Once, she believed herself to be the savior of this apocalypse. Otherwise, how could the Buddha bestow upon her such a powerful SS-level Holy Mother ability? Surely, it was meant for her to save the masses. Yet now, she felt like nothing more than a grain of sand lost in the apocalypse. With a crack, the axe descended. Zhu Mei's Holy Mother protection shattered like glass, scattering into countless points of starlight. Blood erupted from Zhu Mei's mouth, crimson mist bursting forth amidst the fading golden light, reminiscent of withering Lycoris radiata. Her body flew back, crashing heavily against the apartment door. Ha. What SS-level abilities are these? Merely trivial. Zhou Tianxiong laughed maniacally. My beauty, from now on, you shall be entirely my slave. Now, I shall treat you well. As Zhou Tianxiong advanced menacingly, Zhu Mei's complexion changed dramatically. Stay away from me. Though she had previously been intimate with Zhou Tianxiong, it had been in the name of sacrifice for the greater good. This was an entirely different matter, as she was now facing his forceful intentions. With a wicked grin, Zhou Tianxiong prepared to unbuckle his belt. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from above, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Suddenly, someone fell from the apartment building. Zhou Tianxiong turned abruptly to find it was his subordinate, Wang Chong. Before he could react, several more figures tumbled down from above. Zhou Hongtao, Chun Yu, Hishija. These were all his subordinates. What happened? Zhou Tianxiong inquired hastily. The group, having fallen from the 5th floor, was disoriented. Had it not been for the extraordinary physique of ability users, they would have either sustained severe injuries or perished. Boss, there are powerful ability users and zombies on the 5th floor, Wang Chong managed to say, blood spilling from his mouth. Zhou Tianxiong's gaze narrowed as he looked up at the window of Suite 520. At that moment, his pupils contracted sharply. Leaning against the window of Suite 520 was a figure. This person had striking features, resembling a handsome hero, captivating to the point of being infuriating. It was him, the madman from that night. Their eyes met, and they instantly recognized each other. Zhou Tianxiong's lips curled into a smirk as he made a throat-cutting gesture towards Su Can. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Su Can could perceive the formidable aura emanating from Zhou Tianxiong, even from 5 stories above. This maniac has indeed grown stronger. However, I am not to be underestimated either. It appears that these individuals are all associated with this lunatic. Su Can glanced back to see Su Wei, Sister Wang, and Bald Four engrossed in their bloody feast. Earlier, 10 ability users had barged in. He had dispatched 7, leaving 3 to become mere sustenance. While gnawing, Su Wei complained to Su Can, Brother, why did you kick them down? Wouldn't it be better to keep them as snacks for us? Su Can rolled his eyes, fine. You enjoy your meal. With that, he leaped directly out of the window. What the heck? Brother, why did you jump off the building? What's wrong with you? Don't leave me all alone. Su Wei was utterly flabbergasted, rushing to the window to check. You scared me to death. Once she saw Su Can land safely below, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was then that she noticed, aside from several bodies sprawled on the ground, there stood a man. This guy looks oddly familiar. Wait, is he that lunatic? Below the apartment building, Zhou Tianxiong laughed maniacally at the sight of Su Can descending from above, his cackles resonating around him. I hadn't even sought you out, yet here you are, delivering yourself to me. I've been coveting your flesh. Su Can coldly retorted, coveting my flesh? I fear you lack the qualifications to partake. With a swift motion, Zhou Tianxiong brandished his broken armor-cleaving axe, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Qualifications? You'll find out soon enough. With that, he charged at Su Can, swinging his axe. Su Can gripped his tang knife. ready to confront him when a gentle warning reached his ears from behind Zhou Tianxiong. Be cautious, you are no match for him, flee. It was then that Sukin noticed a woman leaning against the apartment entrance. Although not particularly striking, her presence radiated a captivating aura that momentarily evoked the image of a Buddha in Su Can's mind. In that fleeting moment of distraction, he nearly fell prey to Zhou Tianxiong's onslaught. The axe was now mere inches away. Reacting quickly, Su Can raised his tang knife to block. Bang! To his astonishment, the tang knife shattered upon impact. Forced to retreat several steps, Su Can stared at the broken remnants in disbelief. Though the knife was unsharpened, it had cost him a significant sum to craft and was not easily severed. He sensed that Zhou Tianxiong's strength did not surpass his own, leading him to conclude that the issue lay with his weapon. Fixating on the axe in Zhou Tianxiong's grip, he quickly identified the source of the problem. Is this a weapon drawn from the box? Zhou Tianxiong cackled. Indeed, this is a Tier 3 weapon I acquired from the silver treasure chest. I will carve your body apart with this axe. Sukin narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering how this Tier 3 weapon compared to his own dagger. Zhou Tianxiong lunged at him once more, hacking furiously like a madman. Rather than meet force with force, Sukin evaded the attacks with the grace of a dragon, employing the speed granted by his Long Xiang ability. Frustration mounted for Zhou Tianxiong as his attacks yielded no results. You slippery eel, is that all you can do? With that, he swung again. At this point, Sukin had become adept at the dragon-like speed of his power. As Zhou Tianxiong attacked, he seized the moment, drawing his dagger from the spatial realm and swiftly slicing through Zhou Tianxiong's right hand, severing the tendons. Though the blood demon ability rendered Zhou Tianxiong impervious to pain, the severed tendon disrupted the nerve connections in his hand, causing the axe to slip from his grasp. Zhou Tianxiong's fierce expression faltered for an instant before he desperately reached for the fallen axe. But to his shock, it vanished into thin air. Stunned, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Seizing the opportunity, Su King kicked Zhou Tianxiong to the ground. This spectacle elicited ripples of astonishment in Zhu Mei's beautiful eyes. What kind of ability is this that can make a weapon disappear in an instant? Damn it, where's my axe? Zhou Tianxiong bellowed, springing up and fixing a furious gaze on Su Can. Your axe is right here, Su Can replied with a slight smile, as the broken armor-cleaving axe materialized in his hand. The axe's handle was crafted from a dark metallic substance, cool yet comfortable to hold, while the blade gleamed with a silvery sharpness, seemingly identical to the material of his dagger. Raising the axe, Su Can remarked, "Just what I needed, a suitable weapon. This axe will be mine." Zhou Tianxiong roared, "You bastard, give me back my axe." Without this Tier 3 axe, he would be unable to breach Zhu Mei's defenses, and its presence had effectively doubled his combat strength. With bloodshot eyes, Zhou Tianxiong attempted to charge at Su Can barehanded. Yet at that moment, a wave of weakness washed over him. Realizing the dire situation, Zhou Tianxiong cursed himself for having lingered too long with Zhu Mei, leading to an overexertion of his powers. While the S-Class Blood Demon ability was formidable, its drawbacks were equally severe. Once the effects wore off, he would be left in a state of continuous weakness. If he could replenish his energy, he could continue fighting, but where could he find it now? His subordinates lay on the ground, moaning in agony. Zhou Tianxiong's eyes narrowed. If he succumbed to weakness, this man would surely kill him. As long as the Green Mountain remains, I need not worry about firewood. Let these useless fools buy me some time. He commanded his subordinates. You worthless scum, are you dead? If not, get up and help me. Upon hearing his orders, the subordinates scrambled to their feet, despite their organs being battered and bleeding. They knew that disobedience would result in a grim fate, for Zhou Tianxiong was no human, but a demon. Any sign of defiance would lead to severe punishment. Just days ago, one subordinate had met a grisly end for questioning Zhou Tianxiong's brutality. He had been killed on the spot and devoured whole. Trembling, the subordinates stood before Su Can, their faces pale with terror, hesitant to strike first, especially since he was the one who had just thrown them from the building. Zhou Tianxiong barked, "What are you doing? All of you, charge at him and kill him." Hearing this, the subordinates had no choice but to rush toward Su Can kill. A horde of rabble. A smirk curled at the corners of Su Can's mouth as he observed the advancing subordinates, akin to ants. Just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the foremost subordinate with a swing of the axe, Zhu Mei urgently called out, "Sir, please show mercy and spare their lives." Su Can hesitated, inexplicably compelled by the strange power of her voice, leading him to comply. He sheathed the axe and sent the nearest subordinate flying with a kick. He was also fearful of delivering a blow too forceful, one that could potentially be fatal. Thus he exerted minimal strength. The young subordinate, after being kicked away, felt little in terms of injury. Aside from his previous wounds, it seems his kick hardly hurt at all. Bang, bang, bang. Several subordinates were knocked down and sent flying by Su Kan, yet he showed them mercy. The subordinates exchanged glances, seemingly unscathed. What about you? I feel fine too. It appears this fellow is merely a paper tiger. In that case, why should we fear him? Let us go all out and deny him any chance to catch his breath. A young subordinate bearing a grotesque scar on his face shouted. Su Kan's leniency led the subordinates to mistakenly perceive him as weak and ineffectual. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianxiong stealthily retreated, dark veins pulsating violently across his face. A wave of weakness crashing over him. Let's go. Zhou Tianxiong dashed into the adjacent Kanda Plaza. The plaza was filled with numerous shops and an underground parking lot, making it a labyrinthine environment. Once inside, it would be challenging for Su Kan to locate him. Zhu Mei immediately noticed Zhou Tianxiong's movement. Oh no! He is trying to escape. Zhu Mei hurriedly pursued him. After a brief moment of recovery, her abilities had regained some strength. Although not much. She could not allow Zhou Tianxiong to flee. The thought of letting this demon escape filled her with dread, as she could only imagine how many more would suffer. Therefore, today she must subdue this demon, or her heart would remain restless. At that moment, Su Kan also became aware of Zhou Tianxiong's flight and disregarded the subordinates. He immediately followed Zhu Mei's lead. Only Zhou Tianxiong's subordinates remained, exchanging bewildered looks. Are we chasing or not? Someone inquired. Chase. Forget it. I'm done with this. I may not be a good person, merely guilty of robbery and assault, but Zhou Tianxiong is a downright demon. He kills, tortures, and even devours people. He even forced me to partake in cannibalism. I can't take it anymore. While he is being pursued, I should make my escape. Is anyone else interested in fleeing with me? A subordinate named Chen Yu proposed. Some brothers chimed in, count me in, count me in, as soon as Chen Yu spoke. Four subordinates immediately stepped forward. Chen Yu turned to the last two, Wang Chong and He Shija, and asked, what about you two? At this, the two exchanged glances. Although Wang Chong and He Shija found Zhou Tianxiong's actions cruel, they believed that in the apocalypse, such behavior was the norm. To act as one pleased was the true path, and strength was the ultimate virtue. By following a powerful figure like Zhou Tianxiong, they could survive better in this harsh world. Thus, they decided to continue supporting Zhou Tianxiong. Just then, Su Wei, accompanied by Jiang Luluo and others, descended. Where did my brother run off to? So much meat. Never mind, let us eat first. Sister Wang, Lao Si, let us take them down together. With that, Su Wei lunged at the subordinates with fierce intent. Chapter 46. Would you join me in establishing a paradise? Where did these zombies come from? How dare they attack us? Seeking death. The young subordinates scoffed at the sight of a few zombies charging out from the apartment. Ever since awakening their powers, zombies had become no more than ants in their eyes, easily crushed underfoot. Even injured, they still regarded these worthless creatures with disdain. Yet they were unaware that they had encountered their match this time. Stand back, I'll shatter them all. A subordinate with strength abilities, Lu Wenjia, ripped his shirt off. Revialing à musculaire physique. He then raised his fist, the size of a sandbag, and charged toward Su Wei's head. His fist had undoubtedly crushed countless zombies. This strike would surely be no different. Bang! Lu Wenjia felt as though he had struck steel. What is this? The cute zombie before him had transformed into a towering, fierce figure. Su Wei flashed him a grin. You hit me first, now it's my turn. Lu Wenjia, already bewildered, was even more so upon hearing Su Wei speak. By the time he comprehended the situation, Su Wei's massive fist was almost upon him. No! Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon, pulverized by Su Wei's punch. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the other subordinates, leaving them in shock. Someone murmured, what kind of monster is this? The bald-headed C and Sister Wang seized the opportunity and lunged at two others. Ah! Cries of horror echoed. By the time the others realized what was happening, Su Wei had already closed in. Soon, only Chen Yu remained among the subordinates. Seeing the dire situation, Chen Yu dashed into the apartment. Just as he reached the corner of the staircase, a massive brick came flying toward him. With a loud smack, Chinyu was knocked unconscious. Emerging from the corner was a lowly clad in a Lolita outfit, brandishing the brick. "Want to run? Have you consulted my little genius, Luluo? Why Wei, come here quickly. There's another one. I'm coming." Su Wei grinned, her pristine teeth stained with blood, as she ran over, gnawing on a severed arm. Watching Su Wei consume a living person, Zhang Luluo felt no disgust or discomfort. Instead, she looked at her with a doting expression. After forming a bond through their shared fate, their trust and affection soared, surpassing that of even the closest of friends. Noticing Zhang Luluo's gaze on her meal, Su Wei instinctively pulled off another arm to share. "A little treat?" Zhang Luluo responded. At this moment, Zhu Mei had reached the underground parking lot. However, the environment was intricate and chaotic with numerous vehicles. Zhou Tianxiong had long vanished. Zhu Mei scanned her surroundings, her brows furrowing as she sighed. "He has escaped. I fear many innocent souls will suffer as a result." Just then, Sukin arrived. Yet, aside from Zhu Mei, the underground parking lot was eerily silent. He frowned. "Has this fellow escaped again?" Zhu Mei, upon hearing this, quickly inquired, "Sir, did Zhou Tianxiong escape from you as well?" Sukin nodded, somewhat reluctantly. Although he was unclear why Zhou Tianxiong had fled during their confrontations, it could be considered a retreat from him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mei gazed at Sukan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. This man has managed to defeat a demon like Zhou Tianxiong twice. He must surely be the bodhisattva sent by the Buddha to subdue evil spirits. After the incident with Zhou Tianxiong, Zhu Mei realized that establishing a paradise in the apocalypse could not rely solely on her efforts. She needed more, stronger allies. The Western paradise exists without war, chaos, or deceit because of the myriad Buddhas. Each Buddha has a specific role, complementing one another. For instance, Guanyin Bodhisattva, responsible for public relations, the medicine Buddha, who aids in dispelling calamities and curing diseases, Maitreya Buddha, who helps beings acquire wealth and reputation, Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva, who assists in guiding the spirits of the departed, and the fierce and combative Dharmapala, the Buddha of war. Thus, in her quest to create a paradise, her first step must be to find the Buddha of war. As long as the Buddha of war is present, she can peacefully guide beings and establish the utopia she dreams of. And the man before her is the embodiment of her envisioned Buddha of war. Zhu Mei gently parted her lips. "I never imagined you to be so formidable, capable of defeating the demon Zhou Tianxiong not once, but twice. Truly admirable. My name is Zhu Mei, and I sincerely thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I might have fallen prey to Zhou Tianxiong's wicked hands. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The woman spoke with a gentle tone, her voice melodious. Yet it instilled in Sukin an unsettling urge to revere her. He harbored a profound aversion to this sensation. Thus he remained vigilant around Zhu Mei. "Sukan." "So, it is Mr. Su," Zhu Mei stated. "What is the matter between you and Zhou Tianxiong?" Sukan inquired. In response, Zhu Mei revealed the unvarnished truth without any concealment. Upon hearing her words, Sukan was left utterly bewildered. Was this nonsense? To save someone, you would actually sacrifice yourself to that lunatic Zhou Tianxiong, and you have been deceived by him thrice? How could there exist such a naive and innocent soul? Being duped was one thing, but to harbor no resentment towards Zhou Tianxiong and even aspire to redeem others? She was truly a saint, a super saint. In the face of the apocalypse, one must eliminate the saint. Suddenly, Sukin recalled the classic line from the apocalypse. Yet, he bore no grudge against her, and there was no necessity for indiscriminate violence. Strangely enough, he felt no inclination towards harming Zhu Mei. "Mr. Su, I wish to establish a paradise for all beings amidst the apocalypse. Would you be willing to join me in striving for the suffering masses?" After sharing her story, Zhu Mei got straight to the point. As a devout Buddhist, Zhu Mei adhered to the principle of truthfulness as outlined in the 8 precepts. In essence, sincerity was her ultimate weapon. She believed that by being open, she would evoke sympathy and resonance in Sukan. If it were anyone else, they would surely be moved by her candor and saintly aura. However, Sukan was an anomaly, possessing the most formidable 7-color talent. He could not be swayed by mere SS-level abilities. Upon hearing her words, Sukan regarded her with an odd expression and softly uttered, You are ill. He then turned to leave. As for Zhou Tianxiong, if he had fled, so be it. It was beyond his control. He could not blindly search in the underground garage. For what if he inadvertently encountered danger? He would not take such risks. Chapter 47. Human bodies also contain crystals. How could he remain unaffected by my saintly aura? Watching Su Can's retreating figure, Zhu Mei's beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. The SS level, saintly aura imbued her every smile and gesture with an enigmatic and transformative power. Most individuals would succumb to her charm at a mere glance. Even second-tier ability users could easily be influenced by her. Only pure evildoers like Zhou Tianxiong remained immune to her effects. However, Su Can was evidently not of the same ilk as Zhou Tianxiong. Could it be that his extraordinary ability was also of SS level? Or perhaps even SSS level? If that were the case, how could this formidable being be overlooked? With this thought, Zhu Mei promptly pursued Su Can. Her primary objective in spreading her influence had shifted from Zhou Tianxiong to Su Can. Nevertheless, Zhou Tianxiong remained a target for her conversion. She simply lacked the means to influence him at present, so she aimed to sway Su Can first. With the help of this powerful being, she believed that converting Zhou Tianxiong would become considerably simpler. Upon returning to the apartment complex, Su Can discovered that Zhou Tianxiong's underlings had been dealt with by Su Wei and the others. At that moment, Zhu Mei also reached the entrance of the apartment. When she observed several zombies attacking, her beautiful eyes narrowed with coldness. How audacious! How dare they commit murder? Mr. Su, please take action and eliminate these zombies. Zhu Mei excelled in conversion and defense, yet she lacked offensive capabilities. She had attempted to convert zombies before, but had always met with failure. Perhaps it was due to these mindless creatures lacking intelligence and consciousness, mere shells of their former selves, rendering her saintly aura ineffective against them. Consequently, she had no means to deal with the zombies. Of course, the zombies could not harm her nor breach her saintly protection. Hearing her words, Su Can glanced at Zhu Mei as if she were a fool. Zhu Mei was puzzled by the look he gave her. However, when she saw Su Can approaching the zombies, she assumed he was about to act. To her astonishment, Su Can merely ignored them and brushed past. Just then, one of the zombies lunged at Su Can. Zhu Mei's heart raced, and she shouted, "Mr. Su, be careful." Yet, the ensuing scene left her utterly astonished. The zombie that lunged at Su Can did not attack him. Instead, it stood before him with reverence, extending its arms and presenting a pale blue crystal to him. Su Can took the crystal from Wang Jie's hands and questioned, "Sister Wang, what is this?" Roar, roar, roar. Wang Jie pointed to one of the deceased ability users and mimicked an action of extracting a brain. Su Can raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying this is something found within a human brain?" Wang Jie nodded affirmatively. Roar, roar. Su Can's gaze flickered. It seemed his earlier speculation was correct. Not only did zombies possess crystals, but even ability users contained them. However, he felt no desire for these crystals. It appeared he, like the zombies, could not consume the crystals of his own kind. At that moment, Su Wei and Jiang Luluo emerged from the apartment. Su Wei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and asked, "Brother, what happened?" Su Can handed her the blue crystal. "What do you think this is?" Su Wei's eyes lit up instantly. A primal urge surged within her upon seeing the blue crystal, akin to encountering a fellow human, and the desire to consume it intensified. "Brother, give it to me." Su Wei snatched the blue crystal and swallowed it whole. "Ah, delight food. Is this the human crystal? It's simply divine. Brother, do you have any more?" Su Can waved his hand. "There are none left. This was found by Sister Wang." Upon hearing this, Su Wei quickly turned to Wang Jie, who recounted the story to her. Su Wei hurriedly examined the heads of the ability users on the ground, and soon discovered that each of them contained pale blue crystals. She slapped her thigh in dismay. "Oh no, so humans have crystals in their brains. How wasteful it was for me to discard so many heads." As a noble and elegant intelligent zombie, Su Wei was quite particular about her meals. Therefore, whenever she consumed human flesh, she only feasted on select organs, limbs, and upper body flesh, completely ignoring the buttocks and heads. Su Can pondered for a moment and said, "Ordinary people's brains probably do not contain crystals. Only ability users should possess them." Upon hearing this, Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I was worried I'd missed out on so many crystals." Just then, Su Wei recalled that there were still 3 ability users' bodies upstairs that had yet to be consumed. She hurried back to the 5th floor. However, by the time she arrived, it was too late. The 3 ability users had already mutated, each missing limbs, transforming into disabled zombies. Oh no, my crystals. How could I have overlooked them? Su Wei lamented in anguish. Right. I didn't consume the human crystals, but I can extract them from their heads for my brother. With this thought, Su Wei grinned mischievously as she approached her 3 disabled counterparts. 2 of the zombies stared at her, foolishly extending their heads to sniff her scent. Yet, with a swift motion, Su Wei extracted 2 green crystals from their brains. Gazing at the 2 green crystals, her eyes glimmered. It seemed that the probability of zombies producing crystals after mutation was quite high. If the last zombie also bore a crystal, wouldn't that guarantee 100% probability? Previously, when Sukin had slain so many ordinary zombies, the chance of crystal emergence had been less than 1 in 10. The last zombie gazed at Su Wei's actions, seemingly aware that she intended to inflict harm upon it, and emitted a low growl as a warning. The implication was clear: do not approach me. A spark of realization ignited within Su Wei. This creature, it seemed, was cognizant of her intentions. Could it be that after their mutation, these supernatural beings not only had a high probability of generating crystal cores, but also possessed a certain likelihood of developing intelligence? Nevertheless, my dear kin, I must apologize. Even though I recognize your newfound awareness, you are rendered immobile without legs, a mere shadow of your former self. In this terrifying apocalypse, survival is beyond your reach. Thus, allow me to grant you liberation. Faced with a sentient counterpart, Su Wei felt a twinge of reluctance, seeking solace in her rationale. With a harrowing scream, the last zombie met its demise at her hands. Indeed, this creature too had birthed a crystal core, confirming her suspicions. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhu Mei was utterly astonished. What she just witnessed? A zombie speaking? Mr. Su, how can a zombie utter words? And how can you associate with them? You are human, after all. How can you stand idly by while they feast on human flesh and drink human blood? The voice of the saintly figure echoed, akin to a celestial melody that resonated in Su Kan's ears. His spirit trembled as a mysterious force invaded his mind, attempting to forcibly alter his thoughts. However, in an instant, a burst of colorful light erupted within his consciousness, halting this intrusion. This woman possessed an enchanting power over hearts. Sukin regarded Zhu Mei with a wary gaze, yet soon a dismissive smile crossed his lips. Zhu Mei, it is not for you to dictate my associations. I suggest you mind your own affairs and focus on your own well-being, lest you find yourself in a place of no return. I have no interest in the paradise you wish to create. Just do not provoke me. Zhu Mei felt a chill run down her spine. Sukin was indeed formidable, entirely unaffected by her influence. The halo of the saint, while capable of inspiring a collective transformation, could not permeate his heart. Yet, she remained undeterred in her admonitions. Mr. Su, since the onset of the apocalypse, countless humans have perished at the hands of zombies. Zombies are the demons of this world. By associating with them, you ally yourself with evil. Those who consort with evil shall inevitably suffer retribution. Mr. Su, remember that those who are not of our kind will harbor different intentions. Do not deceive yourself. Amiba, goodness prevails. Sukin scoffed derisively. Zhu Mei, how amusing that you still cling to your Buddhist beliefs. What does it matter if they're different? The Buddha himself proclaimed that all beings are equal. Zombies, too, are part of this myriad of existence. Why not attempt to enlighten them? Why harbor prejudice against them? You deem them demons? What of humanity? In this apocalypse, where order has collapsed, humans have shed their constraints, turning against one another in acts of murder and pillage, committing every conceivable atrocity. Are not these actions demonic? I merely allow the zombies to consume those who embody malevolence. Consider it a form of purification. And yet, you persist in your tiresome lectures? Instead of preaching to me, perhaps you should focus on saving the souls you claim to care for. Though his words pierced deeply, they fell on deaf ears for Zhu Mei, a devout follower. Unwavering in her convictions, she smiled serenely. I shall indeed strive to save all beings. However, zombies devoid of consciousness are the foul demons chronicled in our ancient texts, irredeemable. Such demons can only be purified, not redeemed. I have attempted to enlighten zombies, yet to no avail. This is clear evidence that they are beyond salvation. Only through purification can we restore clarity to this world. Mr. Su, for the sake of all beings, I implore you to cleanse these zombies. Sukin was left speechless. This woman was truly beyond redemption. Was she not excessively virtuous? Yet why must she drag him into her ideals? Shumei, I shall reiterate, I have no interest in saving all beings. Please cease your incessant nagging. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Sukin was disinclined to engage further. But Shumei persisted. Mr. Su, you are the Buddha sent to purify the world. Your mission is to rescue all beings from peril. Sukin laughed in exasperation. Shumei, enough. You truly believe me to be a warrior of enlightenment? This is utterly ludicrous. Why do you persist in your pursuit of me? Dear Shumei, did you not hear my request for you to leave me be? At that moment, Jiang Luo, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly interjected. What are you doing clinging to my brother, Shumei? With a playful tone, she clung to Su Kan's arm, her demeanor affectionate. Sukin pushed her gently away. Jiang Luo, why are you getting so close? Are we that familiar? While I agreed to allow you to accompany us, do not overstep your bounds. After Jiang Luo had disclosed her ability to control zombies, Sukin had contemplated and ultimately consented to her presence, considering that having a zombie controller amidst the apocalypse would alleviate many complications. Additionally, he harbored a notion to exploit Jiang Luo's powers to command zombies, thus effortlessly acquiring more crystal cores. Jiang Luo pouted, Brother Su Kan, I was merely trying to speak on your behalf. How could you treat me this way? Sukin was at a loss for words. Just then, Su Wei descended from upstairs. Upon witnessing Jiang Luo's affectionate hold on her brother, jealousy surged within her. Jiang Luo, why are you clinging to my brother? Oh dear, Wei, what is our relationship? Your brother is my brother too. Come here, let me tell you. This woman seeks to steal away my brother Su Kan. Jiang Luo pointed at Shumei. What? Su Wei glared at Shumei. You wicked woman. How dare you try to tame my brother? Just wait and see. With that, Su Wei lunged towards Shumei. Shumei was taken aback. It was one thing for a zombie to speak, but now it seemed to display jealousy as well. Was it still a zombie? Was this truly the irredeemable, foul demon recorded in ancient texts? Had she been mistaken? Wicked woman, I shall devour you. Su Wei's krechith, closverth. Ready to pounce upon Shumei. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted from Shumei, enveloping Su Wei in a divine glow. Su Kan's pupils dilated in alarm. Wei. He rushed forward, but the sacred light formed a barrier, keeping him at bay. Shumei, bathed in the luminosity, radiated an aura akin to a bodhisattva, sacred and inviolable. Since you have attained consciousness, you are no longer that irredeemable foul demon. You belong to this diverse existence. Thus, allow me to enlighten you. Sacred light, enlighten. As her words fell, the divine glow enveloped Su Wei. Instantly, she clutched her head, collapsing in agony. It hurts. I am in so much pain. Brother, help me. Witnessing Su Wei's torment, Su Kan's vision turned crimson, and he struck the barrier with all his might. Shumei, cease this at once. Yet Shumei remained unfazed, steadfast in her ideals and convictions, resolute in restoring clarity to the world. Thus, she feared nothing. Wretched being, you seek your own demise. She had initially believed that her holy light domain would be sufficient to withstand Su Kan's onslaught. However, to her utter astonishment, Su Kan proved to be remarkably formidable, shattering her protective barrier with a single strike. Although the barrier of the holy light domain was not as resilient as her protective shield, the Holy Mother's grace. Even Zhou Tianxiong would require at least a minute to breach it. Indeed, Su Kan was worthy of being the Buddha of battle she had chosen. His strength was unparalleled. It was also quite possible that her previous confrontation with Zhou Tianxiong had drained her significantly, leaving her still unrefreshed. Thus, Su Kan easily dismantled the holy light barrier. Vivi, are you all right? Su Kan approached Su Wei and embraced her. Su Wei rubbed her head and replied, Brother, I'm fine. Su Kan exhaled a sigh of relief. It was good to know she was unharmed. Su Wei suddenly glared at Shumei, exclaiming, Humph, wicked woman, how dare you treat me like this? I shall devour you. With that, she lunged towards Shumei, but Su Kan intercepted her, saying, Vivi, let me handle this. I will personally kill her and retrieve her crystal core for you. Su Wei obediently nadid, oldait. As she calmed herself, fear washed over her heart. This woman was truly terrifying. She had just felt as though her consciousness was on the brink of annihilation. Su Kan, wielding the armor-piercing axe, stood before Zhu Mei, his gaze devoid of compassion, filled instead with icy resolve. Zhu Mei, how dare you harm my sister? Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your end, since you are so determined to establish a paradise. I shall escort you to meet the Buddha. Without further ado, Su Can brought the axe crashing down upon Zhu Mei's head. Zhu Mei was unafraid of death. She merely lamented the fact that she had not yet converted that great demon, Zhou Tianxiong. She had not yet fulfilled her dream of creating a paradise for all beings. If the Buddha had a spirit, she hoped to achieve her aspirations before meeting her demise. Amitabha. Zhu Mei recited the Buddhist chant, her eyes filled with regret. Yet she spoke no more, slowly closing her eyes in acceptance of her fate. In that crucial moment between life and death, suddenly the ground trembled. Buildings swayed as if an earthquake had struck. A colossal creature, nearly 10 meters long, erupted from the earth, sending debris skyward. Su Can and Su Wei stumbled backward in haste. Before they could comprehend the situation, the massive entity opened its gaping maw and swallowed Zhu Mei whole. This scene left Su Wei and the others in stunned silence. Yet, Su Can tightened his grip on the axe, fixating on the mutated beast with trepidation. For its aura was formidable, possibly even at the third tier. This was his first encounter with such a powerful mutated beast. However, after devouring Zhu Mei, the creature did not linger, swiftly burrowing back underground. Su Can hurried to the entrance of the pit to assess the situation, only to find an impenetrable darkness within. Brother, what is that thing? It's terrifying. Su Wei, frightened, hid behind Su Can, yet peeked out curiously. Su Can pondered for a moment before responding. It must be a D-Long. Su Wei blinked in surprise. D-Long? Jiang Lo chimed in. D-Long is just another name for an earthworm. That monster we just saw must be a mutated earthworm. Su Wei's eyes widened in disgust. What? An earthworm? A worm that big? Thank goodness it wasn't me being eaten. I would have been utterly revolted. That wicked woman tried to abduct my brother and harm me. She deserves to be devoured by the earthworm. Exactly, she deserves it. Jiang Lulo echoed enthusiastically. After observing the cave for a while, Su Can turned to the two girls. All right, this place is not safe. Let us head upstairs to discuss further. On the 15th day of the apocalypse, most humans discovered that zombies and mutated beasts contained crystal cores. The mutated beasts possessed green cores, imbued with immense energy, while zombies occasionally harbored blue cores. Both the green cores and the blue cores could enhance human strength. In fact, consuming these cores could even awaken latent powers in ordinary individuals. However, the success rate of awakening was quite low, as ordinary humans lack the ability to withstand the energy surges from the cores, risking explosive death or mutation into zombies or other monstrous forms. Nevertheless, it remained a fact that these cores could empower those with abilities. Thus, human powers began to slaughter zombies in a quest for more crystal cores, rapidly altering the hierarchy between zombies and humans. At the dawn of the apocalypse, zombies were feared by all. Yet within half a month, empowered individuals began treating zombies as mere prey. Such was the fickle nature of fate. As for mutated beasts, although they too possessed cores, each was incredibly powerful and cunning. Therefore, it was unrealistic for humans to acquire vast quantities of cores from them. Notably, some mutated beasts had become aware of the existence of cores within human powers. Consequently, these beasts began hunting empowered humans as well. As for zombies, among the three factions, they were the weakest. They were essentially mindless, driven only by the primal instinct to feed. Tragically, zombies were further constrained by deep pits, unable to enter them to claim treasures. Thus, during the first round of treasure disputes, very few zombies managed to seize anything from the chests. Su Wei, however, was an exception. Why refer to it as the first round of treasure? Because the second round of treasures was soon to descend. On the 18th day of the apocalypse, through the slaughter of numerous zombies, Su Can's small team had acquired several zombie crystal cores and a few mutated beast cores, with Jiang Luoluo and Su Wei playing vital roles. Jiang Luo used her powers to lure zombies for slaughter, while Su Wei, along with Wang Jia and Baldfor, infiltrated the horde, striking from the shadows. Their shared intent was clear: to help Su Can become stronger as swiftly as possible, enabling them to cling to his power. Su Can had no objections to this arrangement. In this dire world, only by strengthening himself could he better protect those around him. At that moment, having absorbed a beast core, Sukin finally broke through to the third tier. Yet, before he could savor the newfound power within him, a blood-red light suddenly flooded in through the window. Sukin turned abruptly to gaze outside, where a blood moon slowly ascended into the sky. Alarmed, he thought, the blood moon has returned. Each time it rises, the world undergoes profound transformation. The first blood moon heralded the apocalypse. The second brought falling stars. Alas, since Su Wei snatched the treasure from the rabbit chest, no further treasures had appeared. With the third blood moon rising, what changes will it bring this time? Chapter 50, The Reckless Huang Mao. As the blood moon hung high in the sky, the entire world fell silent. Zombies ceased their groaning, and mutated beasts halted their hunts, all gazing upward, entranced by the blood moon. Observing Su Wei, Wang Jie, and Bald Four in their rapturous state, Jiang Luo blinked and asked Vivi, "What are you all doing?" Su Wei, comfortably absorbing the moonlight's power, replied, "Luo, I'm absorbing the strength of the blood moon to evolve. Please don't disturb me. Otherwise, they'll snatch it all away." Jiang Luo, filled with confusion, scratched her head, pondering the absorption of the blood moon's power and evolution. "I shall give it a try," she declared, imitating the others with great enthusiasm. However, after a considerable time had passed, she felt no surge of power. Sukin approached her, pulling her away. "What are you doing? Do not disturb them." With an innocent expression, Jiang Luo replied, "I am learning to evolve like them." Sukin rolled his eyes. "You are human. What evolution can you undergo? Only zombies can absorb the blood moon's power, and we cannot gain even a fraction of it. Come with me. We need to hunt zombies." At this moment, most zombies and even mutated beasts were engrossed in absorbing the blood moon's essence, making it their most vulnerable time. Thus, venturing out to hunt zombies was indeed the optimal opportunity. Before long, Sukin led Jiang Luo onto the street. At that moment, the once roaming zombies stood still, greedily absorbing the essence of the blood moon. Even when humans passed by, they remained indifferent. It seemed the allure of the blood moon far exceeded that of humans. Consequently, Sukin found it exceedingly easy to harvest zombies. In contrast to Su Kan's direct and brutal approach to killing, Jiang Luo exhibited a more graceful demeanor. She deftly controlled a dozen zombies, using them to ambush their kin. This was not her first time, and she executed it with remarkable ease. At this juncture, one of the zombies under her control lunged toward a particularly grotesque and emaciated zombie. Suddenly, the hideous creature's eyes sparkled with an uncanny brilliance. It swiftly extended its sharp claws and plunged them into the brain of the zombie Jiang Luo commanded. With a sickening squelch, it extracted the brain of its kin and began to chew. Simultaneously, its gaze fixated intently on Su Kan and Jiang Luo, who were several dozen meters away. At that moment, Jiang Luo sensed a sudden disconnection from one of her controlled zombies, an inexplicable unease washing over her. Following the direction of the lost zombie, she saw it sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Beside it, the gaunt zombie was staring intently at her, as if still chewing on something. This eerie scene sent chills down Jiang Luo's spine. She hurriedly approached Su Kan, exclaiming, "Brother Su Kan, look over there. There's a zombie. It is so strange. It actually killed the zombie I was controlling." Sukin furrowed his brow at her words. However, when he followed Jiang Luo's pointing finger, he saw nothing. Where did it go? Jiang Luo looked around, but the strange zombie had vanished from sight. Could it be that I imagined it? She mused, scratching her head. Sukin remained silent and walked forward, prompting Jiang Luo to follow closely behind. They arrived at the zombie that had its brain extracted. Sukin examined the wound and inquired, "Is this the zombie you controlled earlier?" Jiang Luo nodded vigorously. Yes, Brother Su Kan." Sukin continued, "When you commanded zombies to kill others before, did anything like this ever occur?" Jiang Luo shook her head. "Never." Hearing this, Su Kan's brows knit together. He glanced around at the other zombies, noting that they remained still, quietly absorbing the blood moon's essence. Even with two living humans standing in their midst, they showed no reaction. How could such a group of zombies exhibit behavior like counterattacks? Sukin felt a sense of bewilderment. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, as though someone in the shadows was watching him. He quickly turned around to investigate. The streets were lined with residential buildings, alleys, and high-rises, all shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern anything unusual. However, Su Kan's keen instincts led him to fixate on a nearby residential building. On the third floor of that building, A pair of strange eyes peered out from the window, observing them. Due to the nighttime shadows, he could only make out a vague, humanoid silhouette, leaving him uncertain whether it was human or zombie. Jiang Luo followed Su Can's gaze and immediately spotted the eerie eyes. "Brother Su Can, those eyes. They belong to the creature that killed my zombie," she exclaimed. As soon as she finished speaking, the peculiar zombie vanished from view. "Brother Su Can, it has escaped. Should we pursue it?" "No, do not concern yourself with it. Let's continue hunting zombies. But stay close to me. Do not stray too far." "Understood. But when I said to stay close, I did not mean to cling to me so tightly. How can I kill zombies like this?" Sukin said with a hint of exasperation, watching as Jiang Luo clung to him like a koala. Jiang Luo, pressed against Sukin's chest, flashed a cheeky smile. "Apologies. I misunderstood." She laughed. "Are these zombies really so foolish? Standing still while we slaughter them? It's utterly delightful. Indeed, I have never fought such an easy battle. All right, enough chatter. We must hurry. Who knows when these zombies will react? We are currently amidst a horde. Once they realize it and surround us, we will be doomed. Brother Hung Mao is right. We must act quickly and gather crystal cores." Meanwhile, in Haikin, a team of ability users was seizing the opportunity to hunt zombies as well. This was a 7-member squad, all male, with each member sporting hair dyed in extravagant colors corresponding to the hues of the rainbow. They were nothing short of a non-mainstream team of ability users. At this moment, one of the members with yellow hair approached a seductive zombie clad in a bikini. His eyes gleamed with salacious intent as he gazed at the alluring figure before him, exclaiming, "Goodness, that physique, those curves, simply divine. What a pity she has become a zombie, but she still looks quite fair. Perhaps I should indulge a little." With that thought, he stealthily surveyed his surroundings and, noticing that his teammates were engrossed in slaying zombies and paying no attention to him, his desire surged. He positioned himself behind the bikini-clad zombie, pressing against her and gripping her waist. Meanwhile, Kuin was not idle either. "Wow, the sensation is truly exquisite. I never expected that after mutation. A zombie's body could be so soft." At this moment, the yellow-haired boy closed his eyes, savoring the pleasure. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the seductive zombie's expression had dramatically changed. His ability is Yinjian, allowing him to see as clearly in the night as in daylight. He discerned an eerie glimmer in the eyes of the bikini zombie. It is noteworthy that other zombies were immersed in the blood moon, showing no reactions. Even in previous encounters, he had never encountered such a bizarre gaze from a zombie. Immediately, Chung Mao addressed the group. "Brothers, that zombie seems a bit off. Have you noticed her gaze? It appears quite strange. It's even glowing. My goodness, it seems her head has turned." He attempted to warn Huang Mao, but it was too late. The bikini zombie abruptly twisted her head and, seizing the moment when Huang Mao was unprepared, sank her teeth into his neck. "Oh!" Huang Mao's piercing scream echoed throughout the Huangpu River. "Damn, Huang Mao has been bitten. That rascal, playing such twisted games, and now look what has happened. Enough talk. Let us save him." The group reacted swiftly, rushing to his aid. The bikini zombie immediately sensed their movements, snapping Huang Mao's neck with a swift motion. Her gaze fixated on the humans before her. "Damn it, Huang Mao has been killed. We must avenge him. Attack together." Upon witnessing Huang Mao's demise, the teammates were consumed by rage. Each unleashed their abilities against the bikini zombie. Huang Mao, mid-stage tier 1, possesses a C-grade strength ability, incredibly powerful. Chung Mao, late-stage tier 1, wields a C-grade Yinjian ability, perceiving the night as day and capable of seeing further. Lu Mao, late-stage tier 1, has a C-grade fire ability, able to launch small fireballs at enemies. Qing Mao, mid-stage tier 1, possesses a C-grade water control ability, manipulating water to attack foes, though unable to conjure water from thin air. Lan Mao, early stage tier 2, possesses a B-grade invisibility ability, capable of brief concealment but requiring him to shed his clothes. A hassle, and any action would reveal him. Zi Mao, early stage tier 2, wields a B-grade material manipulation ability, able to control objects remotely to attack enemies, though the objects cannot exceed 10 kilograms. This unconventional team of ability users, despite their varied powers, exhibited remarkable synergy. However, in the face of absolute strength, all their flamboyant tactics were rendered futile. The bikini zombie effortlessly evaded their attacks, her speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. Only Chung Mao, with his Yinjian, managed to catch a glimpse. This is bad. Her speed is extraordinary. Qing Mao, be cautious. She is behind you. Chung Mao urgently warned, but it was too late. Qing Mao felt a chill on his back and attempted to turn to counterattack, but his body refused to move. A terrifying, emaciated claw pierced through his chest, exposing his innards. Struggling, Qing Mao turned his head to see a horrific face grinning at him. Almost instantaneously, the bikini zombie bit through his neck. In a fleeting moment, they lost another brother. Panic gripped the group as fear surged within them. Ever since awakening their abilities, they had not experienced such terror. With their abilities, zombies had become akin to ants before them. As long as they did not encounter a horde, they could slay them at will. Now, that fear returned. This is bad. That creature has vanished again. Quickly, let us stand back to back, denying her any chance to ambush us. Zimao commanded. The others promptly aligned themselves back to back. Their sense of security notably heightened. Where did that zombie go? Chung Mao, can you see her? She is over there. Over there. Damn it, where the hell is she? Her speed is too fast. I can't capture her at all. Crap, your Yinjian is utterly useless. How can you not see her? You claim to have a long-range vision. Don't complain. I'm only late-stage Tier 1 and a C grade. That zombie-S aura is at least Tier 2 or higher. It's impressive I can barely see her movements. No, that zombie is at least Tier 3. What? A Tier 3 zombie? What do we do? Moreover, if we prolong this, the surrounding zombies might awaken, and we could be overwhelmed by a horde. Let us risk it and charge out. All right. Kong, Qin, Zi, Lu, and Qing, united, offered no opportunities for the bikini zombie. Finally, they managed to reach a building, just as they believed they were safe, unbeknownst to them, outside. The bikini zombie was intensely fixated on the structure. Following that, she let out a deafening roar. Roar! This cry instantly roused the surrounding zombies from their stupor, drawing them toward the bikini zombie, who gradually encircled the building. Soon, the bikini zombie roared again. The horde surged violently, rushing into the structure. This marked the first instance of a zombie directing a horde since the apocalypse began. This phenomenon was occurring globally, as the third blood moon had enabled some zombies to ascend to Tier 3. Tier 3 zombies experience a qualitative leap. Their strength increased, and their intelligence significantly improved. They began to understand how to leverage their numerical superiority to hunt. The roles of hunter and prey had once again shifted. At this moment, Su Kan and Jiang Luo found themselves encircled by the horde. Chapter 52. Jiang Luo is in danger. Brother Su Kan, this horde feels a bit strange, Jiang Luo warned, observing the zombies closing in around them. Su Kan furrowed his brow. Indeed, this horde exhibited unusual behavior, not attacking, but continuously enclosing them in layers. Brother Su Kan, it seems you are surrounded, Jiang Luo remarked. Su Kan shot her a glance. What do you mean I'm surrounded? You're encircled too, because I can transform. Jiang Luo chuckled, producing a magical wand from seemingly nowhere. Gunala, god of zombies, hooray! Zombie transformation. As her words fell, Jiang Luo's aura and appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Su Kan suddenly recalled that this girl could not only control zombies, but also disguise herself as one. Brother Su Kan, good luck. I'll retreat to avoid affecting your performance. After transforming, Jiang Luo made her escape. This was not a cowardly retreat. She recognized that her presence might hinder Su Kan's effectiveness. It's better this way. It prevents me from being distracted by the need to protect you. Although she was uncertain why the horde behaved so peculiarly in the face of absolute strength, everything else was but an illusion. Su Kan watched Jiang Luo merge into the horde. Moreover, he had yet to unleash his full potential. The zombies stood there, absorbing the essence of the blood moon, like wooden puppets, making it rather unexciting to kill them. Fighting is akin to intimacy. If one side remains motionless like a robot, what is the point? However, the sensation of being surrounded, yet not attacked, was truly frustrating. Thus, he yearned to unveil the peculiarities within their ranks. Kill. Su Kan, wielding his armor-piercing axe, charged first into the horde. With a single strike, he effortlessly severed the heads of several zombies. As the heads fell, a roar erupted from the darkness. Su Kan intended to trace the source of the roar to identify which zombie had emitted it. However, following that roar, the horde erupted into chaos, charging at Su Kan like a pack of wild dogs. Sukin grasped his breached armor axe tightly, its blade shimmering with a spectral blue chill. Agilely weaving through the throng of corpses, he simultaneously scrutinized the direction of the corpse howls. If his intuition served him right, a corpse lord must have emerged within this horde. Otherwise, the peculiar behavior of the zombies would be inexplicable. Yet the overwhelming number of zombies left him no opportunity to divert his attention to locating the corpse lord. Furthermore, Sukin discerned that these zombies had grown markedly stronger, their strength and speed surpassing previous encounters considerably. He glanced upward at the sanguine moon. Evidently, tonight's blood moon had bestowed significant evolution upon the undead swarm. But I am no feeble adversary, he thought. With a fierce cry, Sukin felled a towering zombie nearly 2.5 meters tall, a formidable second-tier brute. Before advancing beyond the second tier, dispatching such foes taxed his efforts. However, now that he had ascended to the third tier, his prowess had amplified tremendously, enabling him to slaughter any zombie below the third tier as effortlessly as culling dogs. Another second-tier zombie? No, 3 of them? So many? Sukin furrowed his brow, noting the sudden increase of second-tier zombies within the horde. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo concealed herself in a shadowed corner, eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched Sukin annihilate the zombies. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes lurking in the darkness had already fixed upon her. Soon, those eyes materialized behind her. Oblivious, Jiang Luo remained engrossed in the spectacle. Suddenly, a withered, grotesque hand reached for her posterior. Jiang Luo screamed in terror, spinning around to confront a gaunt, skeletal zombie staring intently at her. She immediately recognized this fiend. It was the very zombie that had slain the one she once controlled. Damn it, I haven't even sought you out yet. And you dare to approach me? And touch me like that? You shameless lecheayer, she scolded, preparing to punish it. Instantly, Jiang Luo unleashed her control powers upon the zombie. For a fleeting moment, the creature sensed an invasion within its body. It howled fiercely, and Jiang Luo's control abruptly failed. She spat blood. Horrified, "Are you a third-tier zombie?" Before she could finish, the gaunt zombie's skeletal hand clamped tightly around her neck. Jiang Luo struggled for breath, feeling as though fate itself constricted her throat. The zombie bellowed in rage, its fetid breath stinging her eyes to tears. "How long has it been since you brushed your teeth?" She whimpered, fearing her imminent demise. Instead of delivering a fatal blow, the zombie scrutinized her curiously, perplexed by her transformation from human to one of their own. However, its grip was so suffocating that Jiang Luo's vision darkened and strength ebbed from her limbs. Her disguise began to fade slowly. The zombie paused, then opened its bloodied maw to devour her. At that critical moment, a thunderous corpse howl reverberated beside the zombie's ear. Why wait? Before losing consciousness, Jiang Luo glimpsed a figure emerging from the darkness. It was Su Wei. She stepped forward, eyes blazing with fury, and roared at the zombie. "Release her." Overwhelmed by an unprecedented aura of oppression, the gaunt zombie reluctantly loosened its grip, yet it refused to submit, baring its teeth and emitting low growls to intimidate Su Wei. Undeterred, Su Wei swiftly approached Jiang Luo and checked her condition, relieved to find she had only fainted. Su Wei exhaled deeply. Moments earlier, Su Wei had completed absorbing the essence of the blood moon. It wasn't he for lack of desire to absorb more, but the power granted by the blood moon was finite and already fully divided among the zombies. Although the blood moon still hung in the sky, its empowering energy was limited in duration and quantity. Thus, the zombies stupidly remained stationary, vying fiercely to absorb this scarce power, their strength dependent on who arrived first. Now that the blood moon's power was exhausted, the zombies reverted to their baseline state. Upon awakening and noticing Su Kan's absence, Su Wei had taken Wang Jie and Guangta downstairs in search of him, only to suddenly sense Jiang Luo's peril. Fortunately, their contract allowed Su Wei to locate her with ease. Chapter 53, Celestial Assault and Absolute Defense. How dare you harm my sister? I will annihilate you. Su Wei's fury erupted as she fixed a deadly gaze upon the gaunt zombie. From her presence emanated a formidable aura of dominance, comparable to the oppressive force she exerted over other zombies. The gaunt zombie growled in defiance, yet its low roar lacked conviction. No boldness remained in the face of Su Wei's overwhelming power. Having struggled to evolve to its current state and gain command over the horde, it now found itself threatened by a superior corpse lord radiating even greater intimidation. Still, it dared not act rashly, for the zombie hierarchy was strict and transgressors suffered grievous fates. Yet its resentment simmered. You bullied my sister. Just wait and see how I'll punish you, Su Wei declared, delivering a sharp slap that stunned the zombie utterly. Growling fiercely, the zombie bared its teeth at Su Wei, who struck it again. This sequence repeated several times, the zombie-esque growls growing more plaintive with each blow until it was left feeling utterly aggrieved, nearly in tears. Don't be so cruel. It seemed to protest silently. We're both third-tier corpse lords. Why do you treat me this way? Indeed, in the god zombie-esque mind, it was the rightful commander of the horde. Yet Su Wei was an even more imposing, top-tier corpse lord. Su Wei glared at it. You scoundrel. Dare you lay a finger on my sister again? Defeated, the gaunt zombie nodded meekly, signaling its submission. Am I dead? Jiang Luo murmured as she regained consciousness, her eyes immediately catching sight of Su Wei's retreating figure. Luo, you're awake. Are you all right? Su Wei exclaimed with relief. Iem me fine, Jiang Luo replied, touching her neck, still aching slightly. Su Wei pointed toward the gaunt zombie. What shall we do with this one who harmed you? Jiang Luo looked at the pitiful zombie, astonished. Hey, Wai Wei, what happened to it? Why is its face so swollen? I don't recall it being this fat. Su Wei beamed proudly. I beat it up because it dared to hurt you. I slapped it more than a dozen times. My hand even aches now. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled. Wow, this is a third-tier zombie. Unexpectedly, you have been reduced to a pitiful state, akin to a pig's head. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. Su Wei chuckled, of course. Do you not know who I am? Jiang Luo glared at the emaciated zombie with a face full of anger. This villain still wishes to kill me. It infuriates me. Su Wei suggested. Then take out your frustration on it. Jiang Luo nodded. All right. With that, she raised her small hand to strike the emaciated zombie's face. Though the zombie had been thoroughly subdued by Su Wei, it was only under her control. Upon witnessing a diminutive human daring to attack it, the emaciated zombie instantly bared its teeth and emitted a low warning growl. Jiang Luo, seeing this, was immediately frightened into an action. Wai Wei, it's threatening me. Su Wei promptly delivered a kick. How dare it threaten my sister? It's gone too far. Luo, let me handle this for you. What if this much suddenly bites you? Okay. Jiang Luo nodded. Immediately, Su Wei unleashed another barrage at the emaciated zombie. I won't allow you to bully my sister. I won't allow you to bully my sister. Meanwhile, Su Kan was wholly focused on dealing with the zombies before him, unaware of the anomaly beneath his feet. Suddenly, a zombie erupted from the ground behind him, its claws aimed directly at Su Kan's vulnerable spot. He felt a chill run down his back. In that critical moment, a steel plate, measuring several centimeters thick, appeared out of thin air behind him. Bang! The zombie's claws plunged violently into the steel plate, mere inches away from penetrating it. Had they struck Su Kan, he would have been gravely injured, if not killed. When Su Kan turned to look, a wave of fear washed over him. He had never anticipated that zombies could burrow underground. Fortunately, he had recently developed several techniques related to spatial abilities. This had saved his life. Although his spatial abilities could currently only manipulate materials, with proper utilization, they could serve both offensive and defensive purposes effortlessly. Defense, in this context, involved the ability to summon items from the spatial realm at will. Just like now, when faced with an unpredictable or unmanageable attack, he merely needed to focus his mind, and he could summon objects from the alternate space to the desired defensive position. Within a 10-meter radius, he could summon at any time. Prior to reaching the second tier, it was 5 meters. Upon breaking through to the third tier, it expanded to 10 meters. This steel plate was salvaged during his recent excursions hunting zombies at a construction site. Additionally, his spatial realm contained a plethora of steel bars, stones, bricks, vehicles, and more. As for offense, he invoked Heavenly Strike. With a light shout from Su Kan, ripples spread throughout the 10-meter area surrounding him. Subsequently, a multitude of vehicles, steel bars, and stones appeared out of thin air, crashing down upon the horde of zombies. In an instant, countless zombies fell. This was the offensive technique he had devised, an assault erupting unexpectedly from the spatial realm, hence dubbed Heavenly Strike. The earlier defensive maneuver was named Absolute Defense. Withdraw. Sukin commanded with his thoughts, instantly retracting the vehicles, steel bars, and stones he had just deployed into the spatial realm. It was a cycle of utilization. Nothing could be wasted. However, he refrained from executing another heavenly strike immediately. Utilizing spatial abilities consumed a significant amount of his mental energy. Before reaching the second tier, he could only release one attack and one defense at a time. Now, in the third tier, he could manage approximately 3 instances. Yet, there was no need to unleash all 3 heavenly strikes at once. At that moment, a small team of ability users appeared nearby. Captain, there's a horde of zombies. It seems someone is surrounded by them. Should we rescue him? Upon hearing this, the team leader, Zhang Zhexin, stood elevated, observing Su Kan. This person is formidable. Who is this commander? He is single-handedly challenging a horde of zombies. Truly impressive. At this moment, Su Kan found himself amidst a sea of corpses, each strike resulting in a zombie's demise. Especially after Su Wei had controlled the zombie king, the horde had lost its backbone, rendering them as fragile as paper. The dragon elephant ability only grew stronger with each confrontation. 2 third-tier zombies? At this juncture, Su Kan encountered 2 third-tier zombies. One was round and sluggish, while the other was tall and slender with terrifyingly long claws. Swish! Su Kan first swung an axe at the tall zombie, expecting to dispatch it effortlessly. However, the agile zombie evaded his attack in the blink of an eye. How swift! Su Kan felt a surge of alarm. Before he could react, the tall zombie had already flashed behind him, extending its claws for a lethal strike. In that chilling moment, Su Kan instinctively activated his dragon elephant ability, his muscles bulging like iron in an instant, and the axe blade spun back for defense. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing reverberated, numbing his hands as the tall zombie's claws embedded themselves in the gap of the axe blade, foul saliva dripping and corroding the ground with hissing smoke. A third-tier weapon, damaged by a third-tier zombie? This third-tier zombie is terrifying. Seizing the opportunity while the zombie's claws remained lodged, Su Kan swiftly drew a third-tier dagger and severed the emaciated zombie's head. As the head fell, he immediately collected it into his spatial realm. Suddenly, a massive, bloated figure came rolling toward him. Upon closer inspection, it was the previously sluggish fat zombie. To his surprise, this seemingly slow creature possessed such agility. It seems one cannot judge a zombie merely by its appearance. Bang! Su Kan evaded the rolling attack of the fat zombie. However, the other zombies were not so fortunate. The fat zombie's attack indiscriminately crushed its own kind, turning many into mere meat patties. Su Kan's pupils contracted slightly. This creature. He had initially believed the fat zombie's rolling attack would merely knock a few zombies aside. To his astonishment, it had instantaneously reduced them to pulp, comparable to a steel roller. Another charge? The fat zombie lunged again. Su Kan dared not confront it head-on and could only evade. After several attempts, the fat zombie did not manage to graze even the hem of Su Kan's clothing. Su Kan thought to observe this creature for any weaknesses. However, it suddenly vomited. Indeed, the fat zombie had rolled itself dizzy and expelled its insides, leaving a mess on the ground. Su Kan mused, it seems I overestimated this creature. He dashed forward, taking advantage of its moment of vulnerability and swiftly decapitated it. Before the zombie's head hit the ground, he collected it into the spatial realm. Is this an illusion? At this moment, the team leader Zhang Zhexin, observing from above, furrowed his brow. He believed he saw the head of the fat zombie vanish into thin air. However, due to the darkness, he could not confirm it. Captain, something feels off? A team member suddenly remarked. Zhang Zhexin inquired. Lu Jun, what do you find unusual? The team member, Lu Jun, replied, Captain, have you not noticed? All those zombies have had their heads severed, yet not a single head can be found on the ground. Isn't that peculiar? Upon hearing this, the team members began to scrutinize their surroundings closely. Indeed, they discovered that among the hundreds of zombie corpses, not a single head was present. It was evident that there were at least 300 bodies, yet none of their heads were visible. Could it be that this person possesses some unique ability? One team member speculated. Look, the zombie he just killed. Its head vanished the moment it hit the ground. At that moment, another team member uncovered a clue. Zhang Zhexin pondered quietly. Could this individual possess spatial abilities akin to his elder brother? Zhang Zhexin's elder brother, Zhang Xiongtian, was an SSS-level spatial ability user and a third-tier supernatural being, as well as the leader of the Tingxia survivor base. In the early days of the apocalypse, Zhang Xiong leveraged his spatial powers to amass supplies from several large supermarkets. With a wealth of resources in hand, and amidst the chaos of the times, Zhang Xiong's ambitions began to swell. Consequently, he, along with his 3 brothers, established the Tingxia survivor base. Although merely 18 days had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, the base had already burgeoned to over 2,000 members. Despite the fact that more than 80% of these individuals were ordinary people, the more than 10% of supernatural beings were sufficient to render the Tingxia survivor base the most formidable force in the vicinity. Moreover, Zhang Xiong had seized the municipal police station, confiscating a significant cache of weapons and ammunition. In the early days of the apocalypse, conventional weaponry remained a formidable threat. If this individual truly possessed spatial abilities like his elder brother, would it be prudent to recruit him into the base? Zhang Jushin was lost in thought. As the Tingxia survivor base grew, the 4 Zhang brothers reveled in the intoxicating allure of power. They vowed to transform the Tingxia survivor base into the foremost power in Longguo, even aspiring to be the strongest force in the world. Therefore, it was essential to recruit more supernatural beings to serve the base. However, if they were to enlist someone with spatial abilities akin to the leaders, it could potentially eclipse the leader's prominence and undermine the uniqueness of his capabilities. After all, the rapid expansion of the Tingxia survivor base was largely attributed to Zhang Xiong's spatial abilities. Zhang Jushin fixed his gaze on Su Can, realizing that even if he extended an invitation, Su Can might not consent to join the base. After all, the strong have always cherished their freedom. Just then, a ghastly roar erupted, instantly capturing Su Can's attention. Su Can's expression shifted. It was Wei Wei's voice. Had something happened to Wei Wei? He prepared to break through the horde of corpses to ascertain whether Su Wei was in peril. Unexpectedly, the horde shifted, turning their aggression away from Su Can and surging towards Su Wei. Furrowing his brow, Su Can had no time for contemplation and hurried after them. Su Wei was not far off, situated in the alley ahead. Upon arrival, Su Can was astonished to see Su Wei commanding the horde of corpses. How audacious of that fellow to flee. Pursue. Bring him back to me, Wei Wei exclaimed. What transpired? Wei Wei Luo. Hearing Su Can's voice, Su Wei and Jiang Luo rejoiced. Brother, Su Can. They quickly recounted the events. It turned out that they had been excessively tormenting a scrawny zombie, provoking it to the point of eruption. After casting a furious glance at Su Wei and Jiang Luo, it fled. Thus, Su Wei promptly issued a call to the surrounding zombies to hunt it down. Su Can was taken aback. Wei Wei, you can command the horde? With a triumphant smile, Su Wei replied, Yes, brother. I just advanced to the 3rd tier. I discovered I have the ability to command zombies, and they dare not resist. Su Can secretly mused. His previous conjectures were indeed correct. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the darkness. Su Can's heart jolted. A sense of impending doom washed over him. Chapter 55, Assassination. Bang! A bullet pierced through Su Can's chest in an instant. He had no time to evade. Fortunately, he activated absolute defense just in time, using a steel plate several centimeters thick to deflect the lethal blow. Otherwise, the bullet would have surely penetrated his heart. Brother, what happened? Su Can gritted his teeth against the searing pain, gazing towards the direction from which the bullet had come. Someone had shot at him. Su Wei and Jiang Luo's gazes followed Su Can's pointing finger. It was a 5-story residential building over 100 meters away. On the rooftop, someone was present, yet from below, the darkness obscured their identities. How dare they harm my brother? They are courting death. Su Wei seethed with rage. Tear them to shreds. In an instant, at her command, the horde turned and charged towards the residential building. Meanwhile, Zhang Jushin contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to eliminate Su Can. After all, there could only be one tiger atop the mountain. An SSS-level spatial ability like Zhang Xiong's was more than sufficient. As for others, they all had to perish. At that moment, Zhang Jushin retracted his AWP sniper rifle, frowning slightly. How could he still be alive? His reflexes were impressively quick. Those few zombies surrounding him did not attack. Captain, the horde seems to be heading our way. What should we do? One of the others spoke up. Zhang Jushin assessed the situation, realizing there would be no second opportunity to strike at Sukan. Then let us withdraw, he commanded. However, the horde approached more swiftly than they had anticipated. By the time they reached the ground floor, the horde had already encircled the entire building, making a safe escape increasingly improbable. Zhang Jushin scrutinized the horde, noting that the zombies at the rear were relatively sparse, and he quickly led his team to break through that point. This team of supernatural beings consisted of 6 members, 5 second tier and 1 third tier. The third tier was Zhang Jushin. His ability was precision sniping. Any throwable weapon in his hands received a significant enhancement, guaranteeing a 100% hit rate within a 500-meter range. However, this ability had a weakness. His close-quarters combat skills were lacking. Once an enemy closed in, he could easily encounter problems. Thus, being surrounded by the horde rendered his abilities less effective than those of an ordinary second-tier supernatural being. Captain, what now? What else can we do? Break through. Yet the zombies continued to multiply, making it impossible to eliminate them all. Moreover, their vehicle was situated just beyond the horde, rendering passage impossible. Frustrated by the sight of their vehicle trapped behind the horde, Zhang Jushin erupted. Lu Jun, why the hell did you park the car there? Why not downstairs? Lu Jun weakly replied, Captain, wasn't it you who told me to park there? Zhang Jushin glared at him. Do you dare to retort? Just wait till we get back. I will deal with you. Lu Jun felt utterly aggrieved. It had indeed been Zhang Jushin who instructed him to park there, but he dared not voice any objections. However, they soon managed to carve out an escape route. Quick, get in the car. Zhang Jushin was the first to leap into the vehicle, followed closely by the others. Lastly was Lu Jun, but at that moment, a second-tier peak female zombie emerged from the horde. This female zombie was entwined with yellowish vines, which accentuated her alluring figure. Seeing the group of humans attempting to flee, she swiftly shot out 2 vines from her hands, ensnaring Lu Jun's legs just as he was about to board the vehicle. Lu Jun desperately grasped the car door, pleading for help. Save me. His teammates instinctively reached for Lu Jun, attempting to pull him back. But Zhang Jushin, observing the surging horde approaching Lu Jun from behind, urgently shouted, Drive, do not concern yourselves with him. Lu Jun was momentarily stunned. No, Captain, you can't abandon me. The others were equally taken aback. Captain, did you not hear me tell you to drive? His legs are ensnared. If the horde closes in, we will all perish here. Open the door. The team member responsible for driving deemed the captain's words sensible and promptly started the vehicle. After a brief struggle, Lu Jun's teammates released him. Boom! The sound of the vehicle accelerating echoed. Lu Jun was left behind, staring blankly as the car drove away. Immediately afterward, Lu Jun erupted in rage. Zhang Jushin, you bastard! I curse you to an untimely demise, and I curse all of you scoundrels to meet the same fate. In an instant, he was engulfed by a horde of corpses. When Su Wei supported Su Kanover, there was nothing left of Lu Jun, only a pool of blood and tattered clothing remained. Su Wei exclaimed, Brother, we only killed one, the rest have fled. Su Kan, clutching his wound, was filled with fury. This group of individuals was unfamiliar to him, yet they had inexplicably attempted to assassinate him. Could they be enemies he had previously provoked? Zhu Mei had already been consumed by the mutated beasts, so it couldn't be her. Perhaps it was that scoundrel Zhou Tianxiong? It remained uncertain. Bring me the clothing. Let's see if there's any clue on him. He asserted, Dare to assassinate me. I will certainly not let this matter rest. Brother, this torn clothing seems to hold no clues. Suka nodded, then retrieved a bullet. It was a 7.62 51 millimeters round. He then raised his gaze to estimate the distance from which he had been shot. Approximately 100 meters. A standard rifle equipped with 7.62 ammunition could inflict lethal damage at this range. However, penetrating the 7 to 8 centimeters thick steel plate in his chest was evidently beyond the capability of an ordinary rifle. It was highly likely a sniper rifle. Yet in Longhua, firearms are regulated, and it is improbable for the average individual to possess one, especially a sniper rifle. Could it be someone from the authorities? But why would they kill me without reason? Or perhaps they saw me standing with Su Wei and the others and deemed me an anomaly, prompting them to act against me? But in this apocalyptic scenario, one cannot rely on conventional reasoning. If the Security Bureau and military have fallen, those with ill intentions could infiltrate and acquire a sniper rifle. The City Security Bureau is just over 3 kilometers away. There should be sniper rifles there. Once my injury heals, I must investigate the city security bureau. At that moment, Jiang Luo, with keen eyes, picked up a blood-stained piece of cloth. Su Kan, brother. Quickly look, what does this say? Upon hearing this, Su Kan and Su Wei examined the fragment. It appeared to bear a character resembling Tian. Chapter 56. The Four Brothers. No matter who it is, I, Su Kan, will remember this grudge. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall return it 100-fold. Su Kan clenched the shard, his tone frigid. Su Wei, equally indignant, declared, Indeed, how dare they harm my brother? If I find out who it is, I shall make them pay dearly. Jiang Luo, equally incensed, chimed in, Yes, how dare they attempt to assassinate my brother Su Kan? If I discover their identity, I will annihilate their entire lineage. Su Wei gave her a thumbs up. You are fierce. Jiang Luo grinned, Of course. Su Wei then supported Su Kan, saying, Brother, you have sustained such severe injuries. Let me help you back to rest. Su Kan nodded, All right. Jiang Luo quickly joined in to assist. Brother Su Kan, take it slow. Su Kan remarked, Su Wei, what are you doing? Jiang Luo chuckled. I just want to help my brother Su Kan with his pecs. Oh, I mean his wound. Su Kan's expression darkened. My wound is on the left side. Why are you pressing on my right? Jiang Luo stuck out her tongue playfully. Oh no, I was caught. Inside the room, Su Kan tore open his clothing to inspect the wound. He intended to apply some medicine, but was astonished to find that the wound had already begun to heal. This surprised him greatly. He recalled the last time he had been stabbed by Zhang Xiong, and the injury had also healed swiftly. Could it be that he possessed a form of self-healing ability? Or perhaps the physique of those with powers allowed for rapid recovery? Regardless, this was good news. It seemed he wouldn't even need to apply medicine. Su Kan put away the medication he had just retrieved from the alternate space. During this time, in addition to hunting zombies, he had amassed a wealth of resources, having raided several pharmacies including Hai Wangxing Chun, the Kinlin, and Tong Rintang. Besides pharmacies, he had also cleared out 2 large supermarkets. One could say Su Kan was now exceedingly wealthy. If he were to rally and establish a base, a multitude of survivors would undoubtedly join him. Unfortunately, Su Kan's fate was already sealed. He could never coexist with other humans. He examined his wound again. At this rate, it would likely heal completely by morning. With that in mind, there was little to worry about. The moment he was shot at, he almost thought he would meet his end. That feeling was truly terrifying. Su Kan pondered, I am still too weak. Soon after, his consciousness entered the alternate space. Observing the mountain of zombie heads, Su Kan wielded his dagger, swiftly opening their skulls. Soon, a multitude of crystal nuclei floated within the alternate space. Su Kan was overjoyed. He had not expected such a high probability of obtaining crystal nuclei this time. An astonishing 50%. It seemed that this blood moon not only facilitated the evolution of zombies, but also allowed more zombies to condense crystal nuclei. This was even better. In the future, killing zombies would yield more crystal nuclei. However, with the zombies evolving and exhibiting various abilities, they were not as easy to kill as before. Caution would be necessary from now on. Although both Su Wei and Jiang Luo could control zombies, he could utilize this to hunt more zombies. Yet he did not wish to rely solely on their abilities. After all, what kind of brother continuously depends on his younger sisters? In this apocalypse, as the elder brother, he naturally had to rely on his own capabilities to protect them well. Additionally, he needed to seek out sturdier materials to serve as absolute defense. Su Kan retrieved the 7 to 8 centimeters thick steel plate. The bullet holes on it were alarming. If only he could find top-tier, bulletproof materials, especially the kind of bulletproof glass designed to protect high-ranking officials. If he could secure 6 or more pieces of such bulletproof material, he could employ absolute defense to protect himself from all directions. Now, that would be true absolute defense. However, such materials are rare and hard to come by. Forget it. First, let us absorb these crystal nuclei and see if I can break through to the mid-level of the 3rd tier. Meanwhile, 8 kilometers away, at the survivor base of Tianxia, the leader Zhang Xiong Tian stood in the office of the city as highest authority, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling glass at the night view of Jiang City, while puffing on a cigar and reflecting. Who would have thought we brothers would see such a day? We have become the rulers of a faction, controlling the lives and deaths of over 2,000 people. Those once untouchable stars and actors now kneel before us, begging for a morsel to eat. On the sofa behind him sat 2 men who bore a resemblance to him. They were Zhang Xiong Tian's elder brothers, Zhang Ying Tian and Zhang Hao Tian. Zhang Hao Tian laughed. Haha, our current status is all thanks to your spatial abilities, second brother. With you around, we are a mobile granary. In this chaotic era, food production is scarce and resources dwindle. Most supermarkets and storage facilities are overrun with zombies and mutated beasts. Ordinary people and even lone awakened individuals face immense risks to replenish supplies. Those unwilling to take risks have no choice but to join the base. Yet once they join, their lives and deaths are entirely within our control. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing his brother's words, Zhang Ying Tian furrowed his brow slightly and silently sighed. He had not expected such a profound change in his two brothers. The four of them had originally lived as orphans at the bottom of Jiang City, having lost their parents, and it was he, Zhang Ying Tian, who had raised his three younger brothers. Unlike his younger brothers, Zhang Ying Tian is a man of integrity and sincerity, never resorting to deceitful means. Even amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, he remains steadfast in his principles. Since his second brother established the survivor base, many women have expressed their affections toward him, but he remains untempted. In contrast, his second, third, and even fourth brothers indulge in their desires nightly, pursuing various women, celebrities, young mothers, and girls, without repetition. They ensure that any woman they set their sights on becomes theirs. And those who resist face covert retaliation. Zhang Ying Tian has advised his brothers against such tyrannical behavior, yet they see themselves as kings within the base, believing there is nothing beyond their reach. Zhang Ying Tian, wishing to divert the conversation from their ambitions, inquire about the absence of their second, third, and fourth brothers who had been on a mission for half a day. He expressed concern over their first outing as a team. Zhang Xiong Tian, sitting across from him, reassured him, stating that their fourth brother, now a level 3 powerhouse, was capable enough for a simple reconnaissance mission. Just then, the office door swung open. Reveling Zhang Ye Tian. Second brother, guess whom I just encountered? He exclaimed. Who? An ability user. An ability user? What is the fuss? In this world, there are countless ability users. Why the alarm over just one? Second brother, let me finish. This ability user is just like you, possessing spatial abilities. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiong Tian could no longer remain composed. Chapter 57. Eliminate Su Can. Even Zhang Ying Tian and Zhang Hao Tian were taken aback. It is known that spatial abilities belong to the SSS tier of talents. Within this vast base, comprising over 300 ability users, the majority are classified as E, D, C, and B levels, with only a handful at a level. There is but one S level and none at the SS level. The presence of an SSS tier talent is an extraordinary rarity, potentially one in a million. The news that Zhang Jietian had encountered an SSS tier user, specifically one with spatial abilities akin to Zhang Xiong Tian's, left his three brothers incredulous. Zhang Xiong Tian pressed, fourth brother, are you certain this person possesses spatial abilities like me? Zhang Jietian nodded. I am absolutely certain. I witnessed him effortlessly removing a zombie's head and conjuring objects from thin air. Wang Dijiang and the others also saw it. Hearing Zhang Jietian's firm conviction, Zhang Xiong Tian fell silent, deep in thought. Zhang Ying Tian asked, did you come into conflict with him? This question struck at the heart of the matter. Zhang Jietian replied, I fired a shot at him, but he evaded the fatal blow. At this, the three brothers were momentarily stunned. Zhang Ying Tian quickly admonished, what possessed you to shoot at someone? Did he provoke you? We are welcoming ability users into our base. Could you have approached him more amicably? Why act so impulsively? Zhang Jietian defended himself. Elder brother, you can't blame me. My intentions were solely for second brother and the base S benefit. Zhang Ying Tian was taken aback. For the base S benefit? Zhang Jietian continued. Think about it. Would an ability user of such exceptional talent willingly join our base? Even if I invited him, he might refuse. And if he agrees, one cannot ignore the fact that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless one is male and the other female. An SSS tier spatial ability user joining our ranks could very well threaten second brother's position. Such an entity poses a risk to us. So I felt compelled to take action. Unfortunately, I underestimated his reflexes and missed my shot. After hearing Zhang Jietian's words, Zhang Ying Tian found himself at a loss for words. Although his argument seemed reasonable, it was ultimately self-serving. In this apocalyptic context, self-interest is not inherently wrong. Yet he believed that fourth brother's actions were excessively rash. Zhang Yingtian sighed. Oh, fourth brother, you truly are too impulsive. What have I taught you? One must carefully consider their actions and avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhang Jietian retorted. Elder brother, I am grown now and capable of making my own judgments. I don't need your guidance. Second brother, third brother, what do you think? Was I right or wrong? Zhang Xiongtian spoke up. Elder brother. Although fourth brother acted a bit rashly, I believe his actions were justified. Zhang Yingtian was taken aback. Second brother. Yu Zhang Xiongtian moved to the window, gazing down at Jiang Cheng. Fourth brother is correct. Two tigers cannot coexist. No one understands the power of spatial abilities better than I do. Such a being, if not harnessed for our use, must be eliminated. Otherwise, they could become an obstacle to our dominion over Longwo. Since fourth brother has already fired, there is no chance for reconciliation. We must eliminate this threat to prevent future complications. Fourth brother, where was he last seen? Zhang Ye Tianrepiet. Near Qianda Plaza, in Jiangnan district. Moreover, I noticed that he seemed to be accompanied by several zombies. Zhang Hao Tian interjected, accompanied by zombies? What do you mean? Is he so perverse that he spares even zombies? Zhang Hao Tian is known for his lecherous nature, often fixated on such thoughts. Zhang Jietian responded, Third brother. That is not what I meant. What I observed was that several zombies were near him, not attacking him, but rather protecting him. At this revelation, the brothers were again astonished. Zhang Xiongtian exclaimed, Could he be a dual ability user? Besides spatial abilities, does he also control zombies? Zhang Hao Tian frowned. A dual ability user? I've never heard of anyone possessing dual abilities in this apocalypse. Such a formidable talent, if left unchecked, could indeed pose a genuine threat to us. Elder brother, we must act swiftly. Zhang Xiongtian nodded, agreed. I will make arrangements immediately. Fourth brother, you will lead the way. Third brother, you will command, and I will ensure that Han Guang accompanies you. Han Guang is the only S-tier talent within the survivor base, possessing the unique ability of Black Flame. Regular fire abilities typically rank no higher than B level, while Black Flame manifests as an unquenchable black flame that consumes objects entirely. However, it has one significant weakness. It is extinguished by rain. Zhang Xiongtian continued, furthermore, deploy all those within the base who possess detection abilities. We must locate this individual and eliminate him on the spot. Zhang Hao Tian and Zhang Jiet Tian responded in unison, understood. Second brother, before long, only Zhang Ying Tian and Zhang Xiong Tian remained in the office. Observing his elder brother's furrowed brow in silence, Zhang Xiong Tian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, Elder brother, do you believe our actions are too extreme and tyrannical? But you must understand, we are living in an apocalypse. If we do not adopt a firmer stance, how can we brothers establish our footing in this world? We have painstakingly built this base. I shall not allow any factor to undermine our foundation. My dear brother, I am also considering the well-being of our quartet. You must understand our intentions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yingtian let out a resigned sigh. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Hao Tian and Zhang Jietian returned to the vicinity of Qianda Plaza, accompanied by 43 supernatural beings, among whom 4 possessed detection abilities. Observing the surrounding structures, Zhang Jietian commanded, commence the operation. With Zhang Jietian's directive, the 4 individuals endowed with detection abilities began their extensive search. These 4 possessed an array of skills: D-grade scent tracking, C-grade life perception, C-grade eagle eye, and B-grade energy detection. Scent tracking, life perception, eagle eye, energy detection, each showcased their unique talents, ensuring that within a kilometer radius, unless formidable shielding was present, no living being could evade their scrutiny. Numerous human life signals were detected nearby, as well as a significant number of zombies. The D-grade scent tracker reported, albeit with limited capability due to being a mid-level first-tier individual, only able to detect life within a 500-meter radius. In this building, there are 2 humans and 3 zombies. In that building, 3 humans and 6 zombies. The C-grade life perceiver stated, being a late-stage first-tier, he could discern life signals within a 500-meter range and accurately determine their quantity. Reporting to the captain, no signs of human activity within a kilometer. It appears they have all taken refuge indoors. The C-grade eagle, a user remarked. Also a late-stage first tier, he could clearly see objects within a kilometer, even distinguishing a fly at 999 meters, though obstructions hindered his vision. Nonetheless, with an elevation in ability, it was conceivable that his eagle eye could evolve to possess X-ray capabilities. However, in areas with numerous barriers, the eagle eye's efficacy was even inferior to that of the D-grade scent tracker. At this juncture, the B-grade energy detector, named Deng Hai Long, suddenly opened his eyes wide and pointed toward an apartment 800 meters away, stating, "Captain, based on your description, that individual may be inside that building." However, Deng Hai Long, a mid-level second tier, could detect biological energy fluctuations within a kilometer and clearly perceive the enemy's power level. Zhang Hao Tian inquired, "But what?" Deng Hai Long replied, "It is peculiar that there are 3 zombies nearby. 1 is third tier, and 2 are second tier. Additionally, there is a second-tier supernatural being, presumably a female, based on the energy fluctuations. Furthermore, this female is closely allied with the 3 zombies, showing no signs of conflict." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jietian immediately remarked, "Indeed, I recall that individual had a few zombies around, accompanied by a woman. It seems they're the ones we seek." Zhang Hao Tian nodded in agreement, stating, "Excellent. Now that we have identified our target, we can proceed accordingly. Everyone, prepare for action as per the plan. Xiao Jia, you will scout from a high point for sniping. The rest will be handled by Han Guang and me." Zhang Jietian hesitated. "Wait, third brother, is sniping really necessary? With so many of us, we could simply charge in together. Why complicate matters?" Zhang Hao Tian's expression turned grave. "Based on your description, that person can single-handedly confront thousands of zombies and emerge unscathed. Suggesting formidable combat prowess. If, as you assert, he can control the zombies, he becomes even more formidable. Although we are numerous, caution is the mother of safety. Trust my judgment. We shall proceed with group tactics. Team 1 will charge, Team 2 will defend, Team 3 will execute a surprise attack, and Team 4 will remain on standby for support." Zhang Jietian shrugged. "All right, I shall defer to your wisdom." With a grand gesture, Zhang Hao Tian commanded the operation to commence. Despite Zhang Jietian's lecherous tendencies, he was inherently cautious and suspicious, serving as the strategist for Zhang Xiongtian. The rapid development of the survivor base was largely attributed to Zhang Hao Tian's astute planning. As Zhang Hao Tian's command echoed, all supernatural beings sprang into action. The zombies they encountered were swiftly dispatched with remarkable agility. Even second-tier zombies posed no challenge, falling victim to a concentrated assault in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhang Jietian, accompanied by 2 supernatural beings, sought an advantageous high point to set up a sniper rifle. Concurrently, Sukin was in the apartment, shirtless, absorbing crystal cores. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Was it merely an illusion? Sukin furrowed his brow. Bang! The door swung open, and Su Wei and Jiang Luo rushed in, flustered. "Brother, did you just sense someone spying on us?" Su Wei asked. Sukin frowned. "You felt it too?" "It seems we are indeed being observed." Su Wei nodded. "I suspect it is a detection-type supernatural being." And Luo mentioned that several of the zombies she controlled nearby were suddenly killed. Luo, what are you looking at?" "Drooling all over the place." Jiang Luo, startled, wiped her mouth and replied, "I was admiring the abs." "No, I was examining Su Can's wound." Su Wei interjected. "Su Can," Jiang Luo remarked. "Wait a moment. How is it that your wound has completely healed? It has even formed scabs. You were shot, and now, in less than a night, it has healed? This defies logic." Upon hearing this, Su Wei realized that Su Can's wound had indeed scabbed over. She leaned in to poke at the scab, inadvertently removing a large piece. "Ah, relief." Jiang Luo also approached and took the opportunity to touch Su Can's chest muscles. "Hey, both of you, what are you doing? Is this really the time for such discussions?" Su Can retorted. Luo, you mentioned that several of the zombies you control were killed. What exactly transpired?" Jiang Luo returned to the matter at hand. "Oh right. Following your instructions, I specifically commanded 10 zombies to keep watch outside the apartment building. Just moments ago, 3 of them were killed. They lost contact instantly, without any struggle, after being shot at unexpectedly. Sukin had learned to be cautious, instructing Jiang Luo to position zombies as sentinels. Little did he know his precaution was warranted. Suddenly, Jiang Luo exclaimed, "Oh no, Brother Su Kan. The zombie I stationed at the entrance has also been eliminated." At this, Su Kan's brow furrowed. Just then, the unsettling sensation of being watched returned. Now, not only Su Kan and Su Wei felt it, but even Jiang Luo sensed the presence. "Brother, the feeling of being watched has returned." Jiang Luo whimpered. "It feels as if someone is gazing at me, as if I'm being exposed. Woe is me, I feel so unclean." Su Kan, amused by her antics, hushed her. "Shoo, let's remain silent." He focused on attuning his senses to the surrounding movements. Though he lacked specialized detection abilities, his innate talent allowed him to perceive subtle shifts in the environment. Someone is ascending the stairs. And not just one, at least 20 or more, Su Kan announced. Su Wei and Jiang Luo gasped. "What? So many?" At Starry Night apartment, Zhang Haotian had led his team to the 18th floor where Su Kan resided. "Captain, the target is in that room." Deng Hailong pointed toward an inner suite, but hesitated. Zhang Haotian frowned. "What is it? Speak plainly." Deng Hailong respectfully remarked, "However, only the third-tier powerhouse remains inside the house. The 3 zombies and that female ability user I sensed earlier have seemingly vanished." Zhang Haoshan expressed his astonishment. "What?" Just then, a distinct sound echoed from the end of the corridor as the door swung open. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn there. A shirtless man slowly emerged from the room, wielding a colossal axe. This man was tall and muscular, exuding an undeniable aura of masculinity. Observing the unfamiliar group, Su Kan smirked slightly. "Are you all looking for me?" Upon seeing Su Kan, Zhang Haoshan's pupils constricted sharply. He could feel the overwhelming presence radiating from Su Kan, which was even more formidable than that of his second brother. This individual bore bullet wounds on his chest, undoubtedly the powerful one with spatial abilities that Xiao Jie had mentioned. Yet, according to Xiao Jie's description, this person should be unaware of Xiao Jie's involvement. However, this man now seemed wary of us. To avoid any losses, it appears I must devise a way to lower his guard before making my move. A plan began to form in Zhang Haoshan's mind. Soon, a nefarious idea took shape. Zhang Haoshan smiled and said, "My friend, we belong to the Tingzia survivor base, and were merely passing through when we sensed that there were survivors in this building, prompting us to come and investigate." Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Su Kan's eyes. "Tingzia survivor base? Is it an official establishment?" Zhang Haoshan hesitated for 2 seconds before responding, "Yes. Our Tingzia survivor base is indeed established by the authorities. I am Zhang Haoshan, the captain responsible for this resource search." Su Kan narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating. "Zhang Haoshan?" This fellow hesitated for 2 seconds before answering my question. Clearly, he is lying. Moreover, the Tian embroidered on their clothing. It became evident to Su Kan that this group was responsible for the earlier ambush. Zhang Haoshan had never anticipated that the insignia of the base he promoted would expose them entirely. As the strategist of the base, Zhang Haoshan naturally devised various means to strengthen and stabilize it. He had previously worked in a pyramid scheme and understood the importance of unity. Thus, he had embroidered a Tian on each ability user-s attire. This served to demonstrate the cohesiveness of the base, enhance recognition, and signify that this Tian belonged to the Zhang brothers. "Ah, I see," Su Kan exclaimed joyfully. "So you are officials. You truly startled me. I thought you were foes. I had no idea the authorities had established a base. This is splendid. I wonder if you could take me to your base? Living outside every day is a constant source of anxiety. It is truly arduous. If I could join your esteemed base, I would no longer have to endure such a life." As he spoke, Su Kan set down his axe, displaying an exuberant demeanor as he approached Zhang Haoshan and the others. To Zhang Haoshan and his companions, it appeared that Su Kan had relaxed his guard. At this moment, a man in black with a hooked nose whispered to Zhang Haoshan, "Captain, this is a great opportunity. Should we take action?" Zhang Haoshan, glancing at the approaching Su Kan, narrowed his eyes slightly. "Very well, prepare to strike. Ensure a decisive kill." The man in black with a hooked nose smirked. "Once he is within 10 meters, he shall not escape my black yin flames. Once touched by the flames, he is doomed." This man, known as Han Guang, was the only S-rank talent in the Tingzia survivor base. Zhang Haoshan, hearing this, felt reassured and then smiled at Su Kan. "Of course, Our Tingzia survivor base welcomes the inclusion of any human. Given your formidable presence, you must also be an ability user. Am I correct? What type of ability do you possess? Meanwhile, Han Guang silently counted down 20 meters, 19 meters, 18 meters. Sukin replied me. My ability is, he too was calculating the distance for a surprise attack. His spatial ability allowed him to freely manipulate resources within a 10-meter range, indicating that within this distance, he could utilize this trait for a stealthy assassination. His primary target for the ambush was the black-clad man beside Zhang Haoshan. As for why he did not target the leader Zhang Haoshan first, although both were early-stage third tier, Su Can sensed that Han Guang posed a greater threat than Zhang Haoshan. At 11 meters, Su Can took the final step, and the smile on his face vanished, replaced by an intense, murderous intent. My ability is death. With a swift motion, a dagger materialized and lunged toward Han Guang's heart. Simultaneously, Han Guang made his move. Black Yin flames extinguish. He partially shielded his face with his left hand, his pupils widening as he prepared his attack. This maneuver was nothing short of dramatic. Boom! A black flame ignited on Su Can's shoulder. The searing pain made the dagger veer off course. The dagger, which had been on the brink of piercing Han Guang's heart, missed its mark, but it still struck his chest. Puff! Han Guang instantly spat out blood. Observing the suddenly manifested dagger, Zhang Haoshan exclaimed, "Indeed, a spatial ability user." Yet he did not command further action, as in his eyes, Su Can, who had been engulfed by the Black Yin flames, was already as good as dead. There was no need to waste manpower. Seeing that he had not killed Han Guang, Su Can promptly withdrew the dagger into his spatial realm. He then hastily attempted to extinguish the black flames on his shoulder. However, when he swatted at them, the flames only intensified, and his hand became engulfed in fire. What kind of flame is this? Su Can's pupils dilated. At this moment, Zhang Haoshan laughed heartily. You need not struggle. This is Black Yin flames. They will not extinguish until you are completely incinerated. Su Can was momentarily taken aback. They won't extinguish until I am burnt to ashes? Isn't that akin to Uchiha Attack's Amaterasu? Han Guang, clutching his wound, chuckled. I didn't expect you to be a fan of Naruto and to recognize Amaterasu. Indeed, my Black Yin flames are quite similar to that. Nothing can extinguish them. Thus, you can only await your demise. Chapter 60. Feigning Death and Counterattack. Han Guang, overwhelmed with excitement, suddenly spat out blood. Although Su Can's strike did not claim his life, it severely injured him and rendered him temporarily incapacitated. Zhang Haoshan urgently shouted, "Damn it, where are the healing ability users? Hurry and stop the bleeding." Han Guang was a crucial combat force for their Tingzia survivor base, and they could not afford to lose him. The healing ability user finally responded and rushed to provide treatment. Wait and die. Su Can would not resign himself to such a fate. He forcefully released a multitude of bricks and sand from his spatial realm, filling the entire corridor and instantly blocking Zhang Haoshan and the others. Seeing the passageway suddenly obstructed, Zhang Haoshan and his group were momentarily stunned. Someone inquired, "Deputy Captain, what should we do? Should we pursue or not?" Before Zhang Haoshan could respond, Han Guang, still recuperating, confidently declared, "In my opinion, there is no need to chase for now. With the Black Yin flames, he is undoubtedly doomed. Even if a celestial being were to intervene, they could not save him. Moreover, if we rush over now and he retaliates in his dying moments, it would be a loss for us. We can collect his corpse once he is nearly dead." Zhang Haoshan nodded. "You make a valid point. However, this individual possesses an SSS-level talent for spatial abilities, and the crystal core within him may prove beneficial to the leader. We must acquire his crystal core. Deng Heilong, utilize your abilities to monitor his life energy fluctuations. The moment the life fluctuation ceases, report immediately." Yes, second team leader. Deng Heilong promptly activated his abilities, keeping a close watch on Su Can's life energy fluctuations. Meanwhile, Su Can was on the verge of being scorched. Even the extraction of abundant water from the spatial realm failed to extinguish the flames, which only evaporated the water in the process. This black flame is indeed peculiar. Damn it. Is it truly impossible to extinguish this fire? Su Can gritted his teeth in pain. Was he destined to be burned alive here today? No, if I perish, what will happen to Su Wei? I cannot die. Eureka! While this fire cannot be extinguished by human means, it is still an inanimate entity. Since it is inanimate, it should fall within the realm of the spatial dimension. However, The spatial realm is filled with an overwhelming abundance of resources. What if this black flame incinerates everything within? Never mind, I am on the brink of death. Who cares about resources? Gather for me. In an instant, the black flames engulfing Sukin were drawn into the spatial dimension. Success! Sukin leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his face reflecting the relief of having survived a catastrophe. He quickly inspected the situation of the black flames within the spatial realm, hoping the resources had not all been incinerated. His concerns were unfounded. The black flames hovered at the far side of the spatial realm, showing no signs of expanding. Rather, they diminished in size. Before long, the black flames were completely extinguished. The absence of oxygen in the spatial realm. Could it be that the weakness of the black flames lies in their lack of oxygen? Sukin speculated in silence. Suddenly, he sensed the feeling of being watched. These individuals were trapped on the opposite side, unable to cross over, so they resorted to using detection abilities to spy on me. Now that the flames on my body have been extinguished, I wonder if they have noticed. If they haven't, perhaps I can exploit this to catch them off guard. Since these fellows are confident I am doomed, I shall show them my demise. His life energy fluctuations were growing weaker. Captain, that guy's life energy fluctuations have completely vanished. He is dead. A few minutes later, Deng Heilong reported. Hearing this, Zhang Haoshan laughed heartily. Well, since he is already dead, let us proceed and swiftly collect his crystal core before it too is consumed by the flames. Lao Han, how is your injury? Can you walk? Han Guong, clutching his wound, stood up and said, after treatment, my condition has greatly improved. Damn it, had I not reacted quickly, I would have nearly perished. That guy is indeed formidable. He knew to attack me first rather than you. Anyone with eyes could see you are the leader. ISNT, it said that to capture a thief, one must first capture the king? Why would he suddenly attack me? Damn it. After all, this person is an SSS level talent of the 3rd tier. He certainly possesses some skill. He must have realized you posed a greater threat than I did, which is why he targeted you first. But alas, he knew nothing of your abilities. This led to his downfall. Enough talk. Let us circumvent through the lower floors. Han Guang nodded in agreement. The Xingxin Gonggayu consists of 33 floors, each with 34 suites, resulting in lengthy corridors with staircases on both sides. Although Sukin had blocked the 18th floor, they could easily circumvent it by taking the floor above or below. Soon, Zhang Haoshan led the group to the spot where Sukin was supposedly burned to death. On the ground lay only a pool of pitch-black blood. Within the blood, a cyan crystal core lay quietly. Zhang Haoshan approached the cyan crystal core and picked it up bewildered. Aren't the crystal cores of human ability users supposed to be blue? How could this fellow possess a cyan crystal core? Not only Zhang Haoshan was perplexed, but the others also wore expressions of confusion. Han Guang stared at the cyan crystal core and speculated, could this guy be a zombie? It is well known that human crystal cores are blue, zombie cores are cyan, and mutated beast cores are green. How is this possible? But if he is not a zombie, then how could his crystal core be cyan? Suddenly, Zhang Haoshan focused on the cyan crystal core and thought, something is amiss. Even if that guy's crystal core is cyan, he's a 3rd tier powerhouse, while this crystal core is only of the 2nd tier. This is bad. We have been deceived. All personnel, remain vigilant. Just then, before Zhang Haoshan could finish his sentence, a scream erupted from his subordinates behind him. Not good. They're in ambush. Save me. Zhang Haoshan turned around in horror, only to see a mass of steel bars suddenly materialize, mercilessly piercing through the bodies of his subordinates. The scene was reminiscent of arrows piercing through hearts. But that was not the end. Following that, a deluge of sand surged forth, swiftly burying all his subordinates. In an instant, only Zhang Haoshan, Han Guang, and a few others remained. Although those buried may not have perished immediately, Zhang Haoshan and the others were oblivious to the situation and dared not recklessly attempt a rescue. What on earth is happening? A surviving 2nd-tier ability user exclaimed in shock. Over 20 of his comrades had perished in the blink of an eye. What kind of monstrous being have they provoked? Now it is your turn. Sukin's voice suddenly echoed ominously. You're not dead? Come out. What sorcery is this? The disembodied voice sent Zhang Haoshan and the others into a state of heightened alertness, their senses keenly attuned to their surroundings. Yet, despite their vigilance, they could not have anticipated how Sukin would manifest. Suddenly, Han Guang felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down to see a dagger protruding from his chest, disbelief etched across his face. Slowly, Han Guang turned around, only to behold Su Can's handsome visage. How is this possible? How did you appear? And how did you escape my black extinguishing flames? Guess. Su Can grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Guang's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, warm blood gushing from the wound, spreading dark red stains on the floor. Zhang Haoshan's eyes were fixed on Su Can, a beast-like growl escaping his throat. Bastard, how dare you? Han Guang is one of the most vital assets of their survivor base, a key warrior among the 4 brothers destined to rule the world. How could he be killed now? How would he face his second brother? Su Can withdrew the dagger, and with a swift motion, Han Guang's head fell, soon to be collected within the spatial dimension. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Haoshan was consumed by rage. Bastard, you dare! With that, Zhang Haoshan, enraged, swung a powerful punch towards Su Can. His ability, the B-class giant strength, was capable of delivering a blow that even an elephant would struggle to withstand. On the surface, it appeared Zhang Haoshan had lost his sanity in anger, recklessly attacking Su Can, yet this was all part of his cunning plan. He believed Su Can's abilities lay in spatial manipulation, favoring stealth and ranged attacks, thus lacking in close combat and defense. Therefore, he feigned rage to catch Su Can unprepared. Moreover, Su Can was entirely unaware of his capabilities. Zhang Haoshan was confident that this strike would claim Su Can's life. Haha, prepare to die. In an instant, Zhang Haoshan's fist was upon Su Can. Zhang Haoshan, convinced of his success, could not help but laugh triumphantly. One must know, popping champagne midway is a great taboo. Bang! Zhang Haoshan's pupils dilated in shock. How is this possible? How strong are you? Su Can's palm gripped Zhang Haoshan's fist with the ferocity of an iron vice, rendering all his struggles futile against Su Can's unyielding grasp. Zhang Haoshan's face was a canvas of astonishment, fear evident in every feature. Impossible. This simply cannot be. How could your strength surpass my B-rank Titan power? Even my second brother, who possesses spatial abilities like you, could never surpass my might. Su Can's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, your second brother also possesses spatial abilities, does he? It was then that Zhang Haoshan realized he had spoken too much. And so what? I advise you to release me at once. Otherwise, my second brother and elder brother will not let you off easily. Ah! But before he could finish, Su Can swiftly twisted his fist, shattering his arm. You lot, what are you waiting for? Hurry and make a move. Zhang Haoshan, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, suddenly remembered the few surviving subordinates behind him. Hearing his cry, they hastily rushed to his aid. Yet, Su Can was quicker. He delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhang Haoshan flying, but his grip on Zhang Haoshan's fist remained unbroken. A ripping sound echoed as Zhang Haoshan's arm separated from his body. His arm still clasped in Su Can's hand while his body soared away. With a swift motion, Su Can discarded Zhang Haoshan's severed arm and advanced towards the remaining individuals with a determined stride. The few who remained were merely of the second rank, their powers lacking, and thus posed no threat in the face of Su Can's overwhelming prowess. In the blink of an eye, they were all vanquished. Finally, Su Can fixed his gaze upon the last standing Zhang Haoshan and commanded, "Speak of your base and your second brother's spatial abilities." Enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, Zhang Haoshan replied resolutely, "You want me to betray my brother? Not a chance. Even if you kill me, I will not divulge anything." "Oh, you dare to threaten me?" With a swift motion, Zhang Haoshan's head fell, his eyes wide open in death. Su Can collected his head and body, a faint smile playing on his lips. "No need to speak if you choose not to. It matters not, for I can inquire elsewhere." At that moment, voices echoed from the staircase. Captain, what has happened to you?" Zhang Haoshan had only brought 30 men up, leaving the rest on the 17th floor. These individuals, isolated in the stairwell, were unaware of the events transpiring on the 18th floor. Su Can smirked at this revelation. He then drew back the sand and debris from the stairwell into his spatial realm, leaving those buried beneath gasping for breath, yet still alive. With a flick of his wrist, he extinguished their lives. Just as he finished, the remaining individuals rushed up the stairs. "Second team leader, where are they? Why are they all gone? You survived?" Upon seeing that Su Can was unharmed, Zhang Haoshan's remaining subordinates were momentarily stunned. Minutes later, Su Can broke the neck of the last man, standing and gleaned the fundamental details about the Tingxia survivor base from their lips. What a bold survivor base. They wish to eliminate me simply because their leader shares the same spatial abilities? Truly tyrannical. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate, but if one does, I will return the favor 100-fold. Zhang Haoshan, just wait for me. At that moment, a cacophony of zombie roars erupted from below. Brother, do not fear. We have come to support you. Attack. Where are they? It turned out that Su Wei and Jiang Luo had arrived late, accompanied by a horde of zombies. Sukin remarked nonchalantly, "You arrived just in time. I have dealt with them all." Su Wei and Jiang Luo were taken aback. What? You handled them all? Sukin suddenly glanced toward a high-rise building outside the window. No, there's still some left. The true instigator remains. You too. Take the zombies and surround that building across the street. Let not a single fly escape. From these captives, he learned that besides Zhang Haoshan leading the charge against him, Zhang Haoshan's brother, Zhang Zhuoshan, was also involved. However, Zhang Zhuoshan had been assigned as a sniper and was not present here. After further questioning, he discovered that Zhang Zhuoshan was the very individual who had nearly taken his life before. Chapter 62. Altogether, now Zhang Zhuoshan lamented, "Why must so many of us attack together while I remain here as a sniper? Such overkill." In his eyes, Sukin was indeed formidable and possessed significant talent. Yet, with dozens of ability users joining forces and the formidable S-rank powerhouse Han Guang overseeing them, he believed Sukin could not stir any significant trouble. Consequently, Zhang Zhuoshan disregarded Zhang Haoshan's commands. He led 2 ability users to the rooftop of the building opposite Xingshan apartment, instructing one of his subordinates, "You stay here and keep watch. I have some matters to attend to." With that, Zhang Zhuoshan took the other subordinate down the stairs. Zhang Zhuoshan said to the other subordinate, "Xiao Wang, see if there are any survivors in this building. We must provide assistance." Xiao Wang, who possessed one of the detection abilities, was a C-rank life sense user and also Zhang Zhuoshan's direct subordinate. Upon hearing Zhang Zhuoshan's intent to rescue survivors, he immediately understood his intentions. With a cunning smile, Xiao Wang replied, "Understood." Moments later, using his ability, Xiao Wang assessed the situation within the building. This residential building stood 25 stories tall. "Jiegu, there are 2 survivors on the 19th floor, both female," Xiao Wang reported. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuoshan chuckled. "If that is the case, what are we waiting for? Our Tingxia survivor base is dedicated to saving humanity. Encountering survivors means we must rescue them from peril." Xiao Wang grinned lewdly. "Yes, Captain." At that moment, on the 19th floor of Building 3 in Jingxiu Community, Chen Xiaofang and her friend Lin Panpan had managed to survive for 18 days in the apocalypse. They had not awakened any abilities nor had any opportunities. Their survival depended entirely on the snacks and supplies they had hoarded. However, today, their supplies had dwindled to nearly nothing. They were beginning to feel the pangs of hunger. Chen Xiaofang gazed at the scant remnants of their provisions, a frown creasing her brow. "Panpan, what do we do? We have only a bag of chips, a bucket of instant noodles, and a bottle of mineral water left." Lin Panpan mirrored her distress. "I do not know what to do either. I heard many people outside have awakened abilities. Why haven Tiwi? It's so unfair." Chen Xiaofang expressed her indignation. "Indeed. How can 2 kind, beautiful, and charming fairies like us not awaken any powers? Heaven must be blind. I have lost 50 pounds. I probably weigh less than 200 now." Lin Panpan also patted her belly. "I have lost quite a bit too. I must have shed 60 pounds, so I'm probably close to your weight. At this rate, if we don't starve to death, we'll surely waste away. Oh, if only a man would descend from the heavens on a rainbow and bring us supplies. I would gladly offer my precious virginity to spend a wonderful night with him." Chen Xiaofang chimed in. "I would too. If someone brought us supplies, I would be willing to marry him." Lin Panpan suggested. "Then let us both marry him, and we could be together forever." Chen Xiaofang laughed. "Yes, let us marry him together, making him the happiest man in the world. After all, we are both virgins. Marrying us would be a great deal." As the 2 hefty girls indulged in their fantasies, suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Is anyone there? We are the official rescue team. We have come to save the survivors." Zhang Zhuoshan knocked politely at the door, utilizing the script his brother Zhang Haoshan had taught him, asserting they were the official rescue team to gain the survivors' trust more easily. The official authorities have become little more than a name. Even if they were to impersonate someone, they would remain ineffective. An official rescue team? Upon hearing this, Lin Pan, and Chun Xiaofang inside the room were instantly filled with joy. How wonderful! The official rescue team has finally arrived. Indeed, I have waited until the flowers withered. Let us hurry and open the door for them. Without a hint of doubt, the two swiftly opened the door for Zhang Zhushan. Creak! As the door swung open, Zhang Zhushan, initially excited, was left momentarily dumbfounded upon seeing two plump girls. His smile did not fade, it merely shifted. Chun Xiaofang and Lin Pan beamed at Zhang Zhushan, exclaiming that the official rescue team was quite handsome, fitting their ideal type, urging him to come in and sit. Before Zhang Zhushan could comprehend the situation, he was pulled inside by the two girls. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them, leaving Xiao Wang outside, bewildered. Brother, do you have any food? Please give me some. Zhang Zhushan found himself pressed on the sofa, bombarded with questions by the two girls. Yes, it's in my backpack. The overwhelming presence of the two girls made Zhang Zhushan instinctively point to his backpack. Upon hearing this, the girls eagerly rummaged through it. Each survivor from the base typically carried a bag on missions, both to transport supplies and to scavenge resources. Wow, there's bread. And beef jerky. Fantastic. And 2 cans of yuzu beer. Here, sister, one for each of us. Let us toast. Without a care for Zhang Zhushan's feelings, the two friends indulged in their feast. In their eyes, those from the official team were there to serve the common people, to be at their beck and call. Observing their behavior, Zhang Zhushan felt utterly speechless. What kind of people are these? They behave like bandits. Furthermore, how did Xiao Wang manage to detect this? Hey, where is Xiao Wang? It then dawned on Zhang Zhushan that Xiao Wang was missing from the room. You all eat slowly. Zhang Zhushan prepared to retreat, having no interest in the plump girls. Just as he was about to stand, he was suddenly grasped by 2 chubby hands. Where are you going, handsome? Chun Xiaofang and Lin Pan each held onto one of his hands, inquiring sweetly. Zhang Zhushan awkwardly chuckled. Well, my friend is still at the door. You locked him outside. I need to let him in. Chun Xiaofang nodded, releasing him. Oh, I see. Let him come in then. However, Lin Pan interjected. No, we cannot let him in. Chun Xiaofang was taken aback. Why not? Lin Pan replied. Have you forgotten a vow we just made? Whoever brings us food, we shall together give our first time to him. This handsome guy has brought us food, so we must honor our promise. If we let someone from outside in, how can we dare to offer ourselves together? Understanding dawned on Chun Xiaofang. All right, I almost forgot about that. With that, she tightly grasped Zhang Zhushan's arm again. Zhang Zhushan was utterly confused. What are you two talking about? I don't understand. Let me go, my teammate is still outside. Lin Pan finished the last bite of bread, downed the final sip of beer, and tossed her unwashed ponytail. Not understanding is fine. You'll understand soon enough. Xiaofang, should I go first or will you? What do you mean, you first or me first? We are best friends. Let us go together. Good. Chapter 63. T0 level little fairy, what do you want to do? We want to. Zhang Zhushan found himself caught in a predicament. Although he was a tier 3 ability user and possessed a physique stronger than the average person, he was not skilled in close combat. And the two girls exuded a formidable presence. Terrified, he had no idea how to retaliate, only able to watch as he was subjected to humiliation. Never had Zhang Zhushan experienced such indignity. Tears of helplessness streamed down his face. Minutes later, Zhang Zhushan wore a look of utter despair. Lin Pan, while adjusting her clothes, complained, what a letdown. This was my first time. He looks quite handsome, but I didn't expect him to be so useless. What a waste. Chun Xiaofang echoed, indeed. What a good-for-nothing. What S with that expression? Are we ugly? You look like that? We are beautiful little fairies, and you've taken our first time. Don't think you can take advantage of us and act innocent. Do you want me to slap you? Lin Pan quickly intervened. All right, Xiaofang. Don't be so fierce. Be gentle. Come on, darling. Let me help you put on your pants. Zhang Zhushan shouted, don't touch me. Get away. Outside, initially, Xiaowang felt a bit frustrated being locked out. However, as certain unmentionable sounds echoed from within, he was left utterly stunned. He never expected Captain Zhang Zhushan to engage in such activities. What a beast. After all, he did not believe that 2 ordinary women could pose any threat to Captain Zhang Zhushan. At that moment, a disturbance arose from inside the building. Footsteps? As a detection-type ability user, even without activating his life perception ability, Xiao Wang possessed keen senses. Upon hearing the footsteps, he immediately employed his abilities. What is this? Upon seeing the entire building surrounded by zombies, Xiao Wang's face filled with horror. Moreover, someone had already ascended the stairs. 2 humans and 3 zombies. One human radiated a notably strong life force. They were nearing the top floor. Could it be that they were coming for us? He hurriedly knocked on the door, Captain. Trouble. We are surrounded. Hearing the knocking, Chun Xiaofang rushed to open the door, scolding Xiao Wang. Knock, knock, knock. What are you knocking for? You're going to break the door. Xiao Wang ignored her and swiftly bypassed her to enter the room, approaching Zhang Zhuoshan. Captain, it's bad. We're surrounded by zombies. Startled, Zhang Zhuoshan paused, his expression reflecting disbelief as he regained his composure. What do you mean? How can we be surrounded by zombies? What is going on? Xiao Wang quickly recounted the situation he had detected. Zhang Zhuoshan was once again taken aback. A man and a woman, along with 3 zombies, were heading towards the top floor? Xiao Wang nodded. Yes, Captain, what should we do now? Zhang Zhuoshan fell into silence. A man, a woman, and zombies. Wasn't this the very objective of their mission? How could they appear in this building? Had third brother not taken people to deal with them? Right? Third brother. Zhang Zhuoshan exclaimed. Xiao Wang, use your abilities to check the neighboring apartment and see what's happening with third brother and the others. Xiao Wang immediately activated his powers. Before long, Xiao Wang's expression turned uneasy. Captain, there are no life signals from the second team in that building. Zhang Zhuoshan's face changed dramatically. What? Meanwhile, Sukin had reached the top floor, having subdued the ability user there. Don't kill me. Captain Zhang Zhuoshan just went to rescue survivors. As for where he went, I'm not sure, but he is likely still in this building. After the ability user finished speaking, Sukin nodded. All right, I want to kill you. You may leave. The ability user, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted, rushed towards the door to escape. However, 2 shadows darted out, tackling him to the ground. You're not trustworthy. Wang Jie and Bald Four were busy devouring the ability user as he screamed in agony. Jiang Lulo approached him, saying, How can you be so ungrateful? My brother Su would never kill you. You're the one who got eaten by zombies and still blame it on my brother Su Can? One ungrateful jerk. Huh? Another detection? It's coming from downstairs. Suddenly, the sensation of being watched returned. Su Can immediately pinpointed the location of the voyeur. After being surveilled multiple times, he realized he could trace the clues back to their source. Although he was unsure of the reason, it was akin to tracking someone through the web. At that moment, in room 1902, Xiao Wang inquired, Captain, what should we do now? Zhang Zhuoshan furrowed his brows and replied, Don't speak, let me think. At that time, Lin Pan and Chun Xiaofang were perplexed, utterly confused. Chun Xiaofang exclaimed, What are you 2 playing at? Speak plainly, will you? I don't understand a word. Lin Pan chimed in, Exactly, what are you 2 talking about? Their loud voices irked Zhang Zhuoshan, who snapped, Shut up, both of you. Be quiet. Chun Xiaofang, used to being pampered by her parents and never having faced any hardship, was incensed by Zhang Zhuoshan's outburst. How dare you yell at me? My parents have never raised their voices at me. Apologize. Lin Pan echoed. Yes, who do you think you ought to shout at us? Apologize, or you'll regret it. With a loud slap, Zhang Zhuoshan lost his temper, striking each of them. Damn it. Do you think I'm a sick cat just because I'm not showing my power? Silence. Typically, if a woman were slapped, she would become subdued. However, these 2 were no ordinary women. They were T0, level fairies. How dare you hit us? You're truly a heartless man, just when we thought you cared for us. You show your true colors. My mother was right. No man is worth trusting. Chun Xiaofang threatened. Just wait until we reach the base. I'll definitely report you to your superiors. Zhang Zhuoshan thought to himself, having heard that T0, level fairies could be quite troublesome. Now he was witnessing it firsthand. Just then, the door burst open with a bang, and Sukin strolled in. Oh, quite a lively gathering here. Chapter 64. Trespassing, I'll report you. Who are you to dare intrude into my home? Chun Xiaofang exclaimed, furious that someone had kicked down her door. This is trespassing. You could go to jail. Don't you understand? You're quite handsome. If you could be my boyfriend, I wouldn't report you. Her tone shifted upon noticing Su Can's striking appearance, which ignited her desires, especially after her recent encounter with Zhang Zhuoshan, which left her wanting more. Lin Pan, ever the supportive friend, quickly added, Yes. If you become our boyfriend, we want to pursue charges against you for trespassing. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Sukin thought to himself, What kind of 2 gems have appeared here? Even in the apocalypse, they still think they're living in peace. Zhang Zhuoshan was equally speechless. These two had just called him husband, but upon seeing someone more handsome, they turned their backs on him. So what if he is handsome? He might be useless. Zhang Zhishin's thoughts were interrupted by Su Kan's question. Are you the one who shot at me a few hours ago? Zhang Zhishin felt an unprecedented sense of pressure from Su Kan. However, he feigned calmness and retorted, so what if I am? Su Kan arched an eyebrow. Reason? Zhang Zhishin sneered. In this apocalypse, does killing require a reason? Su Kan smiled faintly. You're right. In the apocalypse, killing doesn't need justification. Kill whoever displeases you. That's the law of the wasteland. Therefore, you all shall meet your demise. Zhang Zhishin shouted, Xiao Wang now. Xiao Wang swiftly drew a handgun and began firing at Su Kan. Bang, bang, bang. The American-style shooting emptied the magazine. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you to withstand firearms? Xiao Wang and Zhang Zhishin were both stunned as the bullets proved entirely ineffective against Su Kan. At this stage, conventional firearms still posed a significant threat to those with abilities. With a flick of his wrist, Su Kan tossed a pile of bullets onto the ground, having absorbed them into a different space upon firing. To others, it appeared as if he had caught the bullets with his bare hands. Hey, what are you up to? Is this some sort of magic trick? Didn't you hear us? Hurry up and be our boyfriend, or I'll report you to the authorities. Chen Xiaofang and Lin Pan, being ordinary people, were completely oblivious to the unfolding drama, fixated instead on establishing an inappropriate relationship with Su Kan. Annoyed. Su Kan furrowed his brow. Chen Xiaofang, incensed, retorted, You think we're noisy? You are the one trespassing and acting all high and mighty. If you don't become our boyfriend, you'll never leave this door. With that, she blocked Su Kan's path, while Lin Pan sealed off his escape route. The two chubby girls wore expressions of indignation, as if they had suffered great injustice. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhishin seized the opportunity to escape, with Xiao Wang following suit. As Su Kan contemplated taking action against Zhang Zhishin, he suddenly felt a weight on his back. It was Lin Pan, the hefty girl, hugging him tightly. Sister, I've got him. Come help. All right. Chen Xiaofang licked her luscious lips and lunged at Su Kan. However, Su Kan was no weakling like Zhang Zhishin. With the strength of an elephant, he easily broke free from Chen Xiaofang's grasp. Chen Xiaofang gasped, Sister, this guy's incredibly strong. I can't hold him. Lin Pan charged in like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Don't panic, I'm coming. But Su Kan swiftly struck her, causing her to spit blood. Seeing her friend being bullied, Chen Xiaofang was filled with righteous fury and charged at Su Kan. How dare you hit my sister? Su Kan had no intention of harming ordinary people, but these two were exceedingly bothersome. In an instant, he drew a dagger and slashed Chen Xiaofang's throat. Just as he prepared to pursue Zhang Zhishin, a scream echoed from the hallway. Stepping outside, he discovered that his friends Su Wei and the others had ambushed them. Not wanting to disrupt their meal, Su Kan moved to the window of the corridor, contemplating how to assault the Tingxia survivor base. At the Tingxia survivor base, Zhang Xiongtian poured a glass of red wine for his elder brother, Zhang Yingtian. Brother, let us drink to this. Zhang Yingtian took a sip, but was suddenly overwhelmed by an ominous premonition. I have a bad feeling, like something has happened to the third and fourth brothers. Hearing this, Zhang Xiongtian chuckled. Brother, you worry too much. They've taken over 40 ability users with them, plus Han Guang is there. Even if the enemy has 4th-tier strongmen, they meet defeat. You really should not worry. You've been burdened with base affairs lately, and it's wearing you down. Although Zhang Xiongtian was the leader of the base, many tasks were managed with the assistance of his elder brother, Zhang Yingtian. Zhang Yingtian rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Perhaps you're right. Recently, those below have become somewhat restless, claiming that the food is akin to swine fare. And some are even contemplating insurrection. Zhang Xiong sneered. These scoundrels, we provide them shelter, nourishment, and lodgings, yet they dare to stir up trouble? Truly a bunch of ungrateful wretches. Zhang Ying, unfazed, remarked, why not allocate some additional provisions to periodically enhance their meals? I'm concerned that the unrest may continue otherwise. Zhang Xiong replied, Brother, you are simply too kind. That lot contributes little, yet still dares to desire better sustenance. Having food is already a privilege. Enough of these vexations for now, brother. You've toiled all day. Let not your evening be burdened by such thoughts. Tonight, I shall arrange something special for you. With a resounding clap, he summoned 2 provocatively dressed beauties who sauntered in. You two, attend to my elder brother well. understand? Yes, Chief, they replied, approaching Zhang Ying. He blushed slightly. Is this really necessary? Zhang Xiong laughed. Brother, do not be modest. To raise the three of us. You have yet to marry or bear children at nearly 40. As your younger brother, I feel remiss. This is but a small token of my appreciation. Now, cherish this precious moment. Brother. Chapter 65. Utilizing the otherworldly space for instantaneous travel. Dawn broke. Zhang Xiong had not slept a wink. He had awaited the return of those he had dispatched, yet none had appeared, prompting a twinge of worry. Just then, Zhang Ying, sporting dark circles under his eyes, approached. Good morning. Oh dear, those two last night were quite vigorous. My back can hardly bear it. Truly, one cannot defy aging. Zhang Ying stretched his waist. Good morning, brother. Zhang Xiong nodded, still furrowed in concern. Zhang Ying immediately sensed something amiss. Has something happened? By the way, where are San and Si? Have they returned? Zhang Xiong stated, Brother, it is precisely their absence that kept me awake all night. At this moment, Sukin had brought Su Wei and others to the vicinity of the Tingxia survivor base. Along the way, he observed that this base was actively recruiting survivors, as evidenced by the numerous graffiti proclaiming, Welcome to join the Tingxia survivor base address, city government building. Recruiting, is it? Just as I hoped. Sukin mused, eyeing the city government building with a slight smirk. Wai Wei, Luoluo, stay here and do not wander, understood? I shall infiltrate this base to assess the situation. Understood, brother. The two girls obediently replied. After Sukin departed, Su Wei tugged at Jiang Luo, saying, Luoluo, now that my brother is left, we cannot remain idle. We must prepare for something significant. Jiang Luoluo's eyes lit up. Something significant? Excellent. How shall we proceed? The two girls promptly dismissed Su Can's instructions. Su Wei gazed at the city government building, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. You'll find out soon enough. Though Jiang Luoluo was unsure of Su Wei's intentions, her excitement was palpable. Sukin cautiously surveyed the city government building's condition. The main entrance was securely locked, with a platform above manned by 4 or 5 armed guards patrolling. The building complex consisted of 3 structures, surrounded by spacious courtyards and high walls, making it an excellent choice for a survivor base. Outside, zombies were scarcely visible, clearly having been cleared away. Sukin pondered how to gain entry. Initially, he considered pretending to join the survivors, but recalling the chase from the previous night, he wondered if they possessed any intelligence. However, the notion that they lacked information seemed implausible. Perhaps he should employ that trick he used last night. He contemplated the method that had allowed him to evade detection by an B-class ability user who could sense life signs. The reason he went undetected was that he had entered the otherworldly space. After advancing to the 3rd tier, Sukin discovered he could briefly enter this space. Although it lasted only 5 minutes, this ability was undeniably extraordinary. Just like the previous night, his enemies believed him dead, only for him to materialize and swiftly eliminate dozens of ability users. This power was akin to invisibility, yet vastly superior. While invisibility could be detected by probing abilities, entering the otherworldly space rendered him undetectable, as it existed in an entirely different realm. He decided to employ this tactic. He circled to the back of the base, resolved to infiltrate as the 6th member. Instantly, he entered the otherworldly space. At that moment, he found himself suspended in this realm, his body beginning to feel uncomfortable. After all, the otherworldly space could not accommodate living beings. His entry was only possible because he was its master. Any other living creature would be repelled. Soon, he displaced himself 10 meters, directly passing through the wall into the Tingxia survivor base. The principle was simple. Much like his earlier movements within a 10-meter radius, he could treat his body as an object and move freely. Upon entering the base, Sukin noticed a group of ordinary individuals patrolling. They possessed no abilities and were devoid of any special skills, yet the base could not support them without purpose, so they were assigned to patrol the walls. This base was not particularly large, housing over 2,000 people, and was already feeling cramped. Consequently, Sukin saw a multitude of individuals around him, and numerous tents had been erected behind the building, where many sat idle, blank expressions on their faces. Clearly, they had lost all meaning in life, uncertain of their purpose, yet too fearful to succumb to death. This was the grim reality of the apocalypse. Humans without awakened abilities lived in conditions worse than pigs or dogs. With so many eyes upon him, if he were to appear out of thin air, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Sukin frowned, contemplating the feasibility of his plan. However, he reminded himself that as long as his resolve remained firm, solutions would outweigh difficulties. He quickly devised a new idea. He would momentarily appear in the courtyard, then instantly return to the otherworldly space. Next, he would attempt to move 10 meters within that space. It worked. I am indeed a genius. Using his original position as a pivot, he employed the otherworldly space's ability to shift himself as if he were cargo moving forward by 10 meters. Upon reappearing in the real world, he would promptly return to the otherworldly space. By repeating this process, he could achieve instantaneous travel. However, this method demanded immense mental energy. After several repetitions, Sukin felt dizzy and lightheaded. He calculated that he could manage 2 more attempts, equating to a total of 20 meters. Meanwhile, outside, a thin man in white clothing rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In broad daylight, am I seeing things? Did I just see someone flickering? He nudged the person beside him. The bystander glanced around, but saw nothing unusual, replying, "Are you out of your mind? Have your eyes deceived you from hunger? Or did you engage in too much self-indulgence last night? There's no one flickering." The white-clad man scratched his head. "Is that so? Did I missee?" Suddenly, he caught sight of Su Kan's figure once more. "What is that? Oh, it has vanished again. Could it be that I truly indulged too much?" At this moment, Su Kan executed his final teleportation, entering a tent. As Su Kan materialized in the realm of reality, he felt a wave of dizziness and struggled to breathe. After taking several deep breaths, he gradually regained his composure. He promptly surveyed the interior of the tent and discovered that it housed but one individual, a woman, stark naked. Chapter 66, Wang Yun. Her eyes appeared hollow, her expression vacant, and her body marred by wounds. Despite Su Kan's sudden appearance, she exhibited no reaction, merely casting a bland glance in his direction, resembling a robotic entity. Subsequently, she quietly reclined, presenting herself as if resigned to fate. Her pale form was riddled with scars, evoking a sense of pity. Just then, someone entered, the slender man clad in white. In an instant, Su Kan was once again propelled into the alternate dimension. In a daze, the man in white seemed to perceive flickering movements before his eyes. Rubbing his eyes, he found nothing but the woman lying there. How strange. Could it truly be that my mind has deceived me? Never mind. Finally, I am alone. It is my turn now, he thought, rubbing his hands together with excitement. The woman did not so much as glance at the man in white, lying there quietly like a lifelike silicone doll. Soon after, the man in white lunged at her. 3 minutes later, from the moment he entered to when he left, precisely 3 minutes had passed. Su Kan witnessed the entire affair from the alternate dimension. After the man departed, Su Kan re-emerged from the alternate realm, only to find more company arriving. This time, it was 2 men, one tall and robust, the other short and stout, reminiscent of Wu Dalin and Wu Erling. Once more, Su Kan entered the alternate space. Upon seeing the woman's dire condition, the stout man gasped, exclaiming that it had only been a few days since they last saw her, and she had been so thoroughly ravaged. The tall, muscular man rubbed his hands together and urged, "Brother, forget about her condition. Let us hurry up. More will arrive soon." The stout man, observing the woman's battered state, expressed concern. "What if she has some disease and infects us?" The tall man, undeterred, replied, "Brother, it's the end of the world. Why worry about such things? We live one day at a time, enjoy one day at a time. What does it matter?" As the stout man considered this logic, he began to strip as well. Soon, Su Kan witnessed an unspeakable scene. However, this time, the duration was longer than anticipated. Caught off guard, he was abruptly expelled from the alternate dimension. The 2 men, engrossed in their actions, were oblivious to Su Kan's presence, yet the woman noticed him. She finally discerned that this enigmatic man was no ordinary individual, for his gaze had not held any lewd intentions. Instead, it conveyed a flicker of compassion. Perhaps he was the one destined to save her. At that moment, the muscular man seemed to notice something amiss in the woman's gaze and followed her line of sight, discovering an unexpected presence at the tent entrance. He immediately barked, "Didn't you see someone was here? Get out of here. Come back when we're finished." Since the 2 men had failed to detect any anomaly, Su Kan had no intention of intervening and was about to turn away when suddenly, the woman spoke up, "Please, save me. Sukin paused in surprise, halting his steps. I beg you, please save me, she implored again. Slap. The muscular man struck her across the face. You filthy whore, still begging for help? You should blame your beauty and your figure. Who wouldn't he want to sleep with you? He laughed. The woman silently shed tears, revealing her identity as Wang Yun. Once a happy woman with loving parents and a handsome, wealthy fiancé. Just as they were preparing for marriage, the world was turned upside down. Her parents perished, and her fiancé was transformed into a zombie. Everything beautiful had shattered. Particularly after entering this survivor base, her true nightmare began. Zhang Haoshan had set his sights on her, desiring her as his mistress, yet she resolutely refused, nearly severing his manhood when he let his guard down. In retaliation, Zhang Haoshan cast her here, condemning her to become a plaything for countless men. Today, she had intended to end her life, but upon seeing Su Can, inexplicably, she felt a glimmer of hope. Though she had contemplated death, if given the chance to live, who would willingly choose death? Furthermore, she yearned for vengeance. She wished to eradicate all men from the world. Save me. Hearing the woman's desperate plea, Sukin felt a slight tremor in his heart. He did not consider himself a savior, yet he was still human and retained a semblance of compassion. As he hesitated over whether to intervene, the muscular man bellowed, Damn it, why aren't you leaving? I don't like being watched while I work. If you don't get out, I'll beat you so hard that your mother wouldn't recognize you. At those words, Sukin's eyes gleamed with cold light. In the void, a dagger sliced through the air, severing the muscular man's head in an instant. Thud! The head fell at Wang Yun's feet, warm blood spraying across her face. Rather than feeling fear, her eyes glinted with a mixture of exhilaration and relief. She had made the right gamble. The stout man, still reeling from the shock of his brother's death, found his own head swiftly removed by Su Can. It was exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. A wild joy surged in Wang Yun's eyes as she witnessed these scoundrels perish before her. Having dispatched the two men, Sukin collected their bodies into the alternate dimension. Although the bodies vanished without a trace, Wang Yun was not overly astonished. She understood that the man before her was no ordinary individual, but rather a powerful ability user. For ordinary people, ability users were indeed exalted, akin to deities. After completing his task, Sukin prepared to turn and depart. His act of saving her had stemmed from a moment of compassion, and he had no intention of providing her with lifelong salvation. What lay ahead was now up to her fate. Please, can you help me once more? Could you give me crystal core? Wang Yun did not request Sukin to take her away. She merely asked this. She was aware that without an innate ability awakening, ordinary individuals could only achieve such a transformation by consuming crystals from zombies or mutated beasts. Yet, the majority of ordinary people would be paralyzed with fear at the sight of zombies and would never acquire such a core. Upon hearing her request, Sukin immediately comprehended her intentions. He placed several first-tier zombie crystal cores on the ground and then turned to leave. Good luck. May I ask your name? Wang Yun quickly inquired as she watched Su Can's retreating figure. Su Can, he replied. The name echoed within the tent as she grasped the crystal cores tightly in her hands, whispering, Su Can. Without hesitation, she swallowed one of the crystal cores. A fiery sensation surged throughout her body. Pain, an intense agony coursed through her, but she had to endure. Otherwise, all would be for naught. I will seek vengeance. I will annihilate all men, except for him. Chapter 67, The Flooding of the Base. In the office building, Zhang Yingtian and Zhang Xiongtian were completely on edge. It was already past 11 in the morning, and the team they had dispatched remained untraceable. It is already this late. Why haven't they returned yet? Eldest brother, do not fret. Perhaps they are on their way back. Oh, how can I not be anxious? My heart feels constricted, and I cannot shake the feeling that something dreadful has befallen them. Shall we send someone out to search for them, to escort them back? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiongtian pondered for a moment and resolved to personally lead a team to ascertain the situation. Very well. I shall personally lead the team to retrieve Lao San and Lao Si while also searching for supplies near China Square, as there is still ample capacity in the spatial anomaly. Zhang Xiongtian ultimately declared. The last statement revealed that his spatial ability differed from Su Can's. Su Can's spatial anomaly was infinite. As long as the object was not excessively large, he could contain it. If the Earth were shattered, Su Can could encapsulate the entire planet. In contrast, Zhang Xiongtian's spatial ability was evidently limited in capacity, but it was likely to expand as his strength increased. Furthermore, Zhang Xiongtian had another motive for embarking on this mission. Should Lao San and Lao Si truly be in peril, he wished to confront Su Can, who also possessed spatial abilities. Do take care, Zhang Yingtian advised. Zhang Xiongtian nodded. Eldest brother, I leave the affairs of the base in your capable hands. Soon, Zhang Xiongtian set forth with a grand entourage of dozens of ability users through the back entrance. Meanwhile, Sukin had just emerged from his tent, oblivious to this unfolding scene, and the two brushed past each other unnoticed. As this base had only recently been established, many systems were still unrefined, and with the personnel in disarray, Sukin navigated through the base without attracting attention. After he exited the woman's tent, another man entered. This man had intended to relax, but upon entry, he beheld Wang Yun lying on the ground in evident agony, as if enduring immense suffering. Yet, the man paid no heed to her distress, fixating instead on Wang Yun's exquisite form. Ultimately, he resolved to disregard her plight and lunged at her. In the apocalyptic world, if there was pleasure to be had, he thought, why not indulge? However, this time, Wang Yun was poised to initiate her counterattack. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Sukin observed that the base had divided into 3 classes. The central office building was undoubtedly the domain of the four Zhang brothers, serving as both their workplace and resting quarters. The 2 buildings behind were designated for the ability users and some useful ordinary people, while the useless ordinary folk primarily resided in tents set up in the square behind the office building. Each tent housed a dozen or 20 individuals, often more crowded than the shanties of India. The class distinctions of the apocalypse were beginning to manifest. Those with power reigned above, while the powerless remained at the bottom. Damn it, touching you is showing you respect. Do not take my kindness for weakness. Chaos reigned. Suka traversed the area, enveloped by cacophonous sounds. Some took the opportunity to grope, others engaged in fights, and groups of individuals bullied the weak for amusement. Such was the state of affairs in this apocalyptic reality. Beyond the high walls lay the apocalypse, but what lay within was no different. As Sukin passed a tent, he even witnessed several men committing acts of violence against a woman. However, he chose to remain indifferent. The suffering of others did not concern him. He was not like Zhu Mei, who would intervene in every situation. His recent assistance to Wang Yun was perhaps merely a fleeting act of pity. His sole purpose for infiltrating was to vent his frustrations. Yet, the exterior of the office building was swarming with armed patrollers and some ability users. If he were to charge indirectly, he would surely be overwhelmed. Yet, utilizing his teleportation to enter would deplete his mental energy significantly. He feared that once inside, he would be left with little combat capability. Both methods seemed fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, he had prepared in advance. Sukin gazed at the office building, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Zhang Yingtian, Zhang Xiongtian, since you seek to end my life, I shall not hold back. I shall first obliterate the base you have painstakingly constructed. Let's collect some interest. Spatial ability, activate. With a low exclamation from Su Can, a 10-meter fissure in the void opened. A surge of clear water erupted forth, which quickly transformed into a deluge, bursting forth violently. In an instant, the flood toppled numerous tents. Water? How could there be water? So much water. The survivors screamed in disbelief. Yet, many had yet to comprehend the situation before they were engulfed by the deluge. Soon, the ability users recognized the occurrence and promptly reported it to Zhang Yingtian. From his vantage in the building, Zhang Yingtian observed this bizarre phenomenon with shock. What on earth is happening? Is this flood conjured from thin air? His subordinates were equally bewildered. We do not know either. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Su Can, was fervently releasing the river water he had collected. Hours prior, as he traversed the path to the Tingzia survivor base, he had passed a river in Jiangxing. A spark of inspiration struck him. Since his spatial anomaly was infinite, could he not gather vast quantities of river water? While water alone lacked lethality, what a torrential flood. Thus, he spent over an hour amassing considerable river water, finally ceasing when he was utterly exhausted. With such an abundance of river water at his disposal, Sukin felt emboldened to confront the Tingzia survivor base. 10 minutes later, the entire base was submerged. Sukin had not anticipated that the base's water resistance was so effective, as it hardly leaked from above. The entire base resembled a pond, albeit one with 3 structures and numerous floating individuals and debris. The sudden flood nearly engulfed all survivors, though many could swim and managed to reach the buildings. However, countless others, unable to swim, struggled desperately beneath the surface. Zhang Yingtian, of course, would not stand idly by. He immediately ordered a rescue operation. The scene was one of utter chaos. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Su Can infiltrated the office building. Observing the flustered ability users, a smirk crept across Su Can's face. His scheme had succeeded. Chapter 68. Zhang Yingtian. This spatial ability is indeed remarkably useful. If I could also capture the zombies within the spatial anomaly, that would be even more exhilarating. At that point, Su Can would be akin to a lone warrior against 1,000 troops. Any base before me would be as fragile as clay. Alas, zombies are living beings and are repelled by the spatial anomaly. Gazing at the vast expanse of water before him, Su Can contemplated deeply. He sat in a corner of the office building with a group of survivors, seizing the opportunity to recuperate his strength. The release of such a vast quantity of seawater had drained much of his physical and mental energy. Simultaneously, he discreetly observed the overall combat capabilities of the base. From Zhang Yingtian and others, he learned that the Tingxia survivor base boasted around 300 ability users, with Han Guang being the strongest, though he had already dealt with him. Adding to that, having eliminated over 40 the previous night, there remained more than 200 ability users. However, the majority were first-tier ability users, posing little threat to Su Can. The only one to be wary of was Zhang Xiongtian, who shared the same spatial abilities as Su Can and was the leader of this base. Both possessed the same spatial anomaly, and no one understood its might better than Su Can. At this moment, due to the overwhelming number of individuals, the first floor of the office building was simply too crowded to accommodate them all. Many survivors fled to the second and third floors, and Su Can blended into the throng on the third floor. However, access to the fourth floor was barred by 2 ability users wielding weapons who prevented anyone from ascending. Su Can remained calm, patiently observing the ebb and flow of the ability users, yet the elusive leader he sought did not appear. Could it be that this individual was content to remain above, displaying remarkable composure? Meanwhile, Zhang Yingtian was occupied with strategizing how to address the sudden flood. He instructed his subordinates to investigate the origin of the water and to check for any suspicious persons within the base. However, his subordinates reported that they were utterly ignorant of the flood's origins, as if it had materialized from thin air. The notion of an inexplicable appearance made Zhang Yingtian furrow his brow. Just then, a subordinate burst in, interrupting his thoughts. "Sir, we've just interrogated someone who witnessed something peculiar." Zhang Yingtian's interest peaked. "Oh, bring them to me." Following his command, the subordinate quickly descended to fetch the individual. This person was on the third floor. In the same vicinity as Su Can moments prior, several ability users have been questioning and searching on the third floor, which caused Su Can to frown in concern. However, concealed in the shadows, he was not yet in immediate danger. He caught sight of a familiar face being interrogated by an ability user, the gaunt figure in white he had seen in the woman's tent. As he listened to the words of the white-clad figure, Su Can's pupils constricted slightly. It seemed that his ability to teleport had significant drawbacks, making him easily noticeable. Shortly thereafter, the interrogator ascended the stairs, evidently to report on the matter. Before long, that individual returned, bringing the white figure upstairs. Meanwhile, the other ability users continued their investigations with increasing urgency. Soon, one of the interrogators stood before Su Can demanding, "Name? Su-san, have you seen anything or anyone suspicious recently?" "Yes." "Oh, speak." "About half an hour ago, I noticed something flashing within the base, resembling a person, but I couldn't be sure. It was too strange, and I feared I might have misseen." Su Can replicated the words of the white figure. Upon hearing this, the interrogator instructed, "Wait here, I shall report." Watching him ascend, a faint smile crept across Su Can's lips. He had been contemplating how to infiltrate, and now an opportunity had presented itself. At that moment, Zhang Yingtian had just finished questioning the white figure when another subordinate reported an anomaly. He quickly ordered them to bring the individual to him. "You, come with me to meet the master." The interrogator returned to Su Can, who followed him upstairs. At the same time, Wang Yun took advantage of the chaos within the base to finally escape. After scaling the high walls with the aid of the flood, Wang Yun fell heavily to the ground. Her already battered body suffered a fracture in her leg from the fall. Yet she gritted her teeth against the searing pain and limped toward the residential area nearby. Had it not been for the crystal core Su Can provided, awakening her abilities, she would likely have drowned in the flood, for she could not swim. Upon reaching a safe location, Wang Yun slowly turned back to gaze at the survivor base. One day, I shall return to this place and personally bring it to ruin. No, I will destroy all the bases in this world with my own hands. And the men as well. For others, this might be a sanctuary, but for her, it was a den of demons. The happiness she once knew now transformed into a profound hatred for this world. What is your name? Zhang Yingtian asked, his expression grave as he scrutinized the young man before him. Sukin did not respond immediately, instead taking in the appearance of this man, an ordinary second-tier ability user. Judging by his aura, his abilities were likely not formidable. Yet, it was curious that such an unremarkable ability user was addressed with deference by others. It became clear that this was the eldest of the Zhang brothers, Zhang Yingtian. Among the brothers, Zhang Yingtian's talent and strength were the weakest, possessing only a D-level talent and mid-level second-tier abilities. Hey, what are you staring at? How dare you show such disrespect to our master? One of the subordinates, noticing Su Can's lack of deference, shouted angrily. Zhang Yingtian frowned at Su Can's impoliteness. However, in the next moment, their eyes met, and Zhang Yingtian felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss. Su Can spoke slowly. You are Zhang Yingtian? Zhang Yingtian's heart trembled, and his pupils dilated. You are a nearby subordinate, witnessing Su Can's audacity in addressing the master so directly, reprimanded. How dare you speak the master's name? Kneel before me. As he spoke, the subordinate prepared to force Su Can to the ground. Yet in the blink of an eye, a dagger appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the subordinate's forehead. The man looked at Su Can in shock, confusion etched across his face, before his body crumpled to the floor. In addition to Zhang Yingtian, there were 3 others in the room, 2 second-tier ability users and a regular person, the white figure who had just been brought in for questioning. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, Su Can gripped the dagger and swiftly attacked the 2 ability users. By the time they realized what was happening, Su Can was already upon them. They had no chance to unleash their abilities before he dispatched them. The white figure, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground. As he attempted to scream, Su Can quickly silenced him. Noisy. After eliminating the 3, Su Can swiftly stored their bodies in his ability space, a habit he had developed. Whether dealing with humans or zombies, he never left behind a corpse. The former was useful to Su Wei, while the latter had its own utility for him. Witnessing the bodies vanish into thin air, Zhang Yingtian's pupils contracted sharply. He seemed to have deduced the identity of the young man before him. You are, Chapter 69. Flood versus Horde, have you figured it out? Su Can smiled slightly. Zhang Yingtian nodded, taking a deep breath before asking, what is your name? He was astute enough not to panic and call for help, understanding that in the presence of such a powerful individual, doing so would likely lead to a swifter demise. Susan, Sukan Riplaiv. Zhang Yingtian paused, the name ringing familiar. Sushan. Since you have come here, it implies that my 3rd and 4th brothers have failed. I wish to inquire, what has become of them? Su Can wiped the blood from his dagger, coldly stating, I fed them to the zombies. Thud. Zhang Yingtian's heart sank. He slumped into a chair, his eyes filled with sorrow. I had long advised them not to offend others recklessly, and now look where it has led them. A calamity of their own making. It is my fault for not teaching them well. I do not ask you to spare me, but I hope you will not trouble the others in the base. Su Can replied indifferently, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. Tell me, where is Zhang Xiongtian? Zhang Yingtian fell silent, clearly reluctant to risk the safety of his remaining brother. Finally, he looked at Su Can and said, kill me if you must. I will not betray him. Su Can chuckled, that is of little consequence. If you refuse to speak with so many people in the base, I find it hard to believe no one knows his whereabouts. Those who kill shall be killed. Today, all the Zhang brothers must perish. Zhang Yingtian felt utterly powerless. Indeed, Zhang Xiongtian had left with numerous others, and Su Can only needed to ask around to ascertain his location. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Yingtian appeared to surrender to despair. Yet in the next moment, he suddenly sprang to his feet and dashed toward the exit. He could perish, but he must relay the information. Otherwise, his death would be in vain. Although Zhang Yingtian possessed merely a D-class talent, he was confident in his ability to escape, for his unique ability was speed. Regrettably, this minuscule speed appeared as sluggish as a snail in the eyes of Su Kan. In a mere swift motion, Su Kan closed the distance between them like a gust of wind. This exemplified the vast chasm between superior and inferior talents, for their strengths were not even on the same level. Su Kan effortlessly seized Zhang Yingtian by the neck, as if grasping a mere chick, without breaking a sweat. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press further. I will send you to reunite with your two younger brothers. Soon, the four of you will gather in the underworld. With a sharp crack, Su Kan snapped Zhang Yingtian's neck. He then tossed Zhang Yingtian's lifeless body into an alternate space, proceeding downstairs as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, an ability user rushed up from below. Upon seeing Su Kan emerge from Zhang Yingtian's office, he merely cast a fleeting glance, dismissing it without further thought. Before he could enter, he frantically shouted, "Sir, something terrible has happened. Our base is surrounded by a horde of corpses. Sir, where are you?" Su Kan heard every word clearly. The base was surrounded by a horde. Before he infiltrated, the area had been remarkably devoid of zombies, with scarcely a trace in sight. How could such a drastic change have occurred in such a short span? Suddenly, the mischievous faces of the two little girls flashed through Su Kan's mind. Could they be responsible for this chaos? Meanwhile, Su Wei and Zhang Lulo had attracted a massive wave of zombies. No, it must have been Zhang Lulo who did it. Not far away, Zhang Lulo was sprinting desperately, pursued by a throng of zombies. Outside the base, Su Wei waved her hand, calling out, "Lulo, I'm here. Bring the horde over." Zhang Luo barely managed to reach Su Wei, gasping for breath, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter exhaustion. "Why, Wei, can you not involve me in such perilous endeavors next time? If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been turned into zombie fodder. Besides, can't you command the zombies? Why did you make me do this? I'm utterly spent." Su Wei chuckled, "Though I can command the horde, I thought it would be faster to have you act as bait. Look, in just over half an hour, we've drawn in so many zombies." Zhang Luo rolled her eyes. "What do you mean we? It was me alone who summoned them with my life." Su Wei gently massaged her shoulders, reassuring her, "Yes, yes. It was all your doing. I won't take any credit. Rest well now and watch me. Why is there so much water?" At that moment, Zhang Luo noticed an abundance of water on the ground. Following the flow, she discovered that the base was leaking. Su Wei remarked, "Did you forget? My brother previously filled the alternate space with river water. This must be his doing." Zhang Luo nodded. "Oh, I see. So what shall we do next?" "Of course, we will launch a direct assault on the base to assist my brother. Behold my command as Queen Su Wei. All zombies, charge forward. Storm the base, leaving none behind. Charge." With a clenched fist, Su Wei commanded the horde. At her behest, the zombies became agitated. Just then, the sentry on the gate platform, witnessing the approaching horde, turned pale. "Captain, what should we do?" a young ability user inquired. The sentry captain responded, "Stay calm. The walls are high. The horde 1T breached them immediately. We have already informed the leader, and I trust they will send reinforcements shortly." The young ability user surveyed the densely packed horde and replied, "Captain, there are too many zombies. If we wait for the leader to send help, it might be too late. Besides, they're currently dealing with the flood and may not have many personnel to spare. We cannot sit idly by." The captain was aware of the overwhelming number of zombies, but had no viable solutions. He turned to the young user, Xiao Ding. "What do you propose we do for defense?" Xiao Ding had already formulated a plan, stating, "Captain, why don't we open the gate? There is a massive flood inside, and so many zombies outside. Opening the gate will release the flood and disperse the horde." What a perfect solution. The captain's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Why didn't I think of that? Xiao Ding, that is an excellent idea. But the gate is submerged. Someone needs to dive down to open it." "I can't swim." "I can." Xiao Ding eagerly volunteered. Without hesitation, he leaped into the water. Soon, he reached beneath the gate, and with all his might, he pulled open the horizontal bolt. "Let be opened." With immense effort, Xiao Ding finally succeeded in opening the gate. With a deafening roar, the flood surged forth from the base. At that precise moment, the horde, responding to Su Wei's command, rushed towards the gate. The outcome was predictable. The flood overwhelmed the horde, scattering the massive throng of zombies. Both Su Wei and Zhang Luo were left speechless. What has happened? Chapter 70. No more reckless risks with life run. The flood poured out, instantly dispersing the horde. Sue swiftly hoisted Jiang Lilo and fled, while the bald-headed Sea followed closely behind, carrying Wang Jie. The three of them found refuge in a secure location. Jiang Lilo, watching the scattered horde, was infuriated. Darn it. I risked my life to attract those zombies. And now it's all in vain. Sue reassured her, don't fret. Once the flood subsides, I'll summon them back. Meanwhile, where had the leader gone? The leader left with a team an hour ago. It seems that Captain Zhang Jishin and Zhang Haoshan Haven T returned all night, and the leader grew concerned. So he went to search for them. Sukin had interrogated several individuals in the office building about Zhang Xiongtian's whereabouts, causing quite a stir. Nevertheless, after his inquiries, he executed a few individuals as a deterrent, which quelled any rash actions among the base's ability users. In fact, even as Sukin left openly, they dared not intervene, for his method of killing was so uncanny that he could strike from a distance, leaving them defenseless. When they sought Zhang Yingtian, they found the 5th floor completely vacant, with only traces of blood staining the office floor. The base, now leaderless, left the ability users exchanging bewildered glances. As Sukin exited the office building, the flood had nearly receded. The sentries at the main gate were preparing to close the door to prevent the horde from breaching. Noticing someone approaching, the sentry captain immediately blocked the way. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry back. The outside is swarming with zombies. Going out is tantamount to suicide. Disregarding their warnings, Sukin strode purposefully toward the entrance. A sentry soldier, seeing Sukin ignore their commands, raised his QBZ-95 automatic rifle. Halt! Without the leader's orders, no one is allowed to leave the base. Take another step, and I will shoot. Sukin paused momentarily, glancing at the dark muzzle of the gun, his eyes betraying no fear. He then stepped out the door, ignoring the caution. The sentry soldier's expression hardened, and he indeed pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet hurtled towards Sukin. The sentry captain had initially instructed the soldier not to act impulsively and fire recklessly. However, it was too late. Strangely, the sentries did not witness Sukin being shot and falling to the ground. Instead, a piercing scream echoed nearby. Everyone turned sharply toward the soldier who had fired, only to discover a gaping hole in his head, seemingly a bullet wound. This bizarre scene sent chills down their spines. They could not comprehend how the soldier had aimed at Sukin, yet it was he who was struck. It was utterly perplexing. The sentries, glancing at Sukin's figure, dare not make a move. Captain, what on earth happened? You ask me, and I ask whom? Don't speak. He is about to be surrounded by the horde. At that moment, they observed the bodies scattered by the flood beginning to converge again, with Sukin at the forefront. Yet, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. With a thunderous roar from the horde, they inexplicably bypassed Sukin. How could this be? The horde did not attack him. This defied logic. The sentries stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces. Just as they were bewildered, a charging zombie lunged at the sentry captain. As it seemed the captain was about to be overwhelmed, the young soldier Ding decisively pulled the trigger, blowing the zombie's head off. The captain broke into a cold sweat, but had no time to ponder. He swiftly commanded, "Quick, shut the door," as the horde surged toward the base. There was a resounding bang. The door finally slammed shut. However, the force of the horde was overwhelming, causing the door to shake violently as it was incessantly battered. The sentries stumbled backward. The captain immediately issued the next directive. "Quick, to the platform above the door for a counterattack." "Yes, Captain." Ding was the first to rush up to the platform. Suddenly, a zombie's roar pierced the air. Ding felt an ominous shadow loom overhead. He looked up in horror to see a lithe zombie leaping directly at him. Although he intended to shoot, it was too late. In that critical moment, the captain squeezed the trigger, hitting the agile zombie squarely in the head. Ding escaped the peril and immediately grinned at the captain, saying, "Captain, we're even now." Just as the captain was about to respond, he noticed 3 zombies vaulting over Ding's shoulder. "Ding, be careful." Hearing this, Ding's heart raced, and he turned back to counterattack. But upon seeing the 3 zombies charging at him, he froze in confusion, unsure of which one to shoot. In that moment of hesitation, Ding was overwhelmed by the 3 zombies on the platform. The outcome was inevitable. No, Ding. As for Su Wei initiating the horde's assault on the survivor base, Sukin did not intervene. He instructed the 2 young girls to remain still and not act recklessly. Although they did not heed his words, he bore no resentment. As a zombie, Su Wei was inherently adversarial to humans. From her perspective, commanding the horde to attack the base was entirely justified. Moreover, her intentions were to assist herself. Watching the horde nearly harm their allies, Jiang Lulo felt a pang of anxiety. Wei Wei, thankfully you reacted swiftly and halted the horde from attacking Su Kingij. Otherwise, the horde would have posed a danger. Su King remarked, "You two little girls are not worried about my safety, but rather the horde? Is this a joke?" Jiang Luo stuck out her tongue and replied, "Su Kingij, you are so formidable. How could these zombies possibly threaten you? If they were to attack you, all my efforts would be in vain. After all, these zombies were the result of my desperate luring." Sukin was taken aback. Desperate luring? Jiang Lulo glanced at Su Wei and retorted sarcastically, "Isn't she your little sister? She nearly cost me my life by asking me to lure the horde." Sukin turned to Su Wei and admonished, "Wei Wei, how could you put Luluo in danger? What if something happened to her? Wouldn't you also be implicated? Did you think Luluo could disguise herself as a zombie and be completely safe? But have you considered that zombies are evolving rapidly now? What if one of them possesses intelligence equal to that of a human and sees through Luluo's disguise? Wouldn't that put her in peril? This cannot happen again. Neither you nor Luluo should gamble with your lives. Do you understand?" Su Wei felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "I understand, brother." Chapter 71. Setting a trap. Su Kingij, you are so warm-hearted. You care so much for me. I adore you, Su Kingij, Jiang Luluo exclaimed. Linking her arm with Su Kan's, her face filled with affection. Sukin was accustomed to this. The young girl's feelings for him had become somewhat obsessive. One night, while he was asleep, she had even dared to sneak a feel of his well-defined abs. 8-pack abs, affectionately termed Muscle 8. Sukin shook his head in disbelief at the antics of this young girl. He cast one last glance at the survivor base. "Let us go. There's still a mastermind who ISNT at the base. He is coming for us. We'll lay an ambush along the route they must take. As for the ambush strategy, Wei Wei, this requires your involvement." Su Wei playfully clasped her hands and said, "Brother, what do you need me to do? Just give the word, and I shall comply. I am willing to face any peril for you." Sukin sighed in exasperation. Such flowery rhetoric. Have you been watching too many historical dramas? I'm merely asking you to arrange a zombie ambush along their path. Suve nadidigarli, EC. Rest assured, brother, I will do my utmost to fulfill your request and not let you down. Jiang Luo chimed in, mimicking, "I too am willing to face any danger for you, brother, even if it means climbing a mountain of knives or plunging into a cauldron of oil. At your command, I shall not flinch." Though this girl was mischievous and petite, it must be said she possessed considerable courage. Sukin felt a tremor of admiration. But to him, Jiang Luo, like Su Wei, remained a young girl. He could not entertain any improper thoughts. "You two, enough of this. Let us move. Sukin Gij, what did you do inside that base?" "I killed people." As they hurried back, they discussed Su Kan's counterattack against the sentry at the base gate. The principle was simple. After absorbing Han Guang's dark flames last night, Sukin pondered whether he could utilize an alternate dimension to shield against enemy attacks. To his astonishment, it indeed worked. Moreover, once the enemy's attack was drawn into the alternate dimension, Sukin could suppress it in a state of stasis, making slight angle adjustments to release it for a counterattack with remarkable efficacy. In simpler terms, he could reflect the enemy's attacks back at them with complete accuracy. When the soldier fired, the bullet was instantly drawn into the alternate dimension by Su Kan and then redirected back at him. Although the soldier aimed at an enemy, it was he who was struck. Thus, to outsiders, the soldier's death appeared rather mysterious. Apart from physical and mental attacks, Sukin estimated he could utilize the alternate dimension to counter most other attacks. This ability was simply extraordinary. No wonder spatial abilities were classified as SSS-level talents. There was indeed a reason for it. Contemplating the power of this spatial ability, Su Kan's desire to eliminate Zhang Xiong Tian intensified. Such an enemy could not be allowed to live. Perhaps he had similar thoughts about me back then. Alas, Zhang Xiong Tian, you have underestimated me. Sukin did not venture far, but instead halted 4 kilometers outside the base with Su Wei and the others. Observing the surroundings, Sukin deduced that this road must be the essential route for Zhang Xiong Tian and his companions. Firstly, they had driven out, and this road had fewer obstacles. Secondly, it conveniently led to Qianda Guangchang. Thirdly, lying in ambush here offered the best geographical advantage, with streets on both sides facilitating the concealment of the undead horde. After surveying the terrain, Sukin instructed the two young girls, Wei Wei, Luo Luo. The task of arranging the ambush for the undead horde is entrusted to you. I shall return to Qianda Guangchang to assess the situation. Su Wei and Jiang Luo Luo nodded in agreement, assuring him, Brother, Su Kin Gugu, rest assured. With us here, there will be no mishaps. Su Kin reiterated, Wei Wei, you must not allow the previous situation to arise again, or I shall not spare you. Wei Wei stuck out her tongue, acknowledging, Got it, brother. Jiang Luo Luo added, Even if Wei Wei urges me to lure the zombies again, I shall not comply. The last time nearly exhausted me. I will never undertake such arduous work again. Soon, Su Kin hurried toward Qianda Guangchang. At this moment, Zhang Xiongtian had just arrived near Qianda Guangchang. However, aside from a few scattered zombies, there was an unsettling stillness. This caused Zhang Xiongtian to furrow his brows. Yet he promptly organized his team, instructing, form into groups of 5 and commence a search immediately. We must locate my 3rd and 4th brothers. It will be best to find nearby survivors and inquire about them. I will search for supplies inside Qianda Guangchang and report any findings immediately. Yes, leader. The group responded in unison before dispersing to carry out their tasks. Zhang Xiongtian then entered Qianda Guangchang alone. Upon reaching the supermarket, the desolate scene before him caused his pupils to contract slightly. This place has been stripped bare. It must have been that fellow from the 4th group. That individual indeed possesses spatial abilities, just like me. I wonder how extensive his abilities are. I wonder if they rival mine. Without a doubt, only a space ability user could have scavenged a large supermarket so thoroughly. What a pity. The supply of air with supermarket is far more abundant than that of an ordinary supermarket. And it seems that fellow got there first. However, once I eliminate him, all the supplies he has collected shall be mine. Meanwhile, one of his teams had already entered Xing Chun Gongyu to investigate. There were quite a few survivors inside Xing Chun Gongyu, including several ability users, during the days that Su Kan and Su Wei stayed in Xing Chun Gongyu. They had been hunting zombies daily, thus preventing Su Wei, Wang Jia, and the bald man from wreaking havoc among the survivors, allowing them to escape a calamity. Cheng Ziyang was one of them. He had originally been part of a small team with other ability users in the apartment, but had fallen out due to differing ideologies. Now, he was enjoying himself alone in the apartment. This Xing Chun Gong Yu was notoriously a den of vice. Hence it attracted many beautiful women. On the very first day of his fallout with the team, he had already won over a stunning beauty. Over the next few days, he collected 3 more beauties, bringing the total to 4 women attending to him. Cheng Ziyang was indeed living a life akin to that of a deity. At this moment, in room 1307, Cheng Ziyang was flirting with the 4 beauties. Brother, our supplies are running low, one of the women remarked. Cheng Ziyang glanced at the supplies and indeed found them scarce. He patted his ample chest and replied, Supplies are merely a small matter. I shall venture out shortly to procure more for you. As long as you serve me well, you shall have everything. The woman, feeling flattered, teased, You naughty man. Why are you patting me there? Cheng Ziyang chuckled. What do you think? Just as he was preparing to indulge further, a group of people suddenly barged in. Chapter 72. Cheng Ziyang slays the base dweller Zhang Bo, leading a small team, had just sensed some commotion in room 1307 and immediately kicked the door open. What greeted them was a shocking sight. A man with 4 women. His teammates exclaimed, What the heck? Is a god descending to conquer 4 at once? Is this guy's stamina made of gold? I can manage only 2, and this fellow has 4. Upon witnessing the intrusion, the 4 women screamed in shock. Ah! Cheng Ziyang quickly grabbed a cloth to cover himself and coldly inquired, Who are you? Zhang Bo, slightly taken aback, realized that this man was also an ability user. However, as his gaze swept over the 4 beautiful women beside Cheng Ziyang, a surge of lust and jealousy surged within him. Damn it! Why does he get to monopolize 4 beauties while we're all second tier? These women may not be top tier, but they're all above average, and their figures are exceptional. What about me? I usually only get to enjoy those already played with, often the undesirable ones. All the attractive ones in the base have been claimed by others. Bro, we are from the Tingxia survivor base. I need to ask you a question. Did you see a group of people around here last night? Or perhaps a group of ability users? Zhang Bo began, though his eyes betrayed his hidden desires. Cheng Ziyang furrowed his brow. Tingxia survivor base? What is that? Could it be an official establishment? No, Cheng Xiang replied coldly, primarily because these individuals displayed no manners, openly staring at him and his four beauties. The four women, feeling their modesty exposed, huddled together, using the bed sheets to cover their private areas. However, the act of covering only intensified Zhang Bo and his companion's desires. Sometimes, people are less concerned about full nudity, but are intensely curious about what lies beneath the veil of modesty. After all, who wouldn't want to unveil the mysteries hidden beneath that translucent barrier? Zhang Bo frowned. No? Are you certain? Come on, think hard. Cheng Zi replied coldly. I said no, so there's no need to deceive you. I have answered your question. Now, please leave. In truth, he had sensed the presence of a group entering the apartment the previous night, but he chose not to disclose that information. After all, these individuals had been quite arrogant. Seeing Cheng Ziyang's resolute response, Zhang Bo assumed he was genuinely uninformed. Damn it! Why are you being so arrogant? One of Zhang Bo's teammates scolded. Another teammate, fixated on the four women, was drooling with desire and leaned closer to Zhang Bo, whispering, Brother Zhang, should we eliminate this guy? Then we can claim these beauties for ourselves. What do you say? They're all exceptional. Hearing this, Zhang Bo felt tempted. Killing and robbing was the most normal thing in this apocalypse. Before joining the base, he had killed the neighbor Wang and claimed his wife. After joining the base, he had restrained himself. However, he soon realized that the Tingxia survivor base was not as orderly as he had imagined. They turned a blind eye to the ability users occupying ordinary female survivors. Thus, even if he were to kill this man before him and seize the four women, the leader would likely not reprimand him. Although Cheng Ziyang exuded the aura of a second-tier ability user, they had 5 people, including 2 second-tier ability users. 5 against 1. The advantage lay with me. Let us do it. Brother, don't mind us. My companions speak their minds. Since you haven't seen anything, let that be it. By the way, would you like to join us at the Tingxia survivor base? Zhang Bo proposed. He intended to feign an invitation for Cheng Xiang to join the base, allowing her to lower her guard before launching a surprise attack. However, to his astonishment, Cheng Xiang struck first. Gravity field activate. In an instant, Zhang Bo and the others felt an immense pressure, as if a heavy truck were crushing them, rendering them breathless. Cheng Xiang slowly rose, gazing at them with a cold smirk. You wish to kill me? And then take my woman for yourself? Zhang Bo abruptly looked up, shocked. How do you know? What kind of ability do you possess that's so terrifying? You're merely at the initial stage of the second tier, just like me. How do I know? Your eyes reveal your malicious intent. Cheng Xiang chuckled coldly. He had witnessed enough apocalyptic zombies to understand the principle of striking first in a crisis. As for my ability to suppress you despite being at the same initial stage, it is simply because my talent surpasses yours. Look at your pitiful state. Your abilities are probably at most B rank, while I possess a formidable A rank talent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bo and the others were astounded. What? A rank talent? It was known that among the over 300 ability users in the base, only about 10 had A rank talents, making them rare yet valuable. Each A rank ability user possessed formidable powers. In a match of equal level, the one with higher talent would inevitably be stronger. Cheng Xiang had overestimated them. Zhang Bo and another initial stage second-tier ability user were merely C rank, while the remaining 3 teammates were only D rank. Realizing the situation was dire, Zhang Bo quickly softened his stance. Brother, we mean no harm. I genuinely wish to extend an invitation for you to join our base. Our leader possesses an SSS-level top-tier talent. If you were to join us, you would undoubtedly be highly valued. Zhang Bo invoked Zhang Xiong Tian's name in hopes of intimidating Cheng Xiang. Upon hearing that their leader was of SSS-level talent, Cheng Xiang was indeed shocked. However, he was currently living a comfortable life, surrounded by several beautiful women. Joining the survivor base would likely subject him to numerous constraints. He had no desire to relinquish his present happiness. Yet, if he were to let them go, he might face their vengeance. To release or to eliminate, Cheng Xiang found himself in a quandary. As for joining the base, that was out of the question. Freedom from constraints was the true law of survival in the apocalypse. At that moment, the 4 beautiful women witnessed Cheng Xiang single-handedly suppressing 5 opponents and began cheering. Husband, master, your majesty, consort, you are so powerful, truly impressive. Each woman used a different endearing term. adding a playful touch to the situation. Hearing their praise filled Cheng Ziang with immense satisfaction. Brother, let us go, and I can introduce you to our leader. What do you say? Zhang Bo suggested again. Yet, Cheng Ziang caught a fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes. Cheng Ziang narrowed his gaze, suspecting that this man intended to attack once he was released. If that were the case, he could not let them go. Thus, with no turning back, he decided to eliminate them. He would take his beauties and leave without a trace. What kind of base was this? He believed he could evade detection in this apocalypse. Moreover, they might not even realize he was the one who had killed them. With this thought, Cheng Ziang commanded the women, "Bring me my axe." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bo and the others turned pale. "What are you planning to do?" Cheng Ziang gripped the axe, coldly smirking. "What do you think I'm planning?" Zhang Bo hastily replied, "If you dare to kill us, our base will not spare you. We have over 2,000 people, and our leader is an SSS-level powerhouse. If you make a move against us, our leader—" With a thud, Zhang Bo's head fell to the ground under the immense gravitational pressure imposed by Cheng Ziang. In truth, he could have struggled free from Cheng Ziang's field if he had mustered the courage, but the fear instilled by Cheng Ziang's erranked talent left him utterly powerless to resist. While talent was formidable, the gap at the early stage was not insurmountable. Only later would the disparity become truly pronounced. With Zhang Bo eliminated, the others were instantly terrified and begged for mercy, but Cheng Ziang was resolute, swiftly dispatching them all. After the carnage, Cheng Ziang approached the window and noticed several zombies wandering below. With a decisive motion, he cast all 5 bodies out the window. He intended to feed the corpses to the zombies, erasing any evidence of his actions. The zombies, drawn by the commotion, rushed towards the bodies. Watching them devour Zhang Bo and the others, Cheng Ziang felt a sense of relief. Yet, he remained vigilant, planning to take his beauties to a different location to continue his life of luxury. However, he realized that traveling with ordinary people would not be easy. Therefore, he decided to take them to the nearby Chienda Plaza for refuge. This change of location would help prevent the survivor base from searching for them. And Chienda Plaza was rich in resources, boasting a large supermarket, Volvo. Moreover, the underground parking garages of Xingshan Apartment and Chienda Plaza were interconnected, allowing them to avoid being surrounded by hordes of zombies. While the garage might not be entirely free of zombies, it was undoubtedly safer than venturing above ground. "Let's go. We will seek refuge next door." Soon, Cheng Ziang led the 4 women through the underground garage to Chienda Plaza, encountering no significant dangers along the way. Initially, Cheng Ziang intended to enter the Volvo supermarket with the women, using it as a stronghold. However, realizing that supermarkets would be fiercely contested in an apocalypse, he reconsidered the risks associated with such a choice. Instead, he led the women to a private screening room on the 5th floor of Chienda Plaza, establishing it as their hideout while continuing to enjoy his imperial lifestyle. Meanwhile, Cheng Ziang was entirely unaware that the leader of the survivor base was on the 4th floor. Zhang Xiongtian had exited the Volvo supermarket and was ascending floor by floor, both to scout for useful supplies and to search for Zhang Hao Tian and his team. Just as he was about to head to the 5th floor, one of his subordinates found him. "Leader, we have searched the vicinity and found no trace of the 2 captains or the others. However, we did hear they were indeed here last night." Zhang Xiongtian furrowed his brow. Such a powerful group of dozens of ability users could not have simply vanished without a trace. Did they encounter a massive horde of zombies? His subordinate shook his head. According to nearby survivors, there was no zombie horde here last night. This only deepened Zhang Xiongtian's confusion. Dozens of ability users disappearing overnight? What on earth could have happened? His subordinate continued. "Leader, the other teams are mostly gathered downstairs. Only Zhang Bo's team is missing." Zhang Xiongtian was momentarily taken aback. "They haven't returned yet?" "No. They should have been the first to finish searching the nearby Xingshan Apartment. Yet we have not seen them." Zhang Xiongtian fell silent for a moment, then stated, "Let's go down and take a look." Soon, Zhang Xiongtian joined his subordinates, but they were still short of Zhang Bo and his team. "Where is Zhang Bo?" "Leader, he was in charge of searching Xingshan Apartment and hasn't emerged yet. It's been an hour. How can it take so long to search a mere apartment? I heard they call Xingshan Apartment a chicken coop with many beautiful women. Is Zhang Bo perhaps off chasing women?" "That is possible." Zhang Xiongtian fell into deep thought, fixating on Xingshan Apartment. Chasing women? An ominous premonition washed over him. "Let us go." Zhang Xiongtian waved his hand decisively, resolving to lead his team to inspect the apartment. Shortly thereafter, they indeed discovered something amiss within the premises. As they gazed upon the blood-soaked corridor of the 18th floor, it was evident to any discerning observer that many lives had been lost here. The blood was fresh, not yet congealed, clearly indicating that the events had transpired the previous night. Captain, this must be their blood. They must have met with a tragic fate, Zhang Xiongtian surmised as he examined the crimson stains on the floor. His assessment was not unfounded. The sheer volume of blood suggested that numerous individuals had perished. Additionally, there were traces of fire on the ground, unmistakably the work of Han Guang's black flame. Most importantly, if so many had died here, yet no bodies were to be found, it raised a grave suspicion. If they had been consumed by zombies, one would expect to encounter at least one of those creatures within the entirety of Xing Chunganyu, yet not a single zombie was present. Bodies do not simply vanish into thin air. Thus, the likelihood of only one scenario remained. The bodies had been removed. The only entities capable of such an act were spatial ability users. Zhang Xiongtian's expression darkened instantly. If it was indeed the handiwork of that spatial ability user, how formidable must their power be? If he were in Zhang Xiongtian's position, he could not envision single-handedly dispatching dozens of ability users, for his strength was not so immense. Now, Zhang Xiongtian held two hypotheses regarding Su Can. Either Su Can had annihilated dozens on his own, or he had accomplices. Regardless of which was true, one thing was clear. Su Can, the spatial ability user, was not to be trifled with. Yet now, it was highly probable that his two younger brothers had already perished. How could he not seek vengeance? Yet intuition warned him that the opponent was formidable. However, even if he wished to retaliate now, how could he do so without knowing their whereabouts? Half an hour later, Zhang Xiongtian had no choice but to return empty-handed. They had found neither the individuals nor substantial supplies. Seated in the vehicle, his face was grim. Little did he know, their movements had already been monitored by Su Can. Half an hour prior, Su Can had returned to the vicinity and had taken note of them. Observing this group entering Xing Chunganyu, Su Can recognized them as survivors from the Tianxia base, with the bearded man at the forefront being Zhang Xiongtian. After a moment of observation, Su Can noted their intention to retreat and promptly made his way back to the ambush site. Wei Wei, Luo, are preparations complete? Rest assured, we are fully ready. All that remains is the favorable wind. Upon hearing this, Su Can surveyed the dark corners of the streets, confirming the presence of numerous hidden zombies. He nodded in approval, remarking, "Well done. Tonight, I shall treat you." Su Wei cheered, "Long live the elder brother." Jiang Luo blinked her large eyes and asked, "What about me? I want a feast too." Chapter 74. Annihilation of Zhang Xiongtian. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiongtian and his subordinates entered Su Can's ambush zone. Everyone halt. Observing the desolate and eerily silent street, Zhang Xiongtian immediately sensed that something was amiss. "What is it, chief?" inquired one of his subordinates, who bore a striking resemblance to a rat. Zhang Xiongtian shot him a disdainful glance and coldly replied, "Fool, when we passed through here earlier, the area was swarming with zombies. Now, not a single one remains. Does that not signify something?" Not far away, Su Can silently lamented his oversight. He had forgotten to create a false impression. The eerie silence was alarming, and any individual with common sense could discern that something was wrong. Zhang Xiongtian and his party were less than 100 meters from the optimal encirclement, just as Su Can contemplated whether to prompt the horde to attack early. Zhang Xiongtian commanded with a wave of his hand, instructing the drivers to speed through the area without stopping. Despite knowing that anomalies might lurk nearby, Zhang Xiongtian chose to advance. A detour would require a considerable diversion. By taking this route, they could return to the base in no more than half an hour. In response to Zhang Xiongtian's order, the drivers immediately ignited their vehicles, flooring the accelerator. Witnessing this scene, Su Can's anxieties finally eased. A smirk played upon his lips. For what purpose would flooring the accelerator serve? They would not be able to pass. He then instructed Su Wei, prepare to unleash the horde. Su Wei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Understood." For her, this was the inaugural battle she commanded in her undead existence, and she felt both nervous and thrilled. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhang Xiongtian's convoy. As Zhang Xiongtian's lead vehicle entered the optimal ambush zone, Su Wei let out a resounding zombie roar. Soldiers, charge for your commander. Not good. It's a trap. Zhang Xiongtian noticed the road ahead blocked by numerous vehicles, his expression shifting drastically. Immediately following, a thunderous zombie roar reverberated, and he comprehended that they had fallen into an ambush. As expected, the moment the deafening roar echoed, countless other zombie cries joined in. From the shadows along the street, a multitude of zombies emerged, frantically rushing towards Zhang Xiongtian and his team. In an instant, they found themselves engulfed by a tide of zombies. Damn it, how could there be a zombie tide? And these zombies can set ambushes? This defies logic. Chief, if I am not mistaken, a wise zombie king has emerged among the horde. Only a zombie king could orchestrate such an ambush. One bespectacled ability user analyzed. Zhang Xiongtian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. A zombie king? Yet something feels off. The road ahead is obstructed by numerous vehicles. I refuse to believe that the zombie horde possesses the cunning to utilize so many cars as barriers. However, there was no time for further analysis. The horde was upon them. Everyone defend together. Hold the line. Yes, Chief. In an instant, over 30 ability users sprang into action, creating a spectacular scene. Their powers varied. Elements like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, as well as healing abilities, strength abilities, and enhancement abilities. However, the number of zombies was overwhelming, densely packed, and seemingly endless. Yet, with their combined efforts, it was likely that the horde would not breach their defenses immediately. Zhang Xiongtian unleashed his attack. Sukin observed an invisible rift manifest in the air. This rift was visible only to those possessing spatial abilities like Su can. It measured 6 meters in length and 2 meters in width, indicating that Zhang Xiongtian's spatial ability could be executed within a radius of approximately 6 meters. The 2-meter width suggested that he could only retrieve items that were 2 meters wide. Surpassing this distance, he would be unable to collect anything. In contrast, Su Can's spatial ability allowed for a rift measuring 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Comparing the two, Su Can gained insight into Zhang Xiongtian's spatial capabilities. At present, it appeared that Zhang Xiongtian's abilities were inferior to his own, though it remained uncertain whether this individual had hidden strengths. In that moment, an explosion of gasoline erupted from the rift. Su Can immediately grasped that Zhang Xiongtian intended to use the gasoline to ignite the horde. This was indeed a clever strategy. It was clear that his leadership was not without merit. Observing the gasoline spilling among the zombies, Zhang Xiongtian swiftly ordered a fire user, Xiao Yan, ignite it. Yes, Chief, Xiao Yan replied respectfully. Without hesitation, he conjured flames that instantly ignited the gasoline. In an instant, dozens, if not more, zombies were engulfed in flames. Seeing the effectiveness of his actions, Zhang Xiongtian felt a surge of pride. The others, witnessing this, eagerly praised him. Chief, you're incredible. One strike, and you've dispatched dozens of zombies. Zhang Xiongtian smiled modestly. Just a minor trick, hardly worth mentioning. With me at the helm, we shall undoubtedly break free from this encirclement. Subordinates, leader, you are wise. Suddenly, a torrent of water surged from an unknown source, dousing the flaming zombies. Zhang Xiongtian was momentarily taken aback, and then exclaimed furiously, "Which scoundrel has unleashed water abilities? Are you challenging me?" He initially suspected that his subordinates were to blame. Yet one of them pointed towards a zombie amidst the horde and said, "Leader, it is not us. The zombies are spraying water, and there is more than one." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiongtian realized that several zombies were indeed expelling vast amounts of water from their mouths. He was dumbfounded. Zombies possess abilities too? And that was not all. In addition to the water-spewing zombies, there were those that could breathe fire, grow in size, and move with remarkable speed. In an instant, many zombies exhibited powers akin to those of humans. This revelation caused Zhang Xiongtian and his companions to pale in shock. If the zombie tide had merely posed a standard threat, they might have had a chance to break free. However, under the current circumstances, they risked complete annihilation. Could it be that last night's blood moon triggered a cataclysmic evolution among the undead? Zhang Xiongtian quickly pondered the cause. But what good was speculation? They needed to devise a means of escape. To the north, break through quickly, Zhang Xiongtian commanded, pointing towards the weakest point in the horde. Simultaneously, he utilized his spatial abilities to release a substantial amount of supplies to suppress the northern zombie tide, hoping to create a breach. Upon witnessing the influx of supplies, Sukin mused to himself, "Indeed, this fellow has also mastered this tactic. I wonder if he has learned instant movement as well." He quickly instructed Su Wei to bolster the defenses against the northern tide. Su Wei nodded. Understood. A swarm of zombies rushed to reinforce the northern front. Just as Zhang Xiongtian prepared to lead his men through the breach, it was swiftly sealed by the encroaching horde. In an instant, they lost their chance to escape. Zhang Xiongtian's expression darkened. Damn it, how did the zombie tide react so swiftly? The bespectacled ability user spoke up. Leader, capture the king of the zombies first. If we control him, we can turn this crisis into an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiongtian immediately ordered everyone to search for the zombie king within the horde. Yet, despite their efforts to fight and observe, they could not locate the king. As time passed, casualties began to mount. Some ability users, exhausted, were seized by the tide. Watching the death toll rise, Zhang Xiongtian grew increasingly anxious. Damn it, where's that zombie king? Sukin observed for a while and realized he had overestimated Zhang Xiongtian. As the group faced near annihilation, Zhang Xiongtian had not demonstrated any remarkable abilities, merely relying on his spatial release technique. 10 minutes later, all of Zhang Xiongtian's subordinates were dead, leaving him to struggle alone. Su Wei asked, "Brother, should we spare him? He is the last one left. Should we go and talk to him?" Sukin shook his head. "No need, just kill him. What if he has hidden cards? If he unleashes them when we approach, it could be perilous. Although the likelihood seems low, I refuse to take that risk. Only the dead can be considered safe." Despite sharing the same spatial abilities, Su Kan's curiosity towards Zhang Xiongtian had waned. After all, his own powers surpassed those of Zhang Xiongtian. Soon, Zhang Xiongtian was engulfed by the zombie tide. Until his last breath, he never saw Su Kan. "You may disperse now," Su Wei commanded the horde, which then scattered. Shortly thereafter, Sukin led Su Wei and the others to the site of Zhang Xiongtian's demise. Suddenly, Sukin sensed a disturbance in the void. An invisible rift appeared, bursting forth with numerous items. Were these the supplies from Zhang Xiongtian's alternate space? A key. Chapter 75. The Ineffectual Husband. Dear Siblings, I have returned. A green bronze key. It was identical to the one previously found in the golden treasure chest. However, its purpose remained unknown. Sukin believed that these two keys would surely prove useful in the future, so he stored them away. After inspecting the remaining supplies and finding nothing of value, Sukin collected all the items into his spatial realm. Thus, the Zhang family's four brothers met their end. On the 30th day of the apocalypse, exactly a month had passed. Sukin advanced to the late stage of the third tier, just a step away from the pinnacle. He noticed that as he progressed further, the energy required within him grew exponentially, and his advancement slowed considerably. Sukin realized that if he wished to become stronger rapidly, the quickest route was through opening treasure chests. Unfortunately, the chests in the giant pit he encountered had already been opened by others. Thus, he could only slowly hunt zombies to level up. One day, while Sukin was hunting zombies on the streets with Su Wei and others, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky of Jiang City. They looked up to see a helicopter, one of a combat variety, though its wings appeared damaged, causing it to lose balance and plummet rapidly. As the helicopter descended to within 1,000 meters of the ground, two individuals jumped from it with parachutes. Landing squarely on the rooftop beside Su Wei's eyes lit up. "Wow, did the heavens send me breakfast because I skipped my meal?" She quickly turned to Su Kan and said, "Brother, I'll take Wang Jie and Bald 4 upstairs to eat. You stay here and keep killing. We'll come help you once we're full." Sukin immediately interjected, "Hold on. We don't know who those two are. Don't act impulsively. Let us go up together and check it out. Stay behind me." Su Wei nodded. "Okay." Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Biling City, there was a large human survivor base named Louis. Over the course of the month since the apocalypse, Louis base had gathered over 100,000 survivors, including several thousand to nearly 10,000 ability users, boasting immense strength. Yet, who would have thought that such a formidable base was led by a woman? This woman, named Jiang Yi, was a powerful SSS tier ability user who had already advanced to the 4th tier. At this moment, she sat in her office, meditating. Before her, a middle-aged man paced anxiously. "Sai, I wonder how my daughter is doing? I should have left Jiang's city. Now look, she's missing. What if she has mutated? Jiang Yi abruptly opened her eyes, her brows furrowed, and with an air of authority said, Chen Chu-ching, enough. Stop pacing in front of me. It's making me uneasy. If you have nothing to say, get out. Chen Chu-ching immediately fell silent, quickly responding with respect. Yes, my dear wife. I'll take my leave now. After exiting the office, a look of embarrassment and indignation crossed his face. He had thought that with the arrival of the apocalypse, he could finally take charge, but it seemed he remained at the mercy of Jiang Yi. Years prior, he had joined the Jiang family for wealth and status. Initially, Jiang Yi treated him well, but after their daughter was born, her focus shifted entirely to the child and her career, leaving him feeling increasingly neglected. As time passed, Chen Chu-ching lost his youthful charm, and Jiang Yi began to treat him like a household servant. He had no choice but to endure, for he was merely a son-in-law. For the sake of prosperity, he had tolerated this for 20 years. Little did he know that while accompanying Jiang Yi on a business trip, the apocalypse would strike. He had thought this would be his chance to seize control. Unexpectedly, everything has changed, except for his family status. Jiang Yi has always been a strong woman. Before the apocalypse, she was a billionaire CEO. After the apocalypse, she awakened the supreme SSS-level ability. Coupled with her formidable leadership skills, she transformed into the leader of Louis Base in this new world. To date, Louis Base has become one of the largest survivor bases in Longwo. On the other hand, Chen Chuking has only awakened a C-level ability, rendering him virtually useless. Within the base, he frequently hears disparaging remarks. How could such a powerful leader have such a worthless husband? Useless husband, worthless son-in-law, and so forth. Chen Chuking feels a pang of discomfort upon hearing these taunts. But what can he do? As a man, he wishes to rise up. Yet whether before or after the apocalypse, he lacks the capital to do so. Hey, isn't that Chen Chuking? At this moment, a middle-aged man approached him holding a bouquet of flowers, tauntingly inquiring if he had been scolded by the leader again. What a waste. Chen Chuking, already in a foul mood, retorted angrily, Zhou Tsangshan, what do you mean by that? Zhou Tsangshan sneered, what do I mean? Literally nothing. Chen Chuking, you. Zhou Tsangshan dismissively replied, what about me? Are you challenging me to a duel? Chen Chuking was left speechless. A duel? Who would dare to challenge him? Zhou Tsangshan is an S-level ability user, strong enough to be in the upper echelon of the base's leadership, ranked among the top 10 in terms of strength. Meanwhile, Chen Chuking is merely a C-level user, at the initial stage of the third tier, completely outmatched. If it weren't for his wife being the leader of the base, he might not even reach the third tier. Seeing that Chen Chuking was at a loss for words, Zhou Tsangshan insulted him again, calling him worthless. Just as he was about to knock on Jiang Yi's door, Chen Chuking blocked his path, asking, what business do you have with the leader? Zhou Tsangshan coldly replied, I have important matters to discuss with the leader. Chen Chuking's gaze was fixed on the flowers in his hands, questioning, what do you intend to do with those flowers? He knew that Zhou Tsangshan was coveting his wife. In fact, many in the base had their eyes on Jiang Yi. After all, she is an SSS-level ability user and a married woman. Before awakening her abilities, she was already well-preserved at 40, exuding an alluring charm. After her awakening, her physical condition improved, making her appear youthful in her 20s while retaining her mature allure at 40, captivating many. Thus, she became the goddess in the hearts of numerous men in the base. Zhou Tsangshan vowed to win Jiang Yi over, despite knowing she had a husband. But this is the apocalypse. Strength reigns supreme. How could someone like Chen Chuking be worthy of a goddess like Jiang Yi? With a chuckle, Zhou Tsangshan knocked on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin, Jiang Yi's voice responded. Leader, Commander Zhou, what brings you here? I am here to report on today's patrol. After the report, Jiang Yi noticed Zhou Tsangshan had not yet left and asked, do you have anything else? Zhou Tsangshan presented the flowers, saying, Leader, these are flowers I found during my patrol today for you. May you remain as beautiful and captivating as these blossoms. Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Tsangshan continued, please don't misunderstand. I merely thought that since you work tirelessly for the base, perhaps these flowers could brighten your office and alleviate your fatigue. Jiang Yi smiled slightly. How thoughtful. Then please place them down. Zhou Tsangshan nodded, of course, leader. As a seasoned suitor, he knew that pursuing a strong woman like Jiang Yi required patience. He aimed to establish a good impression and gradually build rapport. employing the age-old strategy of simmering the frog in warm water before making his move. After placing the flowers down, he prepared to leave. Just then, an ability user entered to report. Leader, the search team we dispatched to Jiangcheng has returned with news. We have found Miss. What? Jiang Yi sprang to her feet. Quick, prepare the aircraft. I must personally go to Jiangcheng. Yes, leader. Seeing Jiang Yi hurriedly exiting, Chen Chuking rushed to ask what happened? As she walked, Jiang Yi replied, Luoluo has been found. Chen Chuking's heart leaped with joy. Really? That's wonderful. Let's go and bring her back together. Jiang Yi paused, glancing at him. Initially, she hadn't intended to take him along, but then reconsidered that as Luoluo's father, he should indeed be present to welcome their daughter home. All right, Commander Zhou, immediately arrange for the escort team. Yes, leader. Meanwhile, Sukin brought Jiang Luo to the top floor, where Su Wei and Wang Jiao waited below. They had initially planned to deal with the two who jumped from the helicopter to assist Su Wei's group. However, upon seeing Jiang Luo, the two exclaimed in delight. Are you Miss Jiang Luo? Jiang Luo, somewhat bewildered, replied, Yes, it's me. Who are you? How do you know me? The two hastily explained. We were sent by Leader Jiang Yi to specifically find you. Jiang Luo was momentarily stunned. Leader Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi is her mother, but adding leader made it feel unfamiliar. Before the apocalypse, her parents were away on business, leaving her alone at home. After the outbreak, she lost contact with them, believing they might have perished. Now, hearing news of them was unexpected. Following their explanation, Jiang Luo gradually grasped the situation. Her mother is actually an SSS-level ability user who has established a large base. How incredible! Although she knew her mother was formidable in her career, she hadn't anticipated her mother could thrive in this apocalypse. Truly, she is her mother. What about my father? Is he still alive? Jiang Luoluo continued to inquire. The two nodded. He is alive. Upon hearing that her parents were safe, Jiang Luoluo was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. That's wonderful. I thought they had been eaten by zombies. Su Wei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the carefree girl to have such a vulnerable side. However, as she cried, she inadvertently wiped her tears on Su Kan's clothes, blowing her nose on them. Su Kan thought he had misjudged the situation. Soon after, Jiang Yi's two subordinates used a special satellite phone to contact Louis Base. They quickly received a response indicating that the leader would personally go to retrieve Jiang Luoluo. Upon learning that her parents were coming for her, Jiang Luoluo was ecstatic. Brother Su Kan, that's fantastic. My parents are here to fetch me. You all must come with me to Louis Base. That way, we'll have each other. However, Su Kan did not share her excitement. Instead, his brow furrowed. Seeing his expression, Jiang Luoluo suddenly remembered that Su Wei was a zombie. She could not accompany them to Louis Base. If Su Wei did not go to the base, then Su Kan could not go either. Did this mean they would have to part ways? In the days she spent with the Su siblings, she had experienced so much joy and happiness, but the thought of leaving them made her face fall instantly. Luoluo, go back to your parents. They can protect you. Staying with us is still very dangerous. Su Kan spoke. Jiang Luoluo looked at Su Kan, tears brimming in her eyes, but Brother Su Kan, I really don't want to leave you. During the time spent with you, I have truly felt immense joy. I cannot bear the thought of leaving you. With these words, Jiang Luoluo embraced Su Kan tightly, greedily inhaling his scent. It was evident that her affection for Su Kan ran deep. Su Kan gently stroked her hair and said, Silly girl, first and foremost, you are your parents' daughter. Only then are you our friend. In this apocalypse, you must consider their feelings. If you wander outside, how worried they must be. Besides, we will not be apart forever. We shall meet again. Now, return to your parents. Ultimately, Jiang Luoluo was persuaded and awaited her parents' arrival. During this waiting period, Jiang Luoluo and Su Wei dissolved their equal contract, which could be peacefully terminated by mutual consent. Oh, sister, are you really leaving? Su Wei asked, feeling heartbroken upon learning of Jiang Luoluo's impending departure. Jiang Luoluo sobbed, Yes, sister. My parents are coming to pick me up. Su Wei continued to cry, Sister, after you leave, who will play with me? Jiang Luoluo wept, Sister. I will miss you too. Su Wei echoed, I will miss you as well. Observing the two girls in tears, Su Kan felt both amused and saddened. 2.5 hours later, 3 armed helicopters arrived. As the helicopters hovered at an altitude of 2,000 meters, a graceful figure descended slowly from the sky. Indeed, she was clad in leather boots, stepping down as if descending a staircase. Sukan's pupils constricted sharply. Flying through the air? What terrifying ability is this? The newcomer bore an air of nobility, with exquisite beauty, her eyes holding the cosmos, and her gait exuding regal authority, resembling a queen reigning over the world. She was Jiang Yi, Jiang Luluo's mother. "Mommy!" Jiang Luo exclaimed, astonished yet overjoyed, and rushed into her embrace. Jiang Yi held her tightly, saying, "My Luo, I have missed you dearly. I will never let you leave my side again." Jiang Luo nodded through her tears. "Mommy, I have missed you so much. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my brother Su Can. Where did he go?" Jiang Yi's pupils dilated in shock. The young man who had just been behind Luo had vanished right before her eyes? How could this be possible? Luo, who was that? His name is Su Can. For these past few days, he has been protecting me. Otherwise, I might have been devoured by zombies. Jiang Yi inquired, but why did he just leave? After a moment of thought, Jiang Luo replied, "Perhaps my brother Su Can does not enjoy interacting with outsiders." Jiang Yi nodded and asked, "Oh, I see. But what is his ability that allows him to disappear so suddenly?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo recalled Su Can's words about not revealing his powers. She hastily concocted an explanation. "Oh, my brother Su Can's ability is teleportation." "Ah, I see," Jiang Yi exclaimed, enlightened by this revelation. Such an ability indeed exists. No wonder he vanished in an instant. The world is truly full of wonders. However, it is regrettable that he left without joining my base. He could have been a valuable asset. Jiang Luo secretly mused, "For you, brother Su Can, I have even deceived my mother. When we meet again, you must reward me well." At that moment, the 3 helicopters finally landed. A dozen individuals leaped from the helicopters. Upon seeing Chun Chuking, Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled. "Father." Chun Chuking was equally delighted to see his daughter again. Luo, the family of 3 was reunited. Chapter 77. The Blood Moon returns. Brother Luo has really left us. Yes, I can't bear to part with her. Each person has their own path to follow, and we are destined to walk separately. Luo has her parents. She cannot wander with us forever. Returning to her parents is the best choice for her. Moreover, being with us would only bring additional dangers. Yes, I understand. Will we be able to see her again in the future? Of course. In a nearby corner, Su Wei and Su Can watched as the helicopter departed, both feeling a sense of reluctance. Soon after, they continued on their journey through the apocalypse. A duo like them was bound to be intolerable to human factions. The siblings were destined to roam the world alone, with everyone merely passing through their lives. As the apocalypse progressed, the surviving humans had largely united to build high walls and establish bases to defend against mutated beasts and zombies. Though the number of humans had drastically decreased, their wisdom and unity were sufficient to stand against mutated beasts and zombies. Most mutated beasts were solitary and posed little threat to the large human bases. Zombies, while abundant, were too dim-wit and could only become food for humans and mutated beasts. Occasionally, some zombie kings appeared, but the hordes they controlled were limited, thus posing minimal threats to human bases. Gradually, humanity was finding its footing in this desolate world. On the 42nd day of the apocalypse, Su Can reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. On the 63rd day, he broke through to the early 4th tier. On the 81st day, the 4th blood moon returned. This time, the arrival of the blood moon attracted global attention. All major human survivor bases had prepared for full mobilization. The target was a treasure chest. In the northern district of Jiang City, atop a tall building, Su Can was absorbing crystal cores. He was but a step away from reaching the mid-4th tier. It was 8 o'clock at night, and the blood moon had risen. In fact, this was the optimal time for hunting zombies and mutated beasts, as they were preoccupied with absorbing the power of the blood moon and could be easily ambushed. However, Su Can chose not to engage. Firstly, he wanted to see if he could evolve to the mid-4th tier in one go. Secondly, he was there to protect Su Wei and the others. At 9 o'clock, a sudden explosion shattered the night's tranquility. Just as Su Can finished absorbing the last crystal core, he abruptly opened his eyes. Unfortunately, he was still a bit short. However, after another hunt tonight, he should be able to advance to the mid-4th tier. I did not expect there to be an entertaining spectacle. Su Can observed from his elevated position, noticing movement not far away. Below, on the street hundreds of meters away, 2 factions were at a standoff. Su Ting, What do you mean by your thunder base? Are you actually stealing our prey? What a joke. Your prey? Did they write the name of your DU alliance on them? Exactly. Alliance leader Wiang. If you desire prey, you need not go through the trouble of hunting zombies. Just merge your DU alliance into our thunder base and provide each of our brothers with a woman. Then, the dirty work of hunting zombies can be left to the men, while you women can simply lounge in bed and cater to us. What do you say, brothers? Yes. Ha ha ha. After observing for a while, Sukin grasped the situation. It turned out that the two factions were the DU alliance from the southern Ming district and the thunder base from the Pudong district. Over the past few days, Sukin had been traversing Jiang City with Su Wei, battling and exploring much of the area. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the human factions present in Jiang City. The DU alliance was a unique base that harbored only women, harboring a deep hatred for men, with a population of around 3,000, not particularly large. In contrast, the Thunder Base was a sizable base in the Pudong district, boasting a population of over 10,000, 3 to 4 times larger than the DU base, and possessed formidable strength. Particularly, the leader of the Thunder Base, Shuelei, was an S-rank early 4th-tier powerhouse. Such a faction would be beyond the reach of ordinary small forces. However, the DU alliance was different. Their leader is a ruthless individual, adept at confronting formidable challenges. It is said that 2 months ago, shortly after the establishment of the DU Ming, the leader, accompanied by dozens of women, annihilated a small base of several hundred individuals notorious for their exploitation and imprisonment of women. From that moment, DU Ming gained renown through their decisive victory. A month ago, in the Mingxing district, a base named Jianfeng with over 2,000 members seized the prey of DU Ming. The leader of DU Ming boldly sought accountability, despite having only 900 members, all of whom were women. The Jianfeng base, with its superior numbers, dismissed any notion of negotiation, adhering to the brutal law of survival of the fittest. However, the leader of DU Ming, undeterred, launched an assault with her 900 women, challenging the 2,000-strong force. Mid-battle, the leader of Jianfeng realized the unexpected ferocity of these women. Although victory was possible, the cost would be staggering. Reluctant to see his hard-built base destroyed, he hastily sought peace, which DU Ming, wishing to minimize losses, accepted. Henceforth, no one dared to underestimate this all-female faction. Yet today, DU Ming faces the third-largest power in Jiang City, the Leiting base. Shueting, enough. This is Nanming district, not your Pudong district. Are you not overstepping your bounds? The leader of DU Ming declared. Shueting scoffed, overstepping. What a joke. In this apocalypse, who dictates that we can only kill zombies and seize resources in designated areas? Is it your DU Ming? Even if it were, it would depend on the strength of your fists. A group of women likely possesses weak punches. Ha ha ha. A glint of cold fury flashed in the leader's eyes. These men dared to insult them. Today, they would witness the strength of these women. Kill. She wasted no time on further discourse and issued the command. In an instant, 100 women from the battalion drew their firearms and opened fire. The sound of gunfire echoed as many from the Lei Ting base fell. Shueting was taken aback. He had not anticipated such audacity from DU Ming. Infuriated, he wondered where they had procured such weaponry, as Jiang City's arms had been plundered by its largest base. The Canglan base. Defend. Counterattack. Shueting quickly commanded. However, the assailants were too swift, resulting in immediate casualties. The Leiting base had deployed 6 teams of around 300 each for this hunt, while DU Ming, operating primarily within Nanming district, had mobilized nearly all of their elite, over 800 strong. With an advantage of 800 against 300, the outcome was inevitable. Soon, the Leiting contingent suffered a crushing defeat, and Shueting was captured. Yang Yuan, release me. My elder brother is a 4th-tier powerhouse. If you dare harm me, he will not spare you. Shueting boasted, kneeling before Yang Yuan, yet still exuding arrogance. Yang Yuan, with her strikingly cold and beautiful visage, smirked at his words. Release you? You think so? Before he could finish his bluster, she severed his arm with a swift stroke. Men must perish, he screamed. Kill them all. Yes, leader. Shueting cursed. You will not have a good end. Yang Yuan, my brother Shuelei will not spare your DU Ming. Enough. A flash of cold light accompanied Yang Yuan's blade as she swiftly decapitated him. From the rooftop, Sukin observed with great satisfaction as the DU Ming executed their will upon the 300 members of the Leiting base. Indeed, Du Ming is unyielding, and their reputation precedes them, he murmured. Just then, Ouyang Yun's gaze shifted toward Su Can's direction, yet she saw nothing. Frowning slightly, she sensed an unseen presence observing her. Leader, how shall we handle the bodies? One of Du Ming's members inquired. Ouyang Yun, turning her attention back to the corpses strewn about, replied, Do not concern yourselves with them. We must take this opportunity to hunt more zombies. Yes, leader. Subsequently, Du Ming commenced a massacre of the zombies in the vicinity. Under the blood moon, the zombies, eager for the essence of its power, remained largely immobile, allowing for easy slaughter. This was a rare opportunity for humanity to hunt zombies effortlessly. A quarter hour later, Du Ming had cleared the area of zombies. As they moved farther away, Su Can descended to gather the human corpses. While these remains held little value for him, they would significantly benefit Su Wei and Wang Jie. The corpses of so many ability users could likely facilitate Su Wei's breakthrough to the next stage, and thus, Su Can would not let this opportunity slip by. Just as he was engrossed in his task, he sensed something amiss. Sure enough, the next moment, a flash of cold steel emerged from nowhere. A remarkably sharp dagger sliced through the air, narrowly missing him. Thanks to his swift reflexes, Su Can retreated into his spatial realm, evading the ambush. Moments later, a graceful figure emerged from the shadows. It was Ouyang Yun. Where is he? Ouyang Yun furrowed her brow, scanning her surroundings cautiously. With her S-tier shadow powers, she could silently conceal herself in darkness, striking without warning. In the shadows, she was nearly invincible, and no one had ever evaded her attacks. Yet now, someone had evaded her ambush with such swiftness. What did this signify? It indicated that her opponent's abilities surpassed her own. Are you looking for me? Su Can materialized behind Ouyang Yun, poised to strike. However, she was quick to vanish into the darkness, recognizing the peculiar nature of her powers. Su Can did not dare to underestimate her. He promptly retreated into his spatial realm. Given his current strength, he could remain concealed there for a considerable duration without issue. While in the spatial realm, he continued to collect the bodies. Before long, he had gathered all 300 corpses of the human ability users. After finishing, Su Can surveyed his surroundings and still felt something was off. He knew Ouyang Yun must be lurking in some dark corner, waiting for him to reveal himself. Facing such an enigmatic adversary, he deemed it unwise to take risks. His objective had been achieved, and there was no need to linger with Ouyang Yun. Moreover, Su Wei was still upstairs undergoing her evolution. He needed to return to protect her. Thus, leveraging the power of the spatial realm, Su Can vanished. In the darkness, Ouyang Yun was astounded. What kind of ability did this individual possess? How could he seemingly make the corpses disappear? Could he be akin to Zhang Xiongtian, wielding spatial powers? If that were the case, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. Ouyang Yun was the woman Su Can had rescued from Zhang Xiongtian's base. Thanks to the crystal core he had given her and her indomitable will, she had awakened her S-tier ability. When she had accumulated enough strength to annihilate the Zhang family S4 brothers, she discovered that the survivor base had already been besieged by a horde of zombies. Subsequently, she encountered several survivors from a base, hoping to glean information regarding the whereabouts of the Zhang brothers. Upon inquiry, she learned that the 4 brothers were either dead or missing. Half an hour later, Ouyang Yun emerged from a shadowy corner, her gaze meticulously scanning her surroundings. My shadow power can currently only cloak me in darkness for half an hour, and if that individual remains hidden, their extraordinary abilities and level must undoubtedly surpass mine. Retreating. With this thought, Ouyang Yun wasted no more time and stealthily withdrew. Thus, the two brushed past each other. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer away, an unexpected turn of events unfolded among the members of the Du Alliance. A second-tier ability user was preparing to strike a peak 3rd-tier zombie when, unexpectedly, the 3rd-tier zombie evolved into a 4th-tier one. In an instant, it retaliated and swiftly eliminated the 2nd-tier ability user. The surrounding members of the Du Alliance reacted immediately, launching an assault. However, this was a 4th-tier zombie, its capabilities, speed, and strength exponentially superior to those of 3rd tier, and it possessed remarkable cunning. Consequently, the Du Alliance had to pay the price of several lives before they managed to subdue it. Upon learning of the situation, Ouyang Yun furrowed her brow. Had 4th-tier zombies already emerged? It seemed that the arrival of the blood moon had facilitated a significant evolution among the zombies. Convey my orders. All personnel must be on high alert and tighten their formation for hunting. We must not be careless in the face of any zombies. The emergence of this blood moon has indeed catalyzed tremendous evolution among zombies and mutated beasts. Across the globe, fourth-tier zombies and mutated beasts are continuously manifesting. It is worth noting that the vast majority of humanity had yet to encounter fourth-tier zombies and mutated beasts. Initially, the appearance of numerous fourth-tier zombies was already terrifying. However, in a certain region, a fifth-tier zombie king astonishingly appeared. The intelligence of a fifth-tier zombie is comparable to that of an 11 or 12-year-old human child. Coincidentally, the region where the fifth-tier zombie king appeared is Jiangcheng. At this moment, on the top floor of a building, Su Wei suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her gaze was fixated towards the east of Jiangcheng, gritting her teeth in anger. How dare they steal so much of my blood moon power? This is outrageous. Otherwise, I would have surely broken through to the fifth tier. It infuriates me. If I find out who it is, I will certainly twist their head off. Chapter 79. The reappearance of the platinum treasure chest. Wei, what happened? As Sukin returned, he overheard Su Wei cursing. Su Wei recounted the situation. Brother, it infuriates me. Just now, while I was absorbing the essence of the blood moon, a despicable individual was stealing the energy from me, but I couldn't outmaneuver it. Otherwise, I would have broken through to the fifth tier. Fifth tier? Sukin's eyes widened in shock. Goodness, just 3 hours ago, you hadn't even broken through to the fourth tier, and now you tell me you're on the verge of breaking through to the fifth tier? Is this scientific? Brother, the apocalypse has arrived. What science are you talking about? All right, by the way, Wei, how many ability user cores do you approximately need to evolve to the fifth tier? Are these enough? Sukin produced over 300 corpses of ability users from a spatial pocket. Su Wei's eyes sparkled. This is sufficient. However, where did you acquire so many ability users? You didn't T-rate a base, did you? Sukin explained. Just now, 2 factions nearby clashed over resources, resulting in many deaths. I seized the opportunity to collect the corpses while they were distracted. Su Wei gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Sukin urged. All right, hurry and evolve. He then glanced at the blood moon, remarking, based on previous occurrences of the blood moon, it is likely that tonight shooting stars will fall and treasure chests will descend. There will undoubtedly be a bloody storm. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Hearing this, Su Wei nodded. Okay. She then directed Sister Wang and Bald Four to extract the ability user cores and hand them to her, while she focused on absorbing the cores to evolve. Sukin then noticed that Sister Wang and Bald Four had also evolved to the fourth tier, catching up to him. Especially Sister Wang, who had surprisingly reached the mid-fourth tier, surpassing his level. Moreover, with a rise in her level, Sister Wang's previously decayed and sagging F-grade assets were gradually regaining their roundness. Sukin could help but steal a few more glances. Although there were still minor traces of decay, the sight remained captivating. Sensing Sukin's unusual gaze, Sister Wang glanced down at her assets, and after a moment's contemplation, she audaciously tore off her modesty cloth. She pointed at her assets and exclaimed, "Roar!" Sukin hurriedly produced a piece of clothing to drape over her, awkwardly saying, "Oh dear, Sister Wang, what are you doing? You are a zombie, and I am human. Our paths are destined to diverge. It is impossible for us. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Sister Wang, perplexed, scratched her head, not quite understanding Sukin's words. At that moment, Bald Four approached, his gaze fixated on Sister Wang's assets, drooling profusely. Witnessing his lewd demeanor, Sister Wang promptly kicked him away. "Roar, get lost." Midnight, precisely at 12 o'clock, the meteor shower arrived on time. Countless shooting stars fell to the earth, forming numerous massive craters. Undoubtedly, within each crater lay a treasure chest. In an instant, zombies, mutated beasts, and ability users rushed towards the nearest crater, vying for the treasure chests. Sukin stood on the rooftop, observing the locations of the fallen stars. Just then, a meteor landed right below the building. He turned a glance at Su Wei, noticing she had yet to complete her evolution, so he instructed Sister Wang and Bald Four to guard her. He then descended the building to seize the treasure chest. Sukin swiftly reached the ground, discovering that the treasure chest in the crater was a silver box. The nearby zombies had been cleared by the Du Alliance, so there were hardly any zombies to impede him. Sukin effortlessly opened the silver treasure chest. Inside were 3 items: a primary energy crystal core, an unknown crystal core, and a sharp axe. Sukin realized that by infusing a trace of ability energy into the items, he could discern their information. Remarkably, this axe was a 5th-tier weapon. As Sukin grasped the 5th-tier axe, his fondness for it grew. It seemed tailor-made for him. He possessed immense strength and astonishing speed, making any weapon easy to wield. However, using heavy weaponry not only provided a tangible feel, but also wielded tremendous lethality. Regarding the crystal core, it was identified as a primary amplification crystal core. Consuming it would double all attributes for a duration of 10 minutes. Sukin's eyes lit up. Being able to unleash double combat power for a brief period is indeed a treasure. After storing the primary amplification crystal core, he consumed the primary energy crystal core and successfully advanced to the mid-4th tier. Without lingering, he proceeded to the next treasure chest location. 800 meters away lay another treasure chest, a bronze box surrounded by few zombies. However, just as he prepared to open the chest, a squad of ability users leaped in. "Halt! Release that treasure chest! Get lost!" Sukin's gaze turned icy as he uttered a single word. The 2nd-tier members of the ability user squad were about to insult him, intending to teach him a lesson. However, the captain immediately restrained him, smiling apologetically at Sukin. "All right, we shall leave now." The ability user squad had entered with great bravado, but exited with their tails between their legs. The 2nd-tier member questioned, "Captain, he is just one person. Why should we be afraid of him?" The captain replied, "Fool, in this era, a lone wolf daring to roam the apocalypse is undoubtedly a true powerhouse. Otherwise, they would have long been devoured by the zombies and mutated beasts. Furthermore, his gaze and aura instilled a sense of fear in me. He is undoubtedly a 4th-tier supernatural being, and his abilities are certainly formidable. Such a presence is not to be trifled with. You, young man, should take heed. Otherwise, should you encounter a formidable opponent in the future, you may not know how you perished." "I see. It is fortunate that, Captain, you halted me. Otherwise, I might have already met my demise." The 2nd-tier member felt a wave of apprehension. At that moment, a blinding platinum beam of light appeared in the air not far away. The beam displayed a countdown: 459, 458. The members of the supernatural team were unaware of the situation, but Sukin was fully aware. This was the precursor to the opening of a platinum treasure chest. At the dawn of the apocalypse, he and Su Wei had secured a platinum treasure chest. The treasures found within were nothing short of extraordinary. His 2nd supernatural ability, the spatial awakening of the 9-turn crystal core, was obtained from that platinum chest. Additionally, Su Wei's indomitable golden body was also derived from a platinum chest. Sukin swiftly opened the bronze treasure chest before him and caught a glimpse of a single orb brimming with vitality. Beyond consuming it to glean information about the treasure, Sukin discovered that he could also discern the details of the item by infusing it with supernatural energy. To his astonishment, this was a restorative crystal core, named the primary healing crystal core. It could rapidly restore supernatural energy and alleviate some injuries. A valuable find indeed. After securing it, Sukin hurried towards the direction of the platinum beam. Simultaneously, several kilometers away, a vast pit was surrounded by a throng of zombies. A few mutated beasts lingered nearby, eyeing the horde with trepidation, too fearful to approach. This was due to the presence of a powerful 5th-tier zombie king among them. This zombie king, a male standing at 175 meters tall, wore a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, and within his pale pupils flickered a glint of intelligence. The bespectacled zombie king surveyed the nearby mutated beasts and let out a low, warning growl. The beasts, startled, retreated in fear. A 5th-tier zombie king is indeed fearsome. Soon after, the zombie king turned to leave. A few minutes later, he returned, having captured a 2nd-tier supernatural being. Upon seeing the multitude of zombies fixated upon him, the 2nd-tier supernatural being was instantly paralyzed with fear, losing control of his bodily functions. "I am finished." He thought he would be devoured, yet in the next moment, he was tossed into the pit. The 2nd-tier supernatural being was momentarily bewildered. He noticed the zombie king at the edge of the pit gesturing towards a treasure chest and growling. Suddenly, he understood. The zombie king intended to use him to open the chest and claim the treasures within. However, he was not foolish. If he helped the zombie king open the chest, he would likely be consumed once he was of no further use. Rather than being torn apart by the zombies, he preferred to wait in the pit for rescue. As long as the chest remained unopened, others would surely come to seize it. Perhaps then he could be saved. Moreover, he would rather starve to death here than be eaten by the horde. The zombie king, seeing the human below remain still for too long, let out an enraged roar. The second-tier supernatural being was startled, but remembering that zombies could not enter the pit, his fear began to dissipate. He boldly declared, "I shall remain right here. If you have the ability, come down." The zombie king, infuriated, realized it was at an impasse with the supernatural being. If only it had consumed him earlier. At that moment, the appearance of the platinum beam captured the zombie king's attention. It glanced back at the supernatural being in the pit, resentment and reluctance flashing in its eyes, before hastening towards the direction of the platinum beam. The supernatural being in the pit rejoiced at the sight of the zombie king being drawn away by the platinum light. He initially thought that the zombies would disperse with the zombie king's departure. However, after waiting for a considerable time, the horde remained steadfast. In the southwestern direction of Jiangcheng, beneath the platinum beam, a scene of chaos unfolded. Within the platinum pit, a dozen mutated beasts had temporarily formed an encampment, glaring hungrily at the several dozen human supernatural beings before them. These human supernatural beings were not from a singular faction, yet the current predicament compelled them to unite, albeit momentarily, to fend off the external threat. Simultaneously, the pit was densely populated with zombies, an endless sea of them. The human supernatural beings felt their nerves fraying. Damn it, why is there still a countdown for the platinum chest? This has put us in such a passive position. Who knew this platinum chest would be so treacherous? The supernatural beings lamented, clearly unaccustomed to encountering a platinum chest. They had expected that finding a platinum chest would be a tremendous opportunity. Instead, it turned out to be a trap, complete with a countdown. Now, with dangers both in front and behind, breaking free would be akin to scaling a mountain. The tension among the dozens of supernatural beings intensified as they fixated on the countdown, now showing 2.5 minutes remaining. When the platinum treasure chest opened, a fierce battle was inevitable. At this juncture, a long-haired man clad in black spoke up, proposing, "Friends, when the fighting commences, let us first deal with these mutated beasts, then surge from the north to break through. What say you?" Upon hearing this, most nodded in agreement. However, a burly man with a rugged stubble sneered, saying, "Why break through from the north? Why not from the south or east? Gu Feng, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. There are surely members from your dynasty base waiting to assist you from the north, right? Whoever manages to take the treasures from the chest will likely be providing you with a gift to your dynasty base." The words of the stubbled man, Chun Gang, immediately put the others on high alert. The group of several dozen divided into 4 teams. 2 of these teams hailed from smaller bases. The long-haired man in black, Gu Feng, belonged to the most powerful dynasty base in Jiangcheng. The burly man, Chun Gang, was from the Kaiming base, second only to the dynasty base in strength. These 2 bases were the largest and most powerful in Jiangcheng. In the wake of the apocalypse, with the growth of these 2 bases, friction became unavoidable. They often clashed over resources and supplies, leading to disputes. Gu Feng and Chun Gang, as captains of their respective bases' search teams, had encountered each other multiple times over supplies, igniting conflicts. Thus, every meeting was fraught with animosity. Upon realizing his ruse had been exposed, Gu Feng snorted disdainfully. "Humph. Indeed, there are members of my dynasty base awaiting at the front, but with so many zombies around, if we do not have our people to assist, you think you can break through? You must be dreaming." Shin Gang scoffed, retorting, "What? Only your dynasty base has reinforcements? Does my Kaiming base lack them?" As he spoke, Shin Gang produced a signal pistol. With a bang, a red flare shot into the sky, a single arrow piercing through the clouds, calling forth 1,000 troops. Gu Feng's expression darkened at this sight. That damned Shin Gang was always opposing him. While these humans were embroiled in inner conflict within the Platinum Pit, they remained oblivious to the multitude of powerful beings drawn by the Platinum Beam. The 800 members of the Du Alliance were already nearby, and upon witnessing the Platinum Beam, Wang Yun immediately led her team towards it. However, she did not act recklessly. Instead, She directed her team to enter a taller building to assess the situation before formulating a plan. The more Wang Yun observed, the more alarmed she became. 4. In addition to the multitude of zombies, numerous mutated beasts lurked in the nearby corners, and several avian mutated creatures circled ominously overhead. This platinum chest would indeed be a challenging prize to seize, she murmured. Despite the daunting nature of the task, she had no intention of relinquishing the opportunity to claim the treasure. Though she had never opened a platinum chest before, she understood that such high-caliber chests contained treasures capable of inciting madness. Thus, she was determined not to let this chance slip away. Only by acquiring the treasure and rapidly growing stronger could she lead more of her sisters to survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse. In a shadowy corner, a scruffy rabbit stealthily poked its head out from trash bin. Subsequently, it swiftly dragged a zombie into the receptacle. 30 seconds later, a blood-soaked zombie rabbit erupted from the bin, swaggering boldly into the throng of corpses. Utilizing its size advantage, the rabbit squeezed its way to the edge of a massive pit. Before it could assess the situation below, a fourth-tier zombie fixed it with a peculiar gaze and leaned down to sniff at it. The fourth-tier zombie seemed bewildered by the existence of such a creature within the zombie clan. Suddenly, the rabbit grinned at it, then kicked the fourth-tier zombie into the pit. Chapter 81. Su Laoliu Strikes Gold, ascends 3 levels. This maneuver was learned from Su Wei. However, the thought of Su Wei sent a chill through the rabbit. Cautiously glancing around, it was relieved to find no sign of Su Wei. Clearly, having been kicked twice by her, it had developed a psychological aversion. After surveying the pit's condition, the rabbit concealed itself within the mass of corpses. The rabbit was indeed quite formidable, currently at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Even against 5th-tier adversaries, it could hold its own. Yet, this creature inexplicably enjoyed playing the fool, having seemingly learned from someone. Within the pit, all beings and mutated creatures were fixated on the countdown displayed by the beam of light. 10, 9, 8, 1. With a resounding click, the platinum chest swung open. "Seize it!" a human Esper shouted, causing the hastily formed alliance to disintegrate as everyone lunged for the open chest. Although the Espers acted swiftly, the mutated beasts were even quicker. A colossal wild boar, its hide as tough as steel, charged into the ranks of Espers, sending a group flying as they focused on the treasure. A blue-hued wolf unleashed a laser towards the chest's opening, thwarting the human Esper's attempt to claim the spoils. In an instant, chaos erupted as several avian mutated creatures swooped down from the sky. However, intriguingly, whether mutated beasts or humans, anyone daring enough to reach into the treasure chest found themselves on the receiving end of a beating, resulting in a temporary stalemate where neither side was able to claim the treasures within. At that moment, Su Can arrived late, surveying the tightly packed masses of corpses with a furrowed brow. The countdown had concluded, and uncertainty loomed over the situation in the platinum pit. Nevertheless, having come this far, he felt compelled to investigate the circumstances. With the ability to teleport through an alternate space, he had no fear of peril. Teleporting within mere breaths, Su Can traversed the throng of corpses and entered the massive pit. He concealed himself within the alternate space, keenly observing the unfolding chaos. It was tumultuous, exceedingly chaotic. Initially, he had assumed the treasures within the chest would have been entirely claimed. However, upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find the treasures still intact. Su Can's breath quickened. Treasures! Without a moment's hesitation, he teleported directly in front of the chest. Simultaneously, that mischievous rabbit had seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to slip into the pit, leveraging its diminutive stature to approach the chest silently. With the treasure within reach, the rabbit's eyes glowed crimson, consumed by a mixture of excitement and instinct. Wang Yun, too, had utilized the stealth granted by her shadow power to infiltrate the pit, extending her hand into the chest. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. The mutated beasts and espers within the pit were utterly unprepared for the presence of these crafty interlopers. Had they succeeded? As Wang Yun's hand delved into the chest, she felt something furry, initially believing it to be a treasure. The rabbit quivered, sensing that a claw had been grasped by an unseen hand. Yet, there was no one in sight. What sorcery was this? No, something foul lurked in the shadows. Wait, where had the contents of the chest vanished? the rabbit discovered that the platinum chest was astonishingly empty. Wang Yun also realized that what she had grasped was merely a rabbit's paw, and she noted the desolate emptiness of the platinum chest. What in the world? The chest is empty. Who has taken the treasures? The realization struck others as well, prompting immediate cries of alarm. This exclamation drew the attention of both humans and mutated beasts alike. Gazing at the vacant chest, they synchronously halted their battles, scanning each person and creature present in search of the culprit. At that moment, their eyes transformed into scanners, wishing to penetrate the essence of all beings present. Perceiving the peril, Wang Yun promptly made her escape. However, the cunning rabbit, possessing higher levels and formidable abilities, swiftly detected the fluctuations of shadow energy in the darkness. With a furious roar, it kicked towards Wang Yun's position. A dull thud echoed, accompanied by the faint sound of cracking bones. Wang Yun was instantly grievously injured, nearly tumbling out of the shadows. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself, enduring the pain as she fled swiftly. Otherwise, if she were to be exposed, the humans and mutated beasts would surely assume she had stolen the treasures from the chest. The consequences would be dire. Yet she pondered, which detestable scoundrel had so stealthily made off with the treasures from the platinum chest? Could it be him? Suddenly, Wang Yun recalled the individual she had encountered half an hour prior. Her suspicions were entirely correct. It was indeed Su Can, that crafty trickster. At this moment, he had already teleported to a nearby building, inspecting his spoils. The advanced amplification crystal core could enhance all attributes by 5 times for 10 minutes. The advanced speed crystal core could elevate speed by 5 times for 10 minutes. The advanced strength crystal core could boost strength by 5 times for 10 minutes. The advanced energy crystal core could significantly elevate the Esper's level. Additionally, there was a bronze key. These constituted the entirety of the treasures from the platinum chest. Sukin furrowed his brow slightly, finding this haul inferior to that from the platinum chest 2 months prior. That chest had yielded exceptional items, a 9-turn crystal core and an indestructible golden body crystal core. While these 4 advanced crystal cores were indeed impressive, 3 of them were merely buff-type enhancements, with time limits, usable only in critical moments. Nevertheless, it wasn't entirely disappointing, as he had acquired 1 advanced energy crystal core. Moreover, he now possessed 3 bronze keys. Although uncertain of their use, he believed they would prove valuable in the future, so he decided to keep them. Simultaneously, he secured the other 3 buff-type crystal cores, leaving only the advanced energy crystal core. Without hesitation, Sukin consumed it. In an instant, a surge of pure energy coursed through his body. Had he ingested the energy crystal core at the onset of the apocalypse, his body would have succumbed to unconsciousness or slumber due to its overwhelming power. However, now, Sukan's physique was exponentially stronger than it had been at the beginning of the apocalypse, thus allowing him to withstand the influx of energy from the advanced energy crystal core. Sukan felt the energy within him surge like a mighty river breaching its banks, breaking through 3 barriers consecutively. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had unexpectedly advanced 3 levels. From the mid-stage of the 4th tier to the early stage of the 5th tier, this was the power of a high-grade energy crystal core. Incredible. Yet, a realization struck Sukin previously. He had consumed a low-grade energy crystal core to break through a minor level. Now, having ingested a high-grade energy crystal core, he had surged through 3 minor levels. If he were to consume a mid-grade energy crystal core, would it not allow him to break through 2 minor levels? However, he pondered the upper limit of these energy crystal cores. Just then, a thunderous roar of a zombie caught Sukan's attention. Above the massive pit, a 5th-tier zombie king appeared. Chapter 82, Su Xiao Lu, the Een Zombie King. The zombie king loomed high, surveying the world below, as if it were a sovereign emperor. The mutated beasts and ability users beneath the pit were struck with fear. A 5th-tier zombie? Goodness, I am merely at the 3rd tier. And now a 5th tier has emerged? Is there no respite for us? This zombie looks utterly terrifying. Just look at its gaze. It seems to regard us as mere piglets. Damn it, escaping now seems impossible. Not only have we failed to obtain the treasure chest, but we may also perish here. At that moment, the zombie king surveyed every potential prey below. Upon seeing the vacant platinum treasure chest, it was filled with unbridled rage. With a roar, the Zombie King commanded the fallen to rise. However, the pit was filled with substances capable of annihilating the zombie virus, rendering the Zombie King's fury impotent. Yet, as long as it could confine these prey within the pit, they would undoubtedly seek a way to break free, and then it could devour them one by one. With this thought, the Zombie King revealed a sinister smile, instinctively adjusting its golden-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of both intelligence and terror. At this moment, anxiety gripped everyone in the pit. Gufeng quickly reassured, "Everyone, do not panic. Zombies cannot enter the pit. We are at least safe for now." Shingang echoed, "Indeed, the zombies cannot come in. We will wait for reinforcements here. As long as we endure a little longer, Qiming Base will send help." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of relief. Humanity possesses great wisdom, and in times of peril, unity prevails. However, the mutated beasts could not contain their impatience. With the treasure from the platinum chest gone, their desire to fight diminished. They merely wished to escape this perilous place. A peak third-tier, mutated wild boar charged into the pit, attempting to scatter the horde of zombies and flee. Oomph! The wild boar charged. The fifth-tier Zombie King smirked slightly at this sight. With a low growl, a giant zombie over 3 meters tall emerged, swinging an axe directly at the wild boar. The wild boar was instantly cleaved in two. This scene immediately silenced the mutated beasts and ability users in the pit, quelling any rash movements. It is not the size of the zombie tide that incites fear, but the command of a Zombie King. Su Kan, observing from the building, realized that these individuals and mutated beasts were likely to meet their end here, unless external assistance arrived. Otherwise, with their current strength, they might fall short of breaking through the zombie tide. In the pit, there are only a handful of mutated beasts and a few dozen ability users, most being at the 3rd tier. Only 2 were at the 4th tier, both mutated beasts. Not a single human was at that level. The zombie horde, on the other hand, was densely packed, numbering in the thousands with no end in sight. If the 5th tier Zombie King continued to command the horde, those trapped in the pit were surely doomed. Meanwhile, in a building opposite Su Kan, the reinforcements from the Wangchao base were assessing the situation. They had initially come to assist Gu Feng upon receiving his message, only to find that not only had Gu Feng's team failed to secure the platinum resources, but they were also trapped. "Captain, Gu Feng and his team are surrounded by zombies. What should we do? Should we provide support?" "Do not rush. The people from Qiming Base are also inside. I believe they will send assistance as well. Let's wait a moment longer. First, relay the message back to the base for reinforcements. With our numbers, we cannot afford to lose anyone, let alone attempt a rescue." "Understood, Captain." In the adjacent building, Yang Yun, gravely injured, returned to the side of her comrades in the Du Alliance, only to faint upon arrival. "Leader, what has happened to you?" "Quickly. Healing ability users, treat the leader." "Deputy leader, the leader has fainted. What should we do now?" "Retreat. Let's first take the leader back to the base." Just as the Du Alliance began their retreat, the reinforcements from Qiming Base arrived, numbering over 300. However, upon seeing the densely packed horde of zombies, they were all struck with dread. The leader decided to enter the tall building to observe the situation. Coincidentally, they were in the same building as Su Kan, though Su Kan had already reached the top floor while they remained in the room. How intriguing. The contents of the chest were gone, yet the excitement had only intensified. A slight smile crept across Su Kan's lips. He relished the chaos. However, this was not the time for idle observation. He was in a race against time to open the chest. With swift movements, Su Kan departed just as Su Wei and Wang Jie arrived. Where did my brother go? His aura was just here. How did he vanish? Did he teleport again? What? The contents of the platinum chest are gone? I wonder who snatched them away. Oh, there's so many provisions in the pit. What a pity I cannot enter. Otherwise, I could feast to my heart's content. Wait, there is a 5th-tier zombie here. It's him. Su Wei recognized the creature at a glance. It was that scoundrel who had stolen the Blood Moon energy from her. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. How dare you steal energy from me? You must be tired of living. Today, I shall make you pay. Su Wei Jnenjit Hatit Had Feast Wang Jie. I'm exceedingly furious right now. Wang Jie instinctively hunched down at her words. Sister, have you been watching too many films? Go on, go. Su Wei instructed, Wang Jia, you do this first, then that, and I will follow with this. Do you understand? Wang Jia looked at Su Wei with reluctance. Su Wei patted her head, soothingly saying, be good. If we can eliminate that scoundrel. Tonight, I will roast you a human leg, the kind that sizzles with grease. You can eat as much as you desire. Hearing this, Wang Jia could not help but drool, nodding eagerly. Baldy C approached, wearing a fawning expression. Su Wei kicked him away, scram. The zombie king sniffed the air, its gray-white eyes glinting with intelligence. The zombie king surveyed its prey below and chuckled. It could sense that the harmful substances in the pit were gradually dissipating. It estimated that within half an hour, the zombies would be able to enter the pit. Meanwhile, the humans and mutated beasts inside remained oblivious to this impending doom. Though 2 treasure chests had dropped at the onset of the apocalypse, few had paid attention to the fact that while the treasure chests remained unopened, the mysterious substances in the massive pit would persist, restraining the zombies. However, once the chest was opened, the mysterious substances would gradually fade away. As the zombie king awaited the dissipation of the mysterious substances, it suddenly noticed a 4th-tier, beautiful female zombie casting flirtatious glances its way. The zombie king's eyes lit up. It scrutinized the voluptuous female zombie, appreciating her enticing figure. Truly exquisite. Although she had transformed into a zombie, the higher her tier, the more humanity the zombie king regained, particularly its lascivious tendencies. Despite wearing golden-rimmed glasses and appearing refined in life, in reality, it had been quite the lecher. Every day, he indulges in self-pleasure and frequently seeks the company of ladies. At this moment, the alluring female zombie stirred his desires. With a howl, the zombie king beckoned her closer. Unexpectedly, the enchanting female zombie mimicked his gesture, puffing out her chest and inviting him over. The zombie king was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled. In his previous life, he had always favored women with such contrasts. Engaging with her would ignite his sense of conquest. With a sinister grin, the zombie king's interest surged. Since it would take time to eliminate his prey, he thought it an opportune moment to converse with the beautiful zombie. He turned, ready to approach her. However, at that very instant, a petite foot struck him squarely in the chest. His mind was consumed by thoughts of the female zombie, leaving him utterly unprepared. The force of that kick was astonishing. He barely had time to react before he was sent tumbling into a pit. With a resounding thud, the zombie king fell into the abyss. Strange matter swiftly infiltrated his being. With a roar, he writhed in agony, his anguished cries echoing as he transformed into a pool of blood. Chapter 83. The Hunt for the Rabbit. What just transpired? How did the zombie king suddenly perish? Instantly, silence enveloped everyone. But the next moment, a tremendous uproar and jubilation erupted from the depths of the pit. He is dead. The 5th-tier zombie king has fallen, just like that? Who did it? Who kicked him? I shall honor that individual with a longevity tablet. Heaven has not forsaken us. Brothers, the opportunity has arrived. Charge forth. Annihilate these mindless zombies. With the loss of unified command, the horde was rife with vulnerabilities. If they focused their efforts on a single breakthrough point, they could escape. Charge. Slay. The human psychics were the first to act. The mutated beasts, being clever, recognized that following the humans was an excellent chance for a breakout. In that moment, the 2 opposing races formed a brief alliance. Soon, the mutated beasts and psychics surged into battle. Yet, Su Wei noticed a small figure in the pit remaining unmoved. Upon closer inspection, it was a rabbit, and it looked quite familiar. Oh no, it couldn't possibly be that troublesome rabbit, could it? A pang of anxiety struck Su Wei. Initially, she thought this troublesome rabbit was easy to bully and had kicked it twice. However, after witnessing it transform into a muscular rabbit slaughtering through the zombie horde, she felt a sense of dread. It was likely that this rabbit now bore a grudge against her. Thus, Su Wei quickly concealed herself within the horde. Covertly observing the troublesome rabbit, she noticed that the rabbit refrained from charging alongside the humans and mutated beasts, instead blending back into the zombie mass, utilizing the remnants of zombie blood on its body. Previously, it had feared being detected by the 5th-tier zombie king. Now that the king was dead, it had no reservations. Little did it know, Su Wei, a 5th-tier entity, was still present within the horde. With a wicked smile, Su Wei focused on the rabbit's direction. With so many zombies around, why not eliminate it to prevent future troubles? Thus, Su Wei commanded the horde. Her control over the zombies was far superior to that of the previous 5th-tier zombie king. As her level increased, Su Wei grasped the hierarchy within the zombie community. Among the undead, those with minimal strength who charge mindlessly are referred to as corpse soldiers. Those with significant power but limited intelligence are called corpse generals. The powerful yet intelligent zombies who effectively utilize their horde are known as zombie kings. The 5th-tier zombie king was one such entity, the most formidable, possessing intellect comparable to humans, immense mental strength, and capable of suppressing zombie kings of the same tier, is termed as zombie emperor. Such beings are exceedingly rare, often one among millions of zombies. Coincidentally, Su Wei was indeed a zombie emperor. She possessed an innate ability to command the horde. Consequently, when she killed the 5th-tier zombie king, the horde remained perfectly still. It is crucial to understand that a zombie horde can only have one zombie king at a time. If someone kills a zombie king, the horde will riot, unless the killer is a zombie emperor. This is akin to an emperor executing a prince. Who among the subjects would dare to protest? Moreover, unlike zombie kings, a zombie emperor does not need to rely on roaring to convey commands. They can issue orders telepathically through their immense mental power. At this moment, Su Wei directed part of the horde to eliminate the rabbit. Upon receiving the command, the zombies began their assault on the rabbit. A 3rd-tier zombie was the first to strike, unleashing a fiery breath towards the rabbit. However, the crafty rabbit evaded it in a flash. Before it could comprehend the situation, a swarm of zombies lunged at it. Yet, thanks to its size, the rabbit nimbly dodged among the horde. Observing that the zombie sea tactic was ineffective against the troublesome rabbit, Su Wei swiftly revised her strategy. She dispersed the horde, isolating the rabbit in a clear area. The rabbit's pupils dilated, wearing a remarkably human-like expression. These zombies were astonishingly well-trained. Could there be a zombie king orchestrating this behind the scenes? The rabbit scanned the horde, attempting to locate Su Wei. But Su Wei would not grant it such an opportunity. She immediately dispatched 10 peak 3rd-tier elite zombies to encircle the rabbit. The 10 elite zombies swiftly surrounded the rabbit, leaving it no time to seek out Su Wei's position. With a roar, a power-type zombie was the first to strike with a punch. The rabbit, demonstrating remarkable agility, leaped to evade. With a resounding thud, the power zombie's punch missed. However, another agile zombie had already prepared to pounce, appearing behind the rabbit and slashing its sharp claws toward the rabbit's back. Yet the rabbit reacted even quicker, executing a backflip and kicking the agile zombie away. But then, 3 more elite zombies lunged at the rabbit. Meanwhile, in her determination to eliminate this rabbit, Su Wei gathered her finest forces. This, however, left the horde confronting the humans and mutated beasts somewhat weakened. While the horde was massive, those remaining to confront the humans and mutated beasts were primarily 1st and 2nd-tier zombies. The 3rd and 4th-tier zombies had been reassigned by Su Wei. Therefore, the psychics and mutated beasts made considerable progress in their escape. With the support of reinforcements from the Qiming base and Dynasty base, they managed to break through with minimal casualties. Su Wei, although eager to devour these mutated beasts and psychics, sensed that this rabbit would pose a significant threat in the future, necessitating its elimination. All zombies below 3rd tier withdrew, while those above 3rd tier stood ready to strike, prepared to extinguish the troublesome rabbit. Su Wei issued her command once more. The horde retreated, creating a vast arena. In the arena, the rabbit was besieged by 10 elite zombies. Surrounding them were over 100 3rd-tier zombies and several 4th-tier zombies, poised for action. Although the rabbit adeptly evaded the attacks of the 10 elite zombies, it sensed the horde's movements and felt an ominous shift. It leaped onto the head of an elite zombie, springing high into the air. Seizing its momentum, it aimed to leap out of the horde. Su Wei's eyes gleamed with opportunity. In an instant, she issued the attack command. The 4th and 3rd-tier zombies skilled in ranged attacks unleashed their powers. Wind, fire, lightning, metal, and water abilities surged forth, targeting the rabbit midair. The rabbit, suspended in the air, found evasion impossible. Being struck leaves only one path to death. 2-2. As the impending attacks seemed poised to strike, the rabbit let out a piercing cry and transformed mid-air. Muscular rabbit, once again. 2-2. Chapter 84. Jume has not perished. Boom, boom, boom. In mid-air, hundreds of diverse abilities collided with the rabbit. The spectacle was as dazzling as fireworks during the new year. Accompanied by a resounding bang, a muscular rabbit landed heavily on the ground. Tutu, it roared, emitting a fearsome growl that quelled the horde of corpses. Su Wei's pupils contracted slightly, her expression turning grave. How could this dead rabbit remain unscathed after enduring so many attacks? Moreover, the aura it exuded was utterly terrifying, far surpassing the usual 5th tier. The key point was that it was merely at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. What on earth was this dead rabbit? Su Wei felt a surge of trepidation. Had she known better, she would have refrained from provoking it. Meanwhile, Sukin utilized his spatial teleportation ability to search for chests. Soon, he stumbled upon a vast pit. It was a golden chest. He had opened black iron, bronze, silver, and platinum chests, but this was his first encounter with a golden one. He wondered what treasures lay within. The golden pit was situated in a relatively secluded area. Thus, there were few zombies and ability users nearby. Only a few mutated beasts lingered in the vicinity. Yet, the mutated beasts hesitated to leap down, knowing that without a human to open the chest, their efforts would be in vain. So, they simply loitered around, awaiting a human's arrival. At that moment, Sukin leaped directly into the pit, ready to open the chest. The nearby mutated beasts, witnessing the arrival of a human, had their eyes gleam with excitement, scattering the horde of corpses and jumping in. For mutated beasts in total, each occupied a position, cornering Su Can and the treasure chest. The moment Su Can opened the chest, they would pounce en masse. One must admit, the intelligence of the mutated beasts was on the rise. Unfortunately for them, they were up against Su Can, a cunning adversary, destined for futile efforts. Su Can glanced at the mutated beasts and, right before their eyes, opened the chest. With a press of his palm, it clicked open. Unlike the chest from the dawn of the apocalypse, there was no password required now, just the imprint of a human hand. In an instant, the 4 mutated beasts sprang into action. Sukin remained unfazed, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he prepared to utilize his spatial abilities to collect all the resources from the chest. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and the items from the chest vanished. Sukin's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did my things go? At that moment, a youthful voice rang out. Haha, thank you, Uncle. Sukin turned to see a boy standing atop a nearby telephone pole. The boy waved in gratitude, appearing no older than 15 or 16. His youthful features still intact, exuding a sense of innocence. Sukin narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that this boy had managed to steal the contents of the chest right under his nose, moving with such speed. Could he possess some form of supersonic ability? Or perhaps teleportation? Sukan's assumptions were not far from the truth. The boy's ability was indeed teleportation. At this moment, the 4 mutated beasts remained oblivious to the theft of the chest's contents by the boy. They charged at Sukin en masse. However, Sukin did not even spare them a glance, producing his axe and swiftly dispatching one of the 4th-tier mutated beasts, then kicking another 3rd-tier mutated beast into the horde of corpses. Zombies swarmed in, swiftly engulfing it. The remaining 2 3rd-tier mutated beasts, witnessing this, immediately turned to flee. Yet, Sukin activated his dragon elephant ability and instantly eliminated them. The boy watched in shock, his scalp prickling, to dispatch 4 mutated beasts, one of which was 4th tier. In such a manner, it appeared he had encountered a formidable opponent. However, the boy remained unfazed. With his abilities, no one had yet managed to capture him. Hand it over. After dealing with the mutated beasts, Sukan's gaze fixed upon the boy atop the telephone pole. The boy made a face at him. Uncle, what are you thinking? In the apocalypse, whatever you can seize is yours. If you have the capability, take it back. Sukan, not particularly concerned with his appearance in this post-apocalyptic world, sported a stubbled jawline, making it reasonable for a teenager to refer to him as uncle. Faced with such provocation, Sukin could not allow it to slide. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. As you wish. Whoosh. Spatial teleportation. With his current abilities, he could teleport approximately 30 meters. The boy was just within range. As the boy witnessed Sukin vanish from sight, his pupils dilated in shock. Disappeared? He immediately activated his teleportation, darting several dozen meters away. Sukin landed on the telephone pole, missing his target. The boy stared at Sukin, who had suddenly appeared on the telephone pole, momentarily stunned. You also possess teleportation abilities? Sukin observed the distance the boy had teleported with a furrowed brow. 50 meters. This fellow had a greater teleportation range than he did. However, it seemed this boy's ability was purely teleportation, while Sukan's was merely a spatial ability with teleportation as an extension. Thus, the difference in distance was to be expected. So what? Suka did not deny it. The boy's eyes brightened. Uncle, you don't seem like a bad person. How about considering joining our Gile world? If you join us, I can return the items from a chest. Sukan frowned. Gile world? The boy elaborated. Our Gile world is a base filled with love and peace, where there are no disputes, no darkness, only endless light and beauty. Everyone is working hard to build Gile world. Moreover, once you join us, our Holy Mother will bless you. A talent like you, if you join us, will surely receive the Holy Mother's grace. You will become even stronger. What do you say? Interested? Upon hearing this, Sukan felt as though he was being pitched a multi-level marketing scheme. Furthermore, the terms Holy Mother and Gile world sounded eerily familiar. He suddenly recalled a woman from the early days of the apocalypse. Zhu Mei. Could it be that she had survived? Had she truly established a Gile world? Sukan probed. Is your Holy Mother named Zhu Mei? The boy was taken aback. How do you know? Sukan was secretly astonished. Zhu Mei was indeed alive. Hadn't she been swallowed by the Earth Dragon? Miraculously, she had survived. Sukan continued. I also know she is an SS-level ability user. And doesn't she have a birthmark between her brows? The boy nodded. Exactly. The Holy Mother is indeed an SS-level ability user. And she does have a birthmark between her brows. But how do you know? Who exactly are you? Su Lao Lu smiled slightly. Relax, young man. I'm on the family. The boy blinked, puzzled. On the family? Su Lao Lu continued to weave a tale. Yes, I was friends with your Holy Mother. We met before the apocalypse, and I even pursued her. Unfortunately, after the apocalypse broke out, she went missing. I never expected she would establish a base and become a Holy Mother. If it's her, I would certainly be willing to join the base. After all, I have a deep connection with her. Indeed, quite deep. He had nearly killed her once. Chapter 85. Holy Mother Zhu Mei. Zandu Jiadu? Zandu. That's wonderful, uncle. Come back to the base with me. The boy showed no signs of wariness towards Sukan, beaming with joy. His innocence was somewhat endearing. However, Sukan shook his head, stating, I have important matters to attend to and cannot return with you just yet. How about this? Tell me the location of your base. Once I've resolved my issues, I'll come to you. Upon hearing this, the young man felt a tinge of regret. He had hoped that by recruiting such a formidable ability user into the base, he would surely earn the admiration of the Holy Mother. However, the elder had mentioned he would come once he had resolved his matters. Very well then, I sincerely hope you will join our base. Our base is undoubtedly the finest in the world. If you have any friends or relatives, feel free to bring them along. We welcome all humanity into our Gile Shija. Our base is located in the military district on the outskirts of Sucheng. When you arrive, just mention my name. I am Yao, the dazzling Yao, shining like starlight. Yao flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, exuding a vibrant and sunny disposition. It is indeed rare to encounter such innocent individuals in a post-apocalyptic world. All right, I will certainly come. Sukan replied. Yes, he would indeed venture to Gile Shija, and then eliminate Zhu Mei. But before that, gathering resources from treasure chests was of utmost importance. Well then, Elder, I shall await your arrival. By the way, what is your name? Aim Sushan. The young man paused slightly. Sushan? Could it be that you're also a fan of Gaga? Sukan remarked. What a stale reference. It is already 2030, and there are still people using memes from 4 years ago. Truly ridiculous. Sukan forced a smile. I suppose so. The young man's eyes lit up. That's wonderful, Elder. Finally, I have found a kindred spirit. I have grown up learning the dances and songs of Gaga. I'm a devoted fan. Elder, allow me to serenade you with G.N.I. Tai Mei. Sukan was taken aback as the young man indeed began to sing. Not only did he sing, but he also danced and rapped. Although he was not wearing suspenders, his twisting form unmistakably revealed his origins. Of Yini Tai Mei. Jini Buyao Tao Mei. Sukan felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. He truly wished to give him a good whack. This young man was quite something. How is that? Do you think I have 3 parts of good Ji's charm? The young man finished his performance, feeling quite pleased with himself. Sukan, somewhat reluctantly, nodded. Not bad. With a bit more practice, you might just surpass Gaga. The young man was greatly encouraged. Do not worry, Elder. I will certainly strive for that. Once I return home, I will practice daily aiming to surpass Gugu as soon as possible. All right, Elder. I must take my leave now. Otherwise, my companions will grow anxious. Farewell, Elder. I will await you in Jile Shija. Oh, by the way, I apologize for taking your resources earlier. Since we are all part of the same team, I shall return them to you. Before departing, the young man surprisingly returned the resources he had taken from Suk, and Suk collected the items, secretly admiring the young man's pure heart. However, what sort of memes could such an innocent youth possibly be engaged in? Huangu, take a look. This is the soldier you have nurtured. In the main city of Sucheng, Zhu Mei was leading her subordinates to search for nearby treasure chests. 2 months prior, she had nearly been killed by Su Can. But unexpectedly, she was swallowed by an earth dragon and transported to the vicinity of the Sucheng military district. However, she was severely injured at that time and was unable to escape from the dragon's belly. Yet, the gluttonous dragon, without fully digesting Zhu Mei, attempted to ambush a powerful ability user within a military base and was subsequently slain by that very user. By fortunate coincidence, Zhu Mei was freed. After recovering from her injuries, she converted the ability user to her cause and, leveraging his strength, established a base within the military district. After 2 months of development, her Jile Shija had taken shape with a population of 8,000. However, to realize the true paradise of Jile Fogua, she still had a long way to go. Yet, she tirelessly pursued her aspirations, taking personal responsibility for most tasks. Generally speaking, a spiritual leader of a base does not need to personally gather resources. Nevertheless, Zhu Mei believed that a leader should set an example. Moreover, regarding the crucial strategic resource of treasure chests, her direct involvement was essential. Additionally, her Holy Mother ability allowed her to release a domain, which could influence and suppress enemies within it. With this domain, she traversed the horde of corpses with ease. Simultaneously, she had dispatched several small teams to scour for treasure chests in the vicinity. If they could seize them, they would. If not, they would notify her to take action. Just then, a flicker of yellow light appeared before Zhu Mei. When the light faded, 2 figures materialized in its place. Approaching Zhu Mei, the 2 men exhibited fervent enthusiasm and respectfully said, "We greet the Holy Mother." Zhu Mei smiled gently. "You have worked hard. What have you found?" One of them replied, "Holy Mother, we found 5 chests in the neighboring Jiangcheng. Among them, 1 black iron chest, 2 bronze chests, and 2 silver chests. The contents of the chests are all here for your inspection." With that, he produced a burlap sack and opened its mouth. Inside were the results of their treasure hunts, various ability crystals, and weapons. Zhu Mei smiled with satisfaction. "Well done. My Buddha shall bless you." At that moment, the other man hesitantly spoke, "Holy Mother, I also seized a golden treasure chest, but I encountered your friend and returned the resources to him." "That person was Yao." Zhu Mei raised an eyebrow. "My friend?" Yao quickly recounted his encounter with Su. Zhu Mei's brow furrowed. "Su Shan? Who is that?" She had no recollection whatsoever. This individual was impersonating her friend. He surely harbored ill intentions. Yao must have been deceived. Yet, she could not expose this. After all, Yao was a rare, pure-hearted individual. She did not wish to tarnish his innocence. Zhu Mei smiled. "I see. Yeah, well done. Thank you for the praise, Holy Mother." Upon receiving the Holy Mother's commendation, Yao beamed like a child. "Since he is a friend, I should go meet him. Feng, you will lead the way," Zhu Mei instructed, glancing at Yao's companion. This was a young man in his 20s, possessing a unique ability and remarkable talent. Feng was an S-class ability user with teleportation capabilities. He could mark specific areas for teleportation and could also carry others along, though it required substantial energy. With Feng's teleportation and Yao's instantaneous movement, the two formed an unstoppable duo, especially in the quest for treasure chests. Yao could utilize his instantaneous movement to seize treasure chest resources, teleporting to Feng's side, who would then transport him back to the base or to the Holy Mother, facilitating the transfer of resources. "Perfect. Yao, you should accompany Qing Long, Hu Fei, and the others for now," Zhu Mei instructed Yao. Qing Long, Hu Fei, was a valiant man, standing beside Zhu Mei, with a striking appearance and an imposing aura, indicating that he likely served in the military before the apocalypse and held a significant rank. Yao obediently replied, "Yes, Holy Mother." Then, Zhu Mei turned to Feng. "Feng, let us depart." At that moment, Qing Long, Hu Fei, interjected, Holy Mother, is it just you and Foam? Wouldn't that be too risky? Allow me to accompany you. I can ensure your safety. Zhu Mei smiled lightly. There are few who can harm me in this world. There will be no danger. Moreover, with Feng here, should any threat arise, we will be able to teleport back immediately. You all should remain here and wait. Upon hearing this, Qinglong, who Fa could only comply with the order. Yes, Holy Mother. Feng, let us go. Understood. Holy Mother, teleporting now. 2.5 minutes later, Feng brought the Holy Mother to the location of the Golden Pit. However, Sukin had long since departed. Holy Mother, the person may have already left. What shall we do now? Feng inquired. Zhu Mei's beautiful eyes glimmered slightly. We must find him. This old friend may one day become the bodhisattva of Maijal Shija, so it is imperative that we locate him. She had already surmised that the individual claiming to be her friend was likely Su Can Feng. Brimming with curiosity, inquired, Saint Mother, what exactly is the Do Zhan Sheng Fo? Zhu Mei smiled gently, her tone imbued with a captivating allure. If we wish to establish a firm foothold in this chaotic world of the extreme bliss realm, we must find a being of unparalleled power to become our Do Zhan Sheng Fo, the fighting Buddha of the realm, to protect the extreme bliss and intimidate all directions. Feng suddenly understood and pondered further. Then isn't the Azure Dragon Protector our Do Zhan Sheng Fo? Zhu Mei murmured softly, the Azure Dragon? If she had never encountered Su Can, perhaps she truly would have chosen the Azure Dragon as the Do Zhan Sheng Fo. After all, the Azure Dragon's abilities are formidable. The Azure Dragon's supernatural power, aptly named Qinglong, is a physical type ability of SS level talent. When activated, it transforms parts of the body into dragon-like forms, each granting distinct powers. For instance, dragonified legs grant extraordinary speed. Dragonified arms bestow immense strength. Dragonified head enhances unparalleled wisdom. Dragonified torso provides astonishing defense. And when the Qinglong ability evolves to its pinnacle, the entire body transforms into a true dragon, soaring across the world. Such an ability is indeed formidable. Yet, Zhu Mei's intuition told her that the title of Do Zhan Sheng Fo belonged solely to Su Can, implying that in her heart, Su Can was the strongest, even surpassing the Azure Dragon. Meanwhile, the muscular and ferocious rabbit single-handedly confronted the relentless tide of zombies with terrifying ferocity. Third-tier zombies were utterly fragile before it, like paper dolls. Even fourth-tier zombies could not withstand its 2 punches. The rabbit was truly terrifying. Amidst the zombie horde, Su Wei had already developed a desire to retreat, planning a stealthy escape. Although she had ascended to the 5th tier and possessed the immortal golden body for protection, she was not adept in combat. Only a fool would fight such a fierce rabbit. She decided to let the zombie horde gather as a shield to cover her escape. But this very action caught the rabbit's attention. With a ripping sound, the rabbit tore a 4th-tier zombie in half with its bare hands, its blood-red eyes like lasers, fixed upon the densest part of the horde. Then, with a powerful leap, it plunged into the crowd. A thunderous impact scattered the zombies, but Su Wei remained unaffected. Looking up at the 2.5-meter-tall, muscular rabbit before her, she smiled awkwardly. Hee hee, Brother Rabbit, what a coincidence. We meet again. Upon seeing Su Wei, the rabbit finally understood. No wonder it had been kicked again. It was this female zombie. 3 times, thrice now. No wonder the zombie horde targeted it. It was because of this detestable female zombie. The rabbit's eyes turned even redder as it raised its massive fist, intending to pulverize Su Wei into a pulp. Though frightened by the rabbit's overwhelming power, Su Wei was no pushover. Having endured so many days of apocalypse, she had grown considerably. As the rabbit's attack descended, she immediately activated her immortal golden body. The rabbit's punch landed on Su Wei's face, imbued with boundless fury, exerting double its strength, unstoppable and deadly. A loud metallic clash, followed by the sound of bones fracturing, echoed. The rabbit's face filled with disbelief as it let out a piercing scream. Its claw had broken. What was this female zombie made of? So resilient? Su Wei, unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, she had yet to truly employ her immortal golden body. Initially, she was afraid of the rabbit's wrath, fearing even her golden body might not endure. Now, it seemed she had worried needlessly. The immortal golden body was indeed formidable. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wei lifted her golden right foot and delivered a direct kick to the rabbit's groin. The rabbit howled in agony, tears streaming from its eyes. The pain from the broken claw was bearable, but the agony of shattered groin was intolerable for anyone. The rabbit clutched its injury, glaring at Su Wei with hatred. Yet, as Su Wei remained enveloped in her golden body, it dared not continue its assault. Severely wounded, the rabbit knew that pressing the fight could be fatal, so it decided to flee. Enduring the excruciating pain, it turned and fled. Su Wei immediately commanded the zombie horde to pursue it. Despite its injuries, the rabbit remained formidable, and the horde could not restrain it. A minute later, the rabbit leapt to the rooftop dozens of meters high. Standing atop, it cast a resentful glance at Su Wei before limping away. By then, Su Wei's immortal golden body had worn off. She patted her chest and murmured with lingering fear. Thankfully, the immortal golden body was powerful, or I would have been done for. This rabbit is truly terrifying. What a pity I did to finish it off. If only my brother were here. He surely could have killed it. Next time we meet, I must find a way to end it. Gazing at the scattered zombie corpses, Su Wei sighed. No waste. Extract all the crystal cores from my brother. Sister Wang, where's Old For? Time to work. With a hearty laugh, the logistics team, including Sister Wang and Old For, immediately began their tasks. Wow, that rabbit is fierce, killing so many zombies. But how did it get driven off by a female zombie? Fool, that's a 5th-tier zombie lord. What? Another 5th-tier zombie lord? What do we do? Do we still collect these zombie corpses? Nearby, some opportunistic supernatural beings associated with a base called scavengers lurked. They specialized in scavenging supplies amidst the apocalypse, thriving wherever battles raged. Of course, we'll collect. Once the zombie tide disperses, we'll harvest the crystal cores. So many zombie corpses, many 3rd and 4th tier. This is our chance to prosper. One scavenger was ecstatic. Wait, look, what are those zombies doing? Another warned. The scavengers noticed some zombies moving, digging out crystal cores from their fallen brethren and delivering them to the 5th-tier female zombie lord. This eerie scene puzzled them. Why would zombies harvest crystal cores? At that moment, Su Wei glanced toward the scavengers' hiding spot. They immediately concealed themselves. Su Wei's lips curled slightly. She hadn't expected anyone to spy on her. Since that's the case, I shall be unreserved. She smiled. Life and death unpredictable. Chapter 87. The trail of Zhou Tianxiong. Has the zombie lord discovered us? Impossible. We're hiding so well. It couldn't have detected us. Relax. Once the zombie tide disperses, we'll get rich. Oh no. Zhang Ergu, why are you panicking? It seems our building is surrounded by zombies. Time passed. 2 days later, the spoils were swiftly divided among humans, mutant beasts, and zombies. Humans benefited the most, followed by mutant beasts, with zombies last. After all, zombies couldn't even enter the pits. However, the heavens are just. Each time the blood moon descends, the zombie horde is granted a significant evolution through its power. At this moment, Su Kan and Su Wei are tallying their gains from the past 2 days. They have managed to seize a total of 8 chests, 1 made of black iron, 5 of silver, 2 of gold, and 1 of platinum. Among these, they uncovered 2 Tier 3 weapons, 1 Tier 4 weapon, 1 Tier 5 weapon, 3 primary energy crystals, 1 intermediate energy crystal, 1 advanced energy crystal, which has been consumed, and various buff-type enhancement crystals. Additionally, there is a crystal capable of enhancing supernatural abilities, the evolution crystal for supernatural powers. This crystal allows for the evolution of supernatural talents, capping at no more than grade A. In simpler terms, it is effective only for supernatural beings with grade B talents or lower. Of course, zombies and mutated beasts can also utilize it. Brother, what is all this? After working hard for 2 days, this is it? It's not even as good as what we obtained during our first treasure opening. Su Wei complained as she gazed at the pile of seemingly worthless items. Su Kan replied, there is no reason to complain. The contents of the chests are random. The fact that we obtained the undying golden body and the 9 transform crystal during our first opening was already a stroke of incredible luck. Who can maintain such fortune indefinitely? Otherwise, wouldn't that make one invincible? These items are not without merit. They might just save our lives in a crucial moment. Now, let us divide the spoils. The 2 Tier 3 weapons are for Sister Wang and the 4th brother. You should take this Tier 4 weapon for self-defense. As for these buff-type crystals, you 3 can share them. and I will take one all-attribute enhancement crystal. Regarding these 3 primary energy crystals and 1 intermediate energy crystal, I still have use for them. Sukin finally stowed away the energy crystals. All right, no problem. Sue nodded, but then inquired, Brother, what about this evolution crystal for supernatural powers? Who should we give it to? Sukin pondered for a moment and said, Let us hold on to it for now. Though your talents as zombies differ from humans, I believe the talents of the 3 of you should not be inferior to grade S human talents. Therefore, consuming it might not yield any significant effect. Sue nodded in agreement. I think so too. After all, these 3 zombies awakened their intelligence at the onset of the apocalypse. How low could their talents be? Protect me. I'm going to conduct an experiment. Sukin suddenly declared. With Sue regarding him with curiosity, he consumed a primary energy crystal. After a while, Sukin opened his eyes, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. It seemed his expectations were unfounded. Sue asked, Brother, what experiment were you conducting? Sukin spread his hand, revealing the energy crystal, and explained, From my observations, consuming a primary energy crystal allows one to directly break through a small tier. An intermediate energy crystal provides a direct boost of 2 small tiers. An advanced energy crystal offers a breakthrough of 3 small tiers. Just the other day, I consumed an advanced crystal and directly advanced 3 small tiers, reaching the initial stage of Tier 5. I had thought these energy crystals could bypass tier barriers and yield significant breakthroughs at any stage. It appears I was mistaken. The primary energy crystal cannot directly elevate beings above Tier 5 by even a single small tier. At most, it offers a slight enhancement. Sue was slightly taken aback. Is that so? What about the intermediate energy crystal? Does it still have an effect on Tier 5? Can it elevate 2 small tiers? Brother, you should try it. Sukin nodded. All right. Now that I am at the initial stage of Tier 5, consuming an intermediate energy crystal should allow me to reach the latter stage of Tier 5 directly. With a gulp, the crystal dissolved upon entry, energy flooding throughout his body. Evolution. Breakthrough. Moments later, Sukin indeed broke through to the latter stage of Tier 5. It seems the intermediate energy crystal is still capable of providing a direct enhancement of 2 small tiers for those at Tier 5. However, it remains uncertain whether this effect ceases at Tier 6, 7, or perhaps 8. This is useful. That's wonderful. Brother, why not consume the remaining 2 primary energy crystals? Perhaps you could break through once more. No need. Let us give them to Sister Wong and the 4th brother. They are currently at Tier 4. And consuming primary energy crystals will maximize the effect. That works. Subsequently, Sister Wong and Bald 4th each received a primary energy crystal. Sister Wong, originally at the mid-stage of Tier 4, consumed it and directly progressed to the latter stage of Tier 4. Bald 4th, who was at the initial stage of Tier 4, also advanced to the mid-stage of Tier 4. Sukin's small team experienced a significant enhancement in strength from this Blood Moon treasure hunt. At this moment, 1,000 miles away in Anhua City, on the outskirts, there lies a platinum treasure chest. The area is sparsely populated with few zombies, resulting in the late discovery of this platinum chest. However, the instant the platinum beam ascended, it captured the attention of all living beings within a several-kilometer radius. Half an hour later, a powerful and malevolent robust man slaughtered everyone and the mutated beasts in the pit, successfully seizing the resources within the chest. The 9 transform crystal? Consuming it can awaken a second supernatural ability? Excellent. Heaven blesses me. He laughed maniacally. Once I awaken my second ability, I shall return to Jiangsheng, find that woman, and make her forever submit to me. And that little brat, I will tear him to pieces. This man is none other than the superhuman Zhou Tianxiong. After being severely injured by Zhu Mei and Su Kan, he had jumped onto a boat by the banks of the Huangpu River. When he awoke, the boat had drifted 1,000 miles away to the East China Sea. The city closest to the East China Sea is Anhua City. Over the past 2 months, Zhou Tianxiong wreaked havoc in Anhua City, committing countless atrocities like a local tyrant. The several survivor bases in the area harbored deep resentment towards him, leading them to unite and dispatch elite teams to eliminate Zhou Tianxiong. However, he remained oblivious to their plans. Now, having acquired the 9 transform crystal, he prepared to awaken his second supernatural ability. Chapter 88. the trading market 3 hours later, a tremendous explosion erupted. Zhou Tianxiong's location was bombarded by several RPGs from the major bases in Anhua City. Nothing remained. Thought he was so powerful. Yet he couldn't withstand conventional weaponry. Did he really believe that being Grade S made him invincible? How dare he provoke the major bases of Anhua City? He truly seeks his own demise. Brothers, let us pack up. The major bases believe Zhou Tianxiong had perished and were preparing to return home. Suddenly, a pool of liquid manifested at the site of the bombardment. The liquid gradually formed a terrifying human face. The 4 major bases of Anhua City. Splendid. With this second ability, I will slay you all as if you were mere chickens and dogs. This was Zhou Tianxiong. He had awakened his second ability, the SSS grade liquidification ability. Soon after, Anhua City was engulfed in a bloody storm. On the 84th day of the apocalypse, which was the 3rd day following the blood moon, the 3 major powers of Jiangshang, Kaiming Base, Leitang Base, and the Jiangshan dynasty joined forces to establish a trading market specifically for humans in the apocalypse. The trading venue is located within an underground subway station in Jiangshang, which has been cleared by the 3 major powers and sealed at all exits except for one. The trading market's location is exceptionally discreet, making it difficult for zombies and mutated beasts to locate. Even if a zombie or mutated beast accidentally wandered nearby, they would be exterminated by the elite teams stationed by the 3 major powers. Each entry into the trading market requires the payment of 5 first-tier zombie crystals or 1 first-tier mutated beast crystal as an admission fee. Should one wish to establish a stall in the trading market, a specific number of crystals must be paid as a deposit, along with a daily fee of 20 first-tier zombie crystals for the stall. As time passes day by day, the scale of this trading market is expanding rapidly. An increasing number of extraordinary individuals have received news of it, even traveling from neighboring provinces to engage in trade. At a concealed subway entrance, behind a rusted roll-up door, several individuals clad in black combat attire stand guard, weapons in hand, safeguarding the entry to the trading market. Their uniforms bear the embroidered characters Wang, Qi, and Lei, representing the elite powers of the 3 major factions. Each of them is a formidable warrior, at least at the mid-3rd tier, specifically tasked with ensuring the safety of the market's entrance. At that moment, several extraordinary individuals are queuing at the entrance. The guard announce, "Halt! Release your aura." Mid-3rd tier. Upon entry, remember to pay 5 first-tier zombie crystal cores as your admission fee. Next, early 4th tier, you may enter. Mid-3rd tier, go ahead. Early 3rd tier, you may proceed. Mid-1st tier, you dare to join the trading market with such meager strength? Enter, but beware of showing off your wealth to avoid attracting unwanted attention. After paying their admission fees, these extraordinary individuals head towards the direction behind the guards. Before them lies a passage leading underground, with dozens of steps winding downwards. At the end of the staircase, a cacophony of sounds can be faintly heard: bargaining shouts, the clashing of weapons, and occasional laughter. This is the sound of the underground trading market, a rare glimpse of vitality in a post-apocalyptic world. A mid-1st tier extraordinary individual visits this trading market for the first time, curiously surveying everything within. The expansive subway station hall has been transformed beyond recognition. The tracks have been filled in by Earth-type extraordinary individuals, and stalls on either side are constructed with earthen walls, ensuring distance and safety between vendors. The market also has a law enforcement team specifically tasked with preventing emergencies. Everything appears to be in perfect order. As a mid-1st tier extraordinary individual approaches a stall, they notice the vendor is selling basic supplies: large bottles of mineral water, instant noodles, spicy snacks, chocolate, rice, bread, cigarettes, and betel nuts. "Brother, come take a look. Anything you need? Prices are negotiable." The vendor, eager to attract customers, calls out. This vendor, Huang Shulang, has a shifty appearance, suggesting he is not a trustworthy character. However, he possesses considerable strength, being at the late 3rd tier. The mid-1st tier extraordinary individual glances around, realizing there is nothing of interest, and decides to explore other stalls. But Huang Shulang, noticing his lower tier, is suddenly filled with malicious intent. Known as a petty thief before the apocalypse, Huang Shulang has continued his nefarious ways in the aftermath, consorting with like-minded companions to engage in various forms of petty crime. After joining the Qiming base, he attempted to mend his ways, but Upon hearing of the trading market established by the three major factions, he decided to sell off the supplies he hoarded. Unfortunately, the items he offers are all basic goods. In this post-apocalyptic world, while such items are indeed in demand, many vendors sell them at lower prices. After several days of vending with minimal income and paying a daily fee of 21st-tier zombie crystal cores, Huang Shilang finds himself in financial straits. He contemplates taking advantage of the mid-first-tier extraordinary individual before him, hoping he will buy supplies so that he can exploit him. To his surprise, this individual merely turns and walks away without making a purchase. Huang Shilang's malice intensifies, and he resorts to his old tricks of extortion. "Stop," he bellows. The mid-first-tier extraordinary individual turns and asks, "What is it?" Huang Shilang sneers, "You stole my belongings and wish to leave?" The extraordinary individual pauses, then quickly realizes the scheme. This man intends to frame him, mistaking his strength as inferior. However, Huang Shilang has miscalculated. The individual is not merely a mid-first tier, but actually at the late 5th tier. This person is Su King. Yesterday, he learned that several factions in Jiang City had established a trading market, prompting his visit today to see what valuable items could be exchanged. Entry to the market requires one to reveal their strength for registration, ostensibly for security. However, Sukin prefers not to draw attention to his true power, so he attempts to suppress his aura, managing to pass as a mid-first tier. As expected, he has succeeded in this endeavor. Nevertheless, he is still somewhat unpracticed, inadvertently suppressing himself to the mid-first tier level. Such power, a month prior to the apocalypse, would have been commendable. Yet now, as the third month of the apocalypse draws to a close, extraordinary individuals have predominantly reached the 2nd or 3rd tiers, with many 4th tiers also present. 5th-tier extraordinary individuals have emerged following recent contests over supplies, making mid-first-tier individuals rather scarce. It is no wonder Huang Shilang dares to attempt extortion. "Help! This person stole my belongings and is trying to flee." Huang Shilang seizes Su Kin's clothing, shouting loudly. Simultaneously, his nimble fingers slip a few pieces of chocolate into Su Kin's pocket. Such a petty act cannot escape Su Kin's keen awareness. With a slight smirk, he discreetly transfers the chocolates into his other dimensional space. Footsteps approach, and a law enforcement team arrives. What has transpired here? Chapter 89. Encountering an old acquaintance in the trading market, he stole my belongings. Huang Shilang falsely accuses Su Kin stealing. The captain of the law enforcement team glares angrily. As the trading market has just been established, they are strictly enforcing rules. Anyone causing trouble here is opposing the three major factions. "Kid, do you wish to court death by stirring up trouble in this place?" The captain, named Wu Wei, is in the early 4th tier and hails from the Wangchao base. Su Kin calmly replies, "You believe his accusation without evidence?" Wu Wei narrows his eyes, scrutinizing Su Kin. This individual, merely a 1st tier, exhibits no signs of fear. How audacious! Huang Shilang points to Su Kin's pocket, declaring, "The evidence lies within your pocket. The chocolate I placed there has gone missing. You stole it. Captain Wu, search him, and you will find it." In this apocalypse, a piece of chocolate is worth at least 1 2nd-tier crystal core. I had 4 or 5 pieces just now. They must all be in his pocket. While supplies are indeed precious in this world, a piece of chocolate could not possibly be valued at a 2nd-tier crystal core. It is worth at most 3 or 4 1st-tier cores. Huang Shilang inflates the price to swindle more money from Su Kin when the time comes. Wu Wei glances at Huang Shilang and sees through his petty scheme. Huang Shilang grins with his yellowed teeth, trying to appear amiable, yet a shifty demeanor inspires no goodwill. Wu Wei feels a sense of disgust. He has heard of Huang Shilang's dubious character. However, this 1st-tier individual stands firm, unyielding, and shows no signs of guilt. He may indeed be the victim of Huang Shilang's scheme. After some contemplation, Wu Wei addresses Su Kin, "Brother, please cooperate and allow us to search you." Su Kin smirks. "You may search, but what if you find nothing?" Wu Wei assures him, "Rest assured, if he wrongfully accuses you, I will handle it justly, and he shall not escape unscathed." Upon hearing this, Su Kin nods, choosing not to elaborate further. He removes his outer coat and hands it to the law enforcement personnel. Underneath, he wears a white tank top, showcasing his robust physique, complemented by casual pants. Su Kin turns his pockets inside out, revealing nothing. Nothing. The law enforcement personnel report after inspecting Su Kin's coat. Huang Shilang's expression changed dramatically. It was impossible. The item was undoubtedly on him. He must have hidden it. He surely concealed it in his trousers. Captain Wu, if you strip him, you will find it. Wu Wei's countenance darkened as he barked, Huang Shulang. Do you take me for a fool? You have one chance to confess, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Naturally, Huang Shulang had no intention of confessing, insisting. Captain Wu, what do you mean? What do you mean by giving me a chance to confess? I to slander him? Why would I slander a mere first-tier waste? He is the one who stole it. You must take responsibility for me. Huang Shulang pointed at Su Can, his face feigning urgency, while a hint of cunning lurked in his eyes. At that moment, all eyes in the trading market were focused here. Coincidentally, a few of Su Can's old acquaintances were present. His ex-girlfriend, Lu Xian, her partner Lin Su, and best friend Jiang Yan. Xian, look, isn't that Su Can? Jiang Yan pointed at Su Can. Lu Xian squinted to get a better look and nodded. It seems like him, but wait. When we last encountered him, he was already at the second tier. How is he only at the first tier now? No matter how he became a first tier, now that he is so weak, I will kill him and avenge my lost arm. Lin Su's face was filled with resentment as he gazed at his empty right arm. It was Su Can who had severed it, leaving him akin to Yanghua. Fortunately, his skills in bed were exceptional. He did not need hands, as Lu Xian took care of that. However, being a one-armed hero was never easy. He faced disadvantages in every confrontation. If it weren't for his powerful A-grade thunder ability, he would have long since met his end. Jiang Yin quickly stopped him, saying, Lin Su, hold your horses. This is a trading market governed by the three major bases. We cannot resort to violence. If we are to act, we must wait until he leaves. Lin Su nodded, of course I know. Let's allow him to survive a bit longer. Subsequently, the three of them, like venomous snakes, kept a close watch on Su Can from the shadows. Their cold, sinister gazes did not escape Su Can's notice. As he scanned the crowd, he quickly recognized these three old acquaintances. He never expected to encounter them here. Their progress was remarkably swift, all of them at the fourth tier. Lin Su had lost an arm, yet Jiang Yin and Lu Xian had not abandoned him. It seemed Lin Su had something to offer. Given their demeanor, they must be plotting against him. The last time he spared them was due to his initial reluctance to kill during the onset of the apocalypse. However, he was no longer the benevolent Su Can of the past. Now he was the ruthless Su Lao Lu. Enough, Huang Shulang. We have searched thoroughly. He possesses nothing. Now, should you not provide this brother with an explanation? At this moment, Wu Wei had determined that Huang Shulang was framing Su Can. Huang Shulang felt perplexed. Despite having personally placed the chocolate, how could it not be found? However, with the situation at hand, he could only feign ignorance. Impossible. Where has my chocolate gone? If he did not steal it, who else could it be? Perhaps I was mistaken? It's possible I made an error. Wu Wei fixed his gaze on Huang Shulang. Mistaken? Are you certain you are not fabricating evidence? Huang Shulang suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. How could it be? How could a dignified late-stage, third-tier powerhouse frame a mere first-tier rookie? I must have misjudged. Wu Wei replied. Let us assume you misjudged. How do you intend to apologize? Huang Shulang arrogantly addressed Su Can. I apologize. It was my mistake. Wu Wei admonished. Mind your tone when you apologize. Furthermore, for your slander, I, as the captain of the enforcement team, demand you compensate this brother with 100 first-tier crystal cores. Additionally, you are banned from setting up a stall in the trading market for 3 months. Do you accept? Huang Shulang's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 first-tier crystal cores? 3 months without a stall? Captain Wu, I just said I was mistaken. Is this punishment not excessive? Before Wu Wei could respond, Su Can interjected, Indeed, it is excessive. Huang Shulang instantly smiled. See? Even the aggrieved party says it is excessive. He thought Su Can was merely pleading for mercy out of fear of retaliation. Wu Wei frowned. Was this young man truly afraid of being retaliated against? Indeed, a first-tier ability user facing a third-tier user would remain silent, even when wronged. This was the survival rule of the apocalypse. The strong hold the respect. No, I believe he should be dismembered and all his possessions confiscated. Only then would it be fitting. Chapter 90. Hua Fiang. Su Can's voice was not loud, yet swiftly silenced the surroundings. Dismember him? Confiscate all his possessions? Everyone was taken aback. A first-tier ability user daring to publicly demand the incapacitation of a late-stage third-tier powerhouse? This was sheer madness. Huang Shulang's smile froze, then erupted into a piercing, derisive laughter. You, a first-tier waste, dare to demand I be dismembered? To seize all my possessions? Do you even know who you are? Captain Wu was also taken aback. He reevaluated Su Can truly. A young calf fears not the tiger. Brother, the rules of the trading market are enforced by our enforcement team. As for your proposed punishment, it seems rather excessive, Wu Wei said in a lowered voice, laced with a hint of caution. He admired Su Can's audacity, but he could not truly incapacitate Huang Shulang. After all, Huang Shulang belonged to the Kaiming base. The three major bases, Wang Chao, Kaiming, and Lei Tang, had just formed a cooperative relationship. If this incident jeopardized the rapport between the two bases, he could not bear the consequences. Su Can coldly smiled. Is this what you call fair treatment? Wu Wei's brow furrowed. Brother, the trading market has its rules. It is not simply what you say goes. Su Can's expression shifted to calm, yet his gaze grew increasingly sharp. I have complied with your request to allow you to search me. Yet you cannot provide me with the fairness I seek. Thus, I must take matters into my own hands. With that, Su Can turned to leave. Everyone expected him to follow through with his threats. Was that it? Merely bluster? Huang Shulang was about to mock Su Can when, in the next moment, a dagger materialized out of thin air, instantly severing Huang Shulang's head from his body. The sound of the head thudding to the ground drew everyone's attention. Wu Wei was left bewildered. How could Huang Shulang's head suddenly roll off? He hadn't even seen anyone strike. Swish! Wu Wei glanced at Su Can's retreating figure. Could have been him. Stop. Is there an issue? Su Can turned back with a smile. Wu Wei coldly stated, Did you kill him? Su Can replied with a grin, and if I did? Wu Wei's eyes turned icy, arrogant. You dare disregard the rules set by our three major bases and kill someone right before my eyes? Truly, you are audacious. Men, seize him. Although he was uncertain how a mere first-tier ability user could silently kill a third-tier user, since he had admitted to it, they would capture him first. As the enforcement team surged forward, Su Can prepared to reveal his true strength. Just then, a gentle voice rang out, Stop! Wu Wei turned toward the voice, his expression shifting as he quickly bowed respectfully. Deputy Alliance Leader, what brings you here? The newcomer possessed striking features, with bright eyes and a sunny smile. A quintessential image of a righteous young man. However, as Su Can gazed upon him, an intense sense of danger surged within him. This individual was definitely not benign. His name was Hua Fiyang, the Deputy Alliance Leader of the Wangchao base. Hua Fiyang surveyed Huang Shulang's severed head on the ground and inquired, What transpired here? Wu Wei hurriedly recounted the events leading to the incident. After listening, Hua Fiyang stated with righteous indignation, This man maliciously framed a customer in my trading market. He got what he deserved. If anyone dares to act like this again in the future, their fate will be no different from his. As he spoke, Hua Fiyang's gaze swept across the entire trading market. Unexpectedly, this incident served as a perfect example for Hua Fiyang to demonstrate the consequences of foolishness. He then addressed Captain Wu. Captain Wu, let this matter rest for now. You may proceed with your patrol. Yes, Deputy Alliance Leader. After Captain Wu and the law enforcement team departed, Hua Fiyang turned his attention to Su Can, revealing a refined and elegant smile. This young man possesses remarkable skills, silently dispatching a third-tier ability user despite being only at the first tier. His talent must be exceptional. May I ask for your esteemed name, brother? Would you consider joining our base? Su Can scrutinized the charming and sophisticated man before him. His visage hardly resembled that of a villain. Yet Su Can could not shake off the feeling of danger, an overwhelming sense of peril. Su Shan, I have not joined any faction, Su Can replied. Hua Fiyang's eyes lit up, and he hastily extended an olive branch. In that case, would you be willing to join our Wangchao base? Su Can firmly declined. I'm not interested. Hua Fiyang's smile faltered slightly. He had not anticipated such a decisive refusal from Su Can. Surely, he must be aware of the prestige associated with the Wangchao base. The surrounding crowd, intrigued by the spectacle, wore expressions of astonishment. The Deputy Alliance Leader of the Wangchao base personally invited him to join. Such an opportunity was coveted by many, yet this mere first-tier novice had turned it down. A subtle tension permeated the air. Nevertheless, Hua Fiyang, being a man of high standing and profound insight, did not display anger. Instead, he maintained a gentler tone. Brother Su, your forthrightness is refreshing and truly commendable. Given this, I shall not impose. May I inquire what brings you to the trading market? Perhaps I can assist you in your pursuits. Such benevolence from Hua Fiyang. Sukan's wariness only intensified. The deputy alliance leader of a major base had nothing better to do than assist a mere first-tier ability user. He found it hard to believe that such kindness existed in this post-apocalyptic world, especially from the deputy alliance leader of Jiangshan's largest base. Sukan reiterated his refusal. No. Thank you. I am merely browsing. As a first-tier ability user, I have little to trade. Upon noticing the vigilance in Sukan's eyes, Hua Fiyang realized he had been overly enthusiastic. He promptly nodded. Very well. I shall not disturb your exploration of the market. Farewell. Sukan continued his leisurely stroll through the trading market. Meanwhile, Hua Feng observed his retreating figure and quietly instructed a female ability user beside him. Keep an eye on him. The female ability user respectfully replied, Yes, master. Sukan wandered through the trading market for a while, discovering that the hundreds of stalls offered little of value, mostly comprising basic supplies. He had an abundance of such items in his spatial realm. Only a handful of stalls displayed goods of reasonable quality, including low-tier weapons, primary enhancement crystal nuclei, and the hides of mutated beasts. These items did not pique Sukan's interest. He had expected the first trading market of the apocalypse to offer something worthwhile, yet this was all he found? Truly disappointing. Just then, he overheard two stall owners conversing nearby. Have you heard? In 7 days, the trading market will host its first auction. Many treasures are bound to appear. Really? That's fantastic. The deputy alliance leader of the Wangchao base was just here, preparing for the auction. I've heard it will be held on the second underground level. I see. But how does one participate in the auction? You're in luck. I'm from the Wangchao base and have insider information. To join the auction, one must undergo a verification of assets. The specifics remain unclear, but it's said that offering quality goods for auction can secure an entry ticket. I understand. Chapter 91. 9-turn crystal nuclei? An auction? How intriguing. Listening to the stall owner's conversation, Sukan became intrigued by the auction scheduled for 7 days later. It seemed he could find a way to sneak in and enjoy the excitement. At that moment, Sukan noticed a prominent sign at another stall, which read, In need of large quantities of metformin, glypyride, or insulin, as well as medications like oxcarbazepine, valproic acid, and lamotrigine. Sukan recalled that these medications were presumably for treating diabetes and epilepsy. He glanced at the stall owner, a young man in his 20s with a buzz cut, whose ability seemed to be around the 3rd tier. Given his vibrant demeanor, he did not appear to suffer from diabetes or epilepsy. Moreover, awakened ability users typically enjoyed vastly improved health. In fact, if a cancer patient were to awaken their abilities, the cancer cells could potentially be eradicated by their newfound powers, leading to recovery. Hello, do you have any of these medications? The young man with the buzz cut approached Sukan eagerly. I urgently need these drugs to save a life. Sukan indeed had plenty of such medications in his spatial realm, having scavenged numerous pharmacies to amass a significant collection. I have them. The young man's excitement was palpable. Really? That's fantastic. How many do you have? Can you sell them all to me? Sukan nodded. Yes, I can sell them to you. At what price? Since he likely would not need these medications himself, he might as well sell them. The young man inquired, How many do you possess? Sukan replied, I have as many as you desire. The young man, filled with joy, exclaimed, Really? Sukan affirmed, Yes. However, I require crystals or goods obtained from treasure chests in exchange for ordinary supplies. The young man fell silent upon hearing this. He had no crystals on hand, as it was too late to hunt zombies now. As for the treasure chest items, he did possess a special crystal nucleus, but trading it for medications would be a loss. Yet, for the sake of his mother's illness, he resolved to make the sacrifice. Gritting his teeth, the young man said, All right, I am willing. I happen to have a special crystal nucleus that I believe you will find interesting. However, it's not here. I've hidden it. If you trust me, I can take you to retrieve it. Sukan, intrigued by the prospect of a special crystal nucleus, agreed. All right, lead the way. The young man was taken aback by Sukan's swift acceptance and asked, Aren't you curious about what kind of crystal nucleus it is? Aren't you afraid I might harm you? In his eyes, Sukan was merely a novice at the 1st tier. Sukan chuckled. If you wanted to tell me what kind of crystal nucleus it was, you would have done so without me asking. As for harming me, you don't strike me as a bad person. I trust you. Here, take a look. Is this the insulin you need? As he spoke, Sukan produced a box of insulin from his pocket and handed it to the young man. The young man, upon receiving it, was overwhelmed with joy. Yes, this is insulin. Wonderful. My mother will be saved. Let's go. I'll get you the crystal nucleus right now. On their way, the young man introduced himself. His name was Yang Fan, 20 years old, and he had a mother afflicted with numerous ailments in this post-apocalyptic world. His mother had not awakened any abilities and remained an ordinary person. Before the apocalypse struck, she suffered from severe diabetes and epilepsy, requiring medication every few days. Although they lived in poverty, Yang Fan worked 3 jobs a day to afford his mother's medications. However, after the apocalypse began, disaster struck, and zombies roamed freely. Yang Fan's mother's diabetes, epilepsy, and high blood pressure flared up in rapid succession, causing her immense suffering. In his quest to find medicine for his mother, Yang Fan had risked his life to raid pharmacies and hospitals multiple times, barely escaping death. Unfortunately, most pharmacies and hospitals had already been looted, leaving little behind. After a long search, he managed to find some medications, but the supply was insufficient, only enough to last his mother for a short time. Now they had run out, and his mother had gone without medication for 2.5 days. Thus, Yang Fan decided to set up a stall in hopes of fortune. To his surprise, he indeed encountered someone with medicinal supplies. Soon, Yang Fan brought Su Kan to a tall building. "We have arrived," Yang Fan announced, standing before a door. Su Kan gazed at the house, sensing no unusual presence within, which allowed him to lower his guard towards Yang Fan. However, a few rats followed them, undoubtedly sent by Lu Xin and her companions, merely a bunch of petty clowns. They could be dealt with later. With a decisive push, Yang Fan opened the door, and a strong scent of medicine wafted out. An aged woman sat on the living room sofa, and upon seeing her son return, she immediately stood up. "Fan, you are back," Yang Fan hastily replied. "Mother, how many times must I remind you to stay in the room? What if a zombie outside notices you in the living room?" It was safer for her to remain indoors. Although the zombies in this building had been cleared, some occasionally wandered in. The elderly woman's pale face broke into a slight smile. "It's stifling in here. I just needed some fresh air. It's fine. By the way, this is," Yang Fan introduced, "this is my new friend, Su Shan." The old woman warmly smiled at Su Kan. "Little Su, please have a seat. I'll get you a glass of water." Su Kan shook his head. "No need to trouble yourself." Yang Fan assisted his mother back to her room, saying, "Mother, please return to your room. By the way, I found the insulin. You can administer it yourself while I discuss some matters with Su Shan." Upon seeing the insulin Yang Fan handed her, a glimmer of joy appeared on the elderly woman's previously pale face. She had been suffering without insulin to control her blood sugar for days. At just over 40, she looked as if she were in her 60s or 70s. After escorting his mother back to her room, Yang Fan rummaged through another room and soon emerged before Su Kan with a small box. "The crystal core is right here. How do you wish to trade with me?" It then struck Yang Fan that Su Kan was empty-handed, unable to offer anything in return. "I will not shortchange you on the medicine you desire. Let me see what you have first." Su Kan suddenly felt his heart race at the thought of the box's contents. It must contain something extraordinary. Yang Fan pondered for a moment. Since he had chosen to trust him, he would do so completely. He opened the box, and as it did, a familiar golden light flickered forth. Su Kan's breath quickened. "Is this the Jiu Zhuan Jinghe?" Chapter 92. Passing by, do not misunderstand. Su Kan stared intently at the contents of the box. "Do you recognize this?" Yang Fan asked, astonished. He had obtained it from a black iron box, which in his understanding was the lowest tier of boxes, typically yielding only inferior goods. He assumed the Jiu Zhuan Jing he would be no different. Moreover, after infusing it with energy, it displayed no information, merely bearing the name Jiu Zhuan Jinghe. Yet, Yang Fan sensed it was no ordinary item, which was why he had kept it for emergencies. Now, in order to procure medicine for his mother, he had chosen to present it. Su Kan narrowed his eyes slightly. "You do not know what the Jiu Zhuan Jinghe is?" Yang Fan shook his head, stating he did not know, as no information appeared upon infusing it with energy. Only the name Jiu Zhuan Jinghe. What could its purpose be? Su Kan was mildly surprised. He took the Jiu Zhuan Jinghe and infused it with a thread of energy, confirming Yang Fan's words. Indeed, no information was revealed. It appeared that only those who consumed the Jiu Zhuan Jinghe would understand its effects. If that was the case, then very few knew the secret of the Jiu Zhuan Jinghe. "This belongs to me. Here is the medicine you wanted." Without addressing Yang Fan's question, Su Kan snatched the Jiu Zhuan Jinghe and unleashed a multitude of medicinal supplies from his spatial ability. As Yang Fan witnessed the medicines appearing out of thin air, his pupils dilated in shock. Spatial abilities? Yet, seeing the abundance of supplies transformed his astonishment into delight. Wonderful. With so many medicines, my mother can endure for quite some time. Sukin said little more, turned, and departed. The transaction was complete. He took his leave. Yang Fan wished to say more. But in the blink of an eye, Su Lao Lu had vanished. Was he truly a first-tier ability user? Yang Fan was filled with doubts. He was curious about the true purpose of the Jiu Zhuan Jing He. He was intrigued whether Su can possess spatial abilities. He questioned whether Su can was truly a first-tier ability user. Yet, none of these matters were of any significance now. What truly mattered was that with so much medicine, his mother would finally be free from suffering. Downstairs, Lu Xian and her companions watched as Su Kan and Yang Fan entered the building. Lu Xian and Lin Su were about to ascend directly to capture Su Kan and make him suffer, but suddenly, Jiang Yin stopped them. I have a dreadful premonition. We must leave quickly, or it will be too late. Jiang Yin possessed the S-level ability of foresight. Thanks to her abilities, their small group had thrived amidst the apocalypse. Encountering no misfortune, whenever danger loomed, they would flee. When safe, they would revel. Now, Jiang Yin issued a warning once more. Lin Su and Lu Xian were startled and quickly inquired, "What is happening?" Jiang Yan's gaze was fixed on the building, her eyes filled with terror. "Hurry, he is coming. He is so terrifying. If we do not leave, we will die here." Saying this, Jiang Yin urgently pulled the two to turn and flee. Unable to provide any further explanation, she sensed a dreadful presence within the building, akin to a primordial beast. That beast seemed to have set its sights on them. If they did not leave now, they would perish. This was Jiang Yan's ability, foresight. Her gift was both active and passive. Actively, she could detect events occurring in the next 20 seconds, but this ability consumed a significant amount of energy, allowing for only one use per day. Otherwise, she would fall into weakness and unconsciousness. Passively, she could sense impending danger and even gauge its severity. This time, she had foreseen the breath of death. Although Lu Xian and Lin Su were unaware of the danger lurking within the building, they trusted Jiang Yan. Without her, they might not have survived to this point. It was a pity they could not capture Su Kan to torment him properly. Just as the three had taken a few steps, suddenly, with a loud bang, something crashed down in front of them. Not an object, but a person. Sukan? Lu Xian and her companions gaped at the man who had fallen from the sky. Sukan smirked slightly. "My dear old classmates, it has been a while. Where are you heading?" Lin Su immediately stepped forward, wielding a heavy hammer, his eyes filled with resentment. "Su Kan, you severed my arm back then, and I have yet to settle the score with you. How dare you appear before me? Today, I shall avenge my severed arm. Ling Shu, do not act impulsively. Come back." Jiang Yin urgently grasped Lin Su, her voice trembling, for the terrifying primordial beast was none other than Su Kan. Yet, Lin Su remained dismissive. "Yanzi, do not dissuade me. Although we are classmates, he must die today. At the very least, I will sever both of his arms." Jiang Yin cast a fearful glance at Su Kan, swallowing hard. "Lin Su, it is not like that. Su Kan is not a first tier. He is just pretending to be weak. His strength is at least 5th tier. What?" Lin Su's pupils constricted in disbelief. Su Kan regarded Jiang Yin, this old classmate. He remembered that at the dawn of the apocalypse, it was she who had informed him of the tiers of abilities. The apocalypse had only just begun, and nobody yet understood how the levels of supernatural abilities were classified. However, Jiang Yin saw through at a glance, indicating that her powers might be some form of sensing ability. Despite suppressing her own abilities, she could still perceive them, suggesting her sensitivity was remarkably acute. If such a keen ability belonged to an enemy, they could not be allowed to live. As for why Jiang Yin failed to sense Su Kan's true strength during the trading market, it was due to the distance between them and the fact that Su Kan did not directly reveal any murderous intent at that time, resulting in Jiang Yan's unclear perception. "Ah, Jiang Yin, your abilities are indeed impressive." Su Kan smiled faintly. With that, he ceased to conceal his aura, revealing it to the world. Late stage 5th tier. In that instant, Lu Xian and her companions felt as though their breaths had been suspended. Late stage 5th tier? How could he evolve so rapidly? Is he still human? With a loud clatter, the heavy hammer in Lin Su's hand fell to the ground, and the resentment on his face was gradually replaced by fear and shock. How is this possible? How could he be 5th tier? And in the late stage? We three were fighting for our lives, and the highest we achieved was merely mid-stage 4th tier, yet you have reached late-stage 5th tier? Lin Su's expression was one of disbelief. Revenge for a severed arm? With Sukan's strength, what could he do? It seemed that even the three of them combined could not defeat him. Moreover, Sukan's supernatural talent was superior to Jiang Yan's, at least SS rank. Higher rank, higher talent. How could they hope to contend with such an adversary? Jiang Yan quickly spoke. Sukan, we bear you no malice. We were merely passing by and did not expect to encounter you. Sukan smirked. Following me all the way from the trading market, and you call that merely passing by? Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily stunned. It turned out Sukan had known they were tracking him all along. Chapter 93. The third supernatural ability, Zi Xiao Shunlei. Sukan, we do not harbor ill intentions. We merely want to catch up with an old classmate. After all, encountering an acquaintance in this apocalypse is a rare stroke of fortune. Jiang Yin spoke earnestly. Sukan scoffed, fortune my foot. With a swift motion, Sukan hurled a hatchet, unexpectedly embedding it into Jiang Yan's abdomen. The tremendous impact sent her flying several meters, pinning her against the wall. She coughed up blood, reaching out for help from Lin Su and Lu Xian. Save me. Lin Su and Lu Xian could hardly believe that Sukan had turned so brutal. They thought that by exchanging pleasantries and attempting to get close, they could avoid confrontation with him. However, the situation had taken an entirely unexpected turn. It was only then they recalled Jiang Yan's warning. They would die. Liu Xin, let us attack together and fight him. Lin Su suddenly yao. Lu Xian, feeling resolute, immediately launched an attack at Sukan. However, Lin Su turned and fled. Lu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Su, you. As Lin Su ran, he shouted, Lu Xian, didn't you say you loved me? That you'd die for me? Now is your chance to fulfill that promise. Lu Xian was incredulous. How could this be the man she had chosen? In a life-and-death moment, he abandoned her to escape. Whoosh! Lu Xian felt a blur before her eyes as Sukan vanished from her sight. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Lin Su. With the ease of grasping a chick, Sukan seized Lin Su by the neck. Before Lin Su could beg for mercy, with a crisp snap, Sukan swiftly broke his neck. Lin Su didn't even have a chance to unleash his abilities. After dealing with Lin Su and Jiang Yan, the remaining Lu Xian was utterly terrified. She stared blankly at Sukan, unable to believe that this was still the gentle man she had known years ago. When they were together, Sukan had been tender, meticulous, sunny, and full of compassion. Yet, just a few years had passed, and he had transformed into a merciless executioner. Sukan, please don't kill me. We bear no profound enmity, do we? If you wish, I can return to your side and be your woman. Moreover, I can help you. My ability is BB rank. Before Lu Xian could finish her plea, Sukan silenced her with a swift strike to her throat. Noise. In the face of his former girlfriend, Sukan felt no emotion, only disgust and murderous intent. Had they encountered each other under normal circumstances, he might have shown restraint. However, they had followed him here, clearly posing a threat. He was no longer the Sukan of the early apocalypse. After 3 months of survival, he had become decisive in his actions. Any threat would be nipped in the bud. He gathered the bodies of Lu Xian and her companions, intending to return to find Su Wei. Yet, unbeknownst to him, someone else lurked in the shadows. It was a female supernatural being sent by the vice leader of the Wang Chao to monitor him. Meanwhile, Su Wei lay languidly atop the highest building in the Nanming district, basking in the sun. Where has my brother gone? I wish I could check out the trading market. I miss shopping so much. If only I could sneak into the human base one day and see what fun things are there. Just then, she heard Sukan's voice. Girl, what are you mumbling about? Su Wei turned to see Sukan emerging from spatial rift. Brother, you're back. How was the trading market? Was it fun? What did you gain? Sukan smiled. The rewards were substantial. Just look at what I acquired. With that, he revealed the 9-turn crystal core. Its brilliant golden light, dazzling and immediately capturing Su Wei's attention. Even Wang Jie and Bald Four, who were nearby, were drawn in by its allure. Wang Jie and Bald Four gazed at the 9-turn crystal core, salivating. Clearly, this object held immense significance against zombies. Brother, isn't this the 9-turn thing you ate back then? Sukan replied, 9-turn crystal core. Su Wei nodded, right, 9-turn crystal core. I remember you awakened your spatial ability after consuming this. Wow, how did you get it? Sukan recounted the events of the trading market. Sue exclaimed, Brother, your luck is incredible. You managed to exchange for such a top-tier crystal core. Sukan chuckled, rather than my luck. It's that young man named Yang Fan who is fortunate to have drawn such a top-tier crystal core from the black iron treasure chest. That's luck beyond measure. Remember, we only obtained the 9-turn crystal core from the platinum treasure chest. Sue agreed, indeed. Brother, you should consume it quickly. I'm excited to see what ability you'll awaken. Sukan nodded, all right. He too was eager to discover what power he would gain. Gulp. He swallowed the 9-turn crystal core. Sukan began his awakening. Soon, a full day and night passed. Sue watched intently, eager to see what abilities he would awaken. At that moment, a tremendous commotion erupted several kilometers away. Gunfire erupted, cannon fire roared, and various supernatural abilities lit up the scene. Sue's eyes sparkled as she pulled out a telescope to investigate. In this apocalypse, she loved being part of the excitement. It turned out that the Du Alliance was in trouble. Weren't they besieged by a tide of zombies? Oh, it seemed that other bases were attacking the Du Alliance. Sue realized that their current location was less than 5 kilometers from the Du Alliance's headquarters. Unfortunately, her brother was still awakening his abilities. Otherwise, they could join in the excitement. Sue glanced back at Sukan and noticed no signs of awakening yet, letting out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed across the sky. A flash of lightning suddenly descended upon Sukan, striking him on the head. Sue was taken aback, exclaiming, What on earth have you done, brother? Have you actually been struck by lightning? Almost immediately, her worry transformed into sobs. Brother, you haven't passed away, have you? Please speak to me. You can't really be dead, can you? Yet, she hesitated to approach him. As tendrils of lightning danced around Sukan, emitting a palpable electric sensation within a few meters. The lightning enveloping him shimmered with a mysterious purple hue, captivating in its beauty. Oh dear brother, what will I do if you are gone? After several minutes of silence, Sue, fearing the worst, cried out in anguish. However, as a zombie, she had no tear ducts to shed tears. Foolish girl, why are you crying? At that moment, Sukan's voice echoed. Sue looked up in surprise, witnessing him abruptly open his eyes. To her astonishment, his peach blossom eyes glimmered with bursts of lightning, deep and enigmatic yet terrifying. Brother, are you all right? Silly girl, how can anything be amiss with me? But you were just struck by lightning. Ah, that was merely the awakening of my extraordinary ability. What kind of ability? Chapter 94. Is it her? With that, the lightning surrounding Sukan crackled as he waved his hand, launching a purple lightning sphere that instantly created a massive breach in the rooftop wall. The sheer power was astounding. Sue was elated, exclaiming, Brother, you are truly formidable. Sukan shot her a glance, dismissing her flattery. At that moment, he noticed commotion several kilometers away and inquired, What is happening over there? Sue believe. The Du is under attack by another human base, and the battle is fierce. Should we join the fray? Sukan nodded, of course we must. While it may seem unethical to take advantage of chaos, battles between bases result in countless casualties among ability users. Those bodies will serve as the finest nourishment for Sue and her companions. In this apocalyptic world, survival necessitates becoming ever stronger. To grow stronger, one must be willing to employ any means necessary. Though Sukan was already quite powerful, he could not allow those around him to lag behind. Let's go. Meanwhile, at the Du headquarters, 2 factions were engaged in combat. One side was the Thunder Base, while the other was naturally the Du. Xuele, the leader of the Thunder Base, sought vengeance for his brother who had perished at the hands of the Du. To avenge his brother Xueting, Xuele procured a substantial amount of explosives and artillery from the Qiming base and launched a surprise attack on the Du. Wang Yun remained composed, fiercely defending the base with her team. However, the Thunder Base was clearly well prepared, and they found themselves at a disadvantage. Brothers, kill for me. Any woman here belongs to whoever captures her. Xuele's command sent the men of the Thunder Base into a frenzy. In the apocalypse, women were viewed as the ultimate prize for men. Every man envisioned a life of multiple wives amidst the chaos. Wang Yun shouted in anger, Xuele, you are shameless. Scarfeinst Xuele's nird, shameless. Soon, you will understand what true shamelessness is. You dared to kill my brother, and today I will bury the entire Du with you. Once I capture you, I will find dozens of men to duel with you, and all these women, I shall take them back as my concubines. Wang Yun's eyes flashed with cold fury upon hearing this. Shui Lei's words reminded her of her harrowing experiences at the Tingzia survivors' base, her life's nightmare. She had believed that establishing the Du Meng would provide a sanctuary for women in this desolate world, only to realize it had ultimately led to their suffering. No, her actions were not wrong. The fault lay with these vile men. All men in this world deserve to die. Kill. Wang Yun did not waste words with Shui Lei, nor did she confront him directly, knowing his strength surpassed her own. Instead, she opted to assassinate other members of the Thunder Base. A mid-level 4th-tier ability user from the Thunder Base was battling the vice leader of the Du Meng when Wang Yun struck from the shadows, swiftly eliminating him. This was the power of her S-level shadow ability. Although it was daytime, shadows abounded within the base, allowing her powers to flourish. Seeing one of his 4th-tier warriors fall, Shui Lei's heart sank. It was worth noting that the Thunder Base had only recently promoted 10 4th-tier warriors following the treasure chest competition. Sensing Squad, keep a close watch on that wretched Wang Yun. As soon as you detect her presence, report immediately. Sui Lei commanded. Prior to attacking the Du Meng, he had formed a specialized team targeting Wang Yun's stealth ability. Yes, leader. The Sensing Squad was dispatched and quickly locked onto Wang Yun's position. However, her talents surpassed theirs. As long as she swiftly blended into the shadows after a kill, it became exceedingly difficult for the Sensing Squad to locate her. Wang Yun continued her assault, swiftly dispatching several experts from the Thunder Base, inciting Shui Lei's fury. Damn you, come out and face me in a duel. Yet, Wang Yun paid him no heed, persistently searching for opportunities to strike. The two factions had long since formed a deep-seated enmity. Further dialogue was unnecessary. Unable to draw Wang Yun out, Shui Lei resorted to unleashing his subordinates to wreak havoc in hopes of forcing her to reveal herself. However, the women of the Du Meng were no pushovers. They fought with greater ferocity than their male counterparts, delivering lethal strikes. Many male ability users from the Thunder Base, distracted by their base instincts, failed to exert their full strength, resulting in significant losses. One male ability user, captivated by the beauty of a stunning Du Meng woman, attempted to capture her. However, he was met with a swift kick that left him writhing in agony. Just as he was about to meet his demise, Shui Lei intervened, severing the beautiful woman's head with a swift stroke. He turned to the groaning man on the ground and bellowed, "Useless fool. What are you doing, still showing pity?" With that, Shui Lei personally charged into the fray. Like Wang Yun, he possessed an S-level talent known as the power of transmutation. This ability allowed him to reinforce any part of his body to become the hardest metal, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets. However, that alone would not suffice to justify an S-level talent. The most remarkable aspect was that Shui Lei could transform anything into metal. By transmuting objects, he could create weapons, and by transmuting living beings, he could cause them to suffocate to death. Moreover, his level exceeded Wang Yun's, placing him at the late 4th tier. Therefore, when Shui Lei unleashed his abilities, he proved even more formidable than Wang Yun. Everywhere he went, members of the Du Meng were transformed into metal. At this moment, Su Kan and Su Wei had arrived near the battlefield. The siblings observed the fierce battle from a vantage point, witnessing Shui Lei's power of transmutation. Wow, this guy is terrifying. Just a touch, and he turns things to metal. Is this truly the legendary transmutation? Su Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Su Kan nodded. It is indeed somewhat frightening, but it appears his ability is limited to close combat and cannot be employed at a distance. In that case, he is not so formidable. Is that the woman from that day? Just then, Wang Yun, unwilling to watch her comrades be slaughtered by Shui Lei, chose to reveal herself for a strike. Su Kan happened to catch sight of this. This time, he finally beheld Wang Yun's true face. Upon recognizing that face, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Is it her? Chapter 95. Su Kan strikes, annihilating Lei Ting. Su Wei exclaimed, "Brother, do you know her?" Su Kan nodded. "Yes, I suppose I do. Back when we were attacked at the Tingzia survivor base, she was bullied by others, and I rescued her. At that time, she had yet to awaken her abilities and even asked me for a crystal core. I never imagined she would grow to such an extent. This ability to kill invisibly is so formidable that even I could fall prey to it if I am not cautious." Gakling, Sue Wei laughed airtidi, his entire body transforming into a metallic state. Clang! The dagger in Wang Yun's hand struck against Sue Wei's metallic neck, producing a sharp sound. Her pupils constricted, and she quickly withdrew her hand. However, Sue Wei was swift, and he was about to seize her arm. Should he make contact, Wang Yun would instantly become metallicized, with unimaginable consequences. In this critical moment, with a swift motion, Sukin appeared beside Sue Wei, his palm crackling with the sound of Zixiao Divine Thunder. Boom! A bolt of Zixiao Divine Thunder was delivered to Sue Wei. With a resounding crash, Sue Wei was sent flying several meters. The power of the Zixiao Divine Thunder was now evident. Sue Wei's metallic body flickered with electric sparks, blood gushing from his mouth. He looked at the newcomer in disbelief, gasping out, "What kind of thunder is this?" While metals are good conductors of electricity, the metal he had refined was insulated against electrical currents, rendering most lightning abilities ineffective against him. Yet, Su Kan's thunder was no ordinary lightning. It was the SSS-grade Zixiao Divine Thunder. This strike shattered Sue Wei's metallic shell, and the thunder surged through his internal organs, reducing them to a pulp. Sue Wei was undoubtedly doomed. Sukin remarked coolly, "The dead need not know so much." With his last ounce of strength, Sue Wei extended a hand, his eyes filled with unwillingness, ultimately passing away with regret. How could he have anticipated such a powerful individual within the Du Alliance? Wang Yun had not expected it either. In this life-and-death moment, someone had come to her aid, and it was a man. However, from his silhouette, there was something familiar. When Sukin turned around, Wang Yun's heart trembled. "Is it really you?" "Indeed, it is me. I never imagined that the crystal core from back then would lead to such a powerful awakening of abilities. It seems that those who awaken later should not be underestimated. Mr. Su, you have saved my life once more," Wang Yun said, her cheeks flushed. If it were any other man, she would not harbor any feelings, but facing the one who had saved her twice and granted her a new lease on life, she had already sown the seeds of affection. Yet, she felt unworthy of him. Sukin replied indifferently, "I merely happened upon the scene and offered assistance. Moreover, I will not save you without conditions." Upon hearing this, Wang Yun promptly inquired, "Mr. Su, please speak freely. I would brave any peril for you." Su Kan's eyes sparkled like lightning as he surveyed the battlefield. "I want you to eliminate all the enemies. Their corpses and crystal cores belong to me." Wang Yun paused slightly, unsure of why Su could desire human corpses and crystal cores, but she did not question further and immediately complied. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, none shall escape." With that, she severed Sue Wei's head and held it aloft, proclaiming, "Your leader, Sue Wei, is dead. Surrender at once." The members of the Lei Ting base were left dumbfounded upon seeing Sue Wei's head. "The leader is dead? No way, he is really dead? With the leader gone, what are we fighting for? Run." The morale of the Lei Ting base plummeted instantly, and their will to fight vanished. Other high-ranking officials within the Lei Ting base attempted to stabilize the situation, but since their usual conduct was lax, fearing the strong while bullying the weak, many were not particularly loyal or united. They were merely a disorganized rabble. The Du Alliance was attacked only because of a surprise assault from the Lei Ting base. Otherwise, they would not have fallen to such a state. Wang Yun waved her jade hand, issuing an order. "All members of the Du Alliance, listen up. Leave no one alive. Eradicate all invaders." Her demeanor exuded the essence of an ancient female general. Soon, over 1,000 members of the Lei Ting base were all vanquished. Not a single one remaining. This was primarily due to Su Kan's subsequent actions in eliminating all fourth-tier powerhouses from the Lei Ting base, leaving them devoid of high-end combat power, resulting in a swift defeat. Wang Yun commanded the battlefield to be cleared, gathering the corpses of over 1,000 foes into a pile. She respectfully addressed Su Kan. "Mr. Su, the enemy's corpses are all gathered here." Su Kan nodded, preparing to collect them. Just then, Su Wei and Wang Jie leapt down from above. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of several zombies, everyone in the Du Alliance stood on high alert. However, the next scene left them all astounded. "Wow, so much food. We're rich," Su Wei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Sukin was speechless. "What are you doing here, you little girl? There are so many people." Unable to contain herself, Su Wei drooled. "I couldn't help it. I was too hungry." Vice Alliance leader Wang Ruimin looked at Su Wei in shock. "Yun Jie, did I just see a zombie speak?" Wang Yun was equally astonished. You are not mistaken. It is indeed true. Mr. Su, this is... Sukin explained, I possess the ability to control zombies. This is one I have raised. As for her ability to speak, it is entirely due to her extraordinary talent. Wang Yun suddenly understood. So that was the case. At this moment, Su Wei, Wang Jie, and the bald man had completely disregarded their image and began to feast in front of the members of the Du Alliance. Watching the zombies eat, the women of the Du Alliance felt their scalps tingle. Unable to bear the sight, Su Can directly stored all the corpses into a spatial realm. Su Wei was taken aback. Where did my food go? Where did all that food go? Sukin gave her a light tap on the head. Eating. That's all you think about, with so many people watching. I'll put the corpses away for now. Su Wei po dev. Alright. Wang Yun suddenly felt envious of Su Wei. A zombie that could earn such favor from Mr. Su. It was indeed a great honor. Wait, all the corpses were collected by Mr. Su? This ability seems familiar, right? That mysterious person I battled that night was actually Su Can. What a twist of fate. Alright, it is time to leave. Su Can suddenly announced. Wang Yun quickly asked, Mr. Su, where are you going? Could you not stay a while longer? I would like to properly entertain you, to repay your life-saving grace. Su Can waved his hand. There is no need. I've already said that saving you was merely a chance encounter, so do not dwell on it. Watching Su Can's retreating figure, Wang Yun found it hard to forget. Wang Ruimin waved her hand in front of her, saying, Yin Jia, he has already gone far. Why are you still dazed? Could it be that you have fallen for him? After all, he is both handsome and powerful. I would be moved too. Wang Yun shot her a glance. Get lost. I need to go check on the injured. Wang Ruimin mischievously chuckled. Understood.